Lin Yun appeared on the Skypiercer altar along with a scripture that instantly caused a commotion among everyone. Others who entered the Skypiercer altar only obtained a jade strip. Even if Bai Lishuan's jade strip was dazzling with a strand of purple radiance, it was still a jade strip. It was ultimately still a Xiantian martial technique. But Lin Yun's scripture was clearly different. It was a profound martial technique. Only martial techniques that exceeded the Xiantian martial technique would take the form of a scripture. Furthermore, everyone could tell that the profound martial technique was extraordinary with just a glance. Down on one of the lotus seats, Bai Lishuan's face turned ugly at the scene created by Lin Yun. Holy shit! Lin Yun actually obtained a profound martial technique. Even Bai Lishuan only obtained a transcendent Xiantian martial technique. Just how did Lin Yun accomplish this? This boy is like a mystery. It's hard to see through him. Now that you think about it, he must be confident in placing his life on the line to obtain a lotus seat. The Azure Sun realm opened once a decade, and the Skypiercer altar rarely bestowed profound martial techniques. The last time a profound martial technique appeared was a few hundred years ago. Everyone in the plaza was shocked, but it was understandable. Whoosh! Lin Yun descended on the Skypiercer altar under the envelopment of the starlight. He examined the scripture once he landed on the ground. The Great Wind Scripture. It was an ancient-looking book with 3 words written on it, the Great Wind Scripture. This was a powerful palm technique. However, once Lin Yun landed on the ground, an uproar rose once more with everyone looking at him. A profound martial technique? Just how did this sword slave get so lucky? Wang Ning nearly vomited blood when he looked at the jade strip in his hand. The Skypiercer altar had only given him an intermediate Xiantian martial technique. Aside from those quasi-profound martial realm old men, his harvest could be ranked in the bottom. He was insignificant compared to Lin Yun. This kid must have used a cheap trick. I refuse to believe that his talent is stronger than Bai Lishuan. Wang Bo's face was dark. He was clearly unhappy with Lin Yun's achievements. But no matter what everyone said, it was undeniable that Lin Yun had significantly benefited from the Azure Sun realm. So much so that even with everyone else added up, they couldn't be compared to Lin Yun. Suddenly, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party headed towards Lin Yun. What are they trying to do? They're not going to snatch it, right? The Sword Firmament Pavilion is such a huge sect. How can they do something like that in front of everyone? This unexpected circumstance left everyone shocked. They looked at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party in bafflement. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was famous throughout the Great Qin Empire. Regardless of how their disciples behaved privately, they should still be upright. But when they thought about it again, it was uncertain. What Lin Yun had obtained was a profound martial technique that belonged to an ancient sect. Lin Yun was also puzzled as he looked at them. At the same time, he held onto the token with vigilance. In a short amount of time, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party had walked over. While approaching, they unintentionally emitted a strong pressure. All of them were accomplished in the Sword Dao, and their aura would be released even if they didn't do anything. Your name is Lin Yun? Bai Lishuan asked, stopping 100 meters away from Lin Yun. What powerful sword intent. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. As a swordsman, his perception was stronger than ordinary people. He could tell that Bai Lishuan was stronger than Wang Bo. He judged the situation in his heart and briefly pondered before replying, I am. Very good. Now there's a great opportunity waiting for you as long as you nod your head. If you want, I can invite you to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Bai Lishuan said softly. His words immediately caused an uproar. So it turns out that Bai Lishuan wanted to invite Lin Yun into the Sword Firmament Pavilion. This brat got lucky. Bai Lishuan is actually inviting someone to the Sword Firmament Pavilion? It looks like he views Lin Yun differently. As long as Lin Yun joins the Sword Firmament Pavilion, his future will be boundless. The Great Qin Empire had 4 transcendent sects, and they each had a high requirement for aptitude, comprehension, and martial soul when it came to their disciples. As for the Sword Firmament Pavilion, it was the holy ground for swordsmen. Invite me into the sect? Lin Yun's talent made sense by Li Xuan to throw him an invitation based on his performance in the Sky Piercer altar. If that was true, then this might be a pretty good opportunity. But just when Lin Yun wanted to agree, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "I'm naturally interested in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but what's the request?" Bai Li Xuan was somewhat surprised by Lin Yun's question. He pondered briefly and replied, "Hand over your scripture. It's a simple request, so don't tell me that you can't accomplish it." Lin Yun's heart calmed down when he heard Bai Li Xuan's request. So Bai Li Xuan was ultimately interested in his profound martial technique. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can agree to this simple request." Lin Yun rejected without batting an eye. In the next second, the faces of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples became unsightly. They were unhappy with Lin Yun for lacking tact. It was an invitation personally issued by their senior brother. But Lin Yun put on airs in public? Interesting. Do you think that you can protect this scripture with your strength? Don't you understand the crime of possessing treasures? Bai Li Xuan smiled. If you give me the scripture, I will be handing it to the sect. Do you think that I'm trying to take advantage of you? Well, since you don't cherish this opportunity, there's no need for me to bother with you anymore. Let's go. The other Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples glared daggers at Lin Yun before leaving. This scene had exceeded the expectation of many people. They never expected that Lin Yun would reject Bai Li Xuan so decisively. He had rejected an opportunity to enter the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Exchanging a profound martial technique to become a Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple was naturally not worth it. However, it was another matter since it was an invitation issued by Bai Li Xuan. After all, he would be offending Bai Li Xuan if he refused. If someone else were in Lin Yun's shoes, they would consider it seriously. In the end, they would hand over the scripture. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures descended next to Lin Yun. It was Ming Yi and the gray-clothed elder. Ming Yi smiled bitterly. "Congratulations, Brother Lin, for obtaining a profound martial technique. I'm afraid that this must be a powerful martial technique. Unfortunately, it's a little too dazzling," smiled Lin Yun. "You can save the trouble if you're willing to take a little loss. Bai Li Xuan isn't wrong at all. Many people are looking at you with greedy eyes. A profound martial technique might be precious, but..." Ming Yi sighed. Waving his hand, Lin Yun replied, "Brother Ming, that's not the case. Even if I only had a Xiantian martial technique, I still wouldn't give it out." Ming Hua looked at Lin Yun, dumbfounded. Calmly, Lin Yun softly replied, "If I give it away, it will mean that I've bowed my head to Bai Li Xuan. If I bow my head, do you think that I will be able to raise my head in the future at the Sword Firmament Pavilion?" It was easy to bow, but raising his head back wouldn't be easy. Ming Yi and the gray-clothed elder exchanged a glance. They've never pondered over this before. Furthermore, the two of them did not find anything wrong with bowing their heads to Bai Li Xuan. After all, Bai Li Xuan's talent was there for all to see. Lin Yun's eyes flickered and continued, "It's fine if he's stronger than me, but he's the one that lost to me in the Sky Piercer altar. I might not be stronger than him now, but that doesn't mean that it will stay that way for the rest of my life." Lin Yun's words left them shocked. They never considered this problem. While the three of them spoke, the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Demonic Moonvilla's sect got together. Bai Li Xuan and Si Shui seemed to be discussing something. What are these people trying to do? Lin Yun was baffled when he saw this scene. Glancing over, Ming Yi hesitated briefly before he replied, "It's said that there's a palace tomb in the depths of this burial ground." "Palace tomb?" asked Lin Yun. Ming Yi nodded his head. In the past, this palace tomb couldn't be approached. But for some reason this time around, the demonic miasma in the burial ground has thinned out. I believe the two sects must be trying to head to the palace tomb. It is rumored that before the ancient sect was destroyed, the sect deposited all their treasures into the palace tomb. If you're able to take a single one out, it will be able to cause great waves in the Great Qin Empire. Without any ripples on his face, Lin Yun replied, "Even if there's no demonic palace, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to enter the palace tomb." He wasn't interested in the palace tomb and treasures left in there. He had already obtained a large enough harvest in the Azure Sun realm. Therefore, he did not want to be involved in any more troubles. Nodding his head, Ming Yi replied, "That's for sure. Bai Lishuan wouldn't have joined forces with Sishui if it was easy. Brother Lin, are you not interested? After all, you might have a chance with your cosmic treasure." Lin Yun was stunned. He naturally guessed something and looked at Ming Yi with a smile. "It looks like the palace tomb was your intention all along, Brother Ming." Before the Azure Sun realm opened, Ming Ye's face changed when he saw Bai Lishuan and Shishui. However, the situation right now was uncertain. Ming Yi wanted to head to the palace tomb just like the two sections. "There's nothing I can keep from Brother Lin," smiled Ming Yi bitterly. "I might have some chance if the demonic miasma was still around, but right now, I can only watch the show." Ming Yi clearly came prepared with a treasure to deal with the demonic miasma. Lin Yun listened to Ming Ye's words, smiling and keeping his silence. The demonic miasma disappearing had something to do with Lin Yun, but it would be bad if Ming Yi found out about it. They're going to make a move. Bai Lishuan and Sishui had finally reached an agreement and left the plaza. Bai Lishuan has joined forces with Sishui. Could it be that there are other opportunities in the burial ground? The two sects already swept through the entire burial ground before we came. They must have found something that we don't know about. Let's go take a look. Whether it be the high-profiled Bai Lishuan or the low-profiled Sishui, their every action attracted everyone's attention. As for the 18 lotus seats, most of them had already gotten something from it. Furthermore, everyone could clearly sense that the dangers in the burial ground had decreased. The terrifying demonic miasma had become so thin that it could be neglected, attracting everyone's attention to the depths of the burial ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the Xianxia cultivators headed over like a tidal wave. The crowded plaza was instantly emptied as the cultivators closely followed the two sects to the burial ground's depths. Ming Ye's eyes flickered. He felt reluctant to give up on this opportunity. After a while, he turned to Lin Yun. "Brother Lin, are you really not going to take a look?" He still had his expectations, and there would be an extra layer of security if Lin Yun came along. He had realized Lin Yun's importance when they were traveling in the burial ground previously. Looking at Ming Yi, Lin Yun replied, "Brother Ming, can't you tell that Bai Lishuan and Sishui are deliberately luring everyone over?" Ming Yi was briefly taken aback before he sighed. "I can naturally tell that. They just want to find more cannon fodders." If Bai Lishuan was confident in entering the palace tomb, he would not want so many people following him. At the very least, he would have found a quiet place with Sishui after coming out of the Dao preaching plaza. Judging from Bai Lishuan's blatant actions right now, he wanted to use some greedy people as cannon fodder. That's secondary. For Bai Lishuan to use this trick even with his strength, the palace tomb must be dangerous. "I guess that the palace tomb is more terrifying than you think," said Lin Yun. Although he did not witness Bai Lishuan making a move, the sword intent he left in the demonic beasts was terrifying. Anyone could imagine how terrifying his true strength was. Lin Yun's words made Ming Ye's face turn dark, making his heart feel heavy. "Brother Lin, you do not intend to compete with Bai Lishuan?" Ming Yi looked at Lin Yun and asked, reluctantly. "There's no way for me to explain it to you since you can't sense the sword intent in his body. If there's a choice, try not to offend him." Lin Yun replied after briefly pondering. He had already offended Bai Lishuan by refusing to hand over the scripture. But it wasn't a life-and-death grudge, so Bai Lishuan did not make a move against him. But if it came to the palace tomb, it was uncertain to say for sure. "I'll be leaving first." Lin Yu knew that Ming Yi wouldn't let this chance pass so easily and cupped his hands. Looking at Lin Yun's silhouette, Ming Yi felt a little uncertain. He couldn't make up his mind. This boy is decisive but not greedy. He knows how to show forbearance. "Young master, what do you intend to do?" The gray-clothed elder sighed, speaking his admiration for Lin Yun. "I'm not like him, who has gotten a great opportunity from the Sky-Piercer altar. You want me to wait another 10 years by letting this go?" Ming Yi replied. After half an hour, Lin Yun left the burial ground that was enveloped in demonic miasma. Suddenly, he could hear a loud, deafening explosion that echoed throughout the plaza. The huge commotion left many people frightened. When the demonic miasma dissipated, Lin Yun turned around and a breeze blew toward his direction. Shortly after, a beast roar echoed out, breaking through the limits of time and space. At the end of the horizon, killing aura could be heard soaring into the sky. Lin Yun fell into deep thought before he jumped onto a hill. When he cast his glance over, he could vaguely see an ancient demonic beast statue descending. The terrifying killing aura came from the statue and Lin Yun could see some blurred figures. At this close distance, Lin Yun could see the far end with his eye's orifice unlocked. Who knows how many people will die from this primordial demonic beast alone? Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary demonic beast statue. Lin Yun sighed, withdrawing his gaze. Those statues must be made by sealing primordial demonic beasts within them in order to guard the palace tomb. Whoosh! With a gentle jump, Lin Yun easily jumped off the hill. The primordial demonic beasts were terrifying, but they weren't his concern. Bai Lishuan and Si Shui were there to deal with them. Right now, he only needed to leave the burial ground. As for the inheritances left in the palace tomb, Lin Yun did not believe that anyone could take them out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering commotion broke out after Lin Yun took a few steps. It was accompanied by demonic beast roars. A fight broke out? The two of them are pretty decisive. He had ultimately underestimated the Four-Sex Foundation. Bai Lishuan and Si Shui actually engaged in a fight without thinking. Then again, the two must have made preparations. Without looking back, Lin Yun walked forth. Half an incense joss time later, Lin Yun finally left the burial ground. But before he could stand firm, a huge shadow passed by his head, causing a blood rain to fall from the sky. Holy shit, what the hell is that? It's a demonic beast. Run! There were still people gathered outside the burial ground and they weren't particularly strong. Most of them were only in the third or fourth orifice, so they could only stay outside since they couldn't resist the demonic miasma. But they were overwhelmed by fear when they saw this scene and began to run. Raising his head, Lin Yun saw a massive demonic beast escaping with its wings wide open. The blood rain also came from its wounds, splattering down from the sky. Sizzle, sizzle. When the blood rain fell onto the ground, faint poisonous smoke began to rise from the ground along with a burning, sizzling noise. Lin Yun's face changed when he witnessed this scene. This primordial demonic beast came from the palace tomb. Could it be that the palace tomb's gate was blown open by Lishuan, through the reliance of cannon fodder? Looking at it now, this demonic beast seemed like a griffin. It was covered in wounds which made it look terrifying. Despite being heavily injured, its killing aura was shocking. Just by flowing, its blood had caused many Xiantian realm cultivators to suffer burn injuries. Plop! Just as Lin Yun sighed, the demonic beast that resembled a griffin fell onto the ground. Along with a thunderous noise, the earth and mountain shook and an enormous cloud of dust rose. Whoosh! 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 3 figures dashed into the cloud of dust. Squinting his eyes, Lin Yun muttered in a deep voice, "Aren't those the 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators who occupied the lotus seats? Those 3 old men were the ones who received curses from everyone when they occupied the lotus seats. But in the end, they obtained nothing. Instead, they became a huge joke. Seeing as how they didn't enter the palace tomb with Bai Lishuan but instead chose to pursue the demonic beast made Lin Yun smile. He quickly followed after them. Tisk tsk. This demonic beast seems to be dead. The Sword Firmament Pavilion and Demonic Moon Villa are truly terrifying. The strength displayed by their joint attacks were comparable to the profound martial realm. Not even this primordial demonic beast could resist their attacks. What a bunch of fools! Dreaming of snatching treasures from Bai Lishuan. Just the demonic beast that was guarding the gate alone was so terrifying. So the palace tomb must be even more dangerous. That's right. It's better to take the beast core of primordial demonic beasts like these. They're guaranteed profit. Heh heh. This is a primordial beast core. 3 old men appeared from the cloud of dust. When they saw the collapsed demonic beast on the ground, their eyes flickered with greed. As they spoke, their words revealed their cunning nature. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yun began to clap for these cunning foxes. Who is it? Which bastard is hiding in the dark? Come out here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The sudden applause startled these quasi-profound martial realm cultivators. But they calmed down when they exchanged a glance. As they issued their threats, they looked around with killing intent building up in their eyes. Don't bother looking. I believe you seniors should know about me, Lin Yun. Lin Yun came out from the dark with a smile. So, it's little brother Lin. The 3 old men felt relieved when they saw Lin Yun. However, their eyes flickered with a playful gaze. They knew that Lin Yun possessed a profound martial technique. When they looked at Lin Yun, they couldn't conceal the greed in their eyes. If they slaughtered Lin Yun, they would be able to get a greater harvest than the primordial beast core. Are you guys comparable to Wang Bo? Asked Lin Yun. The 3 old men were stunned when they heard Lin Yun's sudden question. That question was not relevant at all. After a brief hesitation, one of them spoke out. Wang Bo is a powerful quasi-profound martial realm cultivator from the Wang clan. He's not someone that the likes of us, wandering cultivators, could be compared to. Then, do you guys have a cosmic treasure? Questioned Lin Yun. Brat, what are you trying to say? If we had cosmic treasures, would we care about Bai Lishuan? Responded the old men. Lin Yun replied, Then do you guys wish to die? The answer to that question was obvious. If they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't have come here. Since you guys don't have any of those, then why are you guys still here? Why are you guys thinking of making a move at me? Lin Yun's face sank with a murderous aura emitting from him. At the same time, a token appeared in his hand, pulsing. The 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators were terrified when they saw the token. Their eyes twitched. Cosmic treasure. Furthermore, it was one that contained the intent of an ancient powerhouse. At this moment, they finally knew why Lin Yun asked them those questions. They recalled how even Wang Bo took a loss at Lin Yun's hands. Now that they received Lin Yun's kind warning, their faces turned ugly. They knew that they couldn't take the primordial demonic beast's beast core anymore. Rustle, rustle, rustle. More Xiantian realm cultivators descended near the primordial demonic beast's corpse. After all, the commotion caused by the demonic beast's blood was too great, so it was hard not to draw any attention. When the footsteps neared, the faces of the 3 quasi-profound martial realm cultivators became ugly. Their gazes alternated between the demonic beast and Lin Yun. They were conflicted. Anyone could see the greed and timidity on their faces. Lin Yun looked at the 3 old men with a faint smile. He looked relaxed and was in no rush to attack. Then we'll let little brother Lin have this demonic core. Let's go. The 3 of them weighed their chances and ultimately gave up, gnashing their teeth. As for those that came after, they also left, covering their faces. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by this outcome. The 3 old men were afraid of death, so he knew that they wouldn't risk their lives fighting him to the death for a primordial demonic core. After all, he had just fought the Wang clan's quasi-profound martial realm with the token. The 3 of them were ordinary wandering cultivators who weren't as strong as Wang Bo. Shit. The primordial demonic beast that should be in our hands is now gone. If I knew this would happen, I would have tried my luck in the palace tomb. Let's go immediately. Don't let that bastard hear you. That little bastard is ruthless. Lin Yun had slaughtered his way to a lotus seat and ended up standing on a pile of corpses. He had already established his fame so that even the 3 quasi-profound martial realm cultivators did not dare to fight with him if they did not have the determination to risk death. At least they're tactful, smiled Lin Yun with a satisfied look. The token was only left with one final chance, so it would be a pity for him to use it on those 3 old fogies. But the 3 old fogies were cowards just like he'd imagined. The only unexpected news was that Bai Lishuan and Si Shui managed to enter the palace tomb. The 2 of them were truly terrifying. In the end, they were from the 4 sects of the Great Qin Empire. Those sects had a deep foundation, so their disciples would naturally not be weak. As the cloud of dust dissipated, more Xiantian realm cultivators gathered in the surrounding. It didn't take long for everyone to see Lin Yun working on the primordial demonic beast. It's Lin Yun. The 3 that left seemed to be the 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators. Did they really get scared off by Lin Yun? The primordial beast core's worth is great, but the 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators actually left. When the Xiantian realm cultivators saw this scene, all of them were perplexed. There might be many people here, but no one dared to make a move at Lin Yun. On the other side, the 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators started cursing after leaving reluctantly. That little bastard is really too much. Why target us when he has a cosmic treasure? If he has the ability, then he should follow by Li Xuan into the palace tomb. He's young, but he's quite the thief. Hush! Let's go quickly. There should be 2 more primordial demonic beasts left. Let's hope that nothing happens. Naturally, anyone would be unhappy if the demonic beast that belonged to them was snatched away, so the 3 of them cursed while they traveled. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crimson silhouette descended and fell onto the ground. The 3 old men were startled by this scene. They immediately mustered their spiritual energy and looked ahead. Up ahead was a young lady wearing a red dress. Her skin was pearly white with a sickly blush. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her lips, which showed that her injuries were quite severe, making her seem weak. The young lady had a flute on her right waist and a crimson fan that she held in her right hand. The fan didn't seem typical. The fan looked slender and was as large as half of her arm. Furthermore, the fan only had 9 ribs. So even if it was fully unfolded, it was only half the size of an ordinary fan. Such an unusual fan was a rare sight. The 3 old men exchanged a glance. They were all baffled. They had no idea where this young lady came from. Judging from her temperament, no one would be able to forget her if they'd seen her before. However, they couldn't recall seeing her anywhere. But that wasn't important. What was important was the fact that this young lady seemed to be hunted by someone. In the Azure Sun realm, you wouldn't be hunted for no reason. If you were being hunted, it could only mean that you had treasures on you. The 3 of them exchanged a glance with a cold sneer on their lips. Seniors, can you guys help me? If you can help me block the enemies chasing me, I'm willing to offer you guys the treasure I have. The young lady looked at the 3 old men with joy in their eyes. She walked over, dropping her guard. When the 3 old men saw this scene, a smile rose on their faces. The leader among the 3 replied, "You're pretty tactful. With our strength, there's no one in the Azure Sun realm that we can't deal with." That wasn't a false statement. As 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators, there weren't many in the Azure Sun County who could deal with them. Then, "I'll give you guys this treasure." The young lady smiled and took out a bead. The bead emitted a dazzling radiance. She then threw the bead and spiritual energy permeated the 3 of them. "You're courting death." Before the leader of the 3 could catch it, a cold snort rang out in the sky. Before the 3 of them could react, a boundless sword aura condensed into a sword ray and sent the 3 of them flying from boundless sword intent. The leader of the 3 wandering cultivators tried his best to defend himself against that attack, but he was ultimately blasted away with blood gushing from his mouth. By Li Xuan, the faces of the 3 wandering cultivators turned pale when they saw the attacker. By Li Xuan's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Half a year ago, he could make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm. However, he refrained from breaking through because he wanted to accumulate himself in the Xiantian realm. An ordinary quasi-profound martial realm wasn't his match, not to mention that he even possessed a complete sword intent. Not even profound martial realm cultivators could claim that they were confident in defeating him. Clang, clang, clang. The bead fell onto the ground. When the radiance dissipated, an ordinary spiritual pearl was revealed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Tenod's sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples landed on the ground and picked up the bead. "Senior brother, it's fake. That demoness ran away again." That demoness is full of tricks. She took a palm from Sishui, so she won't be able to run far, replied Bai Lishuan indifferently. He then glared at the remaining wandering cultivators, causing the two of them to tremble in fear. You guys are courting death with your guts to even think of receiving anything, Bai Lishuan commented coldly and left. He couldn't be bothered with the two of them anymore and soared into the sky with the sword firmament sect's disciples, heading in the direction that the young lady in red ran off to. The two old men immediately got up and headed over to the injured one. The trio's leader had a pale expression as blood endlessly flowed from his chest wound. We've been played, the old man spoke, coughing out blood. He never imagined that a young lady would be so scheming, causing him to suffer a sword strike from Bai Lishuan. Fwoosh! Fwoosh! Another party flew over. The leader, Sishui, wore a grim expression. Rumble! Rumble! Many more Xiantian realm cultivators followed closely behind on their mounts. It's the party that went to the palace tomb. Why are they all back? Can it be that the young lady tricked Bai Lishuan and Sishui? The three old men's faces changed upon hearing the others. A chill ran down their spines. The young lady must have taken a treasure from the palace tomb, causing Bai Lishuan and Sishui, who spent so much effort planning, to lose out. But judging from that young lady's injuries, she won't last long. Let's follow up and take a look. Lin Yun finally retrieved the beast core after some effort. The primordial beast core that emitted a dense crimson radiance laid on his palm. The crimson radiance was eerie and contained the primordial demonic beast's bloodline. Good stuff. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. This beast core was a lot better than the purple lightning demonic Dracope's beast core that he refined previously. Taking out a brocade box, he put it away carefully. Whether he was using it personally or giving it to the dragon-blooded horse, this beast core wasn't something that could be easily found. Lin Yun descended from the primordial demonic beast's corpse with a faint smile on his face as he gently leapt down. His trip to the Azure Sun Realm was filled with luck. First, he got the Iris Sword Sutra and the Divine Flicking Sword. Next, he shone brightly on the Sky Piercer altar and obtained a scripture. Although he gave up on the palace tomb, he hadn't expected that he would obtain a primordial demonic beast's beast core. It wasn't bad ending his journey in the Azure Sun Realm with this beast core. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Yun raised his brow when he sensed a terrifying aura reverberating through the air. It was the Sword Firmament Pavilion. In the Azure Sun Realm, no one could display such a terrifying sword aura except the Sword Firmament Pavilion. When he raised his head and looked over, he saw the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples besieging a young lady in red. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples weren't simple. In fact, they were all very powerful. Any one of them was stronger than an ordinary seventh orifice cultivator in terms of their fighting strength. However, that young lady managed to fight evenly with so many opponents with the folding fan in her hand. It's her. Lin Yun's face changed when he saw the besieged lady. It was the lady who played to flute on the riverbank that day. It was her flute that helped him comprehend the incomplete sword intent. Before the Azure Sun Realm opened, he had seen her once on the outside. However, it was only for a brief moment. The encounter had already been pushed to the back of his mind. He never expected to see her here. Not good. She's hurt. More than 10 swords overlapped together, sending out a heavy pressure that targeted the young lady. Boom! When the young lady landed on the ground, a brilliant sword buzz could be heard reverberating out on the horizon. It sounded like a deafening thunderous roar. When Lin Yun cast his glance over, he saw Bai Lishuan, donned in white, with an indifferent face. He had soared into the sky and stabbed his sword down. His sword pierced through the air, eliciting sonic booms from the violet gale. This sword was fast and ruthless. He had no plans to let the young lady live. His sword intent dazzled, causing a huge commotion from the surrounding. That sharp sword left everyone shocked. The thick sword intent emitted from him overbearingly pierced through the sky. The majestic momentum from the sword intent was like an enormous mountain, traversing through the horizon. Lin Yu knew that Bai Lishuan was powerful, but he never witnessed Bai Lishuan making a move. This sword intent made Lin Yun feel despair, and he guessed that not even the Wang clan's quasi-profound martial realm could take it head-on. Not to mention the young lady, who was quite heavily injured. Whoosh! 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 Several figures flickered through the air and landed firmly on a nearby hill. They were all stunned by this scene. Bai Lixuan has finally made a move. This demoness is finally going down. She had previously toyed with Bai Lixuan and Si Shui. If she wasn't injured in the tomb, I'm afraid that it would have been more difficult to deal with her. That sword attack was really ruthless. It seems Bai Lixuan doesn't plan on letting her live. A large group of Xiantian realm cultivators who came from the palace tomb looked at this scene with pity in their eyes. There weren't many people who could force Bai Lixuan this far, so they knew that the young lady wasn't simple. But in the end, she was forced into a dead end by the sword firmament pavilion, and it seemed like she wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, who in the Azure Sun realm dared to withstand this sword from Bai Lixuan? Buzz! 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 But suddenly, the surrounding Xiantian realm cultivators were shocked to discover that the swords and blades in their hands started to buzz uncontrollably. It sounded like an ethereal chime, ringing out in the world. What's going on? My sword! Shit! Why is my sword going out of control? While everyone was shocked and puzzled, they saw a blue-clothed figure bolting towards Bai Lixuan with a sword box over his head. The buzzing chime came from that figure. As the young man ran, his sword aura grew more refined. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. There was a sign of unprecedented courage and stubbornness on his young face. It's Lin Yun. What is he trying to do? Is he mad? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. Could he be trying to receive Bai Lixuan's sword? Sizzle. Sizzle. Before Lin Yun even approached, his clothes became tattered from Bai Lixuan's sword aura, and a few wounds were left on his body. There was a huge difference between them, whether it be the comprehension of sword Dao or cultivation. He only managed to sense how mighty the sword was when he approached. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed before they could even get close. It's him? The young lady was briefly stunned when he saw Lin Yun running over. Ignorant! Yelled Bai Lixuan. Bai Lixuan's eyes flickered coldly. In his view, Lin Yun was ignorant and his sword intent would shred Lin Yun into pieces. All of a sudden, his sword bolted over. One with the sword, Lin Yun gnashed his teeth and leaped. His sword aura suddenly retracted and condensed into an incomplete sword intent. Boom! When he landed on the ground, the sword in the sky had engulfed his entire field of sight. But before the sword arrived, a terrifying tide of sword intent swept over. Lin Yun felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Thunderblitz battle physique. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun released a violet glow with crimson flames blazing in his eyes. The strength of his physique surged at the same time. Rocks flew around as a violent gust and buzzing sword left everyone shocked. In the blink of an eye, a sword had already arrived before he even had the time to think. He knew that he would be pierced and would lose his life if he couldn't receive the sword. In the moment when everyone felt that Lin Yun was about to die, he suddenly clapped his hands together and caught the sword between his palms. Under the reverberation of the terrifying sword intent, Lin Yun spit up several mouthfuls of blood. The ground exploded with cracks as the sword intent spread out. However, Lin Yun did not take a single step back when he caught the sword between his hands. Go! Lin Yun spoke with incredible difficulty. There was a trace of blood dripping down from his lips. He wanted to get the lady behind him to leave immediately. Not dead. Bai Lixuan was briefly stunned. He never expected that Lin Yun would manage to catch his sword. But shortly after, he sneered coldly. He could tell that Lin Yun was struggling right now. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yun could catch his sword with the perfect Thunderblitz battle physique. But could Lin Yun catch the second one? Crack. But just when Bai Lixuan wanted to pull his sword out, it began to crack and broke into fragments. In the blink of an eye, he was only left with the sword hilt. The broken sword physique? The pressure that Lin Yun felt instantly decreased. He couldn't help thinking about his abnormal physique. Senior brother, catch this sword. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples threw their swords over. Their faces had changed dramatically when they saw Bai Lishuan's sword breaking into fragments. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, multiple swords flew over to Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan reached out for the nearest sword and stabbed out with it. The terrifying sword intent appeared once more, displaying the might to slice a river apart. Lin Yun awakened from his shock and his face was drained of colors. He squeezed his two fingers together, clamping the sword that was stabbing at him. Crack, crack, crack. Before the boundless sword intent was unleashed, the sword broke into fragments once more. Once again, Bai Lishuan was only left with the hilt. It was a strange scene. Again, he had swords from the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples around him. He casually reached out for another sword and brandished it over. However, Lin Yun's fingers clamped onto that sword again. Crack, crack, crack. For a moment, the surrounding was covered in sword fragments, as Lin Yun's sword intent disseminated out like a flower blooming. What's going on? This abnormal scene left everyone stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Was Lin Yun so powerful? Rustle. Bai Lishuan wanted to grab another sword when he realized that all the swords thrown to him were broken. A chance! Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he took a step forward, unleashing the dragon tiger might. When the clouds and winds combined, Lin Yun's aura violently surged. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He took another step forward, manifesting a tiger behind him, followed by another step, causing the tiger to be replaced by a dragon. The images behind Lin Yun began to alternate between a dragon and a tiger, which seemed unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, the dragon and tiger appeared simultaneously and a mountain appeared behind them. Then, Lin Yun's foot touched the ground and he threw a punch. Bai Lishuan was surprised because he initially intended to grab another sword before discovering that they were all broken. So, in the end, he was forced to retaliate with a punch of his own. Boom! An explosion occurred from the collision. It was like two steel beasts colliding together, releasing a terrifying shockwave. But when the shockwave disappeared, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Bai Lishuan was actually blasted away by Lin Yun's punch. When Bai Lishuan landed on the ground, he took 3 steps back. Every single step he took would leave a crater beneath his feet. Bai Lishuan retreated? The clash had shocked everyone. However, after throwing his punch, Lin Yun felt weak and couldn't follow up on his attacks. Even if he still had the strength to attack, he wouldn't take the risk. Bai Lishuan only suffered because he was careless. If he had to execute the Dragon Tiger steps again, he knew that he wouldn't be able to display such prowess. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw the young lady smiling at him with stars flickering in her eyes. She seemed to be admiring him. Lin Yun vomited blood on the spot. He risked his life to create an opportunity for her to escape. But she was still sticking around? What are you doing? Lin Yun raged. I can't move, the young lady pitifully replied. She couldn't get up on her feet, not to mention that even moving a little would make her suffer in pain. Let's go. Lin Yun calmed down and started running, carrying the young lady in his hands. But when he got up on his feet, he could sense a sword aura slashing down at his back. Clang! The sword aura collided against his sword box. It was another Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple who made a move against him. But fortunately, his Thunderblitz battle physique wasn't broken. So Lin Yun wasn't heavily injured. He gnashed his teeth and continued to run. Whoosh! After Bai Lishuan caught his breath, he appeared before the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. He roared at them with a grim expression. Chase! Not only the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples, but the other Xiantian realm cultivators also chased after Lin Yun as their eyes turned red with greed. For a moment, tens of thousands of footsteps rang out. Many buildings in the ruin started to collapse from the vibration, but no one could be bothered by it. All of them were looking at the blue-clothed figure, chasing closely behind. Lin Yun turned around and his face turned pale from fear. There was a massive cloud of dust behind him, created by tens of thousands of Xiantian realm cultivators. This scene could even cause one's legs to go soft from fear. What did you snatch? Lin Yun helplessly asked. Hee. It's just an inheritance treasure from the palace tomb. The young lady chuckled, hooking her hands onto Lin Yun's neck. And you can still laugh at this situation? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He had exhausted himself greatly from the previous fight. If everyone progressed at this pace, his pursuers would catch up to him sooner or later. Facing such a massive army, even taking out the token would be useless. Rumble. 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 But at this moment, a deafening clatter of hooves rang out, causing the earth to tremble. A herd of horses emitting a killing aura unique to demonic beasts appeared in the far horizon. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw the dragon-blooded horse that he hadn't seen for a long time. Lil Red had joined the herd of horses upon coming to the ruins. Lin Yun wasn't too bothered back then, but he never expected that the dragon-blooded horse would come to his aid at such a critical moment. We're saved. Lin Yun rejoiced and quickened his steps. The dragon-blooded horse raised a cloud of dust as it charged over. It was leading the herd of horses like a sweeping tidal wave. Every demonic beast in the Azure Sun realm possessed a primordial bloodline, and this herd of horses was no exception. Rumble. 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 The thousands of horses that were at the far end of the horizon just a moment ago had appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. Thousands of horses charged forward under the rising cloud of dust. It was as if they could level a mountain if it was in their path. Neek! Their roars rang out, which made everyone's blood boil incessantly. Under this situation, even if Lin Yun flew into the air, he would be dragged down by these horses. If his foundation weren't stable, he would suffer the backflow of blood and his spiritual energy would become chaotic. Lin Yun closed his eyes. He did not dare to look at what would happen next. Whoosh! The dragon-blooded horse let out a few roars. The herd of horses that would soon swallow him up suddenly passed by him. Lin Yun was like a towering stone tablet, unaffected by the stampede. When he opened his eyes, his heart was jolting and he could hear the clattering sound of hooves on the ground. When he turned around, he could see the shocked faces of all the Xianxia realm cultivators that were chasing him. Boom! Many people were blown away from the stampede and got squashed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The horses possessed ancient bloodline, so their stomps were heavy. If anyone were blown away by the charge and fell into the stampede, only death would await them. For a moment, blood-curdling screams rang out. These horses are going mad. Quick, run. My leg is broken. Damn it. Where did these horses come from? The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples also panicked, and they could only protect themselves amid the chaos. Where are the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples? Bai Lishuan roared, unleashing a dark radiance that formed into a sword. It was Bai Lishuan's martial soul, the Shadow Sword. The martial soul was the last resort for cultivators, and no one would bring it out until the last moment. But who could have predicted that an invincible existence like Bai Lishuan would resort to summoning his martial soul in the Azure Sun realm? We're here. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples soared into the sky and headed for Bai Lishuan's direction. Get into formation, Bai Lishuan muttered emotionlessly. In the next moment, the sword aura from all the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples joined together. From afar, they looked like a dark ray as they charged through the herd of horses. Boom! 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 The light overlapped as sword rays reverberated out. The herd of horses was instantly torn into pieces. After half the time it takes to burn an incense joss later, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's party slaughtered their way toward the front of the stampede. But when they looked up ahead, Lin Yun and the young lady were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! The two of them ran away. Senior brother, we can't find them anywhere. All of them were filled with reluctance. After all, they even went as far using a formation. Did anyone see Shui? Bai Lishuan looked around and asked. No, I have no idea where he ran when senior brother fought with that brat. Humph! That unreliable fool. Bai Lishuan snorted coldly. If Shui had also acted back then, there was no way Lin Yun could save that demoness. Lin Yun was exhausted as he rested on the barren land. Relief filled his body when he looked around and could not find anyone around him. He looked at the young lady in his arms, and the two of them looked at each other. His eyes were like black sparkling gems, like a dazzling starry sky. Her eyes seemed magical and fascinating, which captivated Lin Yun's attention. Lin Yun's face turned cold at this close distance, and he raised his head saying, "You should be able to walk by yourself now." "Am I heavy?" The young lady looked at Lin Yun, aggrieved. The appearance of how she feigned anger coquettishly was unbearable. "That's not it. Lin Yun embarrassedly smiled. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth before he could even finish his words. His body even shook a little. When the young lady saw this scene, her face changed slightly. She loosened her hand on Lin Yun's neck and gently jumped down. Lin Yun was kneeling on the ground with one knee and gasped for his breath. When the young lady turned around, she noticed that under the sword box, Lin Yun was covered with injuries. Blood had already dyed his clothes, causing it to stick to his body. It was an unbearable sight. The young lady no longer acted playful. When she examined his wounds, she placed her finger on her lips with shock. "You were already injured to begin with," she said. Lin Yun might have seemed invincible from his performance on the lotus platform with his divine flicking sword and thunderclap sword art. But how could he not be injured after suffering the siege of over hundreds of wandering cultivators? However, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with that back then. If he allowed himself to seem weak before so many eyes, they would immediately attack him. Initially, those injuries were nothing. With his powerful physique, he could recover naturally as long as he did not engage in any fights. But who knew that the sudden appearance of the young lady would disrupt his rhythm? He initially wanted to leave the Azure Sun realm, but he ultimately faced the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun did not speak and closed his eyes, sitting with his legs crossed. He circulated his Thunderblitz battle physique to the limit and emitted a violet glow that was like a purple mist. His injuries were recovering at a visible speed. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, his complexion was rosier than before. "I'm fine now." Lin Yun smiled, comforting the young lady. But before he could even close his mouth, the young lady smiled and shoved a pellet into his mouth. Heh, you'll be fine with this. You don't cultivate demonic cultivation techniques. If you forcibly rely on your body to recover from your injuries, it will leave hidden injuries behind." Lin Yun was briefly stunned. He did not dare to swallow this unknown pellet. "Do you need me to feed you in order to swallow it?" The young lady raised her mouth. When Lin Yun saw that she really lowered her head, he immediately swallowed the pellet down. Shortly after, a cold stream melted in his body and coursed through his veins. "Why did you save me?" The young lady looked at Lin Yun seriously. Lin Yun did not dare to look at the young lady. Felt weird looking at the young lady. For some reason, looking at her would make his thoughts run wild. Why did he save her? The only thing that crossed Lin Yun's mind when he saw Bai Lishuan's sword was that not even his Thunderblitz battle physique could withstand that sword. But even if he managed to block the first sword, he definitely couldn't block the second one. Furthermore, he would have offended Bai Lishuan completely if he made a move. He had hesitated before he decided to help. There was a thought in his mind that wanted him to turn around and leave. "Because you left a deep impression on me. In an entire lifetime, there aren't many things that you can remember. I didn't want to see you dead when I turned around," Lin Yun replied honestly. The young lady's smile on the riverbank back then had even overshadowed the surrounding scenery. It was an unforgettable scene. If he hadn't made a move, the young lady would have died under Bai Lishuan's sword, and he would never see that smile again. "I don't believe you. You sound as if you lived 2 lifetimes. The young lady squinted her eyes, forming into 2 crescent moons that seemed charmingly adorable. Lin Yun smiled and did not make any explanation. He looked at her and replied, "Your injuries seems to have gotten better." The young lady looked lively, and she did not seem like she'd just recovered from her injuries. Lin Yun even suspected that she had recovered enough to move about a long time ago. "How do I look fine? Ouch! My tummy hurts." The young lady arched her body and held onto her wound on her waist with a painful expression. sneaking peeks at Lin Yun. Her acting was pretty convincing. Lin Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. For someone who could even snatch treasures from Bai Lishuan, how could she be a pushover? Perhaps his concern was a little too much. This place isn't safe and someone will definitely guard the Azure Sun Realm's exit. You have to find a place to hide in order to protect yourself. If you can protect yourself, then we can hide separately, said Lin Yun as he looked around. However, he did not see many places to hide. Although they managed to get rid of their pursuers, for now, they would continue to chase after them. They still needed to run. At the very least, they had to hide until they recovered their strength. But when he turned around, the young lady's painful expression did not seem fake. Blood was even seeping out of her fingers when she held onto her waist. "Just follow me for now," sighed Lin Yun. He took back his words and carried the young lady. Since he had already saved her, he might as well go all the way with it. He would just consider it as if she was genuinely heavily injured. Hee. It no longer hurts anymore. The young lady hooked her arms around Lin Yun's neck again with a sly smile as if she'd won. However, Lin Yun did not speak. He was a little worried about the dragon-blooded horse's safety. He had no idea if the dragon-blooded horse could come back safely after creating such a huge commotion. "What's your name?" The young lady looked at Lin Yun as her eyes brimmed with curiosity. She never expected that the flute she casually played that day on the riverbank would end up saving her life at such a crucial moment. She still couldn't figure out where this young man got the courage to save her. The reason he gave her was lousy and she did not buy it at all. Then again, it was more fun this way since she couldn't figure it out. "Lin Yun," he replied. "My name is Yu Weiwei," responded the young lady. "Yu as in the moon and Wei as in the algae rose." "Algae rose? Is there such a flower?" asked Lin Yun. It naturally exists. When we get out, I can consider giving you a few," she replied. The two of them chatted, but it was mostly Yu Weiwei asking and Lin Yun answering. In the middle of their conversation, Lin Yun's face suddenly changed and he stopped walking. "What's the matter?" Yu Weiwei poked her head out and saw a person standing on the hillside with a fan in his hand. "Russell." When that person turned around, he opened a folding fan that revealed a familiar face. It was Si Shui of the demonic Moon Villa. The night was dark, so Si Shui's face looked a little hazy from the faint moonlight. Raising his brow, Si Shui looked at Lin Yun with a weird expression. "Sir Lin, you really have guts to just save anyone you see." Si Shui's gaze was weird when he looked at Lin Yun, but the meaning hidden behind his words was even weirder. It looks like he knew about Yu Weiwei's identity, secrets that Lin Yun did not know. "Run. You're not his opponent," said Yu Weiwei. While Lin Yun was feeling uncertain, Yu Weiwei, whose hands were hooked around Lin Yun's neck, gently slid behind Lin Yun. She held onto Lin Yun with one hand and soared into the sky, jumping past Si Shui. Lin Yun was shocked when he felt the powerful grip behind Yu Weiwei's soft wrist. She had easily lifted him in the air. There was lingering energy that enveloped the two of them, traveling across the air like flowers drifting in the air. What kind of movement technique was that? Soaring reflection of the moon. It was too late for him to marvel at Yu Weiwei's movement technique. A boundless turbulent river suddenly appeared. The moon was reflected in the water and was accompanied by mist. While they were blocked by this phenomenon, Si Shui stood within the mist. It was a natural phenomenon, which meant that Si Shui had summoned his martial soul. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling shocked. Just what kind of martial soul was that? It was only something he had seen in records. Since ancient times, martial souls that could produce a natural phenomenon was a sign of great talent. Lin Yun never expected that the low-profile Si Shui would be so strong. "Leave behind the treasure and I won't make things difficult for you." Si Shui's ethereal voice echoed out from the mist. It was as if he was everywhere within the mist. "Dream on." Yu Weiwei snorted coldly and brandished the fan in her hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves began to rise from the river, causing a rippling tidal wave. They flickered constantly, which made it seem like they were trying to break through this natural phenomenon. But Si Shui was in no rush. He waved his hand and the moon in the sky descended. Boom! A terrifying power enveloped Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei, restraining the two of them to the ground. Yu Weiwei's face was pale, and it was obvious that she hadn't recovered from her injuries. Bear with it for a little. Yu Weiwei let go of Lin Yun and opened her left hand. A black demonic flower bloomed in her palm. Countless streaks of black rays shot out from the flower. The moment the flower was summoned, the pressure coming from the moon was greatly reduced. Flowers bloom and wither along with a lingering fragrance. The black flower in Yu Weiwei's hand bloomed, emitting an unusual fragrance in heaven and earth that crashed against the river. Boom! 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 However, the flower fragrance was instantly pierced through and dissipated. Xi Shui appeared and brandished the fan in his hand. The two of them clashed with their martial souls, and the commotion they created left Lin Yun shocked. Sir Si, have fun enjoying the algae rose's fragrance, smiled Yu Weiwei. She descended and grabbed onto Lin Yun before she disappeared. A trace of rage could be seen on Xi Shui's face. He couldn't get rid of the flower fragrance in the surrounding no matter what he did, and the phenomenon created from his martial soul was clashing against the flower fragrance. As a result, he could only watch the two of them leave. When Lin Yun and Yu Weiwei landed on the ground, a trace of blood leaked out from Yu Weiwei's lips. Her face was pale. I really can't move anymore this time. Yu Weiwei squinted her eyes with a bitter smile. However, Lin Yun had no idea if she was telling the truth. He was confused by her. In 1 second she seemed so powerful, and in the next she seemed so fragile. He couldn't distinguish between real and fake. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Footsteps sounded from their rear, accompanied by a cold, chilling intent that started to spread out. Lin Yun was shocked because he knew that Xi Shui was chasing after them. He immediately carried Yu Weiwei and started running. Lin Yun knew that he would be fine with the token, but Yu Weiwei would definitely be captured if Xi Shui caught up to them. With Xi Shui right behind them, Lin Yun couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. As a result, Xi Shui continued to pursue them while they ran away. If this went on, Xi Shui would catch up to them sooner or later. Xi Shui was chasing after them calmly. His martial soul had received some damage, but he had a pellet in his mouth, waiting for Lin Yun to be exhausted. Boom! Suddenly, an eerie aura swept over, causing Lin Yun to tremble. He couldn't help but pause and look at the wind gathering in the horizon that formed into a black rupture in the night. It looked like a hole in the sky with an empty spot in the sky. The Yin wind stream, shouted Lin Yun. Lin Yun immediately thought of one of the forbidden zones in the Azure Sun realm. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Xi Shui was charging over, leaving afterimages behind while he flickered his way over. He had suddenly increased his speed because he saw that he could catch up to Lin Yun in the next moment. However, what followed next was the sight of Lin Yun carrying Yu Weiwei and jumping down the cliff. His lips twitched when he saw this scene. This fellow dares to jump into the Yin wind stream? Said Xi Shui. The Yin wind stream was one of the forbidden zones in the Azure Sun realm. The bottom of the cliff was constantly filled with wind and ominous aura. If one fell into it, there was no possibility that they would make it back up. Falling into it would spell certain death. To be exact, it couldn't be called a forbidden zone, but a death zone instead. It was said that there was an ominous Yin origin in the depth of the Yin wind stream, and there were no patterns to it. After falling in, you wouldn't be frozen into ice, but torn apart by the wind instead. It would be a miserable death with 1,000 swords stabbing into your body. Whoosh! Just as Xi Shui sighed, a silhouette enveloped in sword intent descended. When Xi Shui looked back, he saw Bai Li Xuan and asked, "You came as well? Humph! You even released your martial soul, the demonic moon. I would be stupid if I couldn't find you." Bai Li Xuan was quite unhappy with Xi Shui. He snorted coldly, "Where are they?" They jumped down. Xi Shui folded the fan in his hand and pointed at the cliff before him. The Yin wind stream. Bai Li Xuan's face changed drastically when he looked at the surrounding environment. He knew that Lin Yun and that demoness would surely die in the Yin wind stream. Most importantly, that also meant that the profound martial technique and the palace tomb's treasure were lost. After a brief pause, Bai Li Xuan spoke out solemnly. "Xi Shui, If you were willing to join hands with me back then, how would that brat have the opportunity to jump into the wind stream? As if you didn't have any thoughts of monopolizing the treasure with how fast you charged over? There's no need for us to speak such words. That treasure contained the imprint of an era. We both know how much the Tao rhythm in it was worth. Bai Lishuan's anger boiled, but there was nothing he could do to see Shui. A conflicted expression was plastered on his face that made him look depressed. But his death is also beneficial to you. Otherwise, he will definitely be your nemesis when he grows. I'm sure that you don't want to fight with someone and have your sword shattered into pieces unknowingly. Right? Si Shui spoke softly. Bai Lishuan's face changed when he heard that. He still had no idea why the swords would shatter into fragments when Lin Yun held onto them. He was sure that it wasn't Lin Yun's strength that accomplished that. He could easily kill Lin Yun if he wanted. But that bizarre scene occurred again and again before everyone. Right now, the entire Azure Sun realm knows that Lin Yun had broken his sword and even blasted him away with a punch. And what if he's not dead? Bai Lishuan looked at the wind stream with a cold light flickering in his eyes. Well, that's your concern. I'm actually looking forward to seeing an elite of the Sword Firmament Pavilion explore the wind stream. Who knows, you might even conquer it and find a great opportunity for yourself. Si Shui replied. He knew that Bai Lishuan did not have the confidence to jump down. Since Bai Lishuan did not dare to jump down, then all their speculations were in vain. It might not be impossible if we work together, said Bai Lishuan. Si Shui's words was a sword that stabbed into Bai Lishuan's heart. If Lin Yun managed to grow, he would definitely be his nemesis. Even if he couldn't obtain the treasure, Lin Yun had to die. I'm not interested in following you to die, Si Shui replied before he left. Bai Lishuan looked at the wind stream. Ultimately, there was nothing that he could do about this. He then gnashed his teeth and left. Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw the cliff and jumped down without any hesitation. It might be a cliff, but he had even dared to jump off a colossal mountain because of the iris sword box. However, Lin Yun wasn't sure if Si Shui would follow him. Even if Si Shui's cultivation was powerful, jumping down from such a height without any treasures would cause one to end up dead. But the moment Lin Yun jumped down, he immediately regretted his choice. The cliff wasn't so simple. When he fell into the abyss, cold winds swept over him from all directions. Those winds were icy and each wisp of wind contained an ominous aura. It felt like the attacks of a quasi-profound martial realm cultivator. The wind flowed endlessly down the cliff as a violently raging current. Boom! 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 Lin Yun couldn't control his body. Not even the iris sword box could help him. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break free from the turbulence. It felt like waves were crashing onto his body. It's freezing. Yu Weiwei hugged Lin Yun's neck tightly as her face turned pale and her lips turned purple. The usual shrewdness in her eyes was no longer present and instead was replaced with fear. She could feel her body slowly turning cold. Relying on his powerful physique, Lin Yun drew rings of violet lightning and flames from the iris flower in his dantian. He expelled the cold aura that seeped into his body, preventing him from turning into a block of ice. But when he lowered his head, Yu Weiwei could no longer open her eyes. Her lips were frozen purple and faintly trembled. At least this proved that she was still alive. He had to think of a solution right now or else the two of them would die here. He relied solely on his physique. But considering his injuries, he knew that he wouldn't last long. He knew that the decision to jump down the cliff was a reckless one. It didn't matter if he died. But he actually dragged someone along with him. Lin Yun's survival instincts kicked in. He gnashed his teeth and tried to find a way out of the fall. He had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy, but he couldn't move in the turbulence. Lin Yun had exhausted most of his trump cards from the pursuit. Whoosh! Several blades of wind clashed against his body and the impact nearly made him vomit blood. The violet glow on his body also began to diminish. It was a sign that the Thunderblitz battle physique wouldn't last much longer. Go for it! If he didn't have the Thunderblitz battle physique, he would be dead by now. In this desperate situation, Lin Yun decided to greet the wind with a punch. A sword gleam enveloped his fist along with a mysterious broken sword. The fusion of fist and sword. His punch exploded out and the shockwave it formed resisted the surrounding wind. Lin Yun felt lighter and activated the violet ice sparrow on the iris sword box. The violet ice sparrow flapped its wings, allowing Lin Yun to hover in the sky. A good chance. The turbulence was only shattered briefly, so he didn't have the luxury of time. Sweeping out his glance, Lin Yun used tough and soft energy. With the soft energy from his feet, he tapped his foot in the sky. He shot up and grabbed onto the cliff wall. Whoosh! The storm returned to normal when he grabbed onto the walls. Afraid that he would be dragged into the turbulence once more, Lin Yun immediately rushed into a tiny hole that turned out to be a cave. The instant he entered, he could sense the surging winds behind him. So close! He had no idea if there was an exit here. With a look of anticipation, Lin Yun carried Yu Weiwei and walked deeper in. But a short moment later, he noticed that it was a dead end. The wind reinforced the surrounding walls, so they were as strong as profound iron. Meaning, Lin Yun couldn't break it with his strength. At the very least, there's no wind here. Lin Yun comforted himself. But just when he was about to wake Yu Weiwei, he suddenly found her covered in ice with her eyes closed. Even her eyelashes had started to freeze from the chill. He had the Thunderblitz battle physique, so he was filled with fire energy, not to mention that he had once cultivated the pure yang art. The cold wind here couldn't do anything to him for the time being. However, he couldn't say the same for Yu Weiwei. When they jumped into the Yin wind stream, the cold aura had constantly seeped into her body. Now that the chill had penetrated her bone marrow, her life was in danger. Lin Yun placed her on the ground and placed his palm on her shoulder. The Iris Sword Sutra had long replaced the pure yang art. But at this moment, he circulated that old cultivation technique within his body, which affected the Iris Sword Sutra greatly. He could see the iris flower in his dantian dimming, being replaced with the pure yang art's spiritual energy that was growing stronger. If he continued to practice the pure yang art, the Iris Sword Sutra that he had reached the first stage in would probably collapse. But in order to save Yu Weiwei, he did not even hesitate. Sizzle. Sizzle. Traces of cold aura were being forced out of Yu Weiwei's body. At the same time, Yu Weiwei's complexion began to improve. The effects were quite obvious when Lin Yun poured his spiritual energy into her. Crack! A crisp noise came from his dantian, signaling that the iris flower shattered. Golden flames formed once more above his dantian. When he sensed that Yu Weiwei's body was filled with his pure yang art's spiritual energy, Lin Yun stopped. Looking at Yu Weiwei, who had lost her consciousness, Lin Yun took out a cloak and covered her with it. When he recalled that he still had a lava core left, he took it out. While it could currently expel the chill, it could also be used as a light source. After he was done with that, he walked over to the entrance. He didn't give up and tried to find other exits. After all, he couldn't possibly be trapped here forever. However, he was soon disappointed because he did not find any other exits. There was only one exit, through the Yin wind stream. Gazing out from the crack, he looked at the surging turbulence. He had no idea what was hidden in the distance that caused this cold wind. Shaking his head, Lin Yun returned to the case. Yu Weiwei's eyes were closed as she was still in a deep slumber. The Iris Sword Sutra is broken, so let's try to get it back first. He had nearly 20,000 Xiantian pellets on him. He had no shortage of resources. As he began to absorb Xiantian pellets, his exhausted spiritual energy started to replenish. In his dantian, where the golden cyclone flames were, Lin Yun began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra once more after he recovered his spiritual energy. As he circulated his cultivation technique, his injuries began to heal. The Thunderblitz battle physique had once again displayed a powerful regenerative ability. But when Lin Yun tried to cultivate the Iris Sword Sutra, he began to panic. Even after consuming over 100 Xiantian pellets, his pure yang art's spiritual energy was stubborn and did not want to convert to the Iris Sword Sutra. Could it be that he would no longer be able to cultivate the Iris Sword Sutra again after breaking it once? Lin Yun was at a loss. After all, the Iris Sword Sutra was a cultivation technique tailored for swordsmen. It wouldn't be easy trying to find something similar. Most importantly, the Iris Sword Sutra was the only key to refining the Iris Sword Box. It looked like he lacked fate with the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance. He continued to try for a few hours before he helplessly opened his eyes. His body was filled with boundless spiritual energy, and his cultivation even showed signs of making a breakthrough. However, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. At the very least, it was comforting that the Xiantian pellets did not go down the drain. Where's this place? Yu Weiwei gradually regained her consciousness when Lin Yun opened his eyes. She was looking around in confusion. Somewhere safe, I guess. But outside is chaotic because of the Yin windstream, so it's hard to go out, replied Lin Yun. We're in the Yin windstream and we're not dead? We're pretty lucky. A smile appeared on Yu Weiwei's face while she stretched her arms. There was no longer a look of desperation on her face. Yin windstream? Questioned Lin Yun. This place is called the Yin windstream? You don't know about it? Yu Weiwei's face then flashed with understanding. Well, that makes sense. You wouldn't jump down if you knew that this place is the Yin windstream. This place is a death zone in the Azure Sun realm. There is a Yin origin source seal deep in the abyss, but the seal was damaged and caused this phenomenon. I'm sorry for being reckless, said Lin Yun. Hee, it's not your fault. We would also die if Si Shui caught us. Oh right, the cold poison in my body isn't easy to expel. How did you do that? Yu Weiwei squinted her eyes and smiled. It's not exactly that hard, responded Lin Yun. My body is weak against cold poison. I had a few near-death experiences when I was young because of it, so it wasn't easy for me to live until now. You broke your cultivation technique. Yu Weiwei's face changed a little. She could sense that the spiritual energy within Lin Yun's body had undergone a drastic change compared to before. Well, I can't possibly see you die, can I? Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't too bothered by it. If he were given another chance, he would make the same choice once more. Hee, that's what I like to hear. A bright smile appeared on Yu Weiwei's face. My life is naturally more important than any cultivation technique. If I didn't wake up, then you wouldn't be able to break free from the Yin windstream. You know how to get out? Asked Lin Yun. No rush, responded Yu Weiwei. Let's help Big Brother Yun get his Iris Sword Sutra back. Breaking the cultivation technique to take a step back is a huge taboo. But if you can break it and form it again, naturally it will be an opportunity. Yu Weiwei started taking out high-grade spiritual stones, which hovered in the sky. At a rough glance, there were at least 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Lin Yun was shocked at this scene. Yu Weiwei carried thousands of high-grade spiritual stones with her. At the same time, he was also curious about what Yu Weiwei was trying to do. He witnessed how Yu Weiwei's hands danced like butterflies. The high-grade spiritual stones began to spread out and form a strange array. What's this? He asked. The yin-yang reversal array. My cultivation technique requires me to break my cultivation 9 times. After 9 rebirths and 9 deaths, it can then be considered perfect. If I didn't have this array, I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, she answered. 9 rebirths and 9 deaths? Just what sort of cultivation technique did this last practice for it to have such a harsh requirement? Hee. Big Brother Yun, why are you looking at me? Yu Weiwei raised her head and gave Lin Yun a smile. Hurry up and cultivate. If you delay, you might not be able to succeed. You might have broken your cultivation technique, but it hasn't been that long. There will be some of it that's remaining in your body, and this yin-yang reversal array can help you look for it. Lin Yun immediately sat down when he heard Yu Weiwei's words. The moment when he circulated his spiritual energy, the entire array also began to rotate, emitting radiance. Whoosh! Before Lin Yun could even react, he was gradually raised into the air by the circulation of the array. In a single moment, his appearance could no longer be seen. The high-grade spiritual stones were like candles that formed into ant-sized mysterious runes. Yu Weiwei wore a grave expression, tapping her finger on some runes. The runes immediately started to line up around Lin Yun, with an ancient and dim voice sounding out. Then, she held a black flower in both her hands. Birth and death, The flower will never wither. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the flower in her hand began to expand and its radiance soon covered both her hands. Shortly after, she plucked a single petal off the flower. There was pain on her face when she did so. She felt like she was slicing a piece of flesh off her body. With a gentle swing, the petal turned into a black demonic flower that enveloped Lin Yun's head. Keeping the flower in her hand, Yu Weiwei sighed. Who knew that I would give a piece of my martial soul to a youth that I met casually on the riverbank the other day? The so-called yin-yang reversal array was just a cover. How could it be easy to break and reform your cultivation technique? The yin-yang reversal array was only an ancient array that could help to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. The main key that could help Lin Yun reform his cultivation technique was the flower petal in her hand. When the flower petal merged into Lin Yun's body through his head, Lin Yun could sense purple sword energy appearing in his body. Those were the fragments of the iris flower left in his body. They were feeble and fine. Is this the residual sword energy that Yu Weiwei spoke about? Lin Yun immediately circulated the Iris Sword Sutra in his body. He moved the fragments in his body with great difficulty. The spiritual energy coursed through his body, and when he completed a full cycle of circulation, those fragments gradually gathered together to devour the golden cyclone in his dantian. As the two forces clashed, the golden cyclone, which represented the pure yang art, was clearly unable to compete with the Iris Sword Sutra. Boom! A few hours later, the outline of an iris flower formed. This time, the iris flower looked more distinct than before. He could see 6 slender petals in total. Each piece contained refined sword energy and violet spiritual energy rippled through his body. Russell. Lin Yun, who was seated with his legs crossed, exploded with a terrifying sword aura. His hair fluttered in the wind as his body gave off a faint aura. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, there were 2 sharp glows flickering in his eyes. This is what breaking and reforming looks like? Lin Yun could sense that the spiritual energy within his body was more refined than before. He was clearly only in the first stage of the Iris Sword Sutra, but it felt unbelievable. The iris flower slowly started to rotate in his dantian. Boom! When the iris flower circulated, a wisp of refined sword aura was born from the flower's heart. Lin Yun flicked his finger and a wisp of sword aura shot out from his fingers. Clang! That sword aura clashed against the wall, emitting a metallic crash before shattering. Clang! 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 The shattered sword aura was like steel bearings, clashing against the wall endlessly. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could see the wall covered in densely packed cracks. The divine flicking finger was twice as strong as before. He could easily deal damage by condensing his aura, and it would probably not take more than a finger for him to deal with those in the same cultivation. Hee. Congratulations, Big Brother Yun. Yu Weiwei suddenly appeared and smiled. I still have to thank you for this, said Lin Yun. If it wasn't for your yin-yang reversal array, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to cultivate the Iris Sword Sutra again. It's good that you remembered. A smug smile rose on Yu Weiwei's lips. Now, it's time for us to find a way out. Looking around, Lin Yun replied. The wind is endless outside and I'm afraid that the walls here cannot be broken. How are we going to get out? Those winds were comparable to attacks from a quasi-profound martial realm cultivator. Most importantly, the turbulence was insane. You won't be able to get out if you fall into it. He had a near-death experience in the turbulence, so he knew how terrifying the Yin wind stream was. Furthermore, there was something unusual about Yu Weiwei's physique, which made her fear the cold more than ordinary people. This Yin wind stream is nothing if I use my full cultivation. But for now, we'll have to depend on you to get out. Yu Weiwei squinted her eyes together into a smile. Me? Asked Lin Yun. That's right, responded Yu Weiwei. If I've guessed correctly, the sword box that you're carrying contains a wisp of violet sacred frostfire, right? That's right. But what has it got to do with the Yin wind stream? You'll see. Yu Weiwei replied. This violet sacred frostfire is ranked 54th on the Heavenly Fire ranking, a mutated variant of Phoenix's flames. Among the rankings of inattributed flames, it's probably in the top 20. Heavenly fire ranking? Asked Lin Yun. Yeah. Any of the 100 flames that can make it on the ranking will definitely attract a violent contest. But that's not what you need to know. Yu Weiwei paused briefly before she continued. The Yin origin source is terrifying, but it's still considered a source of energy in the world. It's just that it's hard to tame it. But if you can find something to restrain it, not only will it be unable to harm you, but it will become an opportunity for you as well. You're saying that the violet sacred frostfire can devour the Yin origin source? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. It's not that simple. Let me take a look at your violet sacred frostfire first, said Yu Weiwei. All right, responded Lin Yun. Lin Yun opened his palms, allowing the violet sacred frostfire from the iris sword box to blaze in his palm. Looking at it briefly, Yu Weiwei said with deep thought, "That's not enough. The origin isn't even condensed and it's just a strand of lifeless fire right now. If you don't nurture it well, it will dissipate over time." Lin Yun waved his hand and returned the violet sacred frostfire to the sword box. He wasn't surprised by Yu Weiwei's words. There was a limit to this violet sacred frostfire and he had already noticed it a long time ago. This was also the reason why he rarely used it in battle. "It looks like this path isn't working out," said Lin Yun. "Well, if you can bear the pain of your heart burning, I can teach you a secret art to fuse the violet sacred frostfire with your Iris Sword Sutra. With that, you could use the Iris Sword Sutra to absorb the Yin energy. But if there's a mistake in the fusion, you will be burnt to ashes." Yu Weiwei smiled. "Teach it to me. The Azure Sun realm will soon be sealed again, and I don't want to be stuck here for the rest of my life." Lin Yun agreed without any hesitation. It wasn't a tough choice to make. Staying here would mean absolute death, and even if the fusion was risky, he had to take a chance. This technique is called Sky Devourer art. As the name implies, you can devour everything with it. Yu Weiwei said solemnly, "In the distant past, this was a forbidden technique, and those who cultivated it would bring about bad luck. But the full technique has long been lost and only incomplete ones can be found now. If you cultivate it, you will be able to swallow in energy and icy-attributed flames. Now listen to me. The heavenly law is unfathomable. The higher suppresses it, the lower wields it, the surplus loses it, and the inadequate joins it, but it wasn't the same for humans. Devouring the sky to amend the inadequacy." Cryptic scripture came from Yu Weiwei's mouth. Lin Yun was entirely focused as he listened. He did not dare to be distracted. A brief moment later, Yu Weiwei finished reciting and smiled. "Big Brother Yun, did you catch all that?" Lin Yun recited it once in his heart. He could feel the great power contained in this scripture that sent a chill down his spine. He had already memorized the content of the scripture in his mind. Nodding his head, Lin Yun then recited the scripture, without a single mistake. Widening her mouth, Yu Weiwei stuck her tongue out. "Big Brother Yun is really amazing. When I was a child, I was always punished for not being able to remember this scripture correctly." Lin Yun had a photographic memory and Yu Weiwei did not recite it quickly, so he naturally wouldn't make a mistake. Compared to that, Lin Yun was more curious about Yu Weiwei's identity. "I can feel how terrifying this scripture is just by reciting it in my heart. But before I even cultivate it, I want to ask something. I'm really curious. Who are you?" Lin Yun ultimately couldn't hold himself back from asking. "Hee. Can it be that you're in love with me and want to ask about my family? But my family is strict and they have a high standard for betrothal gifts. I'm afraid that Big Brother Yun won't be able to afford it. Why don't I give myself to you? After giving myself to you, there's no way my father will disagree with us being together." Yu Weiwei charmingly smiled. Her face had a faint blush and her curved eyes looked like it could suck his soul in. Lin Yun blushed. He knew that Yu Weiwei was messing with him and he did not want to reply to her. However, those eyes of hers were really captivating. Sensing a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen for no reason, Lin Yun immediately spoke out. "You can keep your ability now. I won't ask about it anymore." "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Big Brother Yun, you can start practicing it immediately. I'll be relying on you to get out of this place." Yu Weiwei chuckled. Covering her mouth with joy flickering in her eyes, when she saw the embarrassment on Lin Yun's face. The Sky Devourer art must be an extensive cultivation technique from ancient times. Who knew how many volumes there were? Nowadays, the accurate name for it should be Sky Devourer art. Most of the scriptures were lost and incomplete, with only bits and pieces left behind. The senior who managed to deduce the Sky Devourer art must have been an incredible powerhouse that was very powerful. As for how Yu Weiwei came to possess the Sky Devourer art, Lin Yun didn't ask since she did not want to talk about it. He had to hurry up and comprehend it. Cultivating this technique was of the utmost importance right now. The main characteristic of this technique was the bestowal of a devouring nature. It was the same as allowing humans to gain strength from devouring demonic beasts. When he heard the introduction, he could tell that this was a forbidden technique. According to Yu Weiwei, there were many shackles to this technique. There was no way this could be comparable to the ancient Sky Devourer art. For example, Lin Yun would require something of the Yin attribute to devour the Yin energy. Otherwise, it would just wreak havoc in his body and run amok. Since it was a forbidden technique, there were dangers in it. Even the slightest mistake in his cultivation could put his life at risk. Whoosh! Lin Yun opened his palm, allowing the violet sacred frostfire to blaze in his palm. Lin Yun recited the technique in his mind, and he was soon enveloped by fear. Shortly after, he took a deep breath and circulated his spiritual energy. He had started practicing this forbidden technique. Boom! Black rays exploded from Lin Yun's body. At this moment, he looked like a black hole that could devour everything. The cave instantly turned pitch black, with only the flame left blazing in Lin Yun's palm. That flame was like a frightened child, struggling and distorting. The fear magnified in Lin Yun's heart. He felt that he would suffocate any moment. But he held on, bearing and fighting with the violet sacred frostfire. The situation fell into a stalemate. The violet sacred frostfire was waiting for Lin Yun to collapse from the Sky Devourer art and give up voluntarily. Lin Yun was also waiting for the violet sacred frostfire to stop struggling before swallowing it down with a bite. But just when he was about to collapse, the violet sacred frostfire suddenly disappeared, devoured by the surrounding darkness. Whoosh! The darkness disappeared and Lin Yun's body began to burn. He could feel the intense pain spreading throughout his body. His skin seemed transparent and violet flames could be seen gushing through his veins. The horrifying pain had exceeded his limits, causing him to lose his consciousness. Where is this? Lin Yun appeared in the darkness. He had no idea where he was right now, and it felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world, swept away by eternal loneliness. Either time seemed to stop here or this weird place had no concept of time and space at all. Am I dead? Lin Yun wondered. He wondered if his body died from cultivating the Sky Devourer art and only his consciousness was left behind. However, no one answered him. He could only continue walking forth aimlessly. His consciousness gradually faded and his figure slowly disappeared. It felt as if it wouldn't take long for him to become one with the darkness. He had no idea how much time had passed. Maybe 10 years, 100 years, or maybe it was just the blink of an eye. Whenever his consciousness was about to disappear and he was about to stop, a little bit of motivation in his heart kept him moving forward. But so far he had only ended up disappointed. Boom! When he took another step forward, a ray of light appeared out of nowhere. Shortly after, the boundless darkness in the surrounding receded like a tide. There was an ancient door before him as a figure sat above the door. That figure seemed so mighty that Lin Yun did not dare to look at that person. But the door that he was sitting on looked strange. How many years has it been since someone came here? That mysterious figure's eyes fell on Lin Yun. In the next second, it felt as if several worlds had overlapped together and crashed down on him. Lin Yun wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth. When he looked around, he could see a barren land littered with corpses. The corpses were all densely packed together and piled up. He couldn't tell how long it had been since they died. Well, you have fate with me since you're able to see this door. I will bestow upon you a wisp of devouring power. You can return now. Boom! When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a familiar surrounding registered into his mind. Big Brother Yun, you've awoken. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun, chuckling. Knitting his brows, Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei and asked, "Where was that place? And who was that person I saw?" "That was the endless darkness, and you must have seen the Sky Devourer Patriarch. He has been trapped in that place for the rest of his lifetime. Anyone who cultivates the Sky Devourer art will ultimately need to receive the acknowledgement of the Sky Devourer Patriarch." "What if I died there?" asked Lin Yun. Yu Weiwei bluntly replied, "Then you're really dead." That was so close, though Lin Yun heaved out in relief. But when he thought about it again, he could sense a chill run down his spine. He examined his body and saw the outline of the iris flower burning. It seemed to be made of fire. Strangely, it was lying quietly in his body. As he willed in his mind, a blazing iris flower slowly spread out behind him. In the next second, a devouring power exploded, absorbing the Yin energy in the cave. Sky Devourer art. Yu Weiwei had a smear of shock in her eyes when she saw this scene. This forbidden technique was truly mysterious. Not even profound martial realm cultivators would dare to refine the terrifying Yin energy here. But to Lin Yun it only seemed like breathing. When Lin Yun stopped, Yu Weiwei replied, "All right, your Iris Sword Sutra now has a devouring characteristic. But do keep in mind not to devour wantonly, or you'll end up killing yourself." Nodding his head, Lin Yun agreed. "I know. There are so many corpses in that endless darkness, and I'm afraid that they were all killed by this technique. It's good that you understand. You can go out now," said Yu Weiwei. "Let's go." Lin Yun smiled with confidence. After a while, he arrived at the entrance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scene was still the same whistling wind that could only be described as turbulent. The Yin energy was sweeping over from the surrounding. Whoosh! Lin Yun charged into the turbulence and unleashed the Sky Devourer art with a roar. The iris flower slowly opened up behind him. It was like a huge mouth that devoured the Yin energy and poured into Lin Yun's body. Rumble! 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 The terrifying Yin energy poured endlessly into Lin Yun's dantian and gushed into the blazing iris flower. The spiritual energy in the flower soon became full and the iris flower grew stronger. At this moment, the dangerous Yin origin source had become a nutrient to Lin Yun as it tempered his body. He was also making improvements in the Iris Sword Sutra at an incredible speed. Terrific! It looks like it won't take long for the Iris Sword Sutra to reach the second stage. Lin Yun rejoiced. This was equivalent to saving him an astronomical amount of Xiantian pellets required by his cultivation technique. As the icy wind continued, Lin Yun stood firmly in the turbulence like an ancient beast. He was absorbing the boundless Yin energy into his body. It felt as if he wouldn't be able to quench his thirst no matter how much he absorbed. Crack! Roughly 4 hours later, the iris flower in his dantian grew from 6 petals to 12. The spiritual energy in his body had also doubled along with his aura. Second stage of the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised by this forbidden technique. In the past, it would take at least half a month for his Iris Sword Sutra to reach the second stage, given that he had sufficient resources. The Sky Devourer art was indeed a forbidden technique that even struck fear at the heavenly law itself. He closed his eyes to stabilize the Iris Sword Sutra. But half the time for an incense joss to burn later, Lin Yun reopened his eyes. The wind stopped. The surrounding wind couldn't replenish itself as fast as Lin Yun was devouring it, which created a gap. He now had 2 options laid before him. He could either leave the Yin wind stream or go to the bottom where the density was the highest. After briefly hesitating, Lin Yun decided to head down. Yin origin source was rare, and he had no idea when he would encounter this opportunity again. Furthermore, even if there was a Yin origin source in the outside world, he would never get his turn to use it. No one could be as efficient as him, fearlessly devouring the Yin origin source. But there were still other ways to refine the Yin origin source as well. I intend to stay here for some time and cultivate the Iris Sword Sutra. I can send you out if you want to leave first. Lin Yun looked at Yu Weiwei, who was still in the crack. I'll go with you. Yu Weiwei smiled. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. Let's go then. With Lin Yun opening the path, the two of them headed to the bottom. Lin Yun then spent his remaining time cultivating the Yin wind stream without a break. His cultivation speed wasn't slow after he left the Azure Sky sect, but he still couldn't be compared to the Great Qin Empire elites. Bai Lishuan's cultivation was only in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm, but not even profound martial realm cultivators could do anything about him. By his hands, slaughtering quasi-profound martial realm cultivators was nothing. Aside from his outstanding talent, his backing was also extraordinary. However, Lin Yun could use this opportunity and the Sky Devourer art to bring himself closer to the elites of the Great Qin Empire. The Yin wind stream has emitted cold, biting aura for years. Its depths have always been a forbidden zone that no one could set foot in. But at this moment, there was a figure hovering in the sky with his legs crossed. Around him, the Yin energy that would even put fear in the hearts of profound martial realm cultivators stirred around him like sharp blades. However, that person was unharmed by the Yin wind stream. Instead, he was absorbing the Yin energy and causing the surrounding Yin energy to get thinner. The young man who was seated in the howling icy wind had a stunning appearance. Needless to say, it was naturally Lin Yun who was currently cultivating the Sky Devourer art. As time passed, Lin Yun opened his eyes after the surrounding Yin energy had been absorbed by him. Boom! His eyes flickered and a robust aura was released from his body. His cultivation had suddenly reached the pinnacle 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. However, his aura gave off a feeling that it wasn't inferior in any way to the quasi-profound martial realm cultivators of the Blood Cloud sect. No one could have expected that this young man would have such a terrifying foundation. Lin Yun examined his body. The iris flower had already grown to 24 petals. It was no longer a mere outline. Instead, there was a transparent and glistering look that was shrouded in spiritual energy. It even emitted a faint luster that it didn't have before. The flower looked delicate and sturdy as a mountain at the same time. No matter how Lin Yun's spiritual energy roared through his veins, the flower wouldn't budge. The Iris Sword Sutra has started to slow down after reaching the 4th stage. Lin Yun sighed with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, this wasn't the ancient Sky Devourer art, but a forbidden technique derived from incomplete scriptures. So after the initial growth in the Iris Sword Sutra, it started to slow down on the 5th day. However, his cultivation had advanced leaps and bounds over the last 5 days, and he was reaching the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. If he remembered correctly, it had only been half a month since he reached the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm. If he told others that his cultivation made a breakthrough with such refined spiritual energy, no one would believe him. So, your cultivation technique can't advance anymore? A silhouette descended from the sky towards Lin Yun while chuckling. It was naturally Yu Weiwei, whose background was a mystery. She gently swung the fan in her hand, creating a barrier that shielded her from the icy wind. Ever since she recovered from her injuries, she had been wandering around searching for something. Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, "The progress started to slow down after reaching the 4th stage. No matter how much Yin energy I devour, there are no changes at all. That's not surprising. The Iris Sword Sutra came from the Golden Age and its grade is so high that it's beyond your imagination. It's already terrifying that you cultivated it to the 4th stage in just 5 days. I'm certain that with how refined is your spiritual energy, no quasi-profound martial realm cultivators in the Azure Sun County can be your match," stated Yu Weiwei. "What about the entire Great Qin Empire?" wondered Lin Yun. The Azure Sun County was no longer his goal. He only wanted to chase after the elites of the Great Qin Empire, like Bai Lishuan and Sishui. Squinting her eyes, Yu Weiwei tilted her head and pondered briefly before she replied with a playful smile. "Well, you can also be considered outstanding among them." "I'll take that as a compliment," replied Lin Yun. "Hehe. I found the Yin origin sources sealed down below. Do you want to take a look?" Yu Weiwei winked while she looked at Lin Yun. "Let me think about it," he said. "The Yin wind source must be caused by the damaged seal. But why would an ancient sect seal the Yin wind source?" Lin Yun only wanted to absorb the Yin energy to strengthen himself. He had no intention of touching the seal. He had already witnessed the demonic corpses in the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance ground. Even after being dead for so many years, the aura permeated from those corpses made him shudder. So no matter what was sealed below, it must be related to those demonic corpses as well. Let's forget it. Let's not touch the seal of an ancient sect. Lin Yun made up his mind a moment later. He decided not to touch the seal. But I'm afraid that Big Brother Yun's cultivation will stop progressing unless you devour that origin source. Yu Weiwei's words were full of temptation. It doesn't matter. It's already terrifying that my strength increased by so much in just 5 days. Lin Yun replied, "PSH, you're boring. Not to mention that we're stuck here for the time being." Yu Weiwei raised her head and muttered. The wind stream wasn't a problem to the two of them, but Yu Weiwei was talking about leaving this secret realm. There would definitely be a lot of Xiantian realm cultivators gathered at the entrance. Bai Lishuan and Sishui wouldn't be far off either. So if the two of them came out now, they would be in trouble. At the very least, they had to wait for half a day. "Well, I have some monkey wine with me. Are you interested?" Patting on his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun took out a jar of monkey wine and looked at Yu Weiwei. "Monkey wine?" Yu Weiwei's eyes lit up. "Rustle, rustle, rustle." Yu Weiwei jumped over to Lin Yun with a few flickers and opened up the jar. The intoxicating aroma drifted out and was so refreshing. "It's really monkey wine. It's hard to find, and it's not someone that can be brewed by just anyone. It can't even be brewed by supreme powerhouses." Yu Weiwei raised the jar and started gulping it down. Looking at her, Lin Yun, who wanted to retrieve cups out, was briefly stunned before he smiled. "Here." Yu Weiwei's face blushed after she took a gulp. It made her ethereal beauty seem adorable, which caused Lin Yun to blank out for a moment when he looked at her. When he recovered from the shock, he took a sip from the jar. It didn't take long for the two of them to lose themselves from the alcohol. The jar was emptied. Not a single drop was left. Having drank the monkey wine once before, Lin Yun had some resistance to it and was still all right. With the help of the monkey wine, Lin Yun's cultivation finally took the last step to break through to the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. However, Lin Yun wasn't too surprised by this. The past few days of absorbing energy had already brought his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th orifice. It was just a matter of time for him to break through to the 5th orifice. Out of the 7 orifices, Lin Yun was only left with the mouth, nose, and heart. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yun chose to unlock his mouth meridian. When his mouth orifice was unlocked, boundless spiritual energy gushed out. Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to stabilize his cultivation. For hours later, Lin Yun opened his mouth and let out a long breath. With the mouth orifice unlocked, he could absorb energy from the atmosphere through his breathing. As he gradually progressed further along the path of cultivation, he was slowly shedding his mortal body. He lowered his leg and looked at Yu Weiwei lying on his lap in deep sleep. Her lips were slightly open as she took rhythmic breaths. There was rare tranquility on her face. Yu Weiwei would often give off some charm through her actions. There was a beauty about her that caused Lin Yun not to dare to look at her directly. He was afraid that he might fall into the abyss if he took a few more glances at her. But at this moment, he could admire her beauty calmly. Sishui and Bai Lishuan, who called her a demoness, probably did not see her current appearance. After briefly pondering, Lin Yun stretched his hand out and brushed the hair away from her face. But suddenly, Yu Weiwei opened her eyes and caught Lin Yun by surprise. She bit down on his finger. She was looking at him with a faint smile on her face. The two of them looked at each other's eyes and Lin Yun did not dare to make a move. After Yu Weiwei let go of him, Lin Yun pulled his hand back immediately. "No wonder Big Brother Yun wants to treat me to monkey wine. So you have an ulterior motive." Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Although she was criticizing him, she looked more like a little girl throwing her temper. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He knew that no explanation could get him out of the situation. Taking his silence as agreement, he took out an item and changed the topic. "Do you recognize this thing?" It was the strip that he got from the cauldron back then, and Lin Yun could only recognize 2 out of the 4 ancient words. Let me take a look at it. Yu Weiwei took the strip from Lin Yun. But immediately, her face changed when she felt the weight of the bamboo strip. Time flies like fire. This should be a treasure that contains the power of time. You must have found this from an alchemy cauldron, right? Yeah, responded Lin Yun. They weren't wrong. It was rumored that ancient alchemists possessed unfathomable abilities, and powerful alchemists could even manipulate the power of time to strengthen pellets. As for its usage, Big Brother Yun can ponder about it himself. Yu Weiwei returned the bamboo slip to Lin Yun with a smile. Time flies like fire. So the remaining two words were time and like, which Yu Weiwei had instantly recognized. Putting the slip away, Lin Yun raised his head to the sky. It's time for us to leave. If we don't leave now, the Azure Sun realm will close and we will have to wait for another decade. Let's go then, replied Yu Weiwei. There's no reason for us to stay here anymore. Lin Yun carried Yu Weiwei and circulated the Sky Devourer art. An iris flower enveloped the two of them, and all the nearby icy wind and turbulence were devoured by the flower. The surrounding icy wind and turbulence couldn't pose any danger to them as Lin Yun climbed up the cliff. Hopping out of Lin Yun's embrace, Yu Weiwei yawned. We're finally out. Let's head to the exit, said Lin Yun. The two of them executed their movement techniques. It didn't take long for them to reach the Azure Sun realm's entrance. There was no one in the surrounding, and only the spatial crack that could barely fit a person was left. If they were any slower, the secret realm would be sealed. It should be safe now, determined Lin Yun. Whoosh! The two of them flashed through the spatial crack and appeared on barren land. The bustling crowd had already disappeared, and all that was left were some lone figures. The Blood Cloud sect, Radiant Pavilion, and Golden Flame sects parties, along with the disciples of the four clans and four sects, had already left. So their appearance did not cause a commotion. Big Brother Yun, I'll be taking my leave first. If you really fall in love with me, then remember to prepare your betrothal's gifts. Yu Weiwei smiled and left before Lin Yun could even react. She left really quickly. Lin Yun knew that she probably left because she did not want to bring him any trouble. Then again, it might just be him overthinking it. After half the time it took to burn an incense joss, Lin Yun's face gradually turned dark when he looked around. The dragon-blooded horse was gone. The dragon-blooded horse was nowhere seen. Although Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse did not sign a contract, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other after experiencing several life and death situations together. So as long as they were within a short distance, the dragon-blooded horse could sense his location even without Lin Yun calling out for it. In the Azure Sun realm, the dragon-blooded horse had led a herd of horses to save him and Yu Weiwei because the dragon-blooded horse could sense that he was in danger. But right now, Lin Yun couldn't find the dragon-blooded horse anywhere. But it didn't make sense that the dragon-blooded horse would still be in the Azure Sun realm. Brother Lin, a familiar voice sounded out just while Lin Yun was at a loss. He saw a familiar man walking towards his direction. It was Zhang Yu, who he had previously met in the Heavenly Flame Peak. Ha ha ha! Brother Lin, it's really you! Shouted Zhang Yu. I thought you were familiar, but I wasn't sure at first. I never expected that it would really be you. He was excited to see Lin Yun. Big Brother Zhang, everyone who came to the Azure Sun realm has practically left. What are you doing here? Lin Yun smiled. Brother Lin, I witnessed how you fought with Bai Lishuan back in the Azure Sun realm. I'm too weak, so I couldn't help you? Zhang Yu embarrassedly scratched his head. Lin Yun felt a warm current in his heart and smiled. Big Brother Zhang, you're too polite. You would have lost your life if you helped out. Naturally, I won't blame you for this. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't bothered by it, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But Brother Lin hasn't shown himself since then. Everyone was saying that you were forced to jump into the Yin Windstream because of Bai Lishuan and Si Shui's pursuit. I didn't believe that was the end. Brother Lin even survived the Heavenly Flame Peak. So how could you possibly die in the Yin Windstream? So I have been waiting for you here. Although the two of them were acquainted by chance, Zhang Yu was an upright person. Lin Yun had saved him once and Zhang Yu had kept it in his mind. When he saw that Lin Yun wasn't dead, he felt relieved. Have you seen my dragon-blooded horse? Zhang Yu's face changed when he mentioned the dragon-blooded horse. When Lin Yun saw Zhang Yu's face, he continued, Big brother Zhang, please tell me about it. Many people died from the horses in the Azure Sun realm. So many people were filled with hatred for the dragon-blooded horse. The dragon-blooded horse appeared when the Azure Sun realm was about to close and caused quite the disturbance. Many Xiantian realm cultivators attacked it, but the horse charged through the crowd. It left. Lin Yun looked happy. If the dragon-blooded horse broke through the siege, then he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. No? Zhang Yu continued in a solemn voice. Bai Lishuan acted at a critical time and tried to subdue the dragon-blooded horse. But Brother Lin, your dragon-blooded horse is really stubborn. It received 3 palms from Bai Lishuan and still refused to surrender. Bai Lishuan. Lin Yun's heart blazed with anger. Bai Lishuan actually dared to be so cruel to a horse. Just thinking of how powerful those 3 palms could be, Lin Yun felt a chill down his spine. Where are the rest? Lin Yun exploded with killing intent. He radiated a terrifying pressure that was comparable to a quasi-profound martial realm cultivator. When Zhang Yu sensed the pressure, he was terrified to the point that he couldn't speak. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he closed his eyes and calmed himself down. A long time later, he opened his eyes and said, I'm sorry for that. It's fine. I can understand your current feelings. Bai Lishuan left long ago. After he sent the dragon-blooded horse flying with a kick, he left with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. But shortly after, 3 quasi-profound martial realm wandering cultivators came to capture the horse. Zhang Yu explained softly. I heard that those 3 are wandering cultivators in the quasi-profound martial realm. They're also known as the Ominous 3 in the Azure Sun County. They have been famous for a long time and no one dares to provoke them because of their strength. Ominous 3? Asked Lin Yun. Yeah, I heard them saying something that you took their primordial beast core. So they're going to use the dragon-blooded horse to repay the debt. Judging from their tone, they're going to auction it off in the Azure Sun City. So it's those 3 old fogies. Big brother Zhang, thank you for telling me about this. Here are 1,000 Xiantian pellets. Consider them as a kind intention. Lin Yun took out a bottle from his interspatial pouch and handed it to Zhang Yu. He was genuinely trying to thank Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu hadn't been waiting for him here, how would he find out about something so important? I can't accept this. Brother Lin, you've saved my life. Zhang Yu immediately refused. It's fine, just take it. I have always kept my gratitude and grudges clear. I really have to thank Big Brother Zhang this time. Lin Yun shoved the bottle over to Zhang Yu. Knowing Lin Yun well, Zhang Yu knew that it would seem rude for him to reject, so he accepted it. Then he asked, Brother Lin, are you heading for the Azure Sun City? The Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect are powerful there. The 3 overlord forces had their reach stretched throughout the Azure Sun County. As the county's prefecture, one could imagine how powerful they were in the Azure Sun City. I know, but I still have to go. Lin Yun's gaze flickered with determination. Even if death was waiting for him in the Azure Sun City, he still had to make the trip. After all, he couldn't give up on the dragon-blooded horse. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Yun's familiar silhouette in the barren land and felt that it was both familiar and strange. Back in the heavenly flame peak, Lin Yun still looked tender and inexperienced. He had attracted mockery from the surroundings. Many people felt that he would definitely die. However, Lin Yun was living well and fine, forging a name for himself in the Azure Sun County. No one dared to underestimate him now. The Azure Sun County was known for being chaotic since it was located at the Great Qin Empire's borders. It was a place where the jungle's law was practiced to the extreme. So one could guess how serious this was practiced in the county's prefecture. In the Azure Sun City's North Point Plaza was a black market. Most of the people gathered here were wandering cultivators. Many items that couldn't be sold in the light were here. With the return of the Xiantian realm cultivators from the Azure Sun realm, this black market was bustling. Many Xiantian realm cultivators came to buy treasures. There was an open-air auction at the center of the North Point Plaza, surrounded by countless seats. On the stage, there was a dragon-blooded horse covered in wounds. Its skin was ripped from being whipped, and the wounds were terrifying to see. The dragon-blooded horse looked dispirited from all this. This scene caused many people to be furious. The dragon-blooded horse lying on the ground did not seem to have its spirituality like before. What's the North Point Plaza trying to do? They caused such a huge commotion to auction a half-dead horse. That's not just any horse. This is Lin Yun's horse. Back in the Azure Sun realm, many 5th and 6th orifice cultivators were injured by it. Do you know Lin Yun? He's someone who even dared to extort the Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect. He even went as far as fighting with Bai Li Xuan. Do you know how mighty this horse looked? Bai Li Xuan wanted to subdue it, but he was flung down by the horse. This dragon-blooded horse has a powerful bloodline, and it must be a variant of its species. Even if you cannot tame it, eating it wouldn't be bad. Are you serious? Many people had witnessed it with their eyes. So how could it be fake? The ominous 3 benefited greatly this time. It's a pity that Lin Yun died in the Yin Wind stream. Well, he deserves it since it even dared to provoke Bai Li Xuan. A commotion rang out when Lin Yun's name was mentioned. In the Azure Sun County, there wasn't anyone who hadn't heard about him. The reason why today's auction could attract so many people was because this dragon-blooded horse had a close relationship with Lin Yun. Everyone quiet down. A middle-aged man with 2 mustaches walked up on the stage. The brilliance of a businessman flickered in his eyes. His cultivation was in the 7th orifice of the Xianxia realm. Everyone should know the origin of this horse, right? This dragon-blooded horse is a variant species, and it might even be able to grow to a profound martial realm demonic beast. In the Azure Sun County, not even the 7th orifice of the Xianxia realm could do anything to it. The middle-aged man smiled. That's true, but look at the horse. Can it even live? Yeah. I personally witnessed how Bai Li Xuan threw 3 palms at it. It's practically half dead with its current injuries. Why bother buying back a dead horse? Relax. The middle-aged man smiled while he touched his mustache. A servant immediately came up with a dish, covered by a red cloth. The middle-aged man removed the red cloth and took out a whip with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Let me show you the terror of this filthy beast. Plap. He whipped the dragon-blooded horse. Then, the coat of the dragon-blooded horse, which was covered in blood, started to blaze. Demonic aura surged from the half-dead dragon-blooded horse and swept out at the surrounding. The dragon-blooded horse's eyes were red as it struggled to get up. It wanted to snap the ropes that tied it down, but the ropes were tougher than it had imagined. They merely sunk into its flesh. Behave yourself. The middle-aged man snorted and lashed his whip down, drawing blood-curdling roars from the dragon-blooded horse. What aura! This horse actually has so much energy left. No wonder even Bai Li Xuan couldn't tame it. Clamors rang out from the audience. Down in the seats, the ominous 3 smiled. They knew that they could sell this dragon-blooded horse for a high price. After a few whips, the ferocious dragon-blooded horse tamed down. Tears of blood dripped down from its eyes. Humph! You don't know how to behave without some pain. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. When he stopped whipping, everyone else saw that the whip was covered in spikes. Now they knew why the dragon-blooded horse would be in such pain. So, are there any bids? The middle-aged man swept his glance around with a smile. What do you think of 1 life? An eerie voice that was so cold it could pierce the bones rang out. The killing intent in that voice echoed out in the North Point Plaza, causing many people to shudder. Which bastard dares to cause trouble in the North Point Plaza? The middle-aged man roared. When he raised his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes that quickly etched into his mind. The atmosphere in the North Point Plaza suddenly froze, leaving everyone in the auction stunned. Who was it that dared to cause trouble in the North Point Plaza? The North Point Plaza controlled the Azure Sun City's black market, and the forces behind them weren't any weaker than the branches of the 3 overlord forces. When the middle-aged man saw the man who spoke, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could there be such a terrifying gaze? Rustle. The newcomer suddenly soared through the sky, charging at the auction without any hesitation. You must be courting death to cause trouble in the North Point Plaza. Stop him! The middle-aged man roared as his face changed. In the next second, several Sixth Orifice cultivators charged at the newcomer. Fuck off! The newcomer snorted. His aura surged and he threw out a punch. The punch contained sword aura that blasted everyone, sweeping across the Sixth Orifice cultivators who were charging at him. From the huge collision, 4 of the Sixth Orifice cultivators were blown away with blood gushing out of their mouths. They couldn't even receive a single move. Boom! 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 The 4 of them fell, crashing into the guests who couldn't dodge in time. The tables and chairs were reduced to dust. The entire auction instantly went into chaos. Everyone stood up at the same time as their faces changed. Fear flickered in the eyes of the middle-aged man as he turned around. He wanted to escape. "Do you think that you can run away?" asked the newcomer. The newcomer landed on the auction stage and unleashed his aura. Suffering the suppression of this aura, the middle-aged man felt that he had fallen into a swamp. The middle-aged man's face turned red. He felt suffocated and swung his hands wildly in the air. Only then was everyone able to get a clear look at the newcomer. My heavens! It's Lin Yun! Those who saw Lin Yun in the Azure Sun Realm exclaimed out. Lin Yun! How is that possible? Wasn't he forced into the Yin Wind Stream by Li Xuan? It's that bastard! The ominous 3 immediately recognized Lin Yun. Their hatred for Lin Yun ran deep in their bones. Lin Yun's clothes were a combination of azure and white. Looking at that sword box behind him and his handsome appearance, who could he be if he wasn't Lin Yun? The sudden development in the situation caused a stir in the entire North Point Plaza. Many people had a shock on their faces as they looked at the young man on the stage. This is Lin Yun? That's right. It's him. Back in the Azure Sun Realm, everyone had witnessed how he extorted 20,000 Xianxia pellets from the Golden Flame Sect and Blood Cloud Sect. What an entrance! But isn't he courting death by causing trouble in the North Point Plaza? Doesn't he know that the Blood Cloud Sect and Golden Flame Sect have their branches here? That's not for certain. He's someone who even dared to offend by Li Xuan in the Azure Sun Realm. Since he dares to come here, there must be something extraordinary about him. I heard that he even outshined by Li Xuan and Sishui in the Sky Piercer altar. That's right. He even received an ancient profound martial technique. He must be powerful and he cannot be underestimated. Let's just stay here and watch the show. The commotion from the surrounding rang out when Lin Yun appeared. Shortly after, the news of Lin Yun's appearance soon spread out in the Azure Sun City. Everyone thought that Lin Yun had died, but they were shocked when they heard that Lin Yun returned. Standing on the stage, Lin Yun snorted just when the middle-aged man was about to suffocate to death. The middle-aged man was tossed aside and heavily crashed onto the firm ground. Raising his hand, a suction force exploded from Lin Yun's palm as he pulled the whip over. He had no intention of letting this person off so easily. Weren't you pretty mighty a second ago? Lin Yun coldly looked at the middle-aged man. His trembling voice contained uncontrollable killing intent. Lin Yun was covered in dust because he had rushed to get here and he witnessed the dragon-blooded horse tearing up. One could imagine how much pain the dragon-blooded horse was suffering since it wasn't easy to wound it with its defense. Please spare me. I'm only under orders. Sir Lin, please let me go. The middle-aged man no longer had his temper from a moment ago and began begging for his life. You're not going to answer my question? Retorted Lin Yun. Plap. Lin Yun's face sank and he whipped the middle-aged man. The whip lashed down and the middle-aged man was covered in blood. A blood-curdling howl came out of his mouth. When the howl rang out, everyone was shocked. They knew how vicious the whip was because the middle-aged man had used it on the dragon-blooded horse. Plap, plap, plap. Raising the whip, Lin Yun lashed it down at the middle-aged man without any hesitation. Lin Yun, you bastard. Whip me to death if you dare. I'll see how you walk out of this North Point Plaza alive. The middle-aged man's face turned sinister and distorted from the pain. Don't worry about it. No one will be able to save you today, Lin Yun replied coldly. But just as he was about to whip him once more, a cold bark sounded out. Stop! A powerful aura swept through the surrounding. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the same time, Xianxian realm cultivators began to arrive. In the blink of an eye, the entire auction was surrounded. Raising his brow, Lin Yun wrapped his whip around the middle-aged man. When he raised his head, he saw a robust man that emitted a strong aura. Evidently, he had reached the quasi-profound martial realm. The quasi-profound martial realm was only achieved by surpassing the 7th stage of the Xianxian realm. It was just below the profound martial realm. Lord North Point is here. I've been here for many years, but this is my first time seeing Lord North Point in person. I heard that he has been trying to make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm. It looks like it's not fake. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became intense. Looking at the middle-aged man beneath Lin Yun's feet, North Point roared, "You're pretty arrogant for your age. Let him go immediately and leave behind 10,000 Xiantian pellets. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave the North Point Plaza today." "You still don't get it, do you?" Lin Yun coldly replied. He stomped his foot on the middle-aged man beneath him, causing the middle-aged man's internal organs to rupture. "You!" North Point's face paled as he witnessed Lin Yun killing his own man in front of him. When the middle-aged man tortured the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun had already decreed his death. "I already said that no one can save him today," Lin Yun lightly muttered. "You're courting death," shouted North Point. Boom! The terrifying aura that belonged to a quasi-profound martial realm generated from North Point. Is he crazy? A 5th orifice cultivator actually dares to fight a quasi-profound martial realm. Looking at North Point's rage, everyone's expression changed. They had no idea where Lin Yun found the courage to challenge a quasi-profound martial realm. As North Point flew, his spiritual energy reverberated within his body. He raised his hand and sent a palm in Lin Yun's direction. Sky-shattering palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When that terrifying palm flew out, a series of bursts rang throughout the air. Every time the bony palm landed, spiritual energy gathered and it grew more powerful. When the palm reached Lin Yun, the power had reached a terrifying height and produced a crack in the sky. North Point's face was cold. He had attacked without the intention of keeping Lin Yun alive. Under the situation where there was a difference of 2 stages in their cultivation, he was certain that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to move under his oppression. Simultaneously, he was certain that Lin Yun would die here. "Is this your strongest move?" But North Point was disappointed when he saw Lin Yun sneer at his attack. The blazing iris flower also began to bloom in Lin Yun's dantian. Crack, crack, crack. A powerful sword aura exploded from his body. A total of 24 petals bloomed, crumbling North Point's aura. Lin Yun took a step forward and clenched his teeth. In the next second, his robust spiritual energy gushed out like a tidal wave. The fusion of fist and sword, the combination of tough and soft. Lin Yun pushed out his palm, facing North Point's palm without dodging. "You're courting death." North Point's eyes flashed with a hint of brutality because Lin Yun actually dared to face him head-on with the cultivation of the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. The spiritual energy within his body began to surge violently, as if it wanted to break Lin Yun's arm. Boom! But when the palm and punch collided, North Point issued a blood-curdling howl. Not only was Lin Yun's arm fine, but North Point's palm was covered in blood. In fact, his wounds even revealed the bones. All of this was due to Lin Yun's sword aura. "Is that all you got?" Lin Yun sneered and launched another attack. Whoosh! Lin Yun's punch was like a meat grinder that swept towards North Point's arm. Under everyone's gaze, North Point's arm was broken. North Point's face was terrifyingly pale and he immediately retreated. When he regained his footing, he looked at Lin Yun with fear in his eyes. Even the other spectators in the auction were dead silent. No one could imagine that North Point, someone in the quasi-profound martial realm, would actually suffer such a huge loss at Lin Yun's hand. He only used a single punch to defeat North Point. "What cultivation technique did you cultivate?" North Point looked at Lin Yun as the pain distorted his face. Letting out a snort, Lin Yun replied, "It doesn't concern you. Do you still need me to leave behind 10,000 Xiantian pellets now? And no, there's no need for that. I apologize for my rudeness from before," replied North Point. Lin Yun asked, "Then, can I bring the dragon-blooded horse with me?" North Point responded, "Sir Lin, you can leave whenever you want." North Point was terrified by Lin Yun's punch that crippled his arm. How could he dare to be arrogant after that? "North Point, you piece of trash. Since when did you have the authority to decide the auction item given to you by us, the ominous three?" A discordant voice suddenly sounded out when Lin Yun was about to leave with the dragon-blooded horse. The ominous three jumped up just as Lin Yun was about to leave with the dragon-blooded horse. North Point, who had his arm broken, was furious at the ridicule he got from those three. Those three did not help when he fought with Lin Yun and only ridiculed him when he lost. "Ominous three, don't take it too far," North Point coldly barked. "Shoo, go somewhere else. This is no place for a piece of trash like you talk." The leader of the ominous three, a yellow-clothed old man, glared at North Point. His words made North Point swallow what he wanted to say. The harsh reality was that you talked with your fists. If North Point's arm wasn't crippled and with the many cultivators on his side, the ominous three might still be fearful. But now they completely disregarded North Point's existence. The yellow-clothed old man looked at Lin Yun coldly. "You little bastard, you're pretty lucky to come out alive. Not even the Windstream could take your life. The three of you are pretty courageous. I remember the three of you bowing your heads back in the Azure Sun realm." Lin Yun glanced at the three of them with a smile. When Lin Yun mentioned the event back in the Azure Sun realm, the three old men's faces turned unsightly. After all, they were being mocked by a youngster in public. The three of them were infamous in Azure Sun County for many years, so this was the greatest kind of humiliation. "If it wasn't for that cosmic treasure, do you think that I wouldn't squash you to death?" asked the yellow-clothed old man. With an eerie smile, the yellow-clothed old man smiled. "I'm afraid that your cosmic treasure cannot be used anymore, right? And here I was intimidated by you back then. If you were able to use that cosmic treasure endlessly, it wouldn't make any sense for you to be forced to the point of jumping into the Windstream. Big brother, why bother wasting time talking to him? This brat is still trying to show off despite facing death." At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew why these three dared to stand out at this moment. So they were under the impression that he couldn't use the token anymore. Boom! 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 Suddenly, clattering sounds rang out and a surging killing aura charged over to the North Point Plaza. The yellow-clothed old man wore a sinister smile. "Do you hear that? That's the branches of the two clans. They've already sent their men out. If you hand the primordial beast core and your Xiantian pellets over to me right now, we might consider letting you go." Everyone at the auction looked in the distance. What the ominous three said wasn't fake. The Golden Flame sect and Blood Cloud sect's men were rushing over. But so what? Since Lin Yun dared to come, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the two sections. "I'm afraid you three are focused on the wrong thing. Right now, you should be worried about your life," responded Lin Yun. Lin Yun's words had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did Lin Yun not beg for mercy, but he even challenged the ominous three. The Iris Sword Sutra was a cultivation technique from ancient times, and Lin Yun had reached the fourth stage in it. His spiritual energy was so refined that he exceeded all quasi-profound martial realm cultivators in Azure Sun County. Unless he was facing the quasi-profound martial realm of the four sects and four clans, he wouldn't be bothered by mere quasi-profound martial realm cultivators. Take the Wang clan's Wang Bo, for example. Lin Yun might be fearful of him, but he did not consider these trash as his opponents. The iris flower slowly bloomed in his dantian. All 24 petals opened up when he stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying sword aura condensed and crashed down on the ominous three. "Such impudence!" The yellow-clothed old man roared coldly. In the next second, the aura of the three merged. Boom! The auction exploded when everyone's aura clashed. The clash in aura tore the stage apart even before the parties began to fight. Rumble! 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 Quick! Retreat! North Point and his subordinates immediately moved backwards. However, they were too slow. More than 10 people were hit by shrapnel from the stage and instantly died. Do you think that the three of us are weaklings like North Point in that you can crush us with your sword aura? The yellow-clothed old man sneered. Kill him! Boom! The ominous three attacked together, showing rapport that they built over the years. Their aura overlapped with each other and came crashing down like a mountain. It was a lot stronger than North Point's aura. They might have obtained a slight advantage from their first attack. But was it really going as they wished? I haven't even warmed up yet. Lin Yun's lips rose in ridicule. The spiritual energy reverberated out from his body, and the sword momentum manifested into the dragon tiger might. Wind as the dragon and clouds as the tiger. The winds and clouds gathered and the dragon tiger might was unleashed. The roar of a dragon and tiger echoed out while Lin Yun's aura began to surge. He managed to resist the three old men's aura. Undying Vajra Seal. Lin Yun looked at the three old men who were charging at him, and his fingers began to form signs without any hesitation. Then, a dazzling golden Vajra Seal was formed. What was a Vajra? Unmovable, indestructible, and majestic. The violent power that gushed between Lin Yun's hands shocked him. He never imagined that the undying Vajra Seal would become so powerful after the Iris Sword Sutra reached the 4th stage. He could sense that the seal was like a volcano that would erupt at any time. So he had to release it immediately or he would be injured. With a strained expression, Lin Yun roared, "Fuck OFF!" The surging power suddenly exploded and a golden halo swept out like burning flames. Danger! The eyes of three old men squinted and they immediately unleashed their strongest attacks to face the golden halo. Mountain-shattering fist. Sky-breaking seal. Heart-devouring palm. Although the three old men managed to unleash their attacks, the undying Vajraseal's speed was too quick. It flew like a bolt of lightning. The ominous three were caught by surprise and were instantly struck. They didn't get the chance to unleash the full might of their attacks. Boom! Violent power shattered the three of their attacks before crashing onto them. The three of them were sent flying with blood gushing out of their wounds. Is that all you got? Isn't it a little too embarrassing? Lin Yun walked forward with his fists clenched. The undying Vajraseal still lingered in his hands. When the ominous three fell onto the ground, they couldn't help feeling furious when they saw Lin Yun approaching them. But just as they were about to retaliate, they were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Lin Yun was walking over and they could hear the alternating roars of tigers and dragons. The image behind Lin Yun also changed between a tiger and a dragon. Every step that Lin Yun took seemed powerful and his aura continued to grow stronger. The Dragon Tiger steps. It's the Dragon Tiger fist again. Back then, he had used this to send by Li Xuan flying. Exclamations sounded out from the surrounding cultivators when they looked at Lin Yun. The footsteps that Lin Yun was using was the famous Dragon Tiger fist of the Great Qin Empire. Back in the Azure Sun realm, everyone had witnessed how Lin Yun broke by Li Xuan's swords 9 times. At the end of it, he even used the Dragon Tiger steps to send by Li Xuan flying. It was a scene that left many Xiantian realm cultivators shocked. The Lin Yun who was performing it once again looked even more proficient in the art. Some people were even counting along as they watched Lin Yun walk. They all held great expectations for Lin Yun's new power that would be revealed after all 9 steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Lin Yun finished the 9 steps, the dragon and tiger images appeared behind Lin Yun at the same time. With both the dragon and tiger manifested, the towering aura soared into the horizon with an aura that could devour mountains and rivers. With his aura risen its peak, Lin Yun threw a punch that contained the remaining power of the undying Vajra fist. Roar! Both the dragon and tiger's image condensed into a ray, coiling around Lin Yun's arm. In the end, the dragon and tiger both converged together and merged into Lin Yun's punch. Boom! 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 When he threw his punch out, a series of explosions occurred on the ground. Countless tables and chairs were reduced to scraps. The entire auction became chaotic and violent trembling could be felt. It felt like a cooking pot that was blowing up. The three old men who were facing Lin Yun's punch turned pale with fright. They finally understood why North Point would ask Lin Yun about his cultivation technique. Even if the Dragon Tiger Fist was powerful, how did it become so terrifying in the hands of a fifth orifice cultivator? Even the rarest transcendent Xiantian cultivation technique wouldn't be so terrifying. The only possibility was that Lin Yun's cultivation technique had exceeded the Xiantian realm. But even if they could figure that out, so what? The tiger and dragons might empowered Lin Yun's punch so much that it could even devour mountains and rivers. On top of that, it was also empowered by the Iris Sword Sutra. Lin Yun's ferocious punch landed on the yellow-clothed old man. His organs ruptured from the impact. He ended up spitting out blood and parts of his organs. The two other old men were only affected by the shockwave, putting their organs in turmoil. Withering heart devour. The yellow-clothed old man immediately retaliated with a punch. His punch was like a withering black wood that struck Lin Yun's chest and drilled into it like a venomous insect. Lin Yun's instinct for danger tingled. He knew that his heart would be devoured if this punch reached his heart. "You're courting death." Lin Yun's face sank. He crossed his arms together, chopping the yellow-clothed old man's arm off with a bang. "Big brother." The two old men were terrified when they saw the yellow-clothed man's arm getting chopped off by Lin Yun. They couldn't be bothered with the shockwave wreaking havoc in their bodies, and they immediately went to help. Lin Yun condensed his aura so he could inflict further injury with a flick of his fingers. With both his thumbs pressing down on his middle fingers, Lin Yun circulated the iris flower. The flower only rotated for half an inch, but the spiritual energy within his body began to boil and flow towards his hands. Whoosh! When Lin Yun flicked his fingers, two violet sword rays pierced through the air. The two old men who were rushing to help out turned around and were immediately consumed by the violet sword rays. Boom! Boom! The two sword rays pierced their chests and sent them flying. Die! The intense pain coming from his chest reminded Lin Yun of the yellow-clothed old man's terrifying attack. Just a moment ago, he had crushed his opponents and held the advantage, but he nearly allowed his opponents to turn the tables around. The thought to kill immediately surged in Lin Yun's mind. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lin Yun charged forward and followed up with another punch to the yellow-clothed old man's chest. Help me! The yellow-clothed old man couldn't even finish what he wanted to say before a dozen sword rays shot out from Lin Yun's body and tore him into pieces. Lin Yun coldly harumphed, turning his gaze to the two old men, who were trying to get up on their feet. When the two old men witnessed how the yellow-clothed old man died a horrible death, they immediately started to tremble with fear. Then, they saw Lin Yun's eyes fall on them. Plop! The two remaining of the ominous three collapsed. They kneeled on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. "Sir Lin, please let us go. We're sorry for our actions." Watching how Lin Yun's sword aura pierced the yellow-clothed old man greatly impacted the two remaining old men's mentality. Furthermore, the two old men were also injured by Lin Yun's divine flicking sword. So, their mental state was shaken and they were scared out of their wits. When they saw Lin Yun's gaze, the two of them were scared to the point that they kneeled on the ground, trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Lin Yun. Dead silence filled the North Point Plaza. No one expected that this young man would defeat the infamous Ominous Three. Furthermore, they lost so badly that they were currently on their knees, begging for mercy. A man should have dignity and not kneel. He should only kneel to the heavens, earth, and his parents. So how could the two old men grovel before someone so easily? Everyone sighed at this scene. Those three were infamous quasi-profound martial realm cultivators in the Azure Sun County. But their fate today seemed so unbelievable. 15 minutes ago, no one would have believed that the Ominous Three would kneel before Lin Yun. This scene greatly affected North Point and he was covered in cold sweat. If he hadn't been tactful and backed down, he would probably be kneeling on the ground as well. Although this was embarrassing, dignity was the last of the Ominous Three's concerns. As long as they could keep their lives, they would do anything. From the way they were intimated by Lin Yun in the Azure Sun realm, You could tell that these three were the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Cripple your cultivation and leave behind your interspatial pouch. After that, you guys can fuck off. Lin Yun spoke indifferently. How ruthless. For the ominous three, crippling their cultivation was worse than death. Naturally, the two old men couldn't accept this and said in horror, Sir Lin, we're willing to leave our interspatial pouch and an arm behind. We will leave the great Qin Empire. We will make sure that you will never see us again. As they spoke, the two of them threw their interspatial pouches to Lin Yun and gnashed their teeth, slicing off their left arms. Blood splattered and a brutal scene unfolded. Everyone was shocked that the two old men actually chopped their arm off. It seemed that the two had no confidence to face Lin Yun. Then again, it also showed their determination and attitude. If Lin Yun was willing to let them leave without crippling their cultivation, losing an arm was something that they could accept. Get lost then. Lin Yun knew that it wasn't wise for him to push them any further. If he took it too far, the two of them might try to take him down as well, even if it cost them their life. Since they had already chopped their arms off, they could no longer pose any threat to him. So Lin Yun did not take it too far. Thank you, Sir Lin. The two old men were relieved. They held onto their broken arms and left. Lin Yun put the interspatial pouches away and looked at the injuries on the dragon-blooded horse before sighing. You had it tough, brother. Plop. The dragon-blooded horse was excited to see Lin Yun. It wanted to get up on its feet as usual, but it ultimately collapsed on the ground in pain. The Golden Flame sect is handling our business here. We're asking everyone else who's not related to this matter to leave. The Blood Cloud sect is here. Get lost if you don't want to die. Rumble. 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 At this moment, the clattering sounds of horses approached. The Golden Flame sect and Blood Cloud sect's branches rushed over. The massive plaza was instantly occupied by the two sects, surrounding the auction in layers upon layers. The spectators changed their expressions and started to leave. With the two sects here, no one dared to stay behind. Rustle. 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 On the taller buildings in the North Point Plaza, there was a group of people. All of them drew their bows tight into the shape of a full moon, armed with arrows made of profound iron. The Golden Flame sect and Blood Cloud sect's experts had taken the higher terrain, completely sealing Lin Yun in the auction area. They came really quickly. Lin Yun swept his gaze out at the two sections. They had practically sent out everyone. Furthermore, Mei Zihua and Xuetu were around, and they each brought 4 to 5 quasi-profound martial realm cultivators. Looking at Lin Yun, Xuetu's eyes surged with killing intent. Release the arrows! Mei Zihua waved his hand and commanded his men indifferently. Fire! Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of arrows pierced through the air, flying towards Lin Yun. Every arrow flickered coldly. This was comparable to the strongest attack of the seventh orifice. The arrows were all empowered by profound artifact bows. Not even quasi-profound martial realm cultivators would dare to ignore those arrows. When the two sects found out about Lin Yun's location, they immediately took out all the bows that were profound artifacts. They had no intention of letting Lin Yun leave. When the arrows descended, Lin Yun relied on his vision and ears to dodge the arrows, knocking them down with his punches. Some of the arrows would miss and hit the ground. The others were blocked by Lin Yun. Rounds of arrows were unleashed, descending from the sky like a stormy rain. After a few rounds, all the surrounding buildings were damaged, aside from the wall directly behind Lin Yun. Fire the arrows at the horse. Kill that dragon-blooded horse. Xuetu roared, pointing at the dragon-blooded horse when he saw that the arrows couldn't hit Lin Yun. The archers immediately switched targets and aimed the arrows at the dragon-blooded horse, who was lying on the ground. Damn it! Lin Yun's face was frosty. He turned around and charged over, using his body to defend the dragon-blooded horse. Lin Yun's body began to glow purple when he activated the Thunder Blitz battle physique, and he received the arrows with his body. Each arrow produced a metallic noise when they collided with Lin Yun. Clang, clang, clang. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a cold breath. They felt that Lin Yun must have gone insane to put his life on the line for a demonic beast. Continue. Turn that bastard into a beehive. I'll see how long his Thunderblitz battle physique can last. Xuetu revealed a brutal smile when he saw this scene. Lin Yun was defending the dragon-blooded horse from the arrows with his body. He gnashed his teeth and closed his eyes. He could only hear the arrows piercing through the air by his ears. Whoosh! When there was a brief gap in the arrows, Lin Yun turned around and his eyes shot wide open. Crimson flames blazed in his eyes that emitted a strong killing aura, which struck fear in the Xiantian realm cultivators of the two sects. His glare alone had caused the archers from the two sects to slow down a little. Fire! Fire! Xuetu roared. He too felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Lin Yun's gaze. Whoosh! Another round of arrows descended in Lin Yun's direction. Lin Yun became one with the sword and unleashed his incomplete sword intent. The sword aura around him suddenly retracted, replaced by a killing intent that shot out from his brows. Buzz! The arrows began to buzz from his killing intent. It felt as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked the arrows. Lin Yun's body trembled. His sword intent reverberated through the air as his clothes fluttered. The flower burial sword also responded to his sword intent by popping out from the sword box. Grabbing onto the flower burial sword, Lin Yun swung his sword out and shattered the arrows in the sky. His sword intent swept out, assaulting the bows of the archers, which caused the bows to explode. The archers spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many of them fell from the roof of the buildings. Two overlord forces of the Azure Sun County have to resort to such a despicable method to deal with me? Mei Zihua. Xuetu. Why don't you two stand before me like men? Lin Yun pointed his sword out with a smile. When Mei Zihua and Xuetu listened to his words, their faces turned ugly. The two of them were famous in the Azure Sun County, and they had no rival among the younger generation. They had never suffered such humiliation. If it were another time, they would definitely stand out and accept the challenge. But the two of them knew that Lin Yun was powerful, so they could only swallow their pride even though they were furious. You're still sharp-tongued even when facing death? Where's the blood guards? Xuetu barked. Here. Rustle. 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 A group walked out of the Blood Cloud sex party. They were all in the sixth orifice of the Xiantian realm. All of them wore crimson clothes and masks. Every single one of them emitted dense killing aura. Their eyes were icy cold, holding no emotions. Golden Flame Sect's Death Corp. Heed my orders. Capture Lin Yun, dead or alive. Mei Zihua waved his hand. A group of black-clothed men stepped forward with expressionless faces. The Golden Flame Sect and Blood Cloud Sect had both groomed over 100 soldiers in their death squads. All of them emitted an eerie killing intent as they charged at Lin Yun with their weapons. When the two death squads appeared, the North Point Plaza's temperature started to plummet from the killing intent. Sea cold? The two sects are really gone big this time. I'm afraid that Lin Yun won't be able to escape today. I've never heard of the two sects being so cautious when dealing with a fifth orifice cultivator. Haha, how can they not be cautious? Did you not see the ominous three's outcome? When dealing with someone like Lin Yun, you either befriend him or kill him. If you want to kill him, you have to make sure that he doesn't turn the tables around. The two sects seemed determined to take his life. The spectators all felt a chill run down their spines. The death squads charged with the intention of putting their lives on the line. If it came down to it, they wouldn't hesitate to perish with their enemy. Not even profound martial realm cultivators were willing to provoke such existences. Then again, it wasn't cheap to groom a death squad. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would dispatch their death squad. But today, both sects had mobilized all their death squads. Kill! Clang! Clang! The death squads pulled their weapons out. The killing intent from their weapons raised a cold wind in the surrounding. Boom! Suddenly, the wall behind Lin Yun abruptly exploded. Countless figures charged through the tumbling wall like a tidal wave, raising a cloud of dust in the process. Disciples of the Radiant Sect. Those who dare to touch Lin Yun are enemies of the Radiant Sect who need to be killed. Ming Ye's voice echoed out like a thundering roar. Under Ming Ye's lead, the Radiant Pavilion charged over. Out of the thousands in the Radiant Pavilion's party, over 200 Xiantian realm cultivators that were donned in a golden armor charged out. They formed a shield before Lin Yun and faced the Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect's death squads. There was no fear in their eyes. At the same time, they drew their swords. Their swords buzzed with cold light that flickered on the edges. It turns out that every sword was a top mid-grade profound artifact. The sword momentum formed by drawing over 200 mid-grade profound artifacts formed into a wall that defended Lin Yun. What fearsome sword momentum! How is it possible that a branch is so powerful? Am I seeing this incorrectly? Over 200 top mid-grade profound artifacts. Just how terrifying is the Radiant Sect's foundation? Although they were one of the three overlord forces of the Azure Sun County, the Radiant Pavilion kept a lower profile than the Golden Flame sect and Blood Cloud sect. At the very least, they did not flaunt their strength. For a long time now, everyone felt that the ranking of the three forces should be the Blood Cloud sect, Golden Flame sect, and the Radiant Pavilion in descending order. However, the scene today left them shocked. The Xiantian realm cultivators from the Radiant Pavilion weren't inferior to the combination of the two sections. In fact, they were all wielding a top mid-grade profound artifact. The powerful sword momentum emitted from them was suffocating. With so many top mid-grade profound artifacts gathered together, even a profound martial realm existence would be intimidated. Even if the Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect sent out their death squads, it didn't seem possible for them to get rid of the Radiant sect's elites. Quietly, the situation was favoring Lin Yun. Previously, everyone felt that Lin Yun would die, but the Radiant Pavilion had saved him. "Brother Ming, why are you here?" Lin Yun looked at Ming Yi curiously. "I naturally have to stay in the Azure Sun City before returning to the sect. I might not be able to help you in the Azure Sun realm, but this is the Azure Sun City. In this city, I can guarantee that no one will be able to touch you." Ming Yi replied without any hesitation. "Sir Lin, young master wanted to help you in the Lotus Seat competition, but I stopped him in doing so. For that, I apologize." The gray-clothed elder nodded his head, apologizing to Lin Yun. "It doesn't matter. I never wanted to involve you guys. This was also the reason why I chose to separate from you." Lin Yun smiled. "Ming Yi, what are you trying to do? You should know what happened in the Azure Sun realm. Lin Yun made himself an enemy of our sects, and no one will be able to resolve this grudge between us." Mei Zihua gnashed his teeth. No one dared to extort the Golden Flame sect. But what happened in the Azure Sun realm made them feel greatly humiliated. So, the two sects shared the same objective. If they couldn't kill Lin Yun, then they wouldn't be able to redeem themselves from that incident. "I don't know what happened in the Azure Sun County. I only know that Brother Lin is a benefactor of the Radiant Pavilion. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will make sure that he leaves here safely." Ming Yi coldly replied in a solemn voice. The atmosphere was intense. The three overlord sects clearly wouldn't change their minds. If a battle broke out, it wouldn't be a small one, and it would definitely turn into a war. The spectators who were watching this scene changed their expressions and backed up further. "I never expect that one puny Lin Yun would be the reason for a war between the three sections. The Azure Sun County will fall into chaos if a war breaks out. I'm afraid that this war will last for at least a decade." "Puny Lin Yun? Didn't you see how the ominous three begged for their lives? Do you think that he's an ordinary Xiantian realm cultivator? He's a monster. If Bai Lishuan was also around, the people here wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You're saying that Lin Yun is comparable to Bai Lishuan? No, his foundation isn't as strong. But even if he's not a monster comparable to Bai Lishuan, do you think that Lin Yun will become a nameless small figure in the Great Qin Empire?" The surrounding spectators were emotional. Everyone could tell that Lin Yun had the potential to become a monster. In the future, they could predict that Lin Yun's name would spread far and wide in the Great Qin Empire. He might even grow into an existence comparable to Bai Lishuan. What is a monster? It is a talent that could only be seen once in a few hundred years or even a few thousand years. Someone like Bai Lishuan was rare, and there might not be a second person comparable to him in a few hundred years. However, right before their eyes was Lin Yun, who had the potential to grow into that kind of monster. How could they not feel emotional about witnessing the birth of a monster? The sudden intervention from the Radiant Pavilion caused the situation to fall into a stalemate. If they wanted to kill Lin Yun, they would have to fight with the Radiant Pavilion. There was a possibility that they might be annihilated today, without being able to kill Lin Yun. But Xue Tu and Mei Zihua weren't willing to let Lin Yun go. For a period, the two of them were placed in a difficult position that made them feel conflicted. Tisk, tsk. Mei Zihua. Xue Tu. The two of you are bigger pieces of trash than I had imagined. Lin Yun started mocking them when he saw their expressions. Would he hesitate if he was in their shoes? Cultivators should be decisive, with the courage to challenge everyone. Lin Yun wouldn't have come to the Azure Sun City if he was an indecisive person. If it wasn't for his courage to challenge the world, how would he save Yu Weiwei and obtain the Sky Devourer art? You bastard! Come out if you dare! Don't hide behind Ming Yi! The two of them roared. Their anger was pent up in their chests and their tempers exploded when Lin Yun ridiculed them. Why did Mei Zihua's words sound so familiar? Lin Yun rubbed his nose. Didn't he say the same thing to them a moment ago? He never expected that Mei Zihua would copy his words so quickly. Lin Yun, stand out if you're a man. Xue Tu also spoke out. Sure. That's my intention anyway. Lin Yun smiled. Despite knowing that the two of them were trying to prod him into coming out, he still jumped out anyways. Mei Zihua and Xue Tu were both stunned when they saw this scene. They never expected that Lin Yun would really stand alone. The two of them weren't the only ones. Everyone else was also shocked. Lin Yun! Ming Yi couldn't help calling out. Waving his hand, Lin Yun smiled. Brother Ming, there's no need to feel anxious. My trip wasn't in vain. Having a friend like you was worth it. Since that's the case, then let me give you a gift. Slaughter him! Mei Zihua and Xue Tu yelled out after they recovered from their shock. Boom! Killing aura exploded from the 200 cultivators in the surrounding. Their killing intent felt like a tidal wave that was headed for Lin Yun. Perfect timing! Lin Yun's face turned cold. He waved his hand, retrieving the token. A terrifying sword momentum swept out from the token, along with dazzling radiance. Back then, the intent left behind by the Iris Sword Saint was invincible among quasi-profound martial realm cultivators. This was back when his Iris Sword Sutra was in the first stage. Now that his Iris Sword Sutra was in the fourth stage, Lin Yun wondered how powerful the Iris Sword Saint's intent would be. As he poured his spiritual energy into the token, a hazy figure carrying a sword box on his back appeared, kneeling before Lin Yun. The 200 Death Squad soldiers were barely 100 meters away from him. Kill! When the hazy figure stood up, a sword ray swept out from his unsheathed sword. The first to be hit were the death soldiers who were running at the front. Before the sword ray even hit them, their bodies suddenly exploded from the terrifying sword aura. Boom! 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 Blood splattered like fireworks or crimson flowers blooming. After the sword aura reached the soldiers, they were separated into two. However, that wasn't all. When the 200 death soldiers were killed, the sword ray turned into a cyclone that swept through all the Golden Flame sect and Blood Cloud sect's disciples. The sword ray was too fast for them to react. The disciples of the two sects were blasted away without even having a chance to retaliate. Plop! Plop! The Xiantian realm cultivators who were dragged into the cyclone released blood-curdling howls. They couldn't break free from it at all. This terrifying scene seemed unbelievable. All it took was a single sword. The gray figure only used a single sword to slaughter all the two sects' death soldiers, sweeping the remaining disciples into the air with wind. Who would dare to fight it? Even Lin Yun was speechless. He was also shocked by the sword's power. This must be the invincible attitude of the Iris Sword Saint from ancient times. Crack! The crack on the token also started to expand, enveloping the entire token before crumbling. Lin Yun had used all three opportunities, so this token was now useless. However, that hazy figure did not disappear. It started to manifest into reality instead. Vaguely, a wisp of sword intent tore a hole in the time and space barrier, descending onto this world. When that figure manifested, a handsome middle-aged man appeared with a sword box on his back. His appearance made time and space freeze. There was only a wisp of sword intent blazing on his body. What a pity! I didn't think that you would use the last chance so quickly. Then again, this is also a piece of good news. You can only grow faster by putting yourself in danger. The swordsman that looked like a celestial smiled. But when he was disappearing, he sighed, vanished in the blink of an eye. Time continued to flow in the next second. None of those cultivators who were swept into the air were in one piece. Only broken limbs and blood falling from the sky. The terrifying power of the Iris Sword Saint's intent was unleashed through Lin Yun's Iris Sword Sutra, which had been upgraded to the 4th stage. It only took one sword to slaughter all the Xiantian realm cultivators who came for Lin Yun. The death squads looked the most pitiful since they were all reduced to ashes. As for Mei Zihua, Xue Tu, and the quasi-profound martial realm cultivators, no one knew where they were. Not a single one of their corpses remained. In the future, there wouldn't be a Golden Flame sect or a Blood Cloud sect branch in the Azure Sun City. The branch forces represented nearly a third of their respective main sect's strength. After this huge loss, it would take them many years to recover. If the Radiant Pavilion was ruthless enough, they could grasp this opportunity to rule the entire Azure Sun County. Are they all dead? Ming Ye's voice trembled. He slowly got up and looked at the bloodbath. In the Azure Sun County, the strong preyed on the weak. It was a brutal competition. The complete annihilation of a sect had happened in the past, which Ming Ye had experienced before. But the scene before him had left him in great shock, forever etched into his mind. Lin Yun was also shocked that the token would be so powerful. It had surpassed his imagination. That unbelievable sword had opened his eyes to a whole new world. But even so, he did not regret his decision. If he hadn't used the token, the Radiant Pavilion would have suffered a loss. Fighting the other two sects, even if the Radiant Pavilion managed to make it out alive in the end, would not have ended well. Many of the Radiant Pavilion's disciples would have died. Lin Yun couldn't let Ming Yi pay such a huge price since he had come to help him. Brother Ming, aren't you going to clean up the battlefield? Lin Yun nodded his head. Who knew how many interspatial pouches and profound pellets were in this place? If all of them were gathered, one would end up significantly wealthy. Right? You're right. Ming Yi recovered from the shock and turned around. The few of you clean up the place. Uncle Ming, I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the two sects branches. With the elites, death soldiers, elders, and chiefs dead, the two branch sects had become empty shells. The Radiant Pavilion would definitely not let this opportunity go. Brother Lin, your horse's injuries aren't as serious as it looks. The reason why it's not able to stand up is because of Bai Lishuan's 3 palms. Ming Yi sighed when he looked at the dragon-blooded horse lying on the ground. When Ming Yi mentioned Bai Lishuan, Lin Yun's face sank. With the dragon-blooded horse's powerful bloodline, external injuries wouldn't be able to make it suffer such heavy injuries. Lin Yun had also guessed that the dragon-blooded horse's current state was due to Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan was an elite of the Great Qin Empire and his name was known far and wide. Even with cultivation in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm, Bai Lishuan could beat ordinary profound martial realm cultivators. However, Lin Yun despised him for making a move on a horse despite his status. Bai Lishuan had better hope that Lin Yun wouldn't get a chance to pay him back. It has serious internal injuries. If you don't mind, you can bring it to the Radiant Pavilion's branch. We have professional tamers that can help it recover quickly. Ming Yi looked at Lin Yun and suggested. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ming. Lin Yun knew nothing about treating demonic beasts, so it was best to leave it to the professionals. Lin Yun went up to comfort the dragon-blooded horse before it was carried away by the Radiant Pavilion in a cart. Judging from its injuries, I'm afraid that it won't be able to recover anytime soon. Brother Lin, why don't you stay in the Radiant Pavilion's branch for a few days? As for safety concerns, I will get my father to dispatch a profound martial realm elder over. Ming Yi wanted to increase his closeness to Lin Yun as much as possible. From the potential shown by Lin Yun, there was a high possibility that he would grow into a monstrous existence. Thus, it shouldn't be hard for Ming Yi to persuade a profound martial realm elder from the Radiant Pavilion to come over. Lin Yun pondered briefly and agreed to Ming Ye's suggestion. He wanted to give the dragon-blooded horse as much time to recover as possible. Let's go. The two of them headed to the Radiant Pavilion's branch. Half the time it takes to burn an incense joss later. The Radiant Pavilion's Xiantian realm cultivators left the North Point Plaza. After they left, people began to gather. All of them were shocked by the corpses on the ground. This is too terrifying. Lin Yun actually possessed such means. No wonder he dared to face the two sects by himself. If it wasn't for that dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun probably wouldn't have any issues leaving. He might not even need to use the cosmic treasure. The two sects' branches are practically uprooted. It looks like the power distribution in the Azure Sun realm will undergo a change. There's a high possibility that the Radiant Pavilion might rule the Azure Sun County. This is why you can't take things too far, even if you're an overlord force. Everyone discussed while they searched around for any items that were overlooked by the Radiant Pavilion. If they could obtain a quasi-profound martial realm cultivator's interspatial pouch, it would be considered a windfall gain. If anyone was feeling depressed, it would be the owner of North Point Plaza. North Point. All his efforts had gone down the drain. Additionally, one of his arms were crippled, which was a huge blow to him. If he had another choice, he definitely wouldn't have helped the ominous 3 auction the dragon-blooded horse. Sir, should we chase them away? His subordinates asked when they saw the crowd at the auction. The subordinates were feeling very unhappy. Not only did the Radiant Pavilion plunder the plaza, but these nobodies were also doing it. Forget it. This palace is already ruined. Pack your belongings and leave the Azure Sun City. North Point had a streak of bitterness in his eyes. He had already made up his mind to leave during the night. With a crippled arm, there was no way he could establish a footing in the Azure Sun City unless he reached the profound martial realm. 3 days later, the auction was still a mess that reeked of blood. This was once a flourished place, but now it was a deserted land. There was no sign of life anywhere. It was unbelievable how everything changed 3 days ago. Whoosh! 3 silhouettes descended from the sky and knitted their brows. They felt uncomfortable when they caught the scent of blood. The 3 of them wore the Blood Cloud Sect's uniform, and their leader was a middle-aged man. He emitted a deep and unfathomable aura. If Ming Yi were here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man. It was the profound martial realm elder who held the most authority in the Blood Cloud Sect, Yen Teng. It was the same Yen Teng who had issued the bloody bounty on Lin Yun's head after Lin Yun killed his son. All dead. They're all dead. Not a single one is alive. It's brutal. The 2 subordinates standing beside Yen Teng pinched their noses and began to search through the corpses. Elder Yen, this seems to be Senior Shue's corpse. One of them stopped at a pile of torn corpses. Yen Teng only cast his gaze over. He did not bother walking over. When he sensed the lingering sword intent in the atmosphere, he was inwardly shocked. Did that brat obtain the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance? Are you sure that he's still in the Radiant Pavilion's branch? Yen Teng did not mention Lin Yun's name. He was afraid that he might throw a fit. I'm sure about it. But the Radiant Pavilion also dispatched a profound martial realm expert over. I don't think it will be easy for us to barge into the Radiant Pavilion's branch forcefully. It doesn't matter. He will come out sooner or later. Plus, I'm a patient person. Yen Teng's eyes flickered with a hint of viciousness. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a corpse fell before the 3 of them. Who is it? Yen Teng's face changed. He was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense anyone in the surroundings, even with his strength. It's a profound martial realm elder from the Golden Flame Sect. The 3 of their faces changed when they saw the corpse. Even Yen Teng could feel a chill run down his spine that made him shudder. This profound martial realm elder from the Golden Flame Sect should also be here to investigate the situation. In fact, the strength of this elder was stronger than him. Who is it? Come out. Yen Teng glanced around and raised his aura. His heart felt like it was in his throat. Ding! 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 No one replied to him except for a flute that rang out in the North Point Plaza all of a sudden. The flute sounded bewitching, causing the heart to surge. The changes in the music sounded like a demonic chime to the ears that instilled great pain. Yen Tung's subordinates held onto their ears painfully and wailed. Boom! Boom! The two of them could feel the turmoil in their bodies and blew up shortly after. Yen Tung could also feel the spiritual energy within his body causing havoc. His internal organs trembled from the flute. The music drilled into his soul, inflicting unimaginable pain on him. He felt as if his mind was about to blow up. Worst of all, he couldn't even muster his strength. Stop blowing your flute. Please show yourself and spare my life. Yen Tung tried his best to keep himself calm and begged for mercy. He was overwhelmed by fear. He instantly knew that it was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. The flute continued to play, ignoring his plea and growing increasingly torturous. The pain was so bad that Yen Tung even wailed out in pain. At this moment, he did not hope that he could be spared. He just hoped that the other party could end his life sooner. However, the torture lasted for an hour. Lying on the ground, Yen Tung's eyes were wide open with blood flowing out of his 7 apertures. He no longer had any trace of vitality left. A young lady in red appeared with a flute hanging on her waist. She looked at the deceased Yen Tung without any emotion. A profound martial realm cultivator had died mysteriously under her flute. Big Brother Yoon is truly worrisome. She squinted her eyes into 2 crescent moons and pursed her lips with a smile. It was a charming face with a bewitching smile that hung upon it. Yu Weiwei had always been around, observing Lin Yun from the dark. The strength she displayed was shocking, chilling even. She had probably suppressed her cultivation in the Azure Sun realm, which was why she could roam the secret realm without being injured. But Lin Yun wouldn't be too surprised if he was here. He was already suspicious as to why Yu Weiwei possessed a forbidden technique like the Sky Devourer art. He had already guessed that Yu Weiwei's identity wasn't simple. Then again, Lin Yun, who was in the Radiant Pavilion's branch, would never come to know what happened in the North Point Plaza. 3 days later, Lin Yun was practicing an advanced Xiantian martial technique in the Radiant Pavilion, the Thunderclap sword art. According to what Tong Hu told him, this sword had a total of 5 forms, namely the Violet Gale, Drifting Flowers, Descending Snow, Moon Chasing, and Divine Firmament. It was powerful, but it also had a harsh requirement for comprehension. Even after practicing it for such a long time, Lin Yun had only grasped the first 2 forms, Violet Gale and Drifting Flowers. The 2 forms were powerful and he was already proficient with the Violet Gale. It allowed him to brandish 81 swords in the blink of an eye before they overlapped together like a thunderclap. This sword emphasized on charging bravely. It was oppressive and lethal. It could allow Lin Yun to display the advantage of the Iris Sword Sutra to its limits. The Drifting Flower was very different from the Violet Gale. It emphasized the mood. It might seem beautiful and fragile, but there was practically no chance of running away once you were locked onto. When the Drifting Flower withered, it would cause either death or injury. It was perfect as an ultimate move. Lin Yun was proficient with the first 2 forms and he could control them according to his will. So, the following 3 forms had been his main focus for the past 3 days. The first 4 forms might seem refined and elegant as they represented the wind, flower, snow, and moon. However, in reality, Lin Yun had already comprehended the true concept of this sword technique and didn't worry about what they represented. The Violet Gale and Drifting Flower emphasized speed, dealing a fatal move to your opponent by using extreme speed. The Descending Snow and Moon Chasing were extensions of the first 2 forms, bringing the concept of speed to the limit. Lin Yun had been entirely focused on comprehending the sword technique. Even if he had a powerful cultivation technique, it would be impossible for him to display his advantage if he didn't have a sword technique. In a training room in the Radiant Pavilion's branch, Lin Yun was sparring with a puppet mechanism. Like the Azure Sky sect, the Radiant Pavilion also had puppet mechanisms for disciples to practice their martial techniques. Except for the fact that their puppet mechanisms were at a whole new level. This was just a branch, but they had puppet mechanisms that were as strong as quasi-profound martial realms. They were powerful and even had an intelligence comparable to demonic beasts. Their entire body was made of a special metal, tempered through 1,000 forges. Even Lin Yun had a hard time leaving a mark on the puppet. Over the past few days, he would only last for an hour before he was defeated. The puppet mechanism's defense was too powerful, so they were practically undefeatable. According to Ming Yi, even the quasi-profound martial realm's elder would have a tough time lasting an hour with this puppet mechanism. Violet wind. Lin Yun's wrist trembled. His sword aura condensed into an incomplete sword intent that stabbed out 81 times. When the afterimages overlapped, a thunderclap echoed out in the training room. Whoosh! 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 Lin Yun stabbed out 3 times and each sword would contain 81 afterimages. It might only seem to be 3 swords, but they had overlapped with hundreds of sword rays. With the flower burial sword, the puppet mechanism was struck 3 times and produced 3 deep sounds. Clang! 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 The puppet mechanism took more than 10 steps back under this ferocious attack. Sword marks were even left on its body this time. Boom! But when the puppet mechanism regained its stability, it swung its spear and charged over. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip expanded in Lin Yun's eyes. Clang! Lin Yun parried with his sword and redirected the spear. Swish! The spear stabbed forth once more, enveloped by a wild gust. Metallic collisions sounded out and Lin Yun took several steps back. Rustle! A figure appeared in the training room's entrance. It was the young sect master of the Radiant Pavilion, Ming Yi. He was looking at Lin Yun with a smile on his face. Over the past few days, Lin Yun would challenge this puppet mechanism daily. In the beginning, Lin Yun would lose immediately after receiving 10 moves from the puppet mechanism. But now, he could hold his ground for an hour against the puppet. An hour was Lin Yun's maximum. Seeing that Lin Yun was about to lose, Ming Yi smiled and walked forward. He intended to share some news with Lin Yun. Boom! Lin Yun's aura suddenly changed, causing the puppet's attacks to pause briefly. Is it snowing? The temperature in the training room plummeted. The sword momentum emitted from the stage was like the clouds in the sky, constantly changing. Sword flashes began to dance with Lin Yun's sword. His sword seemed like the rising wind and drifting snow. It was the 3rd form of the thunderclap sword art, descending snow. Rumble! The sword in Lin Yun's hand swept out with a sword ray that seemed like snowflakes. This move had the agility of snow and the vastness of the clouds. It forced the puppet mechanism to retreat. MHM? Ming Yi exclaimed with wide eyes. He had just witnessed the puppet mechanism being forced down the stage. Lin Yun was able to defeat the mechanism puppet after just 3 days? The thunderclap sword art's moonchasing was the pinnacle of speed. After the puppet mechanism was forced back by the descending snow, Lin Yun roared and swung his sword out. He was like a crane, soaring into the sky at an incredible speed that couldn't be followed by the naked eye. The scene was still frozen as Lin Yun stood on the ground. But that was just an afterimage. Lin Yun had already reached the puppet mechanism with his sword. It seemed as if his speed was so fast that he had thrown the moon behind him. The collision of his sword on the puppet left a deep mark. Boom! When the puppet mechanism fell to the ground, it fell like a mountain in that it caused the stage to totter. Raising his head, Lin Yun looked at the puppet mechanism. The puppet mechanism was still half a step from falling down the stage. Lin Yun smiled bitterly and returned to the ground. After 3 days, he had finally mastered the descending snow and moon chasing while barely reaching greater completion in the thunderclap sword art. He only needed to master the last form to attain complete mastery in this technique. The divine firmament, sword soaring through the clouds. Lin Yun felt that he was still lacking to accomplish that, and it wasn't something that he would be able to grasp anytime soon. Lin Yun's understanding of grasping a move meant that he could perform it as he wished, not just executing it. Congratulations, Brother Lin. You made an improvement in the thunderclap sword art. Ming Yi walked up while Lin Yun was wiping his sweat. You're too polite. If I did not have this puppet mechanism as my sparring partner, I would not be able to make improvements so quickly. Lin Yun returned his sword to the scabbard and smiled. Stop mocking me. I have no relationship with this puppet mechanism. Mingyi smiled before his expression turned grave. I'm actually here to tell you something. The dragon-blooded horse has recovered? Asked Lin Yun. It will still take a few more days for the dragon-blooded horse to recover. But there's something else that even startled my father back in the main sect, replied Mingyi. Oh! Lin Yun raised his brow. Mingye's father was the Radiant Pavilion's pavilion master. What news could shock such a great figure in the Azure Sun County? The Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect both sent a profound martial realm elder over to investigate. But they inexplicably died in the North Point Plaza. One of them was your enemy, the person who issued the bloody bounty against you, Yen Teng. Mingyi spoke with a grave expression. When Lin Yun heard this, his face changed a little. He asked, You guys didn't do it? No. It's hard to kill Yen Teng with the Radiant Pavilion's strength unless my father personally came. If the difference between cultivation isn't too high, it's hard to stop another profound martial realm cultivator from escaping, explained Mingyi. So? Asked Lin Yun. My father suspects that there's someone else protecting you in the dark, replied Mingyi. Shaking his head, Lin Yun replied, There shouldn't be anyone. I'm alone by myself in the Azure Sun County, and I'm not acquainted with anyone powerful. Suddenly, he thought of the young lady with crescent moon-like eyes. He was inwardly shocked. If someone were to help him, it could only be Yu Weiwei. But since this matter concerned her, it was best for him to keep it from Mingyi. Well, that's weird, responded Mingyi. Either way, it's good news. The two sects lost a profound martial realm elder, and it will be harder for them to make a comeback. Mingyi wore a smile on his face. Oh right, this is for you. Mingyi smiled and tossed an interspatial pouch over to Lin Yun. Receiving the interspatial pouch curiously, Lin Yun looked inside to find that it was filled with Xiantian pellets. There were so many Xiantian pellets that it was difficult for Lin Yun to count them all. The interspatial pouch was filled with an incredible amount of Xiantian pellets. Looking at the sheer number of pellets, Lin Yun's heart began to speed up. There was too much. This is? Lin Yun asked, suppressing the astonishment in his heart. 110,000 Xiantian pellets. Mingyi calmly smiled. That many? Do you need my help with something? Lin Yun did not dare to take so many Xiantian pellets. Do you remember the two sex branches? Well, these are the spoils of war. You were the one who killed them, and the Radiant Pavilion was only responsible for the cleanup. So we only took 10% of it and gave the rest to you. Mingyi smiled. Listening to Mingye's explanation, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and cupped his hands together. Then, I won't be polite. The Sky Devourer art was powerful, but in energy and inattributed flames weren't things that he could find anywhere. So Lin Yun required many resources, and he very much needed these 110,000 Xiantian pellets. After adding the 20,000 Xiantian pellets from the Ominous Three's interspatial pouch and another 20,000 Xiantian pellets that he originally had, he now had an astonishing wealth of 150,000 Xiantian pellets. It was shocking for someone in the fifth orifice of the Xiantian realm to possess so much wealth. No need to be polite. Mingyi looked relieved, seeing that Lin Yun did not refuse. He was really afraid that Lin Yun wouldn't take it. So, where are you going next? With Lin Yun's talent and young age, Mingyi knew that Lin Yun wouldn't stay in the Azure Sun County for long, so he was curious where Lin Yun would go next. To be honest, I don't know. Why don't you help me analyze things? Lin Yun smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. He would have headed to the Sword Firmament Pavilion if he didn't have a grudge with Bai Lishuan. But he and Bai Lishuan were now enemies, so he couldn't head to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Mingyi lowered his head to ponder briefly before replying. The Great Qin Empire is vast and many established forces exist, but those that can be considered transcendent are the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Primal Origin Sect, Heavenly Profound Sect, and the Demonic Moon Villa. Definitely not the Sword Firmament Pavilion. As for the Demonic Moon Villa, it's a unique sect as it never recruits disciples openly. You're only left with the Primal Origin Sect and Heavenly Profound Sect. Oh wait, there's also the Heavenly Qin Institute. Heavenly Qin Institute? Lin Yun had never heard of the Heavenly Qin Institute. Ming Yi explained, "It was established by the great Qin Empire's royal family. It's meant to keep the four sects in check. Over the years, they've nurtured many outstanding talents. But if you accept their resources, you will have to swear your allegiance to the empire. It has less freedom than the sections. So now that we talked about it, the Heavenly Qin Institute is also out. No one is willing to join the Heavenly Qin Institute if they can join the sections. That is, aside from the royal families and descendants of aristocratic clans." After a brief pause, Ming Yi continued, "Why don't you join the Heavenly Profound Sect? Do you mind explaining why?" asked Lin Yun. "Do you know that the famous Dragon Tiger Fist originated from the Heavenly Profound Sect? I can tell that you're pretty talented in fist techniques. So it's a pretty good choice since you can't join the Sword Firmament Pavilion." Ming Yi analysis had widened Lin Yun's understanding. The Dragon Tiger Fist that he cultivated was actually a fist technique that belonged to the Heavenly Profound Sect. Hearing this had piqued his interest. Furthermore, the Heavenly Profound Sect's strength and foundation aren't any worse than the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Ming Yi then thought of something and smiled embarrassedly. "We're talking as if you can pick from any transcendent sect that you want." Lin Yun also smiled when he heard that. The four sects held a transcendent position with a deep foundation. The Great Qin Empire had a vast territory. The size of the Azure Sun County alone was several times that of the Aquasky Nation. There were over 100 counties in the empire and countless cultivators were at the right age. Everyone would want to join the four sects, so one could imagine the intense competition. Just take a look at those Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples back in the Azure Sun realm. Aside from Bai Lishuan, all of them were stronger than Mei Zihua and Xue Tu. So the threshold to join the four sects would definitely be ridiculously high. "Brother Lin, I'll let you make the choice. Don't be polite with me if you need my help." Ming Yi smiled and bid his farewell. After Ming Yi left, Lin Yun began to ponder. The Azure Sun County was only a temporary transfer point for him. Regardless of how anyone looked at him, his goal was the four sections. Since he couldn't join the Sword Firmament Pavilion and Demonic Moon Villa, he was only left with the Primal Origin Sect and Heavenly Profound Sect. It's not a bad idea to get the complete Dragon Tiger Fist. But the Sword Firmament Pavilion is huge. I wonder if I can get in by disguising myself. He was ultimately a swordsman, so he was naturally interested in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But the choice was a difficult one. The night was as calm as water and the crescent moon hung high in the sky. Lin Yun was practicing the thunderclap sword art in the courtyard. Violent wind, drifting flowers, descending snow, moon chasing. Lin Yun was casually performing the four forms of the thunderclap sword art. His sword was giving off a faint glimmer, dancing in the night. Lin Yun had entered a tranquil state in his psyche, gradually forgetting about his own existence. He had perfectly fused with his sword. In the nightscape, only the glimmering sword dance and Lin Yun's eyes could be seen. However, his eyes showed a hint of restlessness. Bai Lishuan, his heart was stirred. It was a huge blow to Lin Yun that he couldn't enter the Sword Firmament Sect as a swordsman. It was all because of Bai Lishuan. If it wasn't for him, things wouldn't be so troublesome. The smooth flow in his swordplay suddenly became a little messed up. But just when Lin Yun felt vexed in his heart, he suddenly heard a flute that calmed his heart down. Following the flute, the sword in his hand also calmed down. Under the flute's guidance, his incomplete sword intent gradually fused with the thunderclap sword art. As his heart grew calmer, Lin Yun's psyche soon entered a profound state. His swordplay also became more delicate. He was fully focused on the music and at the same time, his comprehension of sword Dao rose once more. He could see a barrier around his incomplete sword intent, and if that barrier was broken, he would complete his sword intent. Crack! The 9 shackles that bound the mysterious broken sword appeared once more. There was a tiny crack on the shackles, but it soon calmed down. Lin Yun withdrew his sword and focused on his martial soul. Aside from the gleam that shrouded the sword, there were no other changes. Was that a misperception? But I clearly sensed something breaking. Lin Yun withdrew himself from his martial soul. Everyone's martial soul was filled with mystery, and it wasn't easy unfolding the mystery. At the very least, Lin Yun couldn't discover the mystery of his martial soul. Forget it. At least my comprehension of sword Dao increased. It was just a matter of time for him to reach the full sword intent. Back then, the reason why Bai Lishuan could easily defeat quasi-profound martial realm cultivators was mainly because of his full sword intent. It was impossible to grasp a full sword intent unless you were absolutely talented. Otherwise, you would only spend time comprehending sword Dao. For Bai Lishuan to grasp sword Dao before he reached 20 spoke volumes about his talent. When Lin Yun looked around, the music had already stopped. It looks like Yu Weiwei was around, but she did not show herself for some reason. Now he was certain that Yu Weiwei had killed the two profound martial realm elders. Hee. Don't bother looking for me, big brother Yun. A woman's voice sounded out as Lin Yun was looking around. There's a difficulty that caused me to leave in such a hurry. I will become quite scary when the restriction in my body dissolves, and I didn't want to scare you. I actually had no intention of disturbing you, but I could sense that your heart was disturbed. Yu Weiwei's voice sounded out by his ears. It felt like she was right beside him, but he couldn't find her anywhere. It's fine. I have already made a choice. If I have the heart of a tiger, I can sniff roses wherever I go. Lin Yun smiled. Yu Weiwei paused briefly, as if she was pondering over the profundities in Lin Yun's words. Hee, I know. It looks like I'm worried for nothing. If I had known that's how you felt, I wouldn't have appeared. After all, a lady can't be too proactive with guys. Lin Yun couldn't help laughing. Just where was this topic going? The crescent moon still hung high in the sky, but Yu Weiwei's voice disappeared. It looks like she was gone for good this time. Their conversation did not last long, but Lin Yun already knew his choice. The current state of affairs in Azure Sun County was weird. Many branches that belonged to the Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect suffered bloodbaths. Even their subsidiary forces suffered the same fate. But it had been over 10 days, and the retaliation from the two clans that everyone had expected did not arrive. The Azure Sun County was abnormally quiet. It was a situation that no one would have imagined. Everyone knew there must be a problem, but they couldn't make sense of this. The Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect both lost an elder. Without their elders, they didn't have the balls to touch the Radiant Pavilion or Lin Yun. They would thank the gods if the Radiant Pavilion did not come after them while they were down. In the end, over the past 10 days, Lin Yun's fame had spread throughout the Azure Sun County. Many people guessed that he would join one of the 4 Transcendent Forces or the Heavenly Qin Institute. With Lin Yun's talent and young age, it didn't take a genius to figure out that he wouldn't stay in the Azure Sun County for long. For a talent like him, his stage was the Great Qin Empire. Everyone knew that the small Azure Sun County couldn't keep him. 2 men and a horse walked on the path outside the Azure Sun City. The horse was naturally the dragon-blooded horse, Lil Red. It had fully recovered after 10 days, and its aura had grown even more terrifying. The dragon-blooded horse had actually reached the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. As for the 2 men, they were naturally Lin Yun and Ming Yi. Brother Lin, this is the path to the capital. I'll be stopping here. Take care of yourself. Ming Yi was finally sending Lin Yun off. However, a complicated look was in his eyes that was accompanied by a grave expression. No one knew what decision Lin Yun would make, but Ming Yi knew. However, he couldn't figure out why Lin Yun would make such an unexpected choice. Thank you, Brother Ming, responded Lin Yun. The Great Qin Empire had 4 transcendent sects, excluding the Heavenly Qin Empire. Every winter, they would recruit new disciples in the capital. The empire had over 100 counties. In fact, the Great Qin Empire was also known as the Empire of 100 Counties. The Azure Sun County, located at the borders, was insignificant in the Great Qin Empire. The Azure Sun County was too chaotic, and it wasn't suitable for clans to manage it. Other counties had clans that had been there for over a millennia. Only those with this type of history could talk about foundation. The clans that didn't have history that stretched for over a millennia were considered households. As for the Great Qin Empire, there were 4 clans, the Zhou, Wang, Lin, and Li clans. They were all aristocratic clans with significant status in the empire. There were countless talents among the 100 counties, and each one was like a dazzling star in the sky. The empire's capital was situated at the heavenly Qin County, where these stars gathered and the clans converged. The Great Qin Empire situated their capital here mainly because of the feng shui and spiritual energy. It wasn't limited to just the Great Qin Empire, even the 4 transcendent clans occupied this territory. Despite being one county, it was filled with the top forces and clans of the Great Qin Empire. Everyone knew that the capital determined the entire Great Qin Empire's fate. The closer one was to this county, the better their fate. So you could imagine the intense competition. Those who could establish themselves in the heavenly Qin County couldn't be underestimated. Anyone who wanted their name spread far and wide in the Great Qin Empire would have to forge a name for themselves in this county. Every winter, geniuses from all over the empire would gather. Even if they couldn't enter the 4 sects or the Heavenly Qin Institute, it wasn't bad if they could gain a footing in the county. I already told you about the capital's situation. But Lin Yun, I'm curious. Why did you pick the Sword Firmament Pavilion? Ming Yi finally couldn't help asking. Why? With Bai Lishuan at the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Lin Yun would be courting death by going there. I thought of something 10 days ago. Lin Yun gently replied. What is it? Questioned Ming Yi. If I have the heart of a tiger, I can sniff roses anywhere I go, said Lin Yun. Ming Ye's heart throbbed and he knitted his brows. Yeah, since you can sniff roses anywhere you go, why not the profound heavenly sect? That's right, I can sniff roses anywhere I go. But have you seen a tiger ruling a group of monkeys? You'll need the heart of a tiger first before you can sniff roses. My horse is the most violent dragon-blooded horse out there, and my sword is the proudest sword as well. I naturally have the heart of a tiger, explained Lin Yun. Ming Yi froze. He finally understood what Lin Yun meant. Although he could still sniff roses in the heavenly profound sect, would his heart still be considered the heart of a tiger? Not unless Lin Yun abandoned the sword Dao. Otherwise, he could only head for the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Aside from the Sword Firmament Pavilion, every other choice would make him seem like a coward. He could die and his sword could break, but he would never cower in fear. Ming Yi suddenly smiled. I understand now. With the heart of a tiger, why fear and cower before danger? Since that's the case, why can't you go to the Sword Firmament Pavilion? A dragon would never behave like a worm, nor would a tiger ever be a monkey. With the determination of a tiger, he naturally had to drink the strongest liquor and kill those he hated the most. You understand me well, Brother Ming. Half a year ago, someone sent me off as well. I initially thought that no one would understand the path that I'm walking, and that I wouldn't have anyone who would send me off. I never imagined that half a year later, I would have a friend like you. Lin Yun smiled. Half a year ago, when he left the Azure Sky sect, Bai Yufa had sent him on his way. Half a year later, his cultivation reached the 5th orifice of the Xianxia realm, easily achieving the 4 sects minimum requirement that seemed far from his reach back then. But that achievement at 16 years old did not amount to much in the Great Qin Empire. If anything stood out, it would be his cultivation technique, the Iris Sword Sutra. He had been traveling by himself for half a year, so it didn't feel bad to be sent off by someone. But I have no idea when we can meet again after this parting. Ming Yi smiled bitterly. His cultivation was the same as Lin Yun, but he was 3 years older. The 4 sects were strict in their requirements. If you couldn't reach the 4th stage of the Xiantian realm before 17, they would never accept you. Even if you could stay in the capital, you wouldn't be any different than the ordinary citizens. This parting between them could be considered eternal. Take care. Lin Yun patted Ming Ye's shoulder. Ming Yi will be cleansing the Blood Cloud sect and Golden Flame sect to dominate the Azure Sun County. The danger wasn't any lower than Lin Yun trying to enter the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Have a safe trip, replied Ming Yi. Lin Yun jumped on the dragon-blooded horse and it sped off. It ran like a bolt of lightning, causing Lin Yun's black hair to flutter in the wind. Sitting on the dragon-blooded horse, Lin Yun had a heavy thought. This could be considered his second departure, and many people were left buried in the ground. That wasn't all. He would forget more people and matters in the future as he progressed. However, some matters would be engraved in his heart. Matters like Senior Hong's revenge and Su Xiao. He would resolve these things in the capital. The capital was a door that could lead him into the grand world of cultivation. Ming Yi looked at Lin Yun as he gradually disappeared into the horizon. A biting cold wind blew with snow descending on a boundless barren land. Even with dusk approaching, the ground was white without any noticeable darkness. One had to pass through the barren land to reach the heavenly Qin County. Cultivators of the empire knew that barren land as the North Barren Land. Perhaps it was because of the geography that the heavenly Qin County contained the entire empire's fate and drew in all the spiritual energy from the barren land. The barren land did not have a spring or autumn. The summer was a sandy yellow, while the winter covered the barren land in white. Anyone who came from the north had to travel through the barren land to reach the capital. There was a youth walking in the blizzard, pulling a horse along with him. The clothes he wore were a mixture of azure and white, and they were exceptionally clean, having no snow on them. However, he seemed rather frail in his baggy clothes, creating concern for his health. Xiantian realm cultivators could use their spiritual energy to resist the biting cold, but snow in the North Barren Land would last half the winter. So even if you had robust spiritual energy, you wouldn't be able to last long. You could possibly last 3 to 5 days, but what about 2 to 3 months? However, that youth had ignored everything and walked through the blizzard. Of course, the youth was Lin Yun. After parting with Ming Yi, he headed towards the great Qin Empire's capital through the main path. He then spent 2 months traveling through more than 10 counties before arriving at this barren land. The North Barren Land's winter came earlier than the winter in the capital. With his current pace, he would be able to enter heavenly Qin County in just half a month. So he would reach the capital just in time to welcome the winter. As he welcomed the winter, the capital would welcome the elites from all over the empire. Over the past 2 months, Lin Yun's life only consisted of traveling and cultivating. Recently, he had been pondering the jade slip time flies like fire, and he had grasped a few ideas on it. All 150,000 Xiantian pellets were practically exhausted at this point, and he was only left with less than 10,000 Xiantian pellets. With so many resources supporting his cultivation, his Iris Sword Sutra had reached the 5th stage. The iris flower in his dantian now had a total of 30 petals that were covered in thin stripes and blazed with violet flames. They might have a beautiful appearance, but they contained tremendous spiritual energy. It was taxing for him to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra, but the flower's heart would start to condense terrifying sword rays when he did. There weren't any changes to his cultivation, but his strength had risen by at least 30%. But compared to him, the dragon-blooded horse was far more terrifying. After Lin Yun fed the dragon-blooded horse the primordial beast core, its cultivation began to advance leaps and bounds to the point of reaching the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. All Lin Yun could say to this was that the dragon-blooded horse's bloodline was too powerful. If Lin Yun had an aptitude comparable to the dragon-blooded horse, who knew how far his cultivation would soar? The blizzard continued and covered up their footsteps in fresh snow. It didn't take long for the sky to darken. Whoosh! 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 Night in the North Barren Land was dangerous, and there would occasionally be roars of demonic beasts echoing out. Those roars always sounded close and could make one shudder. The North Barren Land was safe in the day, but the night was another story. Suddenly, Lin Yun stopped and looked at a half-submerged corpse. When Lin Yun stepped into the North Barren Land, he encountered many corpses. Some were frozen to death, others were eaten by demonic beasts, and others died at the hands of wandering cultivators. To begin with, the North Barren Land wasn't a peaceful place. It was a terrible environment with ferocious demonic beasts. Worst of all, the humans that were present were even more terrifying. It would only get calm once one stepped into the heavenly Sky County. The capital had numerous sects, clans, and even royal guards patrolling. So something like this would never happen. As for those who died in the North Barren Land, they were simply too unlucky. Lin Yun shook his head and pulled the dragon-blooded horse. But as he was about to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the corpse's finger twitched. He furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. Then, he raised his hand and shot a wisp of sword ray at the corpse. Sizzle. The sword ray pierced through the blizzard, heading towards the corpse. The sword ray brushed through the corpse's body before drilling into the snow. However, the corpse that was half submerged in the snow still did not move. He no longer hesitated and went over to the corpse. He brushed away the pile of snow that had gathered, which revealed a tender and pale face. This person didn't seem dead as he was still breathing. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be 14 or 15. This boy was even younger than him. Was he frozen or did he faint from exhaustion? Lin Yun carried the boy and placed him on the dragon-blooded horse before he continued walking. An hour later, a tattered monastery appeared in his eyes. The tattered monastery seemed to be struggling to stand against the blizzard. It was odd for a monastery to be in a barren land with nothing but snow. Normally, Lin Yun wouldn't enter since he had the Thunderblitz battle physique. So even if he had to stay in the blizzard for half a month, there wouldn't be any issues for him. But when he looked at the youth that was on the horse, Lin Yun hesitated briefly before deciding to enter. The monastery wasn't big and it was covered in kogon grass. This particular monastery worshipped the Vajra. The cold wind blew in from the door and it caused Lin Yun to shudder. Close the doors. An unexpected voice rang out and stunned Lin Yun. But he still did as he was told. He lit a candle and could see a bald monk sitting in the corner with prayer beads in his hand. The monk was knocking on a wooden fish instrument. However, the knocking sounds couldn't be heard because of the blizzard. Leaving the dragon-blooded horse in the corner, Lin Yun placed the young man on the ground. He started a fire and instantly warmed up the monastery. The monk didn't pay any attention to him, as he was still focused on knocking on the wooden fish instrument. The youth's face gradually changed from pale to pink. Not long after, he opened his eyes and yawned, stretching his body. He behaved like he had just awakened and looked around before spotting Lin Yun. So I was picked up. My name is Li Wuyo. Big brother. What's your name? The youth smiled. His address for Lin Yun was smooth, considering Lin Yun was his savior. As the saying went, don't slap someone who was smiling at you. Lin Yun also did not have an unfavorable impression of Li Wuyo. Lin Yun. He smiled. Do you have alcohol? Li Wuyo looked at Lin Yun with a smile. I do, replied Lin Yun. Lin Yun took out a jar of monkey wine without much thought and handed it over. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Li Wuyo began to gulp it down in mouthfuls. Good wine. Because of this wine, I'm determined that you're my big brother. In the future, do take care of me in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. How do you know that I'm aiming for the Sword Firmament Pavilion? Lin Yun raised his brow. Li Wuyo replied with narrowed eyes. Anyone who's heading to the capital under this stupid weather must be going to join the various sections. Heh. Big brother, you have an incomplete sword intent on you. You might be able to hide it from others, but how can you hide it from a fellow swordsman? Lin Yun let down his guard. Li Wuyo might seem young, but his thoughts were pretty meticulous. You're also aiming for the Sword Firmament Pavilion? Asked Lin Yun. Taking a few more gulps of wine, Li Wuyo nodded his head. That's for sure. I, Li Wuyo, will definitely be the best swordsman in the Great Qin Empire. When the alcohol effect from the monkey wine kicked in, Li Wuyo's face turned red. It matched his exaggerated tone, causing Lin Yun to smile. Creak. The doors opened once more while the two of them were chatting. A group of Xianxia realm cultivators entered. They seemed young and looked like they came as a group. Although they seemed young, their cultivation was robust. We're really lucky to find a monastery in the middle of the blizzard. There's a fire here. Haha. We can finally get a good night's sleep. When the group of youngsters came in, they began to talk among themselves. Close the door. The monk's voice sounded out once more. The youngsters who came in were briefly stunned, but they still did as they were told. After closing the doors, they greeted Lin Yun and Li Wuyo as they sat around the fire. They were all in the same generation and they were here to join the 4 sections. They had many topics to talk about, so the surrounding atmosphere instantly became lively. The monk still sat down, knocking on the wooden fish instrument. When more people gathered, Li Wuyo revealed his personality and joked around with everyone. Li Wuyo, you want to become the best swordsman in the Great Qin Empire? What about Bai Li Xuan then? I'll bet with you that you will definitely not last a month in the sect. You will be beaten to death after a month. A few of the youngsters teased Li Wuyo. However, Li Wuyo wasn't bothered and smiled. I will definitely not die before becoming the best swordsman in the Great Qin Empire. Speaking of which sects are you guys planning to join? I still haven't thought about it. The 4 sects all have a high threshold and it's uncertain if I can even make it in. Maybe the Heavenly Qin Institute. I want to join the demonic Moon Villa. They have a mysterious background, but they don't recruit publicly. I'm thinking of the Profound Heavenly Sect. The titled Windstream of the 8 titled is from the Profound Heavenly Sect. Lin Yun, why aren't you talking? The youngsters curiously asked when they saw that Lin Yun was silent. Lin Yun smiled, but just as he was about to speak, the monastery's door was brutally kicked open. The blizzard blew in and caused everyone to shudder. 3 robust men walked in, shrouded in killing aura. All of them were in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. The density of their killing aura was extremely refined, causing all the youngsters' faces to change. The 5 words, North Barren Lands Wandering Cultivator, appeared in their minds. The leader of the group grinned at everyone sitting around the fire. His smile was terrifyingly sinister. Close the door. The monk uttered out once more before the man could speak. Close your mom. The man roared, pulling out the short sword in his waist and dashing over. His sword flashed and caught everyone by surprise. Watch out! The youngsters exclaimed. They never expected that the North Barren Lands Wandering Cultivators would be so irritable that they would try to kill the moment there was a disagreement. But just when the short sword was about to stab into the monk's head, the knocking on the wooden fish instrument stopped. When the sound stopped, the short sword's speed suddenly declined. In that split second, time seemed to stop. The monk smiled and easily received that fatal attack without any aura leaking from him. The short sword's attack was fatal, brimming with killing intent and refined spiritual energy. Even for Lin Yun, receiving this sword wouldn't be easy. But a monk that no one had paid any attention to was so powerful? The 3 wandering cultivators squinted their eyes and released their killing aura. They were bandits who had survived through the countless battles in the North Barren Land. Their cultivation might seem to be in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm, but any of them could defeat the ominous 3 from Azure Sun County. Kill him! The leader of the 3 emitted a terrifying aura. In the next second, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their moves and charged at the monk. Everyone in the monastery had fear flickering in their eyes. They had heard how terrifying the North Barren Land was and how elites from all over the place would lose their lives here. These 3 wandering cultivators clearly came for them, but they never expected to encounter such a strange monk. Li Wuyo grabbed his sword in order to help, only to be stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Calm down for now. Lin Yun made a signal with his eyes. Sky-breaking seal. The monk formed a seal with his hands, unleashing an aura familiar to Lin Yun. The monk suddenly started to release a golden glow along with a mighty aura, forcing everyone to look away. But just when the monk was about to release his aura completely to blow apart the monastery, the aura suddenly drew back into his body. The monk smiled. His left hand dashed out like a violet dragon tearing apart the surface of the water. Dragon roars echoed in the sky, tearing the killing aura of the 3 bandits apart. Taking a step forward, the monk slammed his fist into the leader of the bandits. His fist exploded, scattering a dazzling brilliance into the surrounding. Everyone, including Lin Yun, was swept by the ripple. Lin Yun might be able to withstand the shock with his Thunderblitz battle physique, but others would definitely be caught by surprise and suffer heavy injuries. But surprisingly, the shock spread out. The shock was well controlled as it poured into the leader's body. In the next second, the man turned into dust and no trace of him was left behind. This scene left the 2 other men terrified. This monk was clearly a cultivator in the profound martial realm. They wanted to flee for their lives, but was that even possible now? The monk had only used his left fist. He was still executing his killing move with his right fist. Boom! A tiger's roar accompanied the right fist. Remaining firmly on the ground, the monk threw his right fist at the two bandits on the ground. A tiger's image could be vaguely seen leaping out from his right fist. Flying dragon, leaping tiger. Lin Yun instantly recognized this move. This was the Dragon Tiger Fist's third move, the move that he'd completed in the Skypiercer altar. But it was nothing compared to the monk. He was shocked at how the monk condensed his energy onto a single person. This Dragon Tiger Fist was utterly different from what he had cultivated. The sky-breaking seal? Lin Yun suddenly recalled how the monk first made a seal before he attacked. The Dragon Tiger Fist wasn't just a fist technique. It also came with seals and a sutra, the undying Vajra seal that he knew belonged to one of the Dragon Tiger Fist seals. He still vividly remembered how the ferocious Tiger Fist was comparable to an advanced Xianxia martial technique when he performed it with the seal back then. But even so, the current scene delivered a greater shock. He never knew that the Dragon Tiger Fist was such a terrifying martial technique. Did I startle any of you? The monk killed the three bandits and looked at the youths on the ground. They were all dumbfounded. May I ask if you're someone from the Heavenly Profound sect? Senior, is that the Dragon Tiger Fist? Holy shit. We're sorry for not recognizing your great presence earlier. The youths were all at a loss. Then again, they couldn't be blamed. Even someone like Lin Yun, who had gone through countless life and death experiences, was shocked by this scene. There's no need to call me senior. I'm not any older than any of you here. How can we address you? Do you have a Buddhist name? I already forgot my Buddhist name. Cultivators in heavenly Qin County call me Drifting Goblet. The monk smiled. Drifting Goblet. Lin Yun's brows twitched when he heard that name. The capital had 8 titled figures. They were the 8 youngest representatives of the 4 prominent sects and Heavenly Qin Institute. They were the absolute strongest. Even Bai Lishuan and Si Shui weren't among them. Then again, that was also because those two were still too young. However, they had a high chance of making the 8 in the future. When the monk revealed his identity, all the youths felt dizzy. They never expected that they would meet a legendary figure in this place. Even Lin Yun never expected that the monk who reminded them to close the door would be one of the 8 capital's prominent figures. But judging from the monk's strength, he should be telling the truth. Big brother Drifting Goblet? Does being bald make you stronger? Li Wuyo asked weakly. The youths present were all overwhelmed with excitement. When Drifting Goblet heard those words, the corner of his lips twitched. Squeezing out a smile, he replied, There's no need to make yourself bald. I'm not exactly a monk myself. I only have deep research in Dharma. Lin Yun nearly laughed out when he heard those words. Li Wuyo was simply too interesting. He even dared to joke around with the monk. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how things would turn out if Drifting Goblet was enraged by those words. However, Drifting Goblet was clearly not that petty. He smiled and asked, What do you guys think of my Dragon Tiger Fist? Powerful, horrifying, invincible. All the youths started praising. What do you guys think of joining the Heavenly Profound sect? Drifting Goblet wore a satisfied smile. But as he said those words, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. We can join the Heavenly Profound sect? The other youths became excited, especially after witnessing Drifting Goblet's strength. Isn't it a little too much for the Heavenly Profound sect to send one of the 8 figures to recruit disciples? A crisp voice sounded above the monastery. A voluptuous woman stood on a beam. Donned in a sky-blue dress, she jumped down. When she landed on the ground, her ample chest trembled lightly. This view had instantly attracted everyone's gaze. Li Wuyo even went as far as gulping down mouthfuls of saliva. Captivating everyone's gaze with her smile, the woman introduced herself. I'm Xian Yen. I belong to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. If any of you are interested in joining the Sword Firmament Pavilion, I can open a back door for you. The woman emanated a captivating charm. Even her voice was bewitching. The Sword Firmament Pavilion isn't any better to send the Bella of the sect out. On the other hand, There's nothing attractive about old drunkards of my primal origin sect. A sloppy old man walked out from the grass, covered in the smell of alcohol. The heavenly profound sect's drifting goblet, the primal origin sect's old drunkard, and the sword firmament pavilion's Xianxia. 3 representatives from the 4 prominent sects had gathered in this small monastery, catching everyone by surprise. No one had expected that there were 2 other people hidden in the monastery. Big sister, I'll come with you. Li Wuyo stood up while everyone was stunned. He walked towards the sword firmament pavilion's Xianxia. You have a good taste, lad. Xianxia stretched her hand out. Li Wuyo immediately held onto her hand and chuckled. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Wuyo. In the future, I will be the strongest swordsman in the great Qin Empire. Do you want me to chop off your hands? Xianxia smiled. She looked at Li Wuyo, who did not want to release his hand. Sensing the killing intent blowing at him, Li Wuyo immediately let go of her hand. Hee, how obedient. But you're pretty lecherous for your age. Xianxia pinched Li Wuyo's cheeks, causing Li Wuyo to start screaming out in pain. Looking at this scene, Drifting Goblet and the old drunkard sighed in pity. Seeing that Lin Yun was heading in Xianxia's direction, Drifting Goblet spoke out. You must have learned the Dragon Tiger Fist as well. Why don't you join the Heavenly Profound Sect? You can learn the full version there. Don't listen to him. The Dragon Tiger Fist might be strong, but it's hard to learn. You must know how to cherish your life. More importantly, only those with karma tied to Buddhism can learn it. That means that if you join the Heavenly Profound Sect, you will have to shave your head bald. The Primal Origin Sect's old drunkard smiled. Looking at your physique, it will be a pity if you don't join the Primal Origin Sect. The Primal Origin Sect is the strongest in the Great Qin Empire when it comes to physiques. The 2 went up to issue their invitation, leaving the other youths in shock. It was then that they realized that these 3 only came for Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. As for them, they were only passers-by. They couldn't help feeling disappointed when they realized this. On the other hand, Lin Yun was shocked. True enough, they were worthy of being profound martial realm cultivators because they could see right through him. Drifting Goblet and Old Drunkard had gotten a little anxious. On the other hand, Xianxia only looked at Lin Yun with watery eyes. She did not utter a single word. I'm sorry. I had already made up my mind to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion before I came. Lin Yun cupped his hands together to refuse their offer. Hearing Lin Yun's reply, the 2 couldn't help but sigh as they shook their heads. Given their status, they wouldn't go as far as forcing Lin Yun to join them. Furthermore, they could tell that Lin Yun had a powerful incomplete sword intent. You won't regret your choice. Well then, I will be taking my leave first. Xianxia left with Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. How could anyone reject Xianxia? What a pity for 2 decent-seated candidates to be snatched away, sighed Old Drunkard. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's luck has been a little too good these past few days. Oh right, I remember someone calling me bald earlier. Drifting Goblet smiled, sweeping his glance around. The Old Drunkard coughed at those words. He nearly spat out the alcohol in his mouth and started changing the topic. Don't take it to heart. I was just joking. Weren't you going to invite these youths to the Heavenly Profound Sect? I'll take my leave first then. Pretty quick at running, smiled Drifting Goblet. The blizzard continued to blow in the North Barren Land. Xianxia traveled swiftly in the snow after coming out of the monastery. Behind her, 2 men and a horse were following closely. As time continued to pass, Li Wuyo and Lin Yun both discovered that it was getting difficult for them to keep up with Xianxia. Xianxia might seem to be traveling at a decent pace, but a single step allowed her to cover over 30 meters. Half an hour later, she came to a stop and looked at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo with smiles. The 2 of them gasped for air and looked at her with their red faces. The 2 of you aren't half bad to be able to keep up with me. Why don't we start with an introduction? Xianxia clutched her arms together, squeezing her ample chest. Li Wuyo's gaze was totally glued to her chest. He smiled. I'm Li Wuyo. I'm 15 this year and I'm in the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. I'm only lacking the heart orifice. Big sister, you're pretty. Where exactly am I pretty? Xianxian smiled, captivating Li Wuyo's soul. Her smile had instantly brought warmth to the frozen night. Everywhere. Li Wuyo replied with a silly smile. But where's the prettiest? Xianxian asked. She was smiling, but her eyes had narrowed. Even her voice was filled with charm. Hee. Why your chest? Replied Li Wuyo. You brat. Xianxian suddenly released her sword aura and blew Li Wuyo's clothes apart. Li Wuyo suddenly felt as if he was falling from the sky. The cold wind sent a biting chill to his skin and woke him up. His legs trembled when he saw Xianxian smile at him and also from the biting cold. Li Wuyo smiled bitterly. BB big sister. I'm sorry. Lin Yun bore his laughter, but the dragon-blooded horse couldn't. Revealing its signature buck teeth, the horse started to chuckle. Hearing the horse chuckle, Xianxian directed her curious gaze over. What an interesting horse. When the dragon-blooded horse saw her gaze, it immediately stopped laughing and hid behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun, 15. I'm in the fifth orifice. I still have my nose and heart orifice left. I also possess an incomplete sword intent. Lin Yun wondered whether or not he should reveal his grudge with Bai Lishuan. But in the end, he chose to keep his mouth shut. It wasn't certain that he could join the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so he decided to keep quiet about it. After a brief pause, he also added, I have a poor aptitude. However, Xianxian wasn't bothered by that. She smiled. Don't worry about it. Reaching the fifth orifice at the age of 16 barely meets our requirement. By grasping the incomplete sword intent, you've already surpassed many people. Furthermore, you even practiced the Thunderblitz battle physique. I have high hopes for you. Here are 2 jade tokens. Can help exempt you from some tests. You can also flash it in the North Barren Land to save your life. Any bandits that see it won't have the guts to touch you too. Xianxian handed 2 exquisite tokens to Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Senior sister, you're not taking us to the capital? Li Wuyo suddenly realized that they weren't going to travel together. Calling me senior sister so quickly? Don't forget that you're still not a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But it's fine. I'm under orders, so I will be staying in the North Barren Land. I will pick the 2 of you up in the capital. Xianxian replied, blowing fog out of her mouth as she spoke. Those words made Li Wuyo feel somewhat disappointed, so he muttered, Don't we have a back door opened for us? Why is it just a jade token? Isn't it good that you get to know me? Xianxian chuckled as she approached Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo immediately tensed up and replied, That's for sure. Getting to know you is my fortune. Ah, you're sweet. Xianxian pinched Li Wuyo's cheeks. She then blew a whistle, which summoned a sharp cry in the horizon. In the next second, a powerful aura with an unparalleled sword aura dove down from the horizon. It was a sword condor. They were true to their name. They'd rather break than bow. By nature, they were Xiantian demonic beasts. However, they only had a lifespan of 10 years. If they couldn't reach the profound martial realm in 10 years, they would die. This wasn't Lin Yun's first time seeing one. He had seen some when the Azure Sun realm opened up. Almost every single Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple was riding on one. Whoosh! The sword condor stood firmly on the ground like a sword. When it flapped its wings, it raised a tornado of snow. Take care of yourselves. See you 2 in the capital. Xianxian jumped on the sword condor and disappeared into the horizon. She left. Li Wuyo pouted. He turned to look at Lin Yun with a fawning smile. Lin Yun, lend me a set of clothes. Looking at the naked Li Wuyo, Lin Yun couldn't help laughing and took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring and threw them over. Thanks. Li Wuyo took the clothes and ran off. Meanwhile, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Xianxian must have left to find more budding candidates to recruit. He had no idea if there was something special this year or if it had always been this way in the past. The 3 sects went as far as dispatching profound martial realm cultivators to fight for disciples in the North Barren Land. The heavenly profound sect even sent Drifting Goblet, a genius whose name resounded throughout the entire heavenly Qin County. A brief moment later, Li Wuyo returned. Looking at Lin Yun staring at the sky, he smiled. You've taken a fancy to senior sister Xianxia as well? I suggest you restrain yourself. Someone who appears together with drifting goblet can't be simple. Lin Yun smiled. Hehe. Senior sister Xianxia isn't that terrifying. Li Wuyo laughed. He didn't seem too bothered by Lin Yun's words. Lin Yun found Li Wuyo rather forgetful. He was naked just a moment ago. Where are we going now? Asked Li Wuyo. This place isn't within the range of the blizzard. We can clean this place up and rest briefly. Lin Yun spoke as he began to clear the snow. He took out some dried leaves and laid them on the ground before taking out a snow-white demonic beast's pelt. Very quickly, Lin Yun finished setting up a campsite. Lying on the demonic beast's pelt, Li Wuyo felt a little too comfortable and became embarrassed. Big brother Lin, I wasn't able to help you out. It's fine. Get some rest, replied Lin Yun. Hehe. I'll sleep then, said Li Wuyo. It has been half a month since I've gotten any decent rest. Up in the sky, Xianxia stood on the sword condor, witnessing the entire scene. She smiled. Lin Yun is cautious despite resting. He must have his fair share of experience. Whoosh! The sword condor turned around and left. It didn't take long for Li Wuyo to fall deeply asleep at the campsite. But Lin Yun was unable to sleep. As he got closer to the sword firmament pavilion, there was an increase in the pressure he felt. He couldn't withstand the pressure from Bai Lishuan simply with ambition alone. He could predict that it wouldn't be easy surviving in the sword firmament pavilion. He needed strength. As Li Wuyo fell asleep, Lin Yun took out a bamboo slip and studied it. The weight of this ordinary-looking bamboo slip was unbelievable. He had been studying this bamboo slip for the past 2 months. Now he finally had an idea about it. The Iris Sword Sutra is already in the 5th stage. So tonight should be good enough. Lin Yun grew a little nervous as he looked at the bamboo slip. At the same time, excitement flickered in his eyes. Looking at Li Wuyo, who fell deeply asleep, Lin Yun left the campsite for the blizzard. After making sure that there was no one around, Lin Yun took a deep breath. His gaze became solemn. Throwing all unrelated thoughts away, the iris flower in his dantian began to ignite. He started extracting the flames around the iris flower and poured them into the bamboo slip. As flames poured into the bamboo slip, the weight started to decrease. The words on the bamboo slip gave him enlightenment. It allowed him to discover the secrets hidden in this bamboo slip. But according to what Yu Weiwei said, the flames on the iris flower had no vitality. So if he used too much of it, he would risk extinguishing it. But every time he got close to it, he would be forced to stop. Now that his Iris Sword Sutra reached the 5th stage, the flames were more refined. As he poured flames into the bamboo slip, the weight of the slip started to drop. It started to become lighter in his hand. But it didn't take long for him to use up a whole lot of flames from the iris flower. It's not enough? Lin Yun grew nervous. If this much wasn't enough, then he could only try it again when his iris sword flower reached the 6th stage. Just when he was feeling nervous, the bamboo slip started to ignite and hovered in the sky. Whoosh! The bamboo slip transformed into a streak of light and flew into his brow. Shortly after, a buzzing noise echoed in his mind. Unknown scenes started to appear. He could see an alchemist seated before a cauldron, engraving something into the air. As he had expected, this bamboo slip had something to do with refining pellets. Yu Weiwei was right, but for some reason, something was amiss. The runes engraved into the air seemed alive as they flickered. Those runes seemed completely different from each other, and yet they matched so well together. Boom! The cauldron suddenly exploded. A pellet flew out from the cauldron and was grabbed by the alchemist. The runes engraved in the air also formed a picture before being engraved on the pellet. Whoosh! 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 The alchemist seemed proficient in what he was doing. Every time a pellet flew out, he would gently tap out the air to engrave the runes onto it. There were engravings on the pellets that flickered. It was completely different compared to a second go. It hurts. Lin Yun's mind was on the verge of exploding when he observed the picture. The picture also trembled before breaking up into countless memory fragments. Those fragments gathered and formed two words in his mind. Age Sutra. Lin Yun opened his eyes and looked at the ordinary-looking bamboo slip. It was like a sword that dropped towards the ground. When Lin Yun recalled the huge commotion caused by the bamboo slip in the past, he immediately reached out for it. When the scenes disappeared, Lin Yun only saw four words in his mind. It seems that the iris sacred flames weren't enough. But those runes had been deeply imprinted in his mind. It was just as Yu Weiwei had guessed. This bamboo slip had something to do with alchemy. But Lin Yun was baffled by those runes. He had a feeling that there was something different about them compared to refining pellets. However, Lin Yun pushed that thought to the back of his mind for now. He did his best to memorize the runes. He had a feeling that there was a use for them. He had decided to make use of this opportunity to become an alchemist. When raising his strength, he would also try to grasp these runes. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra. Refined violet spiritual energy coursed through his meridians like tidal waves. After he completed one complete cycle, the dim flames on the iris flower surged once more. Lin Yun opened his eyes when the flames fully recovered. The iris sacred flame had no vitality, so Lin Yun had to be cautious when it came to nourishing the flames to prevent them from dying out. No matter what, he had to keep this in mind. For the next few days, Lin Yun would practice the iris sacred flame on the road, while comprehending the runes at night. He disregarded everything else and focused on his cultivation. Without him knowing, 7 days had passed. The blizzard was blowing in the barren land. Li Wuyo was deep asleep, talking in his sleep. There were many runes engraved on the snow. They were the runes that Lin Yun had comprehended over the past few days. The runes were flickering on the ground as if they were alive. Every single rune existed alone without any link towards each other. Holding onto his chin, Lin Yun looked at the runes and fell into deep thought. After 5 days, I finally memorized these runes, but they seem to be ancient runes that exist by themselves without any use. But when he saw what the alchemist drew in his mind, these runes had joined together to form a picture before being engraved on the pellet. Lin Yun had no idea how to accomplish that. The runes alone cost a lot of spiritual energy, making it harder for him to draw. So it would only be tougher for him to join them together. It's worth a try regardless of how challenging it is. Lin Yun couldn't accomplish what that alchemist did, drawing runes in the air. He could only guide those runes to converge together. Boom! When he attempted to move them, the runes immediately collapsed. Looks like it's not sturdy enough. Lin Yun immediately realized that he only drew the form of the runes. They would collapse upon being touched. It looks like I missed some details. Summoning a wisp of sword aura on his fingertips, he destroyed the runes on the ground. Retrieving the bamboo slip, he poured the iris sword flame into it once more. After half the time it took for an incense joss to burn past, the bamboo slip flew into his forehead once more. The same scenes appeared in his mind. It was the same ancient pellet refining chamber with the same alchemist drawing runes in the air. Lin Yun was shocked when he discovered how the alchemist drew in the air. There was a faint flicker on his fingertips that disappeared in a flash. Flames! Spiritual energy did not have a form. There was no way it could exist outside his body. But if it were the flames that he had refined, it would be a completely different story. Even after being extracted out of his body, they could still burn for a long time. I see. Lin Yun suddenly comprehended and opened his eyes. The bamboo slip flew out of his forehead. Grabbing onto the bamboo slip, Lin Yun's eyes now flashed with boundless confidence. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Complicated runes appeared on the ground once more. It didn't seem any different than before, but every rune was flickering with flames. This is it. It's easier to control the runes that contain my iris sacred flames. Lin Yun swiped with his finger. Boom! The runes started coming together and formed a complete picture in Lin Yun's eyes. With joy on his face, Lin Yun muttered to himself, "It looks like the runes are just the foundation. They need to join together to form a picture." Only then can I imprint pellets. However, Lin Yun had no idea what these runes were. But he was certain these runes were graded. Perhaps he would gain more knowledge the more he grasped the Age Sutra. The scene he saw might only be a tiny portion of the bamboo slip that might not amount to much. Let's aim to familiarize myself with the runes before entering the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Clearing the runes on the ground, Lin Yun returned to the campsite. 3 days later, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo finally came out of the North Barren Land and into the heavenly Qin County. The heavenly Qin County was boundless and stretched tens of millions of miles out. This was the center of the great Qin Empire, where the 4 prominent sects and families resided. This scale was the size of over 10 Azure Sun counties. It was a flourishing place that Lin Yun couldn't describe with words. Stepping into heavenly Qin County, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo quickened their pace. Took them 5 days to arrive at the capital. The towering walls were over 30 meters in height and made of metal. Not even a profound martial realm cultivator could break the walls apart. We're finally here. Let's go in. Li Wuyo had a smile on his face. He had been filled with admiration over the past few days. He encountered no trouble traveling with Lin Yun. Li Wuyo even guessed that Lin Yun must be experienced at traveling alone and his strength might not be as simple as it seemed. Nodding his head, Lin Yun got down from the dragon-blooded horse and headed toward the gate. There were long queues at the gate for entering the city. On the granite streets, many people rode their demonic beasts while entering. When they arrived at the capital, Lin Yun's dragon-blooded horse finally no longer seemed so eye-catching. Lin Yun, over here. Lin Yun could hear someone calling out for him when he passed through the city gate. When he turned his head, he immediately saw Xianxia. There were some youths gathered around Xianxia. They weren't any older than him and their cultivation didn't seem simple. There were even some with cultivation in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Senior sister Xianxia. Li Wuyo rejoiced when he saw Xianxia and ran over while Lin Yun was examining the youths. With a smile on his lips, Lin Yun walked over with the dragon-blooded horse. Looking at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, Xianxia smiled. The 2 of you are late. If you guys didn't turn up, I might have had to look for you. Lin Yun had been spending the night pondering the runes, so it would be weird if they could quicken up their pace. Lin Yun replied with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's fine. Introduce yourselves. These are the others I found in the North Barren Land. You guys will be coming with me to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch later. You guys will not need to go through any more tests. Xianxia smiled. Han Ping, Bai Yu, Zhang Yi. 3 youths were rather friendly to Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. After all, they would be under Xianxia's faction in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, so they had to build up a good relationship. As for the youth who was in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm, he was the last to smile, Li Xiaotian. His gaze fell onto Lin Yun with interest. You must be Lin Yun, right? Big sister Xianxia said that you've grasped an incomplete sword intent despite being in the 5th stage of the Xiantian realm. Do take care of me in the future when we're in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. You're flattering me. You're the one with the 7th orifice cultivation here. Lin Yun calmly replied. We're all in the Xiantian realm. It's not a problem as long as you have enough resources. Li Xiaotian spoke with a trace of pride in his eyes. Evidently, he wasn't as calm as he claimed. For him to reach the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm at the age of 16 meant that he was truly talented. Even if he had gotten his cultivation by relying on resources, he still had something to be proud of. Now that everyone has gotten to know each other, let's get going. The capital is huge and it will be troublesome if you get lost. Xianxia smiled and led the way. As they walked, many people directed their attention towards Xianxia. Follow closely. I visited the capital once and it's true that you can lose your way easily. Li Xiaotian replied. He walked alongside Xianxia and tried to talk with her. This fellow is only in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. What's the big deal? Li Xiaotian had behaved arrogantly earlier, ignoring everyone except Lin Yun, who grasped an incomplete sword intent. He acted like the vice leader of this group, which left Li Wuyo unhappy. Lin Yun led the dragon-blooded horse and walked with a smile. He did not say anything. The capital was bustling with youths everywhere. Roughly half an hour later, Xianxia pointed at a huge building and explained, "We're almost there. That's the Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch where we recruit new disciples." The main gate of the entrance was over 300 meters in length and about 200 meters in width. There were 3 words engraved on the sign, Sword Firmament Pavilion. There was a picture at the center of the 3 words. With just a glance, anyone could sense the sword aura. The aura was so dense that it had formed into a sword formation. It seemed so mighty even from 1,000 meters away. "That's the Sword Firmament Pavilion's myriad sword diagram." Li Wuyo spoke out with excitement next to Lin Yun. "It's rumored that the Sword Firmament Pavilion is founded by the founding ancestor, Jian Wuming. This myriad sword diagram must be a copy. The real one is on the myriad sword cliff." Lin Yun's heart throbbed. It looked like picking the Sword Firmament Pavilion was the right choice. Just from this diagram alone, he could see the pavilion's foundation. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch was usually closed throughout the year. It would only be opened once a year during recruitment. There wouldn't be any official examinations today. The schedule today was mainly about recruiting and testing. Xianxia led everyone through the side gate. When they entered, the long queue was endless. Talents from all over the Great Qin Empire had gathered here. So many people. Looks like the Sword Firmament Pavilion is rather popular. I'm afraid that there are over 10,000 people here, not to mention that the registration has been going on for days. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them, but Lin Yun wasn't too surprised. It was a harsh requirement that only those who'd reached the 4th orifice of the Xiantian realm before the age of 17 could join the sect. But the Great Qin Empire had over 100 counties, so it wasn't surprising that there were so many people here. No one knew how long the long queue would take, but everyone was quietly waiting for their turn. When they saw Lin Yun's group walking in, their eyes turned red with envy. Who are they? Why are they exempted from queuing? They must be the seeded candidates. The Sword Firmament Pavilion has seeded candidates every year. The pavilion will send out disciples to scout for talents before the examination. So, what's so special about them? Nothing much. The only advantage that they have is probably the fact that they can get acquainted with people from the Sword Firmament Pavilion beforehand. As you guys know, it's beneficial to find someone to support you before entering the pavilion. What if you offend them? Then you're out of luck. When you enter the pavilion, you'll be in charge of chopping firewood, picking water, and splashing fertilizers. There are all sorts of ways to mess with you. When the youths following Xianxia heard those words, their eyes radiated with pride. Looking at them, Xianxia smiled. "Don't get cocky. Being a seeded candidate doesn't guarantee you entrance into the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It just means less hassle. Hehe. Don't worry about it, big sister Xianxia. I will surely not embarrass you. I'm determined to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion." Li Wuyo spoke out. His words made Xianxia chuckle. These youths were carefully selected by her in the North Barren Land, so she would be embarrassed if they couldn't make it into the pavilion. Although she didn't seem too worried, she was actually nervous about it. Why are you coming to the Sword Firmament Pavilion if you can't even hold your sword firmly? I don't care about your talent. Withstand an attack from me. The Sword Firmament Pavilion doesn't need trash who can't even hold their sword firmly. Get the hell out of here. Don't embarrass the Sword Firmament Pavilion. A roar rang out. Next. How the hell did you cultivate? Why is your spiritual energy so dispersed? You must be cultivating an unorthodox method. You have no future with such an unstable foundation. Get lost. Next. Your aptitude is a little too shitty. 2nd grade spiritual physique? Next. Your aptitude isn't bad, but your martial soul isn't suitable to be a swordsman. You should register somewhere else. Don't waste your future in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Not bad. You remained standing after bearing my sword aura. Come back 3 days from now. A middle-aged man stood before the palace with a wooden sword in his hand. He was in charge of conducting the test. Even Lin Yun was startled when he heard the harsh requirement. Even someone with a second-grade spiritual physique was eliminated? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He knew that his aptitude test wouldn't be good. The reason why he made it into the Xiantian realm was all thanks to the seventh orifice exquisite pellet that Su Xiao gave him. His aptitude should be at the top of mortal physique at best. But he believed that things would work out one way or another. If he couldn't even get through the Sword Firmament Pavilion standards, he wouldn't make it into the Heavenly Profound sect either. If that were the case, the Heavenly Qin Institute would be his only choice. The Heavenly Qin Institute did not have any requirements for background and talent. He could make it in as long as he passed the test. Elder Luofeng, these are the seated candidates I picked from the North Barren Land. Please take a look at them. Xianxia came over with 6 youths. There was a black-haired man seated at the top. He wore a purple robe, emitting sword aura from every inch of his body. He gave off a deep and unfathomable feeling. There were also some elders of the Sword Firmament Pavilion around him. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying aura. Luofeng directed his gaze over when he heard Xianxia's words. His gaze made everyone feel as though a long sword pierced through them. His gaze first fell onto Li Wuyo and he nodded his head. This lad isn't bad. MHM? What powerful incomplete sword intent. It seems to be on the verge of completion. Luofeng then suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun. Elder Luofeng, this is Lin Yun. Not only does he have a high comprehension of sword Dao, but he also practiced the Thunderblitz battle physique. Xianxia smiled. Luofeng looked at the other elders and asked, what do you guys think? Not bad. They're all worthy of being seated candidates. Xianxia's eyesight isn't half bad. Another group suddenly came over. The man leading the group seemed extraordinary. He was emitting sword aura from his pores that made him seem deep and unfathomable. He was another cultivator in the profound martial realm. Lin Yun was inwardly startled by this scene. Profound martial realms were so common in the 4 prominent sections. When Xianxia saw this group, her face changed slightly. But she still greeted them, Senior Brother Wang Yan. Haha. Are these the seated candidates junior sister Xianxia found? What a random bunch. There isn't a single profound martial realm among them. You should have given the quota to the clan elites. Why bother wasting them on these people? Wang Yan embarrassed Xianxia without holding back. He criticized Lin Yun's group to the point of being worthless. Lin Yun looked at the youths behind Wang Yan. There were 6 to 7 of them, and their lowest cultivation was in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. There was even one among them that had reached the profound martial realm. But Lin Yun wouldn't be shocked if that was all. He was more shocked when he saw the youth standing beside Wang Yan. It was Wang Ning of the Wang clan, who had a deep grudge with him. Their enmity started back in the Azure Sky sect and grew deeper in the Azure Sun realm. He never expected that he would first encounter Wang Ning in the capital before meeting by Li Xuan. It had been 2 months since they met, and Wang Ning's cultivation had undergone great improvements. When Lin Yun raised his head, he bumped gazes with Wang Ning. When he saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. When Wang Ning saw Lin Yun, he was shocked. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He even suspected that his eyes were messing with him. He wanted to slaughter Lin Yun back in the Azure Sky sect, so he naturally recognized Lin Yun. Sword slave, you're not dead? Wang Ning sneered. In his view, Lin Yun was simply courting death to come to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. At the same time, Wang Ning's voice left everyone in shock. What's going on? Wang Yan knitted his brows. Wang Ning had no right to speak in this place. So speaking rashly would be a violation of ranking. Big brother, he's Lin Yun. He's the one who injured Uncle Bo back in the Azure Sun realm. But this fellow is just a piece of trash. Back in the Azure Sky sect, he was famed for his terrible aptitude. So how can someone like him be a seated candidate? Wang Ning immediately explained. Lin Yun. Wang Yan suddenly recalled something. The corner of his lips raised. Are you sure that his aptitude is terrible? I'm absolutely sure about that. Even the Azure Sky sect didn't want him. He only remained after going as far as becoming a sword slave for 2 years. Listening to that, Wang Yan smiled. Junior sister Xianxia, why did you pick your seated candidates randomly? We nearly became a laughingstock because of it. Wang Yan and Wang Ning's conversation immediately caused an uproar. Sword slave. How can a sword slave become a seated candidate? Are you saying that we're not even comparable to a sword slave? The sword firmament pavilion is too much. I've never heard someone so ridiculous among the four prominent sects. They were clearly unhappy by the fact that Lin Yun became a seated candidate. Wang Ning smirked when he heard the commotion. He had finally gotten back at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was truly impudent to come to the sword firmament pavilion. When the uproar gradually grew louder, the middle-aged man roared to control the disturbance. Whoosh! All the elders turned to look at Xianxia with shock in their eyes. If what Wang Ning said was true, giving a seated candidate quota to a sword slave was laughable. Talents had gathered in the capital from a different 100 counties. The four sects and Heavenly Qin Institute were recruiting at the same time. So, the slightest disturbance would sweep through the whole capital. In the Great Qin Empire, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was known as the Holy Land of Swordsmen. If news got out that they gave a seated candidate quota to a sword slave, they would become a laughingstock. Aside from Li Wuyo, the youths who stood behind Xianxia wore an odd expression as they moved away from Lin Yun. Is he speaking the truth? An elder questioned Lin Yun. I guess so. It was true that I was a sword slave for a period of time. Lin Yun never considered the fact that he was once a sword slave to be taboo. Then why are you still standing here? To embarrass yourself. Wang Ning barked coldly. Junior sister Xianxia, your eyesight is a little too poor. Why don't your candidates go and join the queue? To begin with, Wang Yan did not have a good relationship with Xianxia, so he would naturally savor this opportunity to embarrass her. Listening to Wang Yan's words, the faces of Li Xiaotian and the youths around him started to change. When they looked at Lin Yun, there was a hint of unhappiness in their eyes. Shut up! Xianxia's face turned cold. She glared at Wang Yan and retorted, so what if he was a sword slave? The Sword Firmament Pavilion has never been concerned with our disciples' background during recruitment. Elder Luofeng also came from a humble background. Are you guys saying that Elder Luofeng should leave the pavilion as well? Wang Ning was frightened by Xianxia's words. He immediately shut his mouth. Even Luofeng did not speak and only watched how the situation would develop. Wang Yan calmed down and sneered, don't try to slander us. As a senior, Elder Luofeng naturally knows that we don't mean that. It's true that the Sword Firmament Pavilion doesn't pay attention to our disciples' origin. But what about their aptitude? Didn't you hear my younger brother say that he has a terrible aptitude? The mortal physique was usually considered trash. But even the mortal physique was separated into different grades. Some weaker sects would also accept mortal physiques as their disciples because of this. But as for the four prominent sects, mortal physiques couldn't catch their attention. They were even strict with spiritual physiques. The elders on the stage all had their own opinion, but they kept their silence since Luofeng did not speak. Lin Yun, have you tested your aptitude? Xianxia turned to look at Lin Yun. I've never tested my aptitude, but it's true that my aptitude is terrible. Lin Yun replied honestly. Hehe. How do you know about that if you've never tested your aptitude? Xianxia chuckled as she loosened up. Why would he become a sword slave if his aptitude wasn't terrible? How naive. Wang Ning sneered. Utter another word and I'll tear your mouth apart. Xianxia's face turned dark. She looked at Wang Ning coldly, sending a chill down his spine and causing him to hide behind Wang Yan. He was startled by Xianxia's ferocity. But besides that, her figure was truly impressive. If he had an opportunity, he would never let her go. As Wang Ning looked at Xianxia's figure, his imagination began to run wild. He was afraid of Xianxia's strength, so he could only peek at her. On the other hand, Wang Yan wasn't afraid of Xianxia. With a hypocritical smile, he looked at Lin Yun and Xianxia saying, then let's have a test. As long as junior sister Xianxia isn't afraid of being humiliated. Come with me. Xianxia led Lin Yun to the front of the queue. She nodded her head at the middle-aged man and walked Lin Yun to the stone platform. There was a crystal orb on the stone platform. Lin Yun, this is the spiritual orb. All you have to do is inject your spiritual energy into the orb. You can test your aptitude with it. If you have a mortal physique, you won't be able to light up the orb. But if the orb lights up, then you have a spiritual physique. The stronger the light, the higher the grade. Xianxia smiled at Lin Yun while leading him to the orb. Lin Yun was touched by her actions and smiled. Senior Sister Xianxia, have you ever considered that I have a trash physique? If that's the case, you'll end up as a laughingstock to everyone here. Everyone in the queue looked at Lin Yun. As for Wang Ning, he wore a sneer on his lips. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Yun off so easily. Don't say that. Since I'm the one who brought you here, I'm naturally responsible for you, said Xianxia sincerely to Lin Yun. She was rather fond of Lin Yun, but not in a romantic sense. She noticed Lin Yun's pure gaze when she first met him. His gaze was pure even when he was looking at her. Xianxia had met many people over the years, but someone like Lin Yun was rare. Everyone had a scar or an unbearable past in their hearts. What Wang Ning did was uncover Lin Yun's wound and rubbed salt on it. If someone else was standing in Lin Yun's position, they would have already collapsed. However, Lin Yun was still as calm as before. When Xianxia saw this scene, she couldn't help feeling a little ache in her heart for him. After all, she was the one who brought Lin Yun over. What Wang Ning said was true. My aptitude is truly terrible. Originally, I was thinking of grasping a complete sword intent before coming to the capital. Perhaps, through that method, I would have been exempt from the sword firmament pavilion requirements, but I'm probably thinking too much. So Senior Sister Xianxia doesn't have to force the issue. Lin Yun already knew that Wang Yan was purposely trying to make him take the test. He wanted to embarrass Xianxia in public. But you've never taken an aptitude test before, right? Xianxia smiled. Yeah, responded Lin Yun. Then take the test. I'm not afraid of embarrassment. I just don't want you to leave any regrets behind. Xianxia did not give Lin Yun the opportunity to decline. Putting Lin Yun's hand on the spiritual orb, Xianxia smiled. Go for it, Tiger. Facing her goodwill, Lin Yun wasn't in any position to decline. Since that was the case, he had to take the test. He was also curious about his aptitude. Lin Yun began to circulate the Iris Sword Sutra. Wisps of violet spiritual energy poured into the spiritual orb through his palm. Whoosh! His spiritual energy disappeared the moment he poured it into the spiritual orb. It was like a droplet entering a vast ocean. There was no reaction from the spiritual orb. Was it too little? It didn't make any sense for there to be no reaction. Even if he had a mortal physique, the spiritual orb should at least tremble. After briefly pondering, a petal of the iris flower in his body opened up. The spiritual energy in the spiritual orb suddenly increased. But even so, there was no response from the spiritual orb. So he really has a shitty physique. Wow. Even those with first-grade spiritual physique were eliminated. But someone with a shitty physique came to register for the Sword Firmament Pavilion. A commotion broke out among the crowd when they saw no response from the spiritual orb. Up on the platform, Wang Yan smiled. It looks like this brat really has a shitty physique. Why else would he be a sword slave for 2 years if it wasn't for his shitty physique? Wang Ning had ridiculement on his face. This is great. This woman has been going against me in the sect. Now, I finally have something against her. Wang Yan sneered. As long as this brat truly has a shitty physique, I'll be able to file a complaint against her. At the very least, I can get her confined for a month. If news got out that she mispicked a seated candidate, it will make her a laughingstock. Big brother, we can't keep that brat around, Wang Ning warned. He killed so many people of my Wang clan in the Azure Sun realm, so how can we leave him around? After he's asked to leave, you can have your fun torturing him. Wang Yan smiled. He was clearly not bothered by Lin Yun. Boom! But all of a sudden, the spiritual orb suddenly released a violet brilliance. Lin Yun was shocked. He could sense a strand of aura entering the spiritual orb from the 6 orifices around his chest. The purple spiritual orb began to release a light halo. It was the sign of first-grade spiritual physique. That's still trash. But his spiritual physique seems really refined from the tint of red in the orb. No matter what, that's only the first-grade spiritual physique. That's still beneath the sword firmament pavilion's standard. Boom! The spiritual orb released another halo. The violet radiance that it was giving off began to dazzle. Strands of aura seeped out from his 7 orifice into the spiritual orb. Lin Yun immediately understood what was going on. It must be the 7th orifice exquisite pellet that Su Xiao gave him. His aptitude had already changed after refining the 7th orifice exquisite pellet, causing him to undergo a huge change. Even he had no idea that his aptitude had changed drastically. A ring of halos continued to light up, eventually stopping at 7 halos. At the same time, the iris flower in his dantian started to blossom, unleashing dazzling purple brilliance. The spiritual orb began to dazzle, releasing dreamy ripples into the surrounding. It's the 7th grade spiritual physique. Damn it! How is that possible? The Wang brothers were both dumbfounded. Wang Ning, who was so confident that Lin Yun had a trash physique, was completely stupefied. The ring of halos were like slaps to his face. Boom! When the 30 petals of the iris flower blossomed in his dantian, the spiritual orb suddenly exploded. Everyone was startled and reflexively crouched down. A powerful wave of incomplete sword intent beyond their control started emitting from Lin Yun, causing the surrounding swords to buzz. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind and he looked elegant. Up on the stage, Wang Ning's face turned pale. He knew that he was in deep trouble. Even Li Xiaotian and the rest who distanced themselves from Lin Yun had a brilliant display on their faces. All of them had disbelief on their faces along with regret. Only Li Wuyo and Xianxia had bright smiles on their faces. Crackle! Crackle! The spiritual orb shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Looking at the empty stone platform, Lin Yun was startled awake. He immediately retracted his sword intent back into his body and closed the iris flower in his dantian. The spiritual orb shattered? Just how ridiculously refined is his spiritual energy to shatter the orb? I don't think it's that simple. His cultivation technique must be a sword sutra. There were countless cultivation techniques, but there was one category that only swordsmen could practice. It was the sword sutras, tailored for swordsmen. Sword sutras were extremely rare, and even a Xiantian realm version would cause everyone to go crazy for it. The spiritual energy produced from sword sutras were sharp and extremely compatible with sword technique. Spiritual energy could be refined, but it lacked the sharpness to match well with sword techniques. So it was practically impossible for ordinary spiritual energy to destroy the spiritual orb. All the youths who came to register recovered from their shock and got back on their feet. They all looked at Lin Yun with amazement in their eyes. Up on the stage, the Wang brothers weren't concerned with Lin Yun's cultivation technique or how he managed to shatter the spiritual orb. They were more concerned with the 7 halos that the spiritual orb released before it was destroyed. They were both surprised by Lin Yun's 7th grade spiritual physique. Wang Yan, is there anything else that you'd like to add? Xianxia brought Lin Yun down and looked at Wang Yan with a sneer. Listening to Xianxia's ridicule, Wang Yan gnashed his teeth. There was no way he could refute the facts laid before him. His aptitude might have been verified, but not his martial soul. Wang Ning replied before Wang Yan could. Back in the Azure Sun realm, he had never used his martial soul when he fought. Who knows if his martial soul might be trash? But the moment he spoke, all the elders had loathsome looks on their faces. Just a moment ago, Wang Ning spoke so confidently that Lin Yun's physique was garbage. However, Lin Yun had a 7th grade spiritual physique. They had undeniable facts laid before their eyes. So who would believe Wang Ning's words again? Enough! The person in charge, Elder Luofeng, suddenly spoke out after a brief silence. A sudden surge of aura released from his body, causing everyone's face to change. Everyone could feel the immense pressure coming from him. With a dark face, Luofeng looked at Wang Yan, pointing his finger at Wang Ning. He's your younger brother? Wang Yan's heart throbbed. He knew that they were in trouble. In the end, he nodded his head helplessly. Yeah, he's my younger brother. He just returned to the family and he's still immature. Please forgive him. You're going to give him your seated candidates quota? Questioned Luo Feng. Wang Yan had no idea how to continue. Get him to join the queue. There's no need for him to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion if he can't get through the test. Luo Feng spoke with a grim tone. Luo Feng's words were like a bomb that went off in Wang Ning's mind. Did he hear that correctly? This old man demanded him, a direct descendant of the 4 major clans, to join the queue. Big brother, Wang Ning begged with a heart full of grievance. Why are you still here? Wang Yan barked with a gloomy expression. He couldn't be bothered with his younger brother right now. Luo Feng was known for having a good temper in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It was practically impossible for him to make things difficult on a young man. But Wang Yan could tell that he was genuinely furious since he ordered Wang Ning to join the queue. So, how would Wang Yan dare to beg for mercy on behalf of Wang Ning? I'll go. Wang Ning gnashed his teeth. He glared at Lin Yun when he walked past. After Wang Ning left, Luo Feng looked at Lin Yun with a smile. 7th grade spiritual physique. You might not be comparable to Xianxia or Wang Yan, but your aptitude can still be ranked among the upper tier in the pavilion. It would be a laughingstock if a talent like yourself were chased away. You've done a good job, Xianxia. He deserves the quota. Thank you, Elder. Xianxia smiled. Elder Luo, these are elites from the various aristocratic clans. I chose them after several rounds of selection. Wang Yan said nervously. It would be embarrassing if the candidates he chose couldn't obtain the quota. Approved. The 2 of you have done well. I will definitely reward you too when this is all over. Bring them over to register. Let them come back 3 days later to report. As seated candidates, they can skip to the last examination. Thank you, Elder. Wang Yan let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head and his eyes turned dark when he saw Lin Yun. He wanted to mess with Lin Yun when he saw him enter the capital. However, he was the one who had been messed with instead. Just you wait. He felt that Lin Yun messed with him on purpose. But in reality, even Lin Yun had no idea that he had a 7th grade spiritual physique aptitude. Let's go. Wang Yan led the youths behind him to register with a solemn face. Looking at Lin Yun, Xianxia smiled. See? How would you know your aptitude if you don't take the test? Hehe. Lin Yun, you scared me back there. You've hidden well. Li Wuyo smiled and bumped Lin Yun's chest. He didn't seem to be faking it at all. We'll be fellow disciples in the future, smiled Li Xiaotian. But his smile seemed fake in Lin Yun's eyes. Just a moment ago, everyone had distanced themselves when Wang Ning said that he had a garbage physique. However, Lin Yun did not fall out with them. Let's go and register. Xianxia's face was covered in smiles. She was in a good mood. Waving her hand, she took everyone to complete their registration. It didn't take long for everyone to complete their registration. When they returned, they ran into Wang Ning, who was still in the queue with his head lowered. How comical. Just a moment ago, he was arrogantly demanding Lin Yun to get lost. But in the end, he was the one who had to join the queue. I'm afraid that this fellow will probably complete his registration at night. It'll be interesting if he can't get through the test. Li Wuyo smiled. I don't think so. The Wang clan is still one of the 4 major clans. As a direct descendant, there's no way he'll fail the test. Xianxia said, looking at Wang Ning with disdain. Oh, right, spoke Xianxia as they exited the Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch. I've already arranged a residence for Li Xiaotian and the rest because they came early. I believe that the 2 of you still don't have a place to stay, right? No, we don't. They just arrived at the capital. It would be weird if they already found a place to stay. Xianxia's eyes flickered and she replied, the test is only 3 days away. If you guys don't mind, why don't you 2 stay at my home? I'm fine. This is my first time in the capital, so I would like to stroll around. Lin Yun rejected Xianxia's offer just when Li Wuyo was about to agree. Then, I'm fine as well, sighed Li Wuyo. Are you sure? I've never brought any guys to my home. Xianxian looked at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Her eyes were glowing with charm. Li Wuyo gulped down a mouthful of saliva. However, Lin Yun's expression told him that he wasn't in any position to agree. Then I won't force the two of you. But keep in mind that you need to report back here in 3 days. The final examination will take place 3 days from now. Big Sister Xianxian, given our relationship, why don't you leak some insider information to us? At the very least, we can be well prepared. Li Wuyo looked at Xianxian. How is it a test if I leak anything to you guys? All I can tell you guys is that there's an advantage to being a seated candidate. Xianxian smiled and disappeared. Only her silhouette was left behind. Li Wuyo looked at Xianxian's disappearing silhouette with reluctance. Lin Yun, why did you refuse Big Sister Xianxian's offer? It's rude to refuse a lady's offer, especially someone as gorgeous as Big Sister Xianxian. Lin Yun waved his hand and called the dragon-blooded horse over. Grabbing onto the leash, Lin Yun replied, "The Wang clan is powerful in the capital. Who knows if they'll try to do anything to me in the next few days. I don't want to cause any trouble for Big Sister Xianxian." "That makes sense," said Li Wuyo. "But that's just me. Why didn't you agree?" asked Lin Yun. He was baffled by Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo patted on his chest. "Brothers before hoes. I'm not someone who gets blinded by beauty." "Why is that so hard to believe?" smiled Lin Yun. Li Wuyo felt awkward from Lin Yun's gaze and smiled, embarrassedly. "All right, Big Sister Xianxian was clearly inviting you. I believe she wants to protect you. As for me, I'm just someone that's tagging along. It would be awkward for me to go alone." Li Wuyo and Lin Yun strolled through the city, absorbing its novelties. It was an eye-opening experience for them. The inner city is up ahead. I heard that the outer and inner cities are completely different. If you're not a profound martial realm cultivator, you're required to pay a certain amount of spiritual stones to enter. Then, let's go and take a look. Lin Yun felt that the inner city might be safer. They paid 100 spiritual stones each to enter the inner city. When they walked in, Lin Yun's face changed. Lin Yun could feel a familiar fluctuation coming from the limestone floorings. It felt similar to the runes that he'd been practicing along the way to the capital. The capital existed before the Great Qin Empire was founded. At that time, it still wasn't the imperial city. But the royal family had been managing the empire diligently for the past 10,000 years. Strictly speaking, the imperial city should be the inner city. The outer city was constructed at a later date and only had a 1,000-year history. A brief moment later, Lin Yun was finally certain of the fluctuation coming from his foot. It was similar to the runes that he grasped, but it also felt different. It felt more complicated, like a towering mountain. "What's the matter?" Li Wuyo asked when he saw the changes on Lin Yun's face. "Can you sense the fluctuation coming from the ground? It might be faint, but you can sense it every time you take a step forward," said Lin Yun after briefly pondering. "That's it? This is an ancient defensive array that covers the entire inner city. It can allow the royal family to gain firm control of the entire capital. In the inner city, the Great Qin Imperial Guard has absolute strength. Even someone whose cultivation was higher than the profound martial realm wouldn't dare to provoke them," smiled Li Wuyo. "I see," said Lin Yun. Lin Yun had to admit that the inner city was under stricter control than the outer city. He couldn't see any Hotian realm cultivators along the street. He could, however, see profound martial realm cultivators around here. Perhaps even the profound martial realm couldn't be considered an expert in the capital's inner city. The two of them strolled briefly before they settled down in an inn. Although they no longer needed to consume food since they had unlocked their mouth orifice, they still had cravings. Back in the barren land, the two ate and slept together. The conditions were harsh, so it was inevitable that they would feast once entering an inn. When it was time to rest, Lin Yun closed the door and continued to study the bamboo slip. Lights flickered on his fingertips as he painted complicated runes on the ground. After half the time it took for an incense to burn, the runes flickered and vibrated as if they were alive. He was already familiar with the runes, so it wasn't hard for him to draw them. The hundreds of runes began to take shape before him. After contemplating something, Lin Yun took out a Xiantian pellet and placed it at the center of the runes. Ever since he was able to draw out all the runes, Lin Yun had been thinking of imprinting them on pellets. He was trying to do so during the journey, but all of them ended in failure. Let's hope that it's successful this time, thought Lin Yun. Despite the failures he went through, he was quite confident about this attempt. He stretched his hand out. Complicated runes joined together following his finger and started forming a complete picture. At first glance, it looked like droplets of water joining up together before they began to compress. Boom! When the runes finally merged with the Xiantian pellet, the pellet soared into the sky and made crackling sounds. At the same time, the spiritual energy within Lin Yun's body was flowing away from him like a tidal wave. His face turned pale and the iris flower in his dantian opened up, releasing spiritual energy like tidal waves. The pure spiritual energy flowed into the Xiantian pellet. In just a short moment, Lin Yun was covered in sweat. It felt as if he had undergone a tough battle. Not only was the majority of his spiritual energy consumed, but he was also mentally exhausted. Hiss! The pellet began to release white smoke, reaching a higher purity. Did I make it? Lin Yun's expression was solemn. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. When the smoke was cleared, he carefully went up to the pellet. He wasn't sure if he succeeded, but then he saw a white pellet right before him. If I remember correctly, the pellet should be crimson red. Lin Yun reached out for the pellet with perplexion. When the pill fell on his palm, he took a deep breath and looked at it. The pellet felt heavy. Lin Yun could sense that the pellet was instantly 10 times heavier than before. What surprised Lin Yun even more was that there was a small concentrated iris flower at the bottom of the pill. But the flower looked rather rough. It wasn't as delicate as he had imagined. But from the outline, he could tell that it was the violet iris flower. As he counted, there were exactly 30 petals. Why is the violet iris flower branded on it? Interesting. A smile rose on the corner of Lin Yun's lips. He played around with the pellet and started to think. He had no knowledge about alchemy, but thanks to the bamboo slip, he managed to re-refine a pellet. If the effects of this pellet were decent, it would prove that the true essence of alchemy was in the runes. He had no reason to refuse to eat it. If it were someone else, they would probably hesitate over eating the pellet. But Lin Yun was decisive. When the white pellet entered his mouth, he gently swallowed and brought it to his stomach. Compared to other pellets, it felt like he was eating stone. The pellet showed no signs of dissolving in his stomach. Furthermore, there wasn't a slightest trace of medicinal effect releasing from the pellet. What's going on? When Lin Yun started to feel baffled, the white pellet started traveling towards the iris flower in his dantian. With a thought, he opened up the iris flower and swallowed the pellet before he sat down and circulated the sword sutra. Whoosh! The instant he circulated his cultivation technique, the white pellet began to release an astonishing amount of medicinal effect. The rate that the pellet was releasing the medicinal effect was explosive. It had exploded inside the iris flower. Most of the spiritual energy that he had exhausted was recovered in an instant. But that wasn't all, because the majority of the medicinal effect was still in the pellet. His cultivation that was stopped in the fifth orifice began to grow under the pellet's medicinal effect. Lin Yun's heart jolted when he discovered that, because the pellet was only a Xiantian pellet. In the past, when he refined Xiantian pellets, it was just like eating and drinking. There was no way he could improve his cultivation unless he ate hundreds of them. Xiantian pellets were important for cultivation, just like how mortals drank water. The cultivation in the Xiantian realm relied heavily on Xiantian pellets. But those were just foundation pellets and there wasn't anything special about them. But right now, this white pellet had completely supplanted Lin Yun's thoughts. The spiritual energy coming out of the pellet was so pure that it could be completely absorbed by his sword sutra without being wasted. So how could this still be considered a foundation pellet? After he finished refining the white pellet, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that the iris flower in his dantian had grown from 30 petals to 31. But he still hadn't reached completion in it. After all, he needed 36 petals for the sixth orifice of the Xiantian realm. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, they sparkled with unconcealable joy. The Age Sutra had given him a great surprise. At the same time, in a luxurious courtyard located in the inner city, Wang Yan was huddled with a group of youths. This was Wang Yan's private residence that was given to him by the Wang clan. For the Wang clan to distribute houses in the capital's inner city meant that they were extremely wealthy. On the other hand, it also signified Wang Yan's importance in the Wang clan. Aside from Wang Yan were the teenagers who were seated candidates of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Their demeanors were extraordinary, containing just a touch of arrogance. One of the teenagers even had cultivation in the profound martial realm. It was an indifferent youth, the genius of the Lung clan, that Wang Yan had placed great hope in Indiana. The Lung clan could be considered an aristocratic clan with thousands of years of heritage. It might not be comparable to the four major clans, but it wasn't simple. "Brother Yen, why didn't I see the second young master around?" asked one of the teenagers. "He's currently in secluded cultivation. The clan gifted him a profound breaking pellet for him to reach the profound martial realm in 3 days." Wang Yen replied. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the other youths lit up with envy. The Wang clan truly deserved to be one of the four major clans. Their foundation ran so deep that they could even give out the profound breaking pellet so casually. Although their families also had profound breaking pellets, it wasn't something that could be given out so easily. "Brother Yen, I looked into it. That brat is pretty smart to hole up in an inn located in the inner city." Another teenager spoke out. "Do you want me to get someone to cripple him?" Wang Yan waved his hand and replied, "There are too many eyes and ears around because many elites are gathered in the capital. Since that fellow is hiding in the inner city, let him enjoy his life for a few more days. There'll be a chance for us to get rid of him 3 days from now." "You mean the examination 3 days from now?" Lang Mo raised his brow. "You don't have to worry about this. You have other tasks in the examination. He's just a piece of trash in the fifth orifice of the Xiantian realm. Not to mention that he still hasn't grasped the complete sword intent. So there's no need to worry about him." Wang Yan nodded his head. "But Elder Luo seems to be rather fond of him. What if—" "I've naturally thought of that. With that old geezer around, it's practically impossible to kill that brat. But I already have a countermeasure in place. Don't worry about it." Wang Yan replied indifferently. "The reason why I called you guys here is not for that brat. That brat isn't worthy of our time. I'm calling you guys here because of the examination 3 days from now." "What's the examination?" "I can't tell you about the details, but I can give you guys some gifts in advance." Wang Yan smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands. A few disciples wearing the Sword Firmament Pavilion's uniform walked in with a few sword cases. "You're not allowed to use cosmic treasures in the examination, so I got people to prepare top-notch profound artifacts. All of them have been soaked in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's blood pool. Go ahead and pick one." "Thank you, Brother Yen." The teenagers were feeling excited. They were strong, and the addition of the swords would raise their strength by a notch. 3 days later in the inn, Lin Yun walked out of his room. Li Wuyo was shocked by what he was seeing. Lin Yun's eyes had sunk in. His complexion yellowed, and he looked exhausted. Li Wuyo couldn't help but laugh. "Wow! What have you been doing for the past 3 days? You look drained. Get lost." Lin Yun scolded as he laughed. He was in a good mood. "Ha ha!" Li Wuyo's laughter grew louder. Over the past 3 days, Lin Yun gave up on his rest and refined 13 Xiantian pellets. Out of the 13, he only failed 3 times. He was quite happy to have such a high success rate. It was a fruitful harvest for him. If there were no accidents, he could use them to reach the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. However, the process consumed a lot of his energy, making the efficiency quite low. Basically, he only managed to refine 10 pellets in 3 whole days. He couldn't help but think of the alchemist from his memory who easily refined pellets. Everything that he did was related to the Age Sutra. So for Lin Yun, he could only increase his efficiency if he practiced. As they were leaving the inn, Lin Yun proceeded to lead the horse. However, Li Wuyo quickly stopped him and said, "Big brother, let me do it. You can catch some sleep on the horse. You look terrible." "Then I'll have to trouble you," replied Lin Yun. "It's no big deal. Quick, get up on it. Let me do this." Li Wuyo smiled as he led the dragon-blooded horse. He didn't care about anything else. Along the way, Li Wuyo deliberately slowed down. By the time they arrived at the Sword Firmament Pavilion's branch, it was already crowded with people. At this moment, the doors were already opened. Holy cow! So many people! Li Wuyo was speechless as he looked at the multitude of people. "That really is a lot." Lin Yun spoke as he dismounted from the horse. He had rested for the amount of time it took for half a stick of incense to burn. His complexion had improved from his rest and he no longer looked so drained. "Junior brother Lin, over here." Xianxia beckoned to the two of them at the side door. Her outfit today made their eyes light up. She wore a long vermilion robe that made her look like a flaming rose, outlining her graceful figure. "Lin Yun, be honest with me. What have you been doing for the past 3 days?" Xianxia asked immediately when she saw Lin Yun. "Nothing much," he replied. "What's with that eye bag then?" "Lil Li, you speak," commanded Xianxia. With a sly look in his eyes, Li Wuyo chuckled. "Big brother Lin locked himself in his room for 3 whole days, so I have no idea what he has been doing. I only know that the commotion wasn't small." The moment Li Wuyo spoke, Lin Yun immediately began to wonder what kind of friend he had. "Tisk tsk. You don't seem to be that kind of person. You're pretty strong to last 3 whole days." Xianxia raised her brow with the corner of her lips curled. "Senior sister, I'm not bad either," said Li Wuyo with a profound smile. Xianxia was stunned when she heard Li Wuyo's words. But in the next second, she began chuckling. "Do you even know what I'm talking about? With just a glance, I can tell that junior brother Lin has been cultivating all 3 days. So what are you trying to say?" Everyone laughed, putting Li Wuyo in an embarrassing position as he chuckled. "All right, I'll stop teasing you guys. It's a big day today." Xianxia laughed as she went in. Lin Yun was surprised when he looked at the flow of people in the main hall. There were at least 10,000 people here. It was amazing that there were so many people here despite the strict threshold to get into the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun had to admit that there were many geniuses in the Great Qin Empire. "Where's Elder Luo?" Xianxia was shocked when she couldn't find Luo Feng anywhere. He was replaced by another elder, whose cultivation was also terrifying. Elder Luo has something important to deal with and he already returned to the sect. Elder Bai Ting is now in charge of the last examination. Wang Yan's voice sounded out from the side. "Xianxia, you have complaints about that?" Bai Ting raised his brow and looked at Xianxia. "No," she replied. "Good. I heard that you have a 7th grade spiritual physique with you. I have been hearing about his story for the past few days." Bai Ting said lightly. Xianxia's face immediately turned dark as she squeezed out a smile. "Elder Bai, you must be joking. It's just the 7th grade spiritual physique. Besides, his cultivation is only in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm, so there's nothing special about him." "Nothing special?" Even the spiritual orb shattered. Person walked over. It was Wang Ning, the same Wang Ning who had his seated candidate status removed 3 days ago. Although he didn't look any different, a closer look revealed that his aura had already reached the level of a profound martial realm cultivator. "Elder Bai, this is my brother. He was removed from being a seated candidate 3 days ago. He just managed to make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm today." Wang Yan immediately spoke out. Nodding his head, Bai Ting replied, "According to the rules, anyone who reaches the profound martial realm will be automatically considered as a seated candidate. As for what happened, leave it in the past." The faces of Xianxia's group turned unsightly when they heard that Wang Ning restored his status as a seated candidate. Wang Ning had caused trouble unreasonably, yet he actually became a seated candidate once more. "Thank you, Elder Bai." Wang Ning clasped his hands together with a surge of excitement on his face. "You're Lin Yun." Bai Ting turned to look at Lin Yun. "I am," said Lin Yun. "Very well. I'm rather interested in you." Since your martial soul hasn't been identified, bring it out and let me take a look at it. Bai Ting said indifferently. From his tone, there wasn't any room for rejection. Wang Ning heard this and smugly looked at Lin Yun. Why is it different for others? None of them needed to bring out their martial soul. Lin Yun questioned calmly. That's because no one shattered the spiritual orb. Since I'm interested in seeing your martial soul, are you trying to defy me or do you not dare to bring it out? I heard rumors that you either don't have one or it is a trash martial soul. Bai Ting squinted his eyes as his words became cold. Anyone could tell that Bai Ting was in cahoots with Wang Yan to embarrass Lin Yun. Wang Ning slandered Lin Yun 3 days ago, saying that he had a poor aptitude. Yet again, they were slandering him with the same tactic. Do I really need to bring it out if I want to become a seated candidate? Lin Yun looked at Bai Ting. That's right. Bai Ting wouldn't allow Lin Yun to reject. Well, I might as well give up on it. There was no way Lin Yun could bring out his martial soul. He could only bring out a strand of sword gleam, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to receive any recognition for it. When he was done speaking, he turned around and joined the crowd. Xianxia's face had turned cold. She looked at the smug faces of Wang Yan and Wang Ning. Senior sister Xianxia, we didn't do anything. He's the one who gave it up willingly. Now that Wang Ning's cultivation had reached the profound martial realm, his strength had undergone a great boost. He no longer had to be afraid of this woman. You guys are too much. I don't need to be a seated candidate either. Li Wuyo snorted and followed Lin Yun. Wang Yan, just you wait. Xianxia was trembling from the anger as she gritted her teeth and chased after the two who left. You guys aren't going to follow? Wang Yan looked at Li Xiaotian and the rest with a mocking expression on his face. No, we're fine. Li Xiaotian and the others chuckled, looking uncomfortable. Bai Ting paid no attention to the dissatisfaction of the other elders and spoke out. Proceed as usual. Let's continue to the final examination. Down on the stage, Xianxia found Lin Yun and Li Wuyo among the crowd and smiled bitterly. Why are you two so impulsive? That's because they're taking it too far. Li Wuyo felt indignant. They're only depending on Elder Bai Ting to back them up. The status of a seated candidate doesn't actually matter. It's just that the two of you have to be careful. I'm afraid that Wang Yan will go after you guys, sighed Xianxia. We will be careful. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Lin Yun remained calm and composed. He had killed so many people from the Wang clan back in the Azure Sun realm, so it was natural that the brothers wouldn't let him off. Then again, he never had any designs to reconcile with Wang Ning. He already swore that he would kill Wang Ning to take revenge for Senior Hong. So if he had a chance to do so, he would definitely not let it go. I'll go back first. There are still a few people that I have to take care of. Remember not to be impulsive. I really hope that I can become your senior sister. Xianxia looked at Lin Yun seriously. I'll do my best, replied Lin Yun. Xianxia smiled and turned to Li Wuyo. You as well. Be careful. Thank you, senior sister. But I'm someone who's going to become the strongest swordsman in the Great Qin Empire. How will I die so easily? Li Wuyo smiled as he boasted. Lin Yun naturally wanted to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But if people were purposefully making things difficult for him so he would fail him, there was nothing he could do about it. However, Li Wuyo's actions touched him. Li Wuyo actually gave up being a seated candidate just to be together with him. Li Wuyo chuckled. You don't have to be touched by this. I only did it to win senior sister's favor. Didn't you see how she smiled at me before she left earlier? Still as narcissistic as before. Lin Yun smiled. He was touched for nothing. As time passed, more people came to gather in the front hall. On the front platform, there were also those who had reached the profound martial realm making their appearance. In summary, the Great Qin Empire was truly a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. So many candidates with cultivation in the profound martial realm had come. No one knew how these people cultivated to achieve such high cultivation at such a young age. Now that everyone's here, let me talk about the final examination of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Bai Ting suddenly stood up on the stage. His loud voice echoed and instantly silenced the commotion among the candidates. You guys will be sent to a small realm to undergo the examination. After a brief silence, Bai Ting continued, You will be sent to the firmament realm. It's a place filled with danger. You will encounter all kinds of terrifying demonic beasts. Your task is to travel through and walk out of the realm. When you reach the exit, you'll also arrive at the Sword Firmament Pavilion. However, the examination isn't that simple. Whoosh! Bai Ting waved his hand and scattered jade pendants to the candidates. Lin Yun grabbed onto a jade pendant and saw a star within it. What the hell is this? Asked Li Wuyo as he started messing with it. There was a star in the jade pendant, but the star wasn't bright. Li Wuyo held it in his hand and shook it around. He had no idea what it was supposed to do. This was the same for the other candidates. Just when everyone was feeling curious, Elder Bai Ting's voice resounded. As you can see, you can bind the jade pendant to yourself by injecting a small amount of spiritual energy into it. A seated candidate's jade pendant has 4 stars, while everyone else only has 1 star. If you want to become a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, you will need at least 4 stars by the time you exit the Firmament Realm. His explanation immediately caused an uproar from the crowd. It was only now that everyone knew how precious the status of a seated candidate was. It was equivalent to not having to do anything. You would be able to join the Sword Firmament Pavilion as long as you made it out of the Firmament Realm. As for you guys, Bai Ting paused briefly before he continued. You guys need to hunt demonic beasts in the Firmament Realm and use the pendant to absorb the spiritual energy from their beast cores. The number of stars will gradually increase as you hunt. When you have gathered enough stars, there will be a surprise waiting for you when you exit the Firmament Realm. That also means that you will be eliminated if you don't have 4 stars. Then again, it's a different story if a kind someone donated the stars to you. Someone kind? Li Wuyo and Lin Yun didn't believe that. They knew that there was a hidden meaning to the elder's words. Most cultivators here didn't know each other. So who would be kind enough to donate stars? The number of stars represented strength, which no one would donate. So what Bai Ting meant was that they could snatch stars from other candidates, which means that the examination would be a brutal one. You would have to fight each other to avoid elimination. Everyone had passed through layers of tests to stand here and none of them were stupid. They immediately understood the hidden meaning behind Bai Ting's words. Many people's faces changed. Some of them felt excited and started to plan how they should display their talent when they entered. Others were worried that they might not last through the examination. A swordsman must have courage. If you don't have any courage, then you're practically crippled. The Sword Firmament Pavilion doesn't accept any cowards. This examination will be dangerous and even life-threatening. If anyone wants to give up, now's a good time, explained Bai Ting. The commotion gradually simmered down. No one would give up after coming this far. Bai Ting swept his glance around and spoke out. Very well. Open the realm. The few old men behind him suddenly got up and formed seals with their hands, releasing a powerful sword momentum that shot into the horizon. Half an hour later, thunder could be heard in the sky as thunderclouds began to gather. The scene was equivalent to thousands of horses galloping through the plains. The candidates felt pressured by this atmosphere. Boom! The thundercloud suddenly split apart as space ripped like it was paper. Go! Bai Ting shouted. Immediately after his voice fell, all the candidates began running towards the firmament realm. Their vision turned dark when they stepped in, but soon a vast forest appeared in front of them. The surroundings were full of trees that stretched across the horizon. At the same time, a berserk wave of demonic beast aura permeated the forest. Walk through this forest and you'll reach the exit. All of you have 1 month. 1 month from now, anyone who hasn't collected 4 stars will be forcibly kicked out. A Sword Firmament Pavilion's elder spoke out from the sky as he rode on a sword condor. There are no rules except that you can't use cosmic treasures. If you search carefully in the forest, you might even come across great opportunities. Alright, the examination is starting now. Good luck, candidates. Whoosh! Over a dozen sword condors disappeared into the forest along with that elder. The forest was dark, and you would probably feel the terror of it even before stepping in. The candidates weren't fearless like the elders, so they didn't dare to step into the forest rashly. They began to find companions to travel with. Li Xiaotian. Li Wuyo saw Li Xiaotian not far away and called out by habit. Li Xiaotian had quite a few people gathered around him. All of them were seated candidates who planned on traveling together. When Li Xiaotian heard Li Wuyo's call, he turned around and replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, but the team's full, not to mention that we're all seated candidates. It might not be good for you to join us." Li Wuyo was briefly taken aback when he heard those words before he spoke out with sarcasm. "You're already chasing us away before I even ask?" Li Xiaotian's face was really thick. If he wasn't a seated candidate under Xianxia, Li Wuyo wouldn't have cared about him. Li Xiaotian's cultivation was only in the 7th stage of the Xiantian realm. Among all the seated candidates, his cultivation wasn't exceptionally high. "I'm sorry about it." Li Xiaotian gave an embarrassed smile before leaving with his group. He looked as if he had just seen a plague, not wanting to get involved with Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. "Bah! This bastard! I shouldn't have called out to him." Li Wuyo was furious when he saw this scene. "I think senior sister Xianxia told him to take care of us in the firmament pavilion, but he's afraid that we'll drag him down. Someone like him won't dare to offend the Wang brothers, so he probably doesn't want to have anything to do with us." Lin Yun smiled. "I know, but it's just so infuriating." "I was only saying hello," replied Li Wuyo. "Don't worry about him," said Lin Yun. "Let's go separately for now and meet up when we're out of the firmament realm. Isn't it just Wang Yan? I'm someone who will become the greatest swordsman in the Great Qin Empire. So why would I be afraid of him?" Li Wuyo's eyes flickered with determination as walked. Judging from his look, he had no intention of leaving Lin Yun behind. "Oh, you!" Lin Yun smiled and followed behind. Nearly 9,000 candidates entered the forest at the same time. Aside from candidates in the profound martial realm, those in the Xiantian realm chose to form a team. The smallest group had as few as 3 to 5, while the largest had a dozen. Since they weren't strong enough, they could only choose to form teams. Lin Yun also started to estimate his own strength inwardly. He cultivated the Iris Sword Sutra, a cultivation technique that was passed down through ancient times. At the same time, he also knew the Heavenly Devourer art, which allowed him to absorb energy. With his current foundation, he would only be stronger than those geniuses with clans backing them up. Back in the Azure Sun realm, he had killed those quasi-profound martial realm cultivators easily. He might only be in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm, but he had the Thunderblitz battle physique and incomplete sword intent. He wouldn't be weaker than someone in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. His only concern was that he had never fought with someone in the profound martial realm, so he didn't have any idea of the difference in their strength. Not long after they stepped into the forest, they ran into a 6th orifice demonic beast without any eyes. The two of them easily slaughtered it. Their jade pendants absorbed the spiritual energy, but there were hardly any changes to their pendants. 6th orifice demonic beasts aren't enough, but there aren't many 7th orifice ones. Who knows how long it'll take for us to accumulate 4 stars from hunting demonic beasts. Li Wuyo sighed. "Let's rest for now. We're only at the border of the forest, so don't worry about it," said Lin Yun. "All right." Li Wuyo sat down and began cultivating. A short moment later, Lin Yun could hear sword cries coming from Li Wuyo. There was also faint starlight radiating from Li Wuyo, covering his body in the radiance. Lin Yun looked at the sky before turning to Li Wuyo and fell into deep thought. Li Wuyo's cultivation technique seems to have something to do with the stars in the sky. Lin Yun guessed that Li Wuyo's background wasn't simple. Lin Yun didn't sleep for the night. He got the dragon-blooded horse to guard Li Wuyo while he disappeared into the forest. When dawn approached, the candidates woke up from their sleep and continued their journey. Li Wuyo also opened his eyes. He saw Lin Yun jumping down from a tree branch and throwing down a bunch of fruits. He even brought out a slice of meat that had been well wrapped from his interspatial ring. "Where did you get this from?" Li Wuyo's eyes lit up. He picked up a fruit and started munching. The fruit was refreshing and it opened up his pores. At the same time, Li Wuyo could also sense his cultivation improving. Didn't you listen to what that elder said last night? As long as you look around, you can find opportunities lying around in the forest. Lin Yun replied casually. He opened up the wrap and started making breakfast. The meat from demonic beasts contains strong vitality. Not only was it delicious after being roasted, but it also supplied ample energy. It was something that Lin Yun learned through experience. Whoa! You really took the elder's words to heart. Li Wuyo gnawed on the meat happily. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't say anything else because searching for these wasn't the only thing he did last night. He even found a profound martial realm demonic beast and used it as a sparring partner to gain a clear understanding of his current strength. But not long after they started eating, their faces changed at the same time before returning to normal. Putting down the meat, Lin Yun wiped his mouth and smiled. Are you afraid? Why would I be afraid of them? Let's play with them. It has been half a year since I fought after leaving home. Li Wuyo laughed and licked his lips. Both of them could sense something powerful staring at them. Let's go. Li Wuyo and Lin Yun jumped at the same time and started jumping between branches in the forest. Not long after, a group of teenagers appeared where they left. The one leading the team was Wang Ning and the rest were the seated candidates under Wang Yan. All of them were in the 7th stage of the Xianxia realm. Those two retards still have the mood to eat when facing death? Wang Ning kicked the meat that Lin Yun couldn't finish. They couldn't have gone far. We can still catch up to them, said Lang Mo. He looked at the direction that Lin Yun and Li Wuyo left in. Settled then. We'll split up and chase after them. Wang Ning roared. The team was immediately divided into two groups as they chased after Lin Yun and Li Wuyo under Wang Ning's lead. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo jumped between the branches in the forest. Lin Yun looked at Li Wuyo's footsteps. He was light as a swallow, but fast like a cheetah. The profundity of Li Wuyo's movement technique made Lin Yun's eyes light up. I never expected you to have such a brilliant movement technique, said Lin Yun. How could I dare to become the greatest swordsman in the Great Qin Empire if I didn't have any skills? Li Wuyo laughed. Stop bragging. The people who are chasing us are on our tails. Lin Yun smiled contemptuously. There's 5 of them. Aside from Wang Ning, they're all only in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. They're all Wang Yan's lackeys, replied Li Wuyo. Faint stars flickered in his eyes when he looked back. Lin Yun instantly knew that Li Wuyo had some tricks up his sleeves. Even with his eyes orifice unlocked, Lin Yun could only roughly see the pursuers. But Li Wuyo not only saw the number of pursuers, but he also managed to distinguish all of them. But Lin Yun's face suddenly sank as he came to a stop. He looked at the empty ground before him and said, These people are quite smart. They chose to chase after us separately to sandwich us. It's Lang Mo, the strongest seated candidate under Wang Yan. His cultivation is in the profound martial realm, and he's definitely a lot stronger than Wang Ning. Stars reappeared in Li Wuyo's eyes as he identified the interceptors up ahead. Now, they had people in front of them and behind, putting them in an awkward situation. What are we going to do now? Li Wuyo turned to Lin Yun without any fear on his face. Go back. Lin Yun smiled. Since the two profound martial realms had split up, it would make no sense for Lin Yun not to give them a surprise. Hee. I like that idea. Li Wuyo's eyes sparkled as he licked his lips. You deal with Wang Ning. I'll deal with his lackeys, said Lin Yun. Sure. Li Wuyo showed no fear when Lin Yun told him to stop Wang Ning, someone in the profound martial realm. He even had a cold smirk on his face. Let's go. Lin Yun's killing intent suddenly skyrocketed. He stomped his foot on the tree branch, which caused it to break. Making use of the momentum, Lin Yun soared into the sky. Whenever he was out of momentum, he would use both tough and soft energies to travel further in the air. From a distance, he looked like a bolt of lightning shuttling through the forest. Li Wuyo saw that and was briefly shocked before he smiled. So you have something hidden up your sleeve as well. Well, I can't lose out to you. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Yun was traveling through the air. When he landed on the ground, he appeared before Wang Ning's team of 5. Wang Ning, who was chasing after him, was taken aback for a moment. But he immediately realized that Lin Yun was forced to return by Lung Mo's party. "Hey, sword slave, are you thinking of killing your way out through my side?" Wang Ning sneered, adding his new and old hatreds together. His eyes flickered with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Yun right away. The 4 seated candidates also split up and formed into a fan formation. The 4 drew their swords simultaneously. Their swords flickered with a cold gleam, and the blood mist around them made them look bizarre. Although those swords only seemed to be mid-grade profound artifacts, they seemed pretty dangerous. Glancing at them, Lin Yun smiled. "Looks like the Wang clan invested quite a bit in killing me. Lin Yun, you think too highly of yourself. You might be considered a figure in the Azure Sun County, but you're a nobody here at the capital. The reason why I'm killing you is that you just happen to be on my way." Wang Ning sneered. "I'll let you know how terrifying the profound martial realm is." Boom! Wang Ning's aura surged when he finished talking, releasing a terrifying pressure in Lin Yun's direction. Whoosh! His aura roared like a hurricane and into the shape of a sword, sending sand and rocks flying. However, Lin Yun didn't wait for Wang Ning's aura to arrive and jumped into the air. A sword flash suddenly slashed down, splitting Wang Ning's aura apart. Holding onto his sword, Li Wuyo smiled. "This is the profound martial realm? Well, it doesn't seem like much." The sudden appearance of Li Wuyo surprised Wang Ning. Wang Ning roared, "Go to hell!" He swung his sword, unleashing afterimages of swords that rained down on Li Wuyo. Whoosh! Li Wuyo narrowed his eyes into slits before opening them widely. A starry sky reflected in his eyes, shining brightly like a sea of flames. The vermilion pupils, starry stallion. Fuso! Li Wuyo summoned his martial soul. His pupils blazed with thick flames while his eyes were flawlessly bright like the stars in the sky. Wang Ning suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes, which caused him to reveal his attack flaws. The vermilion eyes had heavily restricted his cultivation. How is this possible? Wang Ning was shocked as he was forced to retreat in a hurry. The 4 others in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm were also startled. They couldn't help turning their gazes over to see what happened. Now, Lin Yun's eyes surged with killing intent as he took the chance while they were distracted to slaughter the person nearest to him. Without a second thought, he unleashed the Dragon Tiger might, allowing his aura to skyrocket. With the Dragon Tiger fist backed by the Iris Sword Sutra, Lin Yun merged his sword and fist. His target subconsciously reacted by raising his arm, which he instantly regretted. The punch wasn't something that he could handle. He should have retreated immediately after Lin Yun made his move. Alas, it was too late for him to do anything now. Crack! His bones were broken by the Dragon Tiger fist. He died without even having the opportunity to summon his martial soul. After finishing the first enemy, Lin Yun continued to unleash the 3rd form of the Dragon Tiger fist. Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger. The killer move that the monk used in the monastery back then was reproduced by Lin Yun. He didn't have the sky-breaking seal to empower his Dragon Tiger fist, but his Iris Sword Sutra could fuse his sword into his fist, something that the Heavenly Profound sect couldn't do. His punch was like a dragon bursting out from the surface of the sea, transforming into a furious roar that echoed out into the horizon. Boom! At the same time, his target had also reacted and wanted to raise his sword. But before he could even raise his sword, he received Lin Yun's punch, which blasted a hole in his chest. His eyes were opened wide. Even before his death, he couldn't figure out how someone in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm could have such power. "You're courting death." The remaining 2 were furious as they attacked. They brandished the swords in their hands. Just in time, the corner of Lin Yun's lips rose into a smile. He faced the attacks head-on fearlessly with the Flying Dragon, Leaping Tiger move once more. His right fist illustrated the tiger with the dragon on his right. The essence of this move was the accumulation of power in the right fist. The iris flower in his dantian opened up, causing his right fist to tremble violently, like a tiger that had been trapped for 10 years. 10 years of suppressing, urgently waiting to break open. Roar. A howling roar shook the ground as Lin Yun stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. He unleashed all the power that had accumulated in his right fist. When it was released, the sword aura was instantly crushed. The attacks from both sides weren't on the same level at all. Whoosh! Before his punch reached the two, their bodies were covered in wounds. When the punch arrived, they were ripped into pieces. Lin Yun took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although he couldn't achieve the ferocity at that monk's level, he still managed to kill the enemy from some distance away. Then again, it was more than enough to deal with a few seventh orifice cultivators while they were distracted. If he couldn't, then he would be putting shame on the reputation of the Dragon Tiger Fist. He picked up the 4 jade pendants on the ground. When he raised his head, he noticed that Li Wuyo seemed to be having a hard time fighting Wang Ning. At the beginning, Li Wuyo had relied on his martial soul to catch his opponent by surprise. But when Wang Ning also summoned his martial soul, the situation was stabilized. The battle fell into a stalemate, which showed the advantage Wang Ning had in his cultivation. Divine Flicking Sword. Lin Yun's face sank as he circulated the spiritual energy within his body. The center of the iris flower gave birth to a wisp of boundless sword aura. He flicked his finger, releasing that wisp of violet sword flash. "Ha! Weren't you arrogant a moment ago?" Wang Ning, who was having a kick out of beating up Li Wuyo, was suddenly sent flying by a sword flash. Boom! 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 Wang Ning hit the ground, bouncing 3 times as he clutched onto his chest with blood spewing from his mouth. All 4 seventh orifice-seated candidates had died in Lin Yun's hand. Whoosh! 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 Lin Yun quickly stepped forward to support Li Wuyo, who was struggling to stay on his feet. "Are you all right?" It was a little too much to have Li Wuyo hold back Wang Ning, who was in the profound martial realm. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to kill those 4 lackeys. "Hey, I won't die. That fellow has just reached the profound martial realm and hasn't formed his profound veins. It would be a different case if I was facing Lung Mo. He isn't as easy." Li Wuyo chuckled, casually wiping the bloodstain on the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Li Wuyo caught onto something with the corner of his eye and pointed up ahead. "He's trying to run." Wang Ning, who managed to get up on his feet, was trying to run, not caring about his injuries. "Don't worry about it. He won't be able to escape. Are you able to keep going?" asked Lin Yun. "I can still fight, but just barely." Li Wuyo smiled. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. "Let's chase after him then. Kill him before Lang Mo and the rest catch up to us." It was a rare opportunity and Lin Yun didn't want to let Wang Ning go. The sword flash released from the divine flicking sword pierced through Wang Ning's chest. The wound ran so deep that it looked impossible to close up anytime soon. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo followed the blood tracks that were left behind. The 2 of them shuttled through the forest with great agility, leaving dust in their wake. In just 15 minutes, they caught up to Wang Ning. "You still want to run?" Lin Yun sneered, unleashing 2 violet ripples from his fingertips. Om! The violet sword flashes rippled as they pierced through the air. The tree branches that were in the way were all snapped and their leaves drifted down. Wang Ning attempted to block the attack, but he was sent flying from the explosions. Whoosh! Lin Yun jumped and landed on the ground with Li Wuyo. A sword shrouded in blood mist fell onto the ground, stabbing Wang Ning's bloodied hand. The sight was captivating. He had a wound so deep that it ran into the bones. He had injured his hand earlier when he tried to block the divine flicking finger. Lying on the ground, Wang Ning maintained his composure and smiled savagely. "Sword slave, it looks like you're really unable to bring out your martial soul. You're nothing but a piece of trash." Lin Yun's face was calm in the face of Wang Ning's insults. He only stared at him coldly. He had an irreconcilable blood feud because Wang Ning had engraved pain into his heart. Back in the Azure Sky Sect's sword cleansing chamber, he had cowardly hid in the icy pool. At that time, there was nothing he could do except listening to how Wang Ning took Senior Hong's life. He would return an eye for an eye, and today was the day he would exact his revenge. "I don't need my martial soul to kill you," said Lin Yun. Wang Ning began to feel fear when he looked at Lin Yun's gaze. He was frightened by the dense killing intent in Lin Yun's eyes. However, he didn't want to beg for mercy and replied coldly, "You bastard! Kill me if you dare! You're just a puny sword slave who can't bring out his martial soul. Even if you join the Sword Firmament Pavilion, you're still a piece of trash. My brother will seek vengeance for me. As you wish." A violet sword flash gathered in Lin Yun's fingertips once more, aimed at the center of Wang Ning's forehead. But before the sword flash could reach Wang Ning, it was suddenly intercepted by a black flame crow. The black flame crow turned into a blood mist, but it managed to stop Lin Yun's attack. Wang Ning's eyes lit up when he saw this and immediately rolled onto his feet to resume his escape. Caw! Caw! Black flame crows flocked over from the surroundings before Lin Yun and Li Wuyo could chase after Wang Ning. The black flame crows were just third orifice demonic beasts, but they traveled in flocks. With thousands of them coming together, not even a profound martial realm cultivator could escape them. If a profound martial realm were trapped, the consequences would be dire. Boom! Boom! Lin Yun threw out 3 punches and every strike killed over a dozen black flame crows. Everywhere his fists traveled, a mist of blood was left created. In the blink of an eye, he had taken the lives of nearly 100 black flame crows. On the other hand, Li Wuyo was brandishing his sword, taking a black flame crow's life with every stab. But the black flames from the black flame crows were greatly restricting them. "Big Brother Lin, someone's controlling these black flame crows," Li Wuyo yelled. "I know. Try and figure out how these birds are being controlled," yelled Lin Yun. Black flame crows only ate rotten meat, so it made no sense for them to attack unless they were being manipulated. There was a towering white bear at the edge of the flock with someone sitting on top and blowing a bone flute. As the man blew on the flute, the black flame crows would flock over endlessly from the surrounding forest. Mo Qing Yun. Li Wuyo was slightly stunned when he saw the culprit. Mo Qing Yun was also a seeded candidate. He had obtained his status through his profound martial realm cultivation. He had only met Mo Qing Yun once back when the latter was standing on the stage, so he wasn't familiar with this person. Putting down the bone flute in his hand, Mo Qing Yun smiled. "Second young Master Wang, how do you plan on thanking me for this?" Taking a deep glance at the latter, Wang Ning replied, "You're a smart person. You should know that the profound martial realm doesn't mean much in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It's hard to make any improvements without anyone backing you up. Luckily, my brother never treats an intelligent person poorly." Mo Qing Yun didn't give any reply except for a deep smile. He looked at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, who were surrounded by the black flame crows, and asked, "How do you want to deal with these two?" "Torture them, but don't kill them. I want to do it personally," Wang Ning said with a vicious light glowing in his eyes. "Understood," replied Mo Qing Yun. Wang Ning took out 2 pellets and consumed them before he closed his eyes to recover. Mo Qing Yun was shocked when he saw the pellets. One was the Great Profound pellet, while the other one was the Heart-Nourishing pellet. They were precious pellets used by profound martial realm cultivators. Wang Ning was truly worthy of being the Wang family's direct descendant to casually use such precious resources. Retracting his gaze, the white bear beneath Mo Qing Yun roared as he played the bone flute once more. Within the flock of black flame crows, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were both trying their best to defend themselves from the attacks. "Big Brother Lin, someone is manipulating them using a bone flute." Li Wuyo took a brief pause between the black flame crow's attack to look around and saw the person blowing the flute again. "Buy me some time." Lin Yun opened the sword box on his back and grabbed onto the flower burial sword. He felt connected with the sword, allowing him to manipulate his sword intent as he wished. "Are you going to attack?" "Don't worry. I won't let a single one of these stinking birds get near you." Li Wuyo's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Amidst the flock of crows, Li Wuyo's sword flashed, instantly creating an empty region in the center. Raising his sword before him, Lin Yun closed his eyes and started brewing the incomplete sword intent within him. The iris flower in his dantian also began to burn wildly, releasing violet spiritual energy that coursed through his veins. Every circulation would cause the flames to burn even brighter. After 8 circulations, the sword intent rippling around Lin Yun's physical body was already at its limits. The surface of his skin began to crack and beads of blood flowed out. However, Lin Yun endured it because he knew that he hadn't reached his limit. At the very least, he still hadn't used the Thunderblitz battle physique. When the iris flower circulated for the 9th time, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. A wisp of flame blazed within his eyes as he activated the Thunderblitz battle physique. The incomplete sword intent that he had accumulated also reached an unprecedented height. Lin Yun pulled out his sword. The flower burial sword flowed smoothly like water as it streaked across him. The rippling sword intent contained in it caused the sword to start buzzing. As the sword buzzed, Lin Yun unleashed his sword intent. In a split second, the surrounding black flame crows were all shredded into pieces. Above the forest up in the horizon, a sword condor was patrolling in the sky. The ears of the elder that was standing on it jolted lightly before he commented, "What a powerful incomplete sword intent." Mo Qingyun, who was blowing the bone flute, spewed a mouthful of blood. The bone flute in his hand also cracked. He only took a glance at it before his complexion turned pale. This bone flute was his martial soul, and he would be harmed directly if he was injured any further. As for Wang Ning, who was circulating his cultivation technique to recover from the injuries, he received a heavier blow and vomited out 3 mouthfuls of blood. When he was done, his face had turned completely white. His head was ringing and he had a splitting headache. "Get on!" Mo Qingyun gnashed his teeth and reached out for Wang Ning. He pulled the ladder up on the white bear and began to make his escape. "Lil Red!" Lin Yun roared with killing intent flickering through his pupils. The dragon-blooded horse shuttled out from the forest at his beckoning. Lin Yun jumped onto the horse and pulled Li Wuyo up on it. The dragon-blooded horse then transformed into a crimson bolt and started galloping like the wind. The ground would rumble when its flaming hooves landed on the ground. Mo Qingyun's face changed. When he turned around, he could only see a crimson bolt chasing after him. But before he could even react, the crimson bolt slammed into the white bear. Wang Ning and Mo Qingyu were both thrown off the bear. The bear flipped and rolled on the ground. It roared, revealing its sharp teeth. Its eyes had turned red and it was shrouded in killing intent. The dragon-blooded horse responded mockingly with a goofy grin that revealed its iconic buck tooth. Tit stepped forward and gave 3 heavy stomps on the white bear. The first stomp caused the white bear to cry out in pain. The second one drew a mournful howl from it, and the third stomp had directly killed it. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo got off the horse and walked towards Wang Ning and Mo Qingyun. Looking at Mo Qingyun, who was a seated candidate, Lin Yun smiled. There doesn't seem to be a shortage of people who want to become the Wang clan's lackeys. Mo Qingyun felt insulted as rage burned wildly in his chest. He spoke out solemnly, "You only got lucky because I was careless. Killing a 5th orifice like you is as easy as slaughtering chickens. Behave yourself." Li Wuyo moved forward and stepped on Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun, whose martial soul had been injured, couldn't move at all. He could only inwardly bear the humiliation. Lin Yun turned to look at Wang Ning. The latter was injured by the ringing from his sword earlier and his injuries had become more serious. However, Wang Ning gnashed his teeth and kept silent. "You can blame me that even heaven wants you dead." Lin Yun stabbed his sword out at Wang Ning's head. But when he stepped forward, a mighty gale descended from the sky. The boundless sword aura in the wind made Lin Yun and Li Wuyo take a few steps back. They waited for the gale to dissipate before they opened their eyes. A sword condor had descended from the sky with an elder standing on it. "Save me!" Wang Ning cried out pitifully as he ran over to the elder. Lin Yun's rage blazed. He raised the flower burial sword in his hand and swung it at Wang Ning. "Impudent!" The elder barked and waved his hand at the flower burial sword. "Lin Yun wants to kill me. Senior brother Mo here is my witness." Wang Ning stared daggers at Lin Yun with a smug look on his face. "Lin Yun is deranged. He launched a sneak attack on us and even damaged my martial soul. Mo Qingyun said coldly with slyness flashing in his eyes. The elder looked down at the two parties before he spoke out. Lin Yun, what are you doing? Trying to kill your fellow disciples instead of hunting demonic beasts? Right at this moment, Lung Mo's group rushed over. He was briefly stunned when he saw the elder before he spoke out. Lin Yun killed 4 seated candidates and all of their pendants have been taken by him. I'm guessing that he intended to do this from the beginning. The slander made Li Wuyo roar out furiously. Do you guys have any shame? Who's trying to kill who? If Big Brother Lin and I didn't have any strength, we would be dead by now. Lin Yun even dares to kill me with you around. His words can't be trusted. A shameless person like him who only knows how to stab people in the back is shameful to the sect. I suggest that you kill him here. Wang Ning sneered. Wang Ning was actually trying to convince the elder to take Lin Yun's life. Looking at the elder, Lung Mo spoke out. Elder, you can't allow a shameless person like him into the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He'll only become the shame of the sect. Who's being shameless here? Kill us if you want, but don't try to distort the truth. Li Wuyo was outraged when he heard their words, but he accidentally stretched his wound when he spoke and started coughing blood. He had been fighting the whole time and his injuries had already reached their limit. Lin Yun, what do you have to say? The elder spoke. There weren't any changes in his expression, so no one could guess what he was thinking. With mockery on his face, Lin Yun sneered. What can I say? I indeed want to kill him. Didn't you just witness it? Impudent! The elder barked from the sword condor and released his aura. Bullshit! What have I done? Do I have to stand still and get killed when someone is trying to kill me? Am I not allowed to retaliate? I only hate the fact that you came on time. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Lin Yun spoke coldly as he faced the elder. He showed no sign of giving in at all. In his opinion, it didn't matter if he gave in or not. If the elder were truly a reasonable person, he wouldn't have listened to Wang Ning and the others to make a fair decision. But if the elder weren't a reasonable person, then anything he said would be futile. In summary, if he wanted anything, he would have to earn it through strength. The elder had the strongest cultivation here. Even if everyone came together, they couldn't defeat him. In that case, why did Lin Yun have to cower? Did he have to go as far as begging on his knees to change the elder's opinion? What a joke. Tisk tsk. Your desire to kill me is so strong. But what a pity. I'm still standing here. Come and kill me in front of the elder if you have the guts. Wang Ning taunted when he saw how irritable Lin Yun was. Fuck you. Li Wuyo finally lost his patience. He wanted to charge at Wang Ning with his sword. Scram! Lung Mo threw out a punch before Li Wuyo could even get close to Wang Ning. Against Lung Mo's cultivation, Li Wuyo couldn't fight, especially with all the injuries. Li Wuyo spit out a mouthful of blood and his face twisted in pain. He laid on the ground. It was tough for him to get up. Wang Yan's lackeys drew their swords simultaneously and formed a human wall, protecting Wang Ning behind them. Step aside. Wang Ning pushed the crowd aside and looked at Li Wuyo, who was struggling in pain on the ground, and sneered. Lil bastard. Weren't you capable before? Come and hit me then. Damn it. Li Wuyo's eyes were bloodshot. He balled his hands into fists, but he couldn't get up. Trash. Wang Ning snorted and cupped his hands together at the elder. Elder, you've witnessed everything, so I don't have to say much about how you're going to deal with this matter. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo killed their fellow disciples with no remorse. The two of you are hereby warned. If you two repeat it, you will be disqualified from the examination. The elder declared in an indifferent tone. Thank you, elder. Lin Yun said indifferently as he picked up the flower burial sword. When he bent down, he saw a foot stepping on his sword. Lin Yun raised his head and was met with Wang Ning's sneer. Remember who you are. You're just a lowly sword slave. Coming to the capital will only make you seem more lowly. Is that so? Lin Yun pulled out the sword and placed it on Wang Ning's neck before the latter could react. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Wang Ning's face instantly turned pale as he smiled awkwardly. Lin Yun, don't be impulsive. Lin Yun, are you courting death? Lung Mo and the others looked at Lin Yun. This sudden scene had caught them by surprise. Lung Mo was cursing in his heart for what a fool Wang Ning had been. Wang Ning went up to Lin Yun to mock him despite knowing that he couldn't defeat Lin Yun. But if Wang Ning were killed, Wang Yan would definitely not let him go. Staring at Wang Ning's face, a smile rose on Lin Yun's lips. Don't you feel that you're a dog right now? You had a habit of following around Su Xiao back in the Azure Sky sect. Now, after coming to the Sword Firmament sect, you're following behind Wang Yan. You! Wang Ning had never been so humiliated. His face had instantly turned green from anger, but the sword on his neck forced him to behave himself. Get lost. Lin Yun put his sword away and turned to look at the ones who were blocking his way. All of them immediately opened up a path when they saw Lin Yun's glare. Lin Yun picked up Li Wuyo and threw him on the horse before leaving. Wang Ning touched his neck. His face was gloomy. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the elder on the sword condor. Smiling, he said, "Thank you for your help. I won't forget it." The elder smiled. "You know better. The Wang clan might be powerful, but you guys can't do anything you want in the Sword Firmament sect. You're on your own now." "Thank you," replied Wang Ning. Fuhu fush. The sword condor raised a violent gale before disappearing. Leng Mo turned to look at Wang Ning. He could tell that Wang Ning's injuries weren't light, so he asked, "Are you all right?" "I won't be dying anytime soon," said Wang Ning. When he thought of the gaze in Lin Yun's eyes earlier, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. There was no way he could forget that gaze. Did Lin Yun find out that Senior Hong was killed by me? His hatred for me doesn't make any sense. Brother Lung, how many profound martial realm geniuses are there among the seated candidates? Asked Wang Ning. Although Lung Mo was baffled, he still replied honestly, "About a dozen? That's enough." Wang Ning's eyes flashed with resolve as he went over to whisper in Lung Mo's ears. When Lung Mo heard his words, his face changed. "Are you serious? I don't think we need that to deal with him. Do as I say. I want Lin Yun dead and I don't want any accidents." Wang Ning spoke with an indifferent and unquestionable tone. Understood. Lung Mo kept his silence after pondering. Damn it! My blood eyes bare. Mo Qingyun suddenly cursed out. He was shocked to discover that the blood eyes bear wasn't moving. When he went closer to take a look, he found out that the white bear was dead. The 3 stomps from the dragon-blooded horse had killed the white bear. "I should have killed that son of a bitch," Li Wuyo grumbled while horseback. He felt indignant that Lin Yun allowed Wang Ning to go. "Does it hurt?" Lin Yun asked, changing the topic. "What do you think? Why don't you try and get beaten up by someone in the profound martial realm and see if it hurts? That bastard is at least in the first pulse of the profound martial realm." Li Wuyo had probably injured his internal organs when he took a punch from Lung Mo and it wouldn't recover anytime soon. Then stop talking. With the elder around, there's no way I can kill Wang Ning even if I have my sword on his neck. Furthermore, what are you going to do if I kill him and run for my life? Are you going to hang around and be beaten to death? Said Lin Yun. This time they had suffered a loss. Not only did they fail to kill Wang Ning, but they were even reprimanded by the elder and were given a warning. He was still all right since he didn't suffer any heavy injuries and only consumed a lot of spiritual energy. But it was different for Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo fought Wang Ning, faced the black flame crows by himself, and received a punch from Lung Mo. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, that elder seems to be siding with us as well. He let us go without any punishment. Li Wuyo scratched his head. Siding with us? If he was really siding with us, then he wouldn't stop me from killing Wang Ning. I'm afraid that he didn't want to take it too far because of senior sister Xianxia. He probably wouldn't let us go so easily if we didn't have any backing. Lin Yun looked around in the surrounding before coming to a stop and leaned Li Wuyo against a tree. Then, he patted on the dragon-blooded horse's neck and whispered in its ears, causing the dragon-blooded horse to grin and ran off. Why don't you rest first? Said Lin Yun. Okay. Li Wuyo nodded his head. He was exhausted and tired. He swiftly fell into a deep sleep when he closed his eyes. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sounds of dried tree branches burning woke Li Wuyo up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yun roasting meat on the fire while sprinkling seasonings occasionally. Since demonic beasts feasted on spiritual energy, their meat was tender and fresh. They provided great nourishment to the body. For someone injured, feasting on a high-ranking demonic beast could aid their recovery. The fiery lion was what Lin Yun told the dragon-blooded horse to hunt. Since he had undergone a battle that exhausted his spiritual energy, he could only leave this task to Lil Red. But he had to admit that the dragon-blooded horse had completed its task perfectly. Hee, Big Brother Lin, I had no idea that you're so skilled when it comes to grilling meat. It should be something that women know, Li Wuyo teased when he smelled the fragrance. The moment Li Wuyo woke up, he returned to his blabbering self again. You don't want it? Then I'll have it all to myself. Lin Yun smiled, retracting his hand that was handing the meat to Li Wuyo. But shortly after he finished, the dragon-blooded horse bit on the meat that was supposed to be for Li Wuyo. That's mine, you bastard, Li Wuyo yelled. Don't scold Lil Red. He's the one who went hunting since it's inconvenient for me. Lin Yun smiled. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Wuyo's stomach started rumbling. He licked his lips and turned to Lin Yun pitifully saying, Big brother, I know that I'm in the wrong now. Here, said Lin Yun. He handed his portion to Li Wuyo. Then, I won't be polite any longer. Li Wuyo chuckled as he took the meat and started stuffing himself. He exclaimed while chewing and slurred all his words. Lin Yun tore off a large piece of meat and started grilling it again. The fire illuminated his face, which added a hint of firmness to his look. After leaving the Azure Sky sect, he had undergone several near-death experiences. He was no longer the impulsive brat of the past. But under the fire, there was a trace of reluctance on his face, which hadn't changed since he left. He had hatred pent up in his heart, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. The two rested after they finished their meal and woke up when dawn was approaching. Erg! That felt great. Li Wuyo stretched his waist. He was refreshed. He had recovered from yesterday's fatigue, and his injuries had also gotten much better. Here, that's for you. Lin Yun handed 2 jade pendants over to Li Wuyo when he woke up. The jade pendants flickered with 4 stars. They belonged to the seated candidates. Did a kind-hearted person leave it behind? Li Wuyo chuckled. That's right. Lin Yun smiled. He knew that Li Wuyo was using Elder Bai Ting's joke. So, how am I going to use it? Asked Li Wuyo. Crush it and bring it near your jade pendant. It will absorb the stars from the 2 jade pendants. My jade pendant has already reached 9 stars. Li Wuyo's eyes lit up and he did as Lin Yun said, allowing the stars in his jade pendant to grow into 9 stars. He laughed. Snatching from others seems to be much faster than hunting demonic beasts. Then, Lin Yun took out a white pellet and looked at Li Wuyo. Do you need this? What is it? Asked Li Wuyo. A strengthened version of the Xianxia pellet, replied Lin Yun. Spreading his hands out, Li Wuyo smiled. Thanks, but I've never used any pellets since I started cultivating. It's taboo for me to use them before reaching the profound martial realm. I'm afraid that I won't be able to enjoy it. Lin Yun couldn't help being surprised when he heard that. Li Wuyo had never consumed any pellets? That was really weird. Pellets were the basic resources for cultivation, and everyone needed it regardless of their identity. But Li Wuyo reached the 6th stage of the Xiantian realm without taking any pellets? You don't have to be so surprised by it. This is a requirement of the cultivation technique that I'm practicing, the astral star art. We can't allow our physical bodies to be tainted by pellets. But it'll be fine after reaching the profound martial realm. At that time, my cultivation will soar leaps and bounds with the help of pellets. Li Wuyo wasn't surprised by Lin Yun's doubts. But won't your cultivation be slowed down? Asked Lin Yun. Well, there are pros and cons to it. It doesn't matter if my aptitude is powerful enough. Sects like the Sword Firmament sect don't place much importance on cultivation. Even a 5th orifice like yourself could become a seated candidate, while many profound martial realm geniuses weren't even considered. Li Wuyo smiled. I noticed that and I found it pretty strange, replied Lin Yun. Li Wuyo wore a smug and explained, cultivating is something that burns resources. You can start cultivating as long as you have a good background. Big brother Lin, how long has it been since you started cultivating? 2 years, said Lin Yun. But the time would be shorter if he had to remove the time he was a sword slave. Hee. Doesn't everything make sense to you now? Someone like Wang Yan has been cultivating since the age of 6. He spent more than a decade reaching the 7th stage of the Xiantian realm. But reaching the profound martial realm required comprehension and accumulation. He can't make a breakthrough by relying on resources alone. Li Wuyo paused briefly and continued. But it's a whole different story with the profound breaking pellet. I'm guessing that Wang Ning had relied on the profound breaking pellet. So why would the Sword Firmament Pavilion hold him in high regards? There's actually such a magical pellet? Asked Lin Yun. Don't underestimate the foundation of those clans. But not all of them will use the profound breaking pellet. Reaching the profound martial realm is the same as your body undergoing a transformation. The whole process is just like a butterfly breaking from its cocoon, and the effects will be decreased if you're using external help. Lin Yun looked at Li Wuyo. He felt that Li Wuyo wasn't as simple as he looked. He must have some background. Wait. You can't consume pellets because the astral star art requires your physical body to be untainted, right? Yeah, only in the Xiantian realm, replied Li Wuyo. Then you might be able to take this one, said Lin Yun, looking at the white pellet in his palm. The Xiantian pellet had been re-refined by him without any impurities in it, so it could be directly absorbed by the cultivation technique. Are you serious? Li Wuyo's eyes lit up, albeit he had some doubts. Yeah, think it through. Lin Yun handed the pellet over to Li Wuyo, but he didn't continue to persuade Li Wuyo. This white pellet was precious to him as it consumed a lot of his spiritual energy just to refine one. Over the past 3 days, he had only managed to refine 10 of them without any rest. It was so bad that he looked haggard after finishing. So if Li Wuyo wasn't willing to take it, it would be great for him to save one. Swallowing a white Xiantian pellet, Lin Yun sat down and closed his eyes. He wanted to make use of this time to refine the pellet to improve his cultivation. Wang Ning was right on his tail, and just coming out alive would be a problem. Lin Yun wanted to make use of any opportunity he could to improve his cultivation. He had to reach the 6th stage of the Xiantian realm as soon as possible to shorten his gap with the profound martial realm. When the pellet sank into the iris flower, pure medicinal energy was released as Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, allowing his cultivation to rise at a visible rate. In just 2 hours, Lin Yun had refined 3 white Xiantian pellets and his aura had grown much stronger. He was even coming in contact with the threshold of the 6th orifice. What a powerful pellet! Li Wuyo was shocked when he watched Lin Yun's cultivation improving at a visible rate. Just a moment ago, Lin Yun was in the 5th orifice, but now, in just 2 hours, he was already reaching the 6th orifice. All he used were 3 pellets. This cultivation speed left Li Wuyo flabbergasted. As Li Wuyo played with the white pellet in his hand, he noticed the small outline beneath the pellet. Is this the iris flower? Wait, this isn't a flower. It looks more like... Li Wuyo contemplated the outline of the iris flower before suddenly making his decision. Big brother, you can't lie to me. Otherwise, my astral star art will be finished. Li Wuyo's face showed a trace of anxiety before he shut his eyes and swallowed the pellet down. When the pellet traveled down his throat and into his stomach, his face was instantly covered with ecstasy. There was a star map in his dantian with 3 bright stars. Every single star had many other smaller stars, and together they formed a galaxy. The 3 galaxies were like a pair of fiery pupils in the massive star map. When the white pellet reached his dantian, the medicinal energy began to release violently as he circulated the astral star art in his body. In that instant, many stars lit up under the medicinal energy from the pellet. Such a pill actually exists in the world? Li Wuyo rejoiced. He no longer hesitated and started circulating the astral star art frantically. On the other hand, Lin Yun had finished refining 6 pellets. When he opened his eyes, there was a flicker in his pupils. At the same time, he also emitted a powerful aura. He had finally made a breakthrough after being stuck in the fifth orifice for 2 months. He had now unlocked the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, hands, and feet orifices. Now he was only left with the heart orifice. Letting out a long breath, Lin Yun balled his hands into fists, sensing the violent spiritual energy coursing through his body. My spiritual energy grew 5 times more refined after unlocking another orifice. But this doesn't seem enough for me to fight with profound martial realm cultivators. Lin Yun sighed. He didn't have much joy on his face. Although he wouldn't have any trouble dealing with someone like Wang Ning, who reached the profound martial realm by relying on the profound breaking pellet, the odds of him winning wasn't high against other profound martial realm geniuses. What Li Wuyo said had greatly shocked his heart. Those people had been cultivating for years and he was still lacking, despite his sturdy foundation. So he ultimately took it. Lin Yun smiled when he saw Li Wuyo cultivating. Li Wuyo was emitting a faint astral radiance. His body was like a piece of jade and he looked stunning. It was a sign that he had no impurities in his body. Through his eyes, Lin Yun could see a star map revolving in Li Wuyo's dantian. His astral star art must be related to his martial soul. Swissish, the astral radiance returned to Li Wuyo's body. When Li Wuyo opened his eyes, they were brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh my God! I nearly unlocked the heart orifice. A pellet like that exists in the world." When he saw Lin Yun looking at him with a smile, Li Wuyo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Rubbing his hands together, he walked up and asked, "Big brother, do you have a few more for me?" "A few more?" Lin Yun rolled his eyes and stood up on his feet. "Stop dreaming. I only have 3 more, but I don't mind giving you one if I'm in a good mood." "Don't." Li Wuyo started kissing up to Lin Yun. For the next few days, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo would carefully travel through the forest while cultivating during the day. They would let the dragon-blooded horse hunt for demonic beasts so they could enjoy a good meal and replenish their energy at night. Before they knew it, they had already spent half a month in the forest. The candidates were more careful of the forest now that the battles had reached their peak. Everyone fought to snatch away jade pendants because the accumulation of their stars would be too slow if they only hunted the beasts. While this took place in just half a month, Lin Yun had brought his cultivation to new heights with the help of 2 white pellets. Additionally, Li Wuyo had reached the 7th orifice of the Xianxia realm with the help of another one of Lin Yun's white pellets. Right at this moment, there was a profound martial realm demonic beast, the Gasthorn Bull, chasing after a youth deep in the forest. The Gasthorn Bull was covered in injuries and was currently going insane, running with a loud rumble. The surrounding trees swayed under the minor quake that was created. The youth, who was carrying a sword box on his back, showed no signs of panic from being chased by the Gasthorn Bull. But all of a sudden, he came to a stop. He watched the Great Horn Bull, who was known for its brute strength, charge at him. Then he turned around and threw a punch. Flying dragon, leaping tiger. An imposing aura shot out from the youth as his fists manifested a dragon and tiger that bombarded the Gasthorn Bull. The 2 loud impacts sent the Gasthorn Bull flying. Die! Another youth who had been lying in ambush had charged out with his sword, decapitating the demonic beast in the air. The pair was naturally Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. In the last 2 weeks, they learned to kill profound martial realm demonic beasts together with the dragon-blooded horse's support. Clatter! 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 The dragon-blooded horse walked over, revealing its buck-toothed grin and swallowed the Gasthorn Bull's beast core. Looking at Lin Yun, Li Wuyo commented with a wry smile, "Your physique is really powerful. I can't imagine what heights you will attain when reaching the profound martial realm. You don't have to be envious of me. I'm sure you won't be able to master the Thunderblitz battle physique, not to mention the perfect version of it." Lin Yun smiled as he interrupted Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo chuckled. He naturally knew what sort of price he would have to pay to cultivate it. So he didn't refute Lin Yun's words and changed the subject. "This is the 7th one? I'm sure it will slowly get harder," said Lin Yun. There were 2 things that they needed in order to complete the examination. The first was to have 4 stars in their jade pendants, and the second was to walk out of the forest. But the deeper they went, the more dangerous the forest felt. They were barely halfway into the forest, but all the demonic beasts they were facing were in the profound martial realm. If they were unlucky and ran into a flock of profound martial realm demonic beasts simultaneously, it would be troublesome for them. In addition to the demonic beasts, they also had to stay alert for other candidates. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was truly brilliant in this test. The forest journey acted as a filter, eliminating most of the weaker candidates. After dealing with the Gasthorn Bull's corpse, Lin Yun spoke out, "I think I heard something." "Me too. Let's go and take a look." Li Wuyo nodded as the two soared into the sky. It didn't take long for them to discover what was causing the commotion. Li Wuyo was briefly stunned before he smiled. "Big brother, it's an old friend." They found Li Xiaoyan's group. Their luck could be considered terrible since they ran into a pack of armored fiendwolves. They were surrounded by over 20 armored fiendwolves, who were running in circles to envelop them. Occasionally, a few armored fiendwolves would break formation and pounce at Li Xiaoyan's group. The armored fiendwolf was the weakest among the demonic beasts in the profound martial realm. But they were fast and their claws were sharp. They could tear people into pieces. Li Xiaoyan's group was full of despair. They stood back to back as they struggled against the wolf pack. Though there were a few fresh corpses on the ground, the armored fiendwolves didn't go after them since they were well controlled by an alpha. On a slope not far away stood the alpha, measuring nearly 2 meters tall. It looked at Li Xiaoyan's group coldly. Occasionally, it would issue orders to its pack through howls as the wolves were setting a death trap for Li Xiaoyan's group. "These fellows are really unlucky," Lin Yun said, rubbing his nose. The armored fiendwolves would study their prey for a long time, so their attacks would guarantee practically no chance for survival. They would even use tricks to direct human cultivators into their ambush. "So, are we going to save them?" Li Wuyo asked. Lin Yun thought about it briefly before he replied, "Let's save them on behalf of senior sister Xianxia. We'll go after the alpha and run immediately if we can't take it out in 3 moves." He knew that Xianxia would definitely be sad if her seeded candidates died. But if they couldn't take out the alpha in 3 moves, then they would have to face the full retaliation of the pack. They would be dead if they were surrounded. Although saving lives was important, their lives were more important. "All right, we'll go with that." The two planned for a while before they made their moves. "I'll go first." Li Wuyo moved silently as he hid his aura, sneaking towards the alpha wolf. After Li Wuyo left, the iris flower in Lin Yun's dantian blossomed. The 33 petals blossomed and the spiritual energy boiled within his body. Although Lin Yun made it sound easy, he didn't dare to underestimate the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf was terrifying, and it was comparable to a genius in the first pulse of the profound martial realm. Foish! A wisp of crimson flame blazed in his pupils as he executed the Thunderblitz battle physique. The alpha wolf on the slope sensed Lin Yun's gaze and turned its head over. Lin Yun charged forward when the alpha wolf turned its head over, executing the dragon tiger might. In the next second, his aura rose to the 7th orifice and quickly approached the profound martial realm. Using both tough and soft energy beneath his feet, Lin Yun seemed to travel through the air. He had crossed a distance of a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Yun's aura had enveloped the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf was howling to recall its pack. But when Lin Yun landed on the ground, he formed the undying Vajra seal with his hands and gathered boundless spiritual energy onto his hands. His hands were overflowing with power like an erupting volcano. Lin Yun unhesitantly threw the undying Vajra seal down. But the alpha wolf didn't just sit there waiting. It retaliated, summoning a huge gale with its claws that smashed into the undying Vajra seal. The energy shockwave from the crash caused the alpha wolf to roar out furiously and stomp with its back foot. Like a black lightning bolt, it pounced at Lin Yun with its claws brandished. The alpha wolf was strong, and if Lin Yun were struck by it, he would die a terrible death. But Lin Yun fearlessly stared at the alpha wolf coming towards him. He charged forward after he landed on the ground, and his fists unleashed a dragon roar. After his 9th step, he threw out a punch empowered by the undying Vajrasil. Boom! The strike from the alpha wolf forced Lin Yun back as he rolled on the ground. The spiritual energy within Lin Yun's body rampaged, knocking his internal organs all over the place. Even his right arm felt numb. You're pretty strong. Lin Yun's body trembled lightly, but he didn't budge his feet. This displayed the strong advantage of the Thunderblitz battle physique. But just when the alpha wolf roared and wanted to charge at Lin Yun, it felt a warning from its senses. It turned around only to see a starry sky that contained 3 brightly lit galaxies that looked like eyes. Hee hee! Too late! Yelled Li Wuyo. Descending moon and stars, 9 nether slash. Li Wuyo roared, basked in starry radiance as his sword fell. Before the alpha could react, it received a sword on its neck. But the sword only managed to pierce half an inch into its skin. Blood flowed out from the alpha wolf's neck as it roared out in pain, and it brandished its claw at Li Wuyo's chest. A trace of blood flowed out from Li Wuyo's lips. Right at this moment, the dragon-blooded horse charged out and gave a stomp on the alpha wolf's head before the wolf could unleash another attack. Then, the dragon-blooded horse began to unleash a barrage of stomps on the alpha wolf. Phew! I nearly got myself killed. Li Wuyo wiped the blood on his mouth and turned around. He was scared out of his wits and he exclaimed out, "Big brother! The wolves are coming over!" When Lin Yun turned around, he saw the wolf pack charging over in their direction. "You guys are courting death!" Lin Yun threw out 2 sword flashes from his fingertips, which struck 2 of the armored fiend wolves. They were knocked backwards and crashed into the other wolves. Lin Yun shook his arm and the sword box on his back opened, releasing a violent storm of petals. Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword, pulling it out from the scabbard and unleashed 81 sword flashes that overlapped each other. His sword sounded like rumbling lightning as Lin Yun stabbed out 3 times. Although it only looked like 3 stabs, it was actually hundreds of stabs. The wolf pack that was charging over was blasted away by Lin Yun's sword, causing chaos to their formation. However, the wolf pack immediately got back on their feet, disregarding their injuries. "The alpha wolf is already dead. Get lost!" Li Wuyo roared, not caring if the wolf pack understood his words. He grabbed onto the alpha's wolf head and rode over on the dragon-blooded horse before he threw the decapitated head out. The head rolled on the ground and the wolf pack howled before running off with the decapitated head. Li Xiaotian and his group were dumbfounded by this scene. They had just witnessed 2 people chase off the wolf pack that caused them despair. Li Xiaotian was in deeper shock because he knew that he had ignored Lin Yun and Li Wuyo 2 weeks ago. He never expected that these 2 would come and save him today. Since the alpha wolf had died, the wolf pack immediately fled, solving the trouble that Li Xiaotian's group had been in. Lin Yun raised his head and saw the wound on Li Wuyo's chest as he sat on the dragon-blooded horse. The injury from the alpha wolf's claw was shocking. Lin Yun had fought with the alpha wolf and still felt numbness throughout his arm. He could understand how dangerous that claw was. "Why are you trying to show off with those injuries? Get down!" commanded Lin Yun. "Hee hee." Li Wuyo chuckled. He felt cool when he had grabbed the alpha wolf's decapitated head. But he still listened to Lin Yun's words and smiled. "It's all thanks to Lil Red. Otherwise, I would be dead by now." The 2 had planned for a long time and they even factored in all possible accidents. But no matter how meticulous a plan was, there was never a perfect plan. They just didn't expect the alpha wolf's neck to be so tough. The dragon-blooded horse gave Lin Yun the beast core it held in its mouth. The beast core was brimming with an ominous aura, containing terrifying power. The dragon-blooded horse knew that this beast core wasn't simple. Although the dragon-blooded horse would usually fight for food, it was composed at a crucial time. "We underestimated the alpha wolf." Lin Yun took the beast core and toyed with it in his hand. Or perhaps they had underestimated the entire wolf pack. If Li Wuyo hadn't come in time with the alpha wolf's decapitated head, the wolf pack would definitely go after them. "You can have it. You nearly lost your life." Lin Yun smiled as he tossed the precious beast core to Li Wuyo. "What can I do with this thing? You need it right now since your cultivation is soaring." Li Wuyo refused without any hesitation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Footsteps sounded out as they saw Li Xiaotian coming over with his group. Looking shameful, Li Xiaotian was in a dilemma and wanted to leave. But no matter what, he still had to thank Lin Yun and Li Wuyo since they saved him. You wouldn't know how terrifying the wolf pack was unless you were besieged by them. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo easily dealt with the alpha wolf, but Li Xiaotian knew how dangerous the fight was. That was precisely the reason why he felt ashamed. Biting the bullet, he spoke out, "Thank you for your help. Haha. You're making us sound like strangers. We're both candidates under Senior Sister Xianxia, so it's not an exaggeration for us to address each other as senior brother and junior brother." Li Wuyo mocked. He didn't have a good impression of Li Xiaotian when he saw the latter coming over. Li Xiaotian smiled bitterly, knowing that he was in the wrong. "Senior brother Lin. Senior brother Li? Who are you trying to call senior brother?" Li Wuyo held grudges and immediately interrupted when Li Xiaotian spoke, nearly causing Li Xiaotian to spew out blood. Since Li Wuyo had the opportunity, he naturally had to take revenge. Li Xiaotian looked awkward, and those behind him didn't know what to say either. He could do nothing about it since he was the first one to look down on Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. He had offended them both. So there was no way Li Wuyo would be polite to him. "Brother Li, don't worry about it. He just has a bad temper." "So, how did you guys get surrounded by the wolf pack?" Lin Yun spoke out to ease the atmosphere. Breathing a sigh of relief, Li Xiaotian said, "I'm at fault for being greedy and falling for their trap. I won't get into the story, but I'm really sorry for what I did. Senior Sister Xianxia did tell me to take care of you too before coming in the firmament realm." But Lin Yun naturally knew what he wanted to say. Li Xiaotian probably wanted to say that they had offended the two Wang brothers, and that he didn't want to be implicated by getting too close to them. Then again, there was nothing Lin Yun could say about it since it was human nature. Lin Yun had his own scale in his heart that he would treat others based on how they treated him. He could save them once for Xianxia's sake, but he wouldn't do that again. Li Wuyo was his brother who dared to stand on his side while facing the Wang brothers' pressure. In the future, he would help Li Wuyo with no hesitation as long as he was needed. That was the difference between Li Wuyo and Li Xiaotian. "It's okay. I understand." Lin Yun smiled to interrupt Li Xiaotian from going any further. His magnanimity not only made Li Xiaotian feel relaxed, but it also made the latter feel the distance between them. "The two of you have to be careful. I've seen Wang Yan's men recently. They have been going around contacting profound martial realm geniuses in the firmament realm. But I have no idea what they're trying to do." Li Xiaotian cupped his hands together and bid his farewell. After the group left, Li Wuyo spoke out, "They're just a bunch of snobs. Why are you so polite to them?" Lin Yun didn't respond to Li Wuyo. He looked at the beast core in his hand and replied, "With this beast core, I might be able to unlock my heart orifice." Using the 8 white pellets for the past 2 weeks caused Lin Yun's cultivation to soar. It did so even after reaching the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. This made him certain that he had 7th grade spiritual physique for his aptitude. Among the candidates, he could be ranked among the top because of the 7th grade spiritual physique. There wasn't anyone who could surpass him. Li Wuyo smiled. "The forest might be dangerous, but it's suitable for the Xiantian realm cultivation. I'm sure that this is also part of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's plan." Lin Yun pondered and found that it made sense. After all, they wouldn't be able to find such an excellent beast core elsewhere. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the strength to hunt them. Otherwise, you would only be facing death. Keeping the beast core, Lin Yun smiled. "Let's find something to eat and rest." When they looked around, they could only see the armored fiend wolves' corpses. Li Wuyo's gaze ultimately fell on the alpha wolf's decapitated corpse. Licking his lips, he smiled. "Why don't we have the alpha wolf tonight? This beast must be powerful, so I'm sure it's delicious." The dragon-blooded horse's ears twitched when it listened to Li Wuyo's words. It ran over and picked the alpha wolf's corpse up. "Ha ha! Lil Red knows me well." Li Wuyo laughed and patted the dragon-blooded horse before looking at Lin Yun eagerly. He had experienced Lin Yun's grilling skills for the past few days. Thanks to that, he had now become picky with his food. All right, but this alpha wolf is more troublesome to deal with. Receiving Lin Yun's approval, Li Wuyo and the dragon-blooded horse rejoiced. Looking at them, Lin Yun could only shake his head with a wry smile. In a hidden place located in the forest where the trees were towering and the surrounding was filled with black flame crows, whose red pupils made the dark forest look creepy. Amid all of this, there was a bewitching flute that echoed out into the surrounding. Congratulations, Brother Mo. You've finally recovered from your injuries. Wang Ning and Lung Mo stepped under the tree as they looked at Mo Qingyun, who was blowing the flute, with a smile. Putting down his bone flute, Mo Qingyun replied, "What is there to be happy about? My martial soul nearly got destroyed. Don't worry about it. I'm sure that you can take your revenge very quickly." Wang Ning smiled. Is this Lin Yun really that difficult to kill? He's just someone in the fifth orifice who grasped an incomplete sword intent. There's no way he can compete with a profound martial realm cultivator. 3 additional figures appeared by Wang Ning, Lung Mo, and Mo Qingyun. The one who spoke was Feng Haoyu, a profound martial realm genius. His cultivation was equivalent to Lung Mo, who had reached the first pulse of the profound martial realm. The other 2 were 2 cousins, Han Mo and Han Feng, from the heavenly Qin County's Han clan. Although the Han clan wasn't comparable to the 4 major families, it was still an aristocratic clan. The 3 of them were helpers that Wang Ning found. Turning around to look at Feng Haoyu, Wang Ning replied, "After 2 weeks, that fellow must be in the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm by now. But that's just a minor detail. What's really tough about him is his physique, and he also knows a ferocious fist technique. If I've recognized it correctly, it should be the Dragon Tiger Fist." The Dragon Tiger Fist? The faces of Feng Haoyu and the other 2 changed when they heard that. The Dragon Tiger Fist was well known in the Great Qin Empire for being invincible. Although some incomplete copies were scattered around the empire, there weren't many people who could truly learn them through the incomplete copies. That fellow also has a companion. There's nothing great about him, but his martial soul is weird. It's also troublesome to deal with him, Lang Mo added. Ho ho! But he's doomed to die after offending you. A heady burst of laughter rang out from the woods, which made even the black flame crows instinctively fearful as they started crying out. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness, holding onto his sword. He wore azure clothes with long sleeves. Huangfu Jingxian. Everyone's faces changed when they saw him. Huangfu Jingxian had long been famous in the heavenly Qin County, and everyone here knew about him. He was someone ranked in the top 3 among all the candidates in this examination. I want him dead, but the odds aren't certain. But I believe that he will definitely die if Brother Huangfu helps out. Wang Ning smiled. It's not a loss to take 10 greater profound pills from you just to kill a brat in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. But I heard that he has a very close relationship with senior sister Xianxia. Are you sure that your brother can withstand her pressure if she pursues the matter? Huangfu Jingxian asked indifferently. Everyone turned to look at Wang Ning. Wang Yan would definitely protect his younger brother, so there was nothing to worry about even if Wang Ning got into deep trouble. But none of them had a strong relationship with Wang Yan. Xianxia was known for being the prettiest disciple in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and what made her famous was her other title, Blood Rose. She was a thorny rose, and anyone who laid their hands on her would get pricked. She would naturally attract attention very often with her beauty, but anyone who had ideas about her would die a terrible death. The strongest disciple in the Sword Firmament Pavilion wasn't certain, but she definitely had the most kills under her name. However, she didn't merely have strength. She also had strong charisma within the sect. Don't worry about it. Lin Yun only has garbage for his martial soul. I'm sure about that since he didn't dare to summon it. I don't believe that Xianxia is willing to offend so many of us for someone like him. Wang Ning laughed. And this is also the best time for us to kill him in the firmament realm. After all, no one guaranteed that there would be no deaths in the examination. Are you sure he has garbage for his martial soul? Huangfu Jingxian asked, locking his brows together. Back in the Azure Sun realm, He didn't summon his martial soul despite being surrounded by hundreds of people. 2 weeks ago, he would rather abandon his identity as a seated candidate than summon his martial soul. Even when he was facing us previously, he didn't summon his martial soul. Wang Ning smiled. I can testify to that, said Mo Qingyun. The same goes for me. Lang Mo nodded. The few of them exchanged a look and no longer hesitated. Since Lin Yun's martial soul was trash, it wouldn't matter whether or not they killed him. Even if Xianxia wanted to poke her nose into this matter, the sect would definitely protect them. Compared to the death of someone whose martial soul was trash, they were more valuable to the sect. Then we'll follow your arrangements. When are we going to make a move? Huangfu Jingxian asked. Relax. We'll wait for everyone to gather. Since Brother Mo has already recovered, we can go after that sword slave anytime. When Han Mo and Han Feng heard that, they were both shocked. They had 7 profound martial realm members here, and any single one of them could kill Lin Yun. Having all 7 of them was assurance enough, but Wang Ning actually wanted to invite more people. Was he trying to gather all the profound martial realm candidates? The Wang clan was truly powerful. From the looks of it, Wang Ning didn't want to give Lin Yun any chance of survival. It was a quiet night. 2 youths and a horse sat by a bonfire, roasting an alpha wolf's meat. Even though the alpha wolf's meat was tough, it turned out delicious. It took them great effort to roast it, and the one named Lin Yun even went as far as using his violet sacred flame. He was probably the first person in history to use such a powerful flame to roast meat. But honestly speaking, the effect was remarkable. Lin Yun could control the violet sacred flame at will. Using the inattributed flame to roast the meat, he didn't have to worry about the meat getting burnt. The seasoning gradually fused into the meat under his delicate control, bringing out the meat's flavor. Furthermore, the golden grease blended perfectly with the seasoning, forming a beautiful golden layer around the meat. After the meat finished roasting, a rich aroma spread out. Li Wuyo and the dragon-blooded horse drooled at the meat, waiting on Lin Yun to cut it. The 2 of them smiled at each other as they waited in excitement. After roasting the meat, Lin Yun began to refine the alpha wolf's beast core. As a profound martial realm demonic beast, the spiritual energy contained in the armored fiend wolf's beast core was enormous. It was also the alpha wolf, meaning that the beast core was even more powerful than normal. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's jade pendants had already reached 9 stars. They no longer had to waste any time gathering stars. They could focus on their cultivation instead. So, in the last half-month, the beast cores that were obtained were divided by Lin Yun and the dragon-blooded horse. Naturally, Li Wuyo didn't take any. Thus, Lin Yun's cultivation improved quickly, causing him to start coming in contact with the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Li Wuyo sat by his side and watched him refine the beast core. Li Wuyo wasn't worried about Lin Yun breaking into the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm. In the Xiantian realm, as long as one's cultivation technique and aptitude weren't bad, making a breakthrough wouldn't be a problem. All Lin Yun needed was to have enough resources. Lin Yun satisfied every criteria, not to mention that he had his powerful white pellet. Compared to ordinary Xiantian pellets, it was on a whole new level. The difference could be regarded as a leap in quality. Lin Yun's aura began to surge. He started to release sword aura from his body, which brought great pressure even to Li Wuyo. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Li Wuyo knew that Lin Yun had made a breakthrough in his cultivation technique, which meant that Lin Yun wasn't far from unlocking his heart orifice. Lin Yun's aura soared, attracting gusts of wind that blew on the surrounding trees. When Li Wuyo saw this scene, he was shocked by Lin Yun's foundation. Lin Yun was able to create such a commotion from a small breakthrough even though he was only in the Xiantian realm. The surrounding trees had existed for thousands of years, and they were tougher than metal. It wasn't an easy task to make them sway in the wind. Suddenly, the violent gust stopped. Then, a vortex formed around Lin Yun, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Shortly after, Lin Yun's aura began to retract and it ultimately disappeared. Lin Yun opened his eyes that were glowing brightly. "Congratulations," said Li Wuyo with a stuffed mouth. Lin Yun looked at him and couldn't help smiling. "Eat slowly. I'll go test my current strength. Now that he was in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm and the iris flower's petals had increased to 34, Lin Yun was eager to test his current strength. He flicked his finger and a wisp of violet sword flash shot out. The sword flash slammed into a tree, producing a loud noise. However, it had failed to penetrate the tree trunk. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by the result. These trees had been here for a long time. Since it was hard to snap the branches off the trees, it was logical that the trunks were even tougher. However, the sword flash had turned the fallen leaves into dust. There wasn't any progress in his divine flicking sword, but it had grown more powerful with his improved cultivation technique. However, there was more. The sword intent contained in the sword flash still lingered in the air, creating a buzzing noise. I still can't pierce through it? Touching the fine cracks on the tree trunk, Lin Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps he should change his train of thought. What are you doing? Li Wuyo looked at Lin Yun in perplexion. He had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. Boom! 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 Lin Yun's blood began to boil with the rhythmic heartbeat. Power started to gallop within his body like a wild stallion. This was the benefit of unlocking his heart orifice. The heart was vital to cultivators as it was the source of the body's strength. If the heart stopped beating, the body would rapidly decline before facing death. Unlocking the heart orifice would strengthen his heart, allowing him to mobilize the blood in his body and unleash his blood instantly. Suddenly, Lin Yun clenched his fingers together and threw a punch. His punch produced a huge boom from the tree trunk, but it was only enough to cause the tree to sway slightly and the leaves to fall. The commotion it caused wasn't even comparable to the sword flash. But when Lin Yun withdrew his fist, Li Wuyo was shocked to see a massive hole on the tree trunk. He immediately walked over and exclaimed, "How did you manage to do this? Even someone in the profound martial realm would have difficulty trying to drill a hole in the tree trunk." I fused the fist and sword. I also merged the soft and tough energies together. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't go into any more detail. Reaching the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm had boosted his strength significantly. But even so, Lin Yun still couldn't pierce through the tree trunk. The fist represented tough energy and the sword represented soft energy. The tree trunk wasn't just tough, but it was also flexible. This was the reason why not even a profound martial realm cultivator could pierce through it. Although his divine flicking sword was comparable to a profound martial realm attack, he still couldn't pierce through the tree trunk. This was the reason why Lin Yun chose a different approach. "Big brother, you seem to have quite a bit of secrets on you," smiled Li Wuyo. But he soon tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Early the next morning, sunlight peered through the leaves onto the faces of Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes to take a look around. The weather was pretty good, but it was a little too quiet. This wasn't a good sign in the forest, as it usually meant that something big was about to happen. "There's something wrong," Li Wuyo said with a grave expression. "Look over there," Lin Yun pointed out. A few hundred meters away, a black flame crow was sitting on a tree branch, staring at them coldly. "It's that fellow." Li Wuyo immediately recalled Mo Qingyun, who could manipulate black flame crows. Lin Yun instantly knew that Wang Ning was targeting him again. He suddenly recalled Li Xiaoyan's warning yesterday. Lin Yun's face stayed calm. Could it be that Wang Ning was trying to contact all the cultivators in the profound martial realm to kill me? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was plausible. "Let's go." Lin Yun kicked the dragon-blooded horse awake and hopped onto it, pulling Li Wuyo up in the process. He spurred the dragon-blooded horse, who began charging through the forest in a daze. But it didn't get that far when two figures appeared in their path, blocking the way. "Han Mo! Han Xiao! Please enlighten us!" they shouted. The two of them immediately summoned their martial souls. Their momentum immediately rose to a shocking level because of their profound martial realm cultivation. They pulled out their heavy swords and plunged them into the ground. The immense power behind the swords directly caused an explosion that surged towards the dragon-blooded horse like a tidal wave. Thunderous explosions rang out from the two sword auras that were quickly approaching. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes into slits. He never expected that he would have to face two profound martial realms, but he immediately retaliated without any hesitation. Abandon the horse. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo landed on the ground, covered in small wounds. They weren't able to avoid the all-out attack from the two profound martial realms. Han Feng and Han Mo charged out from the cloud of dust. But before they could make their moves, a wisp of violet sword flash shot at them. The two of them immediately placed their swords before them to defend themselves. When the collision occurred, the two of them were blown away. Let's go! Lin Yun pulled Li Wuyo and dove into the forest. My name is Feng Haoyu. Please enlighten me. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, catching Lin Yun and Li Wuyo by surprise. Receiving a palm from Feng Haoyu, Li Wuyo spat out a mouthful of blood. He could feel his internal organs being grinded into pieces under the force. The pain made him inhale a cold breath by reflex, and he had trouble trying to stand. Weakling! Feng Haoyu sneered. But before Feng Haoyu could look over, Lin Yun sneered and threw a punch at him. Feng Haoyu responded immediately by retaliating with another punch. You're courting death. Get lost. Lin Yun's punch had blown Feng Haoyu away. The latter collided against a tree, producing a loud noise and vomiting blood. Lin Yun had no idea how many enemies were around them, so he carried Li Wuyo on his back and continued running. What the commotion? What's going on? What are they trying to do so early in the morning? The commotion from the fights shocked everyone in the forest. Such a disturbance caused by cultivators in the profound martial realm couldn't escape anyone's detection. Sounds of horses galloping could be heard from Lin Yun's rear. Wang Ning sneered as he chased Lin Yun. He had many cultivators in the Xiantian realm following him. I am Wang Ning. Anyone who is not related to this matter must leave this region immediately. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Wang Ning's arrogant voice reverberated throughout the surrounding, amplified by his origin energy. If anyone else had yelled, the crowd would have sneered in disdain. Even Huangfu Jingxian would be met with this treatment. However, Wang Ning was different. He represented the Wang clan, who held a high position in the Firmament Sword Pavilion, and offending the Wang clan meant offending Wang Yan in the pavilion. Beside him, Lung Mo spoke out, "Clear the area. Teach anyone who resists a lesson. Make an example out of them." Understood. The area was swiftly cleared out. Everyone had left this region either on their own or by force. The tyranny of Wang Ning's group naturally made everyone unhappy, but no one was foolish enough to go up against Wang Ning at this moment. It will be hard for Lin Yun to escape now. How pitiful. I saw Lin Yun and his companion in a pathetic state earlier. I saw that too. 10 cultivators in the profound martial realm have sealed off the surroundings. Wang Ning is insane. He must have a grudge with Lin Yun to be doing this. Shoo! Keep your voice down. It's best for us not to provoke them. The crowd did not go far after being chased away. They settled down into groups and discussed among themselves. Lung Mo and Wang Ning rode on their horses, with over 20 Xiantian realm lackeys beside them. They did not go too deep into this area, confusing everyone as to what they were planning. But shortly after, someone realized what Wang Ning was trying to do. He's planning to toy with Lin Yun. What do you mean? Think about it. Killing a cultivator in the Xiantian realm is as easy as lifting a finger for 10 profound martial realms. But why didn't they kill Lin Yun directly? I see. So Wang Ning is trying to force Lin Yun into a corner to deliver himself over. That must be the reason why he's guarding this place. Everyone immediately understood that Wang Ning didn't intend to simply kill Lin Yun. He wanted to humiliate Lin Yun before killing him. Deep in the dense forest, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo both looked exhausted. Their hair was messy and their faces pale. Even the bloodstains on the corner of their lips were still wet. The two of them traveled through the forest and would occasionally encounter cultivators in the profound martial realm. It was like someone had cast a net over them. No matter where they went, they were met with a dead end. Black flame crows dispersed out from their area and they spotted Mo Qingyun. He held onto his bone flute and looked at Li Wuyo coldly saying, "Lil bastard, do you remember me?" In their previous encounter, Li Wuyo had humiliated him by stepping on his face. Now, Mo Qingyun wanted Li Wuyo's life. Heh. Sorry, but I never remember the name of those who beg for mercy. Li Wuyo casually brushed his messy hair. He smiled brightly and didn't look the least bit depressed by his situation. You're courting death. Mo Qingyun sneered and blew his flute, manipulating the black flame crows. Flapping their wings, the black flame crows dived like arrows in Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's direction. Lin Yun faced the situation indifferently, unleashing a wisp of sword flash from his fingertips. The sword flash tore through the air, piercing through the flock of black flame crows and headed towards Mo Qingyun. What speed! Mo Qingyun's face changed when he saw the sword flash. He immediately stopped what he was doing and rolled to the side. Li Wuyo, who was bathed in starlight, held onto a long sword and forced his way through the flock of crows. His sword was aimed in Mo Qingyun's direction, and he yelled, "Die!" But Mo Qingyun was ultimately still someone in the profound martial realm. Facing Li Wuyo, his aura surged in the blink of an eye. Relying on his cultivation, he clamped his fingers together and caught Li Wuyo's sword. Li Wuyo felt as though his sword had plunged into a mountain. He couldn't pull his sword away no matter how hard he tried. With your cultivation, you won't even be able to hurt me even if I give you a chance. Mo Qingyun sneered. His origin energy reverberated across the sword. But right before it was going to hurt Li Wuyo, a violet sword flash caught him by surprise and pierced through his shoulder. Mo Qingyun wailed and was sent flying. Lin Yun rushed forward, blasting through the crows, and arrived next to Li Wuyo. But just as he was going to walk forward, he saw Han Mo and Han Feng in the depths of the forest. Both of them were charging at him, holding their swords. Even the surrounding trees were swaying from their momentum. Seeing them, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo's faces changed. They had personally experienced how strong they were. This way, the two of them immediately changed directions and started running. Lin Yun refused to believe that he couldn't walk out of this dense forest. But suddenly, a cold gleam descended from the sky, piercing through the mottled leaves and slamming down like a bolt of lightning. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo managed to avoid it by taking a step back. When they raised their heads, they saw a long sword plunged into the ground that was buzzing. Incomplete sword intent? Lin Yun's brows twitched. He could sense the sword intent flowing on the sword. He noticed a person leaning against a tree, grinning at them. I heard that you know the Dragon Tiger Fist. What a coincidence. I happen to know some close combat techniques as well. I'm Huangfu Jingxian. Please enlighten me. Huangfu Jingxian dashed forward and threw a punch at Lin Yun. His punch was swift, reaching Lin Yun before he could even react. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames. He activated the Thunderblitz battle physique and faced the attack with the undying Vajrasil. Huangfu Jingxuan's murderous aura surged as they loudly collided. The people outside the region were shocked when they saw the murderous aura. It's the breaking fist. Huangfu Jingxian finally made his move. A massive shockwave started to spread out. The audience was shocked when they felt the shaking earth. Blood dripped from the corner of Lin Yun's lips. Coughing violently, he looked at Huangfu Jingxian in shock. This was the first time he was lacking when facing someone of the same generation. He wasn't able to defeat his opponent, even with the Thunderblitz battle physique and the fusion of fist and sword. Huangfu Jingxian wiped his lips and looked at the bloodstain on his hand. He glanced at Lin Yun. You actually managed to injure me while being in the Xiantian realm. I now understand why Wang Ning wants to kill you so badly. Even if you have a garbage martial soul, he won't be able to feel at peace if you reach the profound martial realm. But before he could finish his words, a gust with flickering starlight flashed. Li Wuyo had found an opportunity to attack. No! Lin Yun immediately yelled out. He felt an uneasiness building up in his heart. Huangfu Jingxian was in the profound martial realm and grasped the incomplete sword intent. If he had his sword, his strength would reach a whole new level that was unimaginable to Lin Yun. Lin Yun had also grasped the incomplete sword intent, so he knew how terrifying it was. However, it was too late. Huangfu Jingxian reached out to grab his long sword and retaliated. Although he made his move slightly later, His sword stabbed Li Wuyo. Blood splattered and a trace of reluctance flickered in Li Wuyo's eyes. The tip of his sword was only half an inch away from Huangfu Jingxuan's heart. However, he could not close the distance. Huangfu Jingxian shook his hand slightly, causing the sword intent in his sword to explode. Li Wuyo was sent flying and he collapsed on the ground as he vomited blood. He could no longer get on his feet. Not bad. You seem to know the sword in my hand. If you were in the profound martial realm, you might have been a worthy opponent. What a pity! Huangfu Jingxian took out his handkerchief and wiped off the bloodstains on his sword. Lin Yun took a deep glance at Huangfu Jingxian before he picked up Li Wuyo and turned to run. Huangfu Jingxian, however, sheathed his sword and stood still. He did not pursue Lin Yun. Lil Red, Lin Yun yelled, summoning the dragon-blooded horse. It had run over like a crimson bolt of lightning. Getting on horseback, Lin Yun whipped the reins. He did not dare to think too much right now. He only wanted to break through the encirclement as soon as possible. Otherwise, there was a possibility that Li Wuyo might die. The incomplete sword intent that Huangfu Jingxian left within Li Wuyo was lethal. As the dragon-blooded horse ran, Lin Yun could see a faint gleam of sunlight up ahead. There was a spacious terrain up ahead that caused Lin Yun to rejoice. In a flat terrain without any obstructions, who could stop the dragon-blooded horse? But just as he charged out of the dense forest, Lin Yun's face suddenly changed. Wang Ning and Lung Mo were a kilometer away, riding on their horses. Furthermore, they had 20-odd people around them that were formed into a row. Lin Yun realized he had been forced here. But there was no time left for him to think because a dark glow was bolting towards the dragon-blooded horse. It was Lung Mo who launched an attack with his spear. It was too late for the dragon-blooded horse to dodge. As a result, the dragon-blooded horse was stabbed by the spear. Half of the spearhead plunged into the dragon-blooded horse, causing it to drop to the ground. Due to the dragon-blooded horse's speed, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were thrown off and rolled on the ground. "Lil Red!" cried Lin Yun. He couldn't be bothered with his injuries at this moment. He was more concerned about the dragon-blooded horse. Behind him, Huangfu Jingxian, Han Mo, Han Feng, Feng Haoyu, Mo Qingyu, and the others descended on the ground. Aside from Huangfu Jingxian, the others had suffered injuries to a certain degree. The ones with severe injuries were Feng Haoyu and Mo Qingyun. This scene was shocking to those who saw it, who knew what sort of intense battle took place in the forest. At the same time, it was unbelievable that two Xiantian realm cultivators managed to injure so many profound martial realm cultivators. Lin Yun got on his feet and raised his head to look at Wang Ning. His face was full of mockery as he sneered at Wang Ning with the corner of his lips. Far away, thousands of newcomers that were participating in the test were standing on tree branches. All of them had looked at this confrontation with indifference. "So, sword slave, who's the dog now?" Wang Ning looked down at Lin Yun, who was a mess, from high above. "The second young master is talking to you?" barked Lang Mo as he looked at Lin Yun. Li Wuyo was heavily injured. The dragon-blooded horse could no longer get on its feet, and 10 profound martial realms were guarding the rear. Lin Yun was forced into a dead end. Thousands of eyes were indifferently gazed from afar. Even if Lin Yun was stubborn and refused to admit defeat, this situation made him despair. Ignoring Lung Mo's bark, Lin Yun turned around and walked towards the dragon-blooded horse. The horse trembled from the pain of having a spear plunged into its body. "Bear with it." Lin Yun patted the dragon-blooded horse and grabbed onto the spear. Blood splattered when he pulled the spear out, drawing a huge wail from the horse. Wang Ning turned to look at Lung Mo beside him. Knowing what Wang Ning wanted, Lung Mo nodded with a sinister smile and retrieved another spear from his interspatial ring. This spear was thrown towards Lin Yun. If Lin Yun avoided this attack, the spear would head towards the dragon-blooded horse once more. Lin Yun, who was dealing with the dragon-blooded horse's wound, didn't even need to turn around to hear the sound of the spear tearing through the air. He took his time dealing with the dragon-blooded horse's wound before he stood up and turned around. Tilting his body slightly, the spear avoided his vital spot, stabbing into his spear instead. Thanks to the Thunderblitz battle physique, this spear did not cause him any critical injuries. But the massive force behind the spear had caused him to drop to his knees. Wang Ning spoke out from his horse. Lin Yun, no one will save garbage like you who can't even summon his martial soul. I'll give you two choices. Beg for mercy or die. I'm willing to let you live if you're willing to become my sword slave. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun began to laugh madly with a face that was covered in blood. He glanced at the strand of hair tied around his finger and sighed. The smile gradually faded from his lips. I can't beat 10 profound martial realms. If I lose, I lose. I might be young, but I'm not someone who fears death. Come and fight if you want to kill me. Lin Yun was betting his life on this battle. He was given a chance at living, but if he took it, he would be at Wang Ning's mercy. He knew that he couldn't fight the 10 profound martial realms, but it was impossible to make him beg for mercy. Regardless of how reluctant he was, he had to be worthy of the sword in his heart. Count me in. At least if we die, we will have a companion by our side. Li Wuyo coughed and tried to get up. He wiped his face and placed his hand on Lin Yun's shoulder before he started laughing. The two of them had utterly disregarded Wang Ning's threat. Wang Ning's face turned dark from their attitudes. He snappily yelled, "Still so stubborn even when facing death. If that's what you want, then so be it. Kill them." Lung Mo dismounted the horse and charged over with a dozen Xiantian realm cultivators. But right at this moment, the dragon-blooded horse unleashed a terrifying aura. His coat ignited in raging flames. Profound martial realm. Holy shit! The horse managed to make a breakthrough under the pressure of such dire straits. No one had expected the dragon-blooded horse, who was lying on the ground, to make such a transformation. It neighed and charged at Lung Mo, creating a dust cloud behind it. Lung Mo was caught entirely off guard and was stabbed by the dragon-blooded horse's horn. He was blown away and his organs were ground into pieces. If he wasn't in the profound martial realm, he would have died immediately. Lin Yun's eyes lit up at this scene and he leapt into the sky, smacking the ancient sword box at Wang Ning's face. The 34 petals of the iris flower bloomed and started pouring into the sword box. The sword box felt like a mountain made of sword intent instead in Lin Yun's hands. Wang Ning was frightened out of his wits and he immediately abandoned his horse. He dropped to the ground and started rolling around, disregarding his image. As a result, the sword box smashed into Wang Ning's horse, turning it into a mush of meat. But at the same time, Wang Ning was blown away by the force. When the 10 profound martial realms saw this scene, they were stunned. Han Mo and Han Feng finally reacted and immediately stepped in to protect Wang Ning. As for the rest, they unleashed their auras. They all knew what kind of trouble they would get into if Lin Yun managed to escape. What a bunch of garbage. Why are you guys still standing here? Stop him. Wang Ning immediately started cursing out at the Xiantian realm cultivators who had shrank back. As a result, the dozen Xiantian realm newcomers bit the bullet and charged at Lin Yun. Patting the ancient sword box gently, the flower burial sword flew out from the box. Looking at the ones that were charging at him, Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword and started infusing his sword intent. He waited for them to be 10 steps within his range before he pulled the sword out of its sheath, unleashing his incomplete sword intent at his enemies. Before the dozen Xiantian realm cultivators could even react, they were blown away and covered in wounds. They could no longer get on their feet. Big brother, hop on. Li Wuyo took advantage of the chaos and climbed onto the dragon-blooded horse. After breaking through the encirclement, he immediately headed towards Lin Yun. Grabbing the sword box casually, Lin Yun returned his sword to its sheath and jumped onto the horse. Oh no, you don't. The strongest among the 10 profound martial realms, Huangfu Jingxian, charged over. He only needed to stop Lin Yun for a moment so the others could arrive. How stubborn! Lin Yun truly hated this person. If it weren't for Huangfu Jingxian, he wouldn't be forced into such a desperate situation. And now that he had a glimmer of hope, Huangfu Jingxian came chasing after him again. Lin Yun immediately fused the sword gleam from his martial soul, the broken sword, into his fingertips. He unleashed the divine flicking finger, flashing aura, flicking fingers. The sword gleam wasn't made of spiritual energy, but from the broken sword inside of him. So it had brought the divine flicking finger's power to a whole new level. When Huangfu Jingxian saw the sword flash, his face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. But even though he had tried his best to avoid it, his right shoulder was still pierced by the sword flash. Huangfu Jingxian, I will settle this with you sooner or later. Lin Yun's face was terrifyingly pale after using his last trump card. I can't let him go. Huangfu Fengshuan furrowed his brows. Ignoring the injury on his shoulder, he commanded in a deep voice, chase after him. The dragon-blooded horse is injured, so it won't be able to run far. All the profound martial realms immediately grabbed a horse. With gloomy expressions, they chased after Lin Yun. They followed the bloodstains left behind by the dragon-blooded horse. These bastards! Li Wuyo glanced at their rear and gnashed his teeth. Lin Yun turned to look at him. Li Wuyo's face was so pale that he didn't seem like a living person anymore. He knew that if Li Wuyo's injuries weren't treated in time, he would die. However, with the pursuers chasing closely behind, there wasn't any opportunity for them to take a break to recover. After the dragon-blooded horse's initial outburst gradually came to an end, it started to feel exhausted. After all, it was still injured from Lung Mo's spear. Over there, a green bamboo wood suddenly came into Lin Yun's view. The bamboo was nearly 100 meters in height. The woods were shrouded by a fog and looked extremely peculiar. That's the Sword Burial Woods. Huangfu Jingxian and the others immediately came to a stop as their facial expressions drastically changed. Don't they know about the Sword Burial Woods? Mo Qingyun looked at the woods in fear. The firmament realm was massive and there were many forbidden grounds. They were marked as forbidden grounds for a reason. Anyone who stepped foot in there would definitely die. The Sword Burial Woods was one such forbidden ground. Many people had gone inside by mistake, but not a single one of them came out alive. This was how the infamous reputation of the Sword Burial Woods had come to be. The elders responsible for supervising the test had warned them over and over again not to enter. Where are they? Wang Ning and Lung Mo rushed over without much rest. The two of them suffered pretty serious injuries, but they still bit the bullet and rushed over. If Lin Yun wasn't dead, the two of them wouldn't feel at ease. No one responded to Wang Ning's question as they silently opened a path. The Sword Burial Woods. Wang Ning's face changed drastically when he took a look at what was up ahead. He immediately commanded the horse to move backwards. Before he entered the firmament realm, his elder brother had told him that the Sword Burial Woods was extremely dangerous. Many profound martial realm elders and disciples lost their lives there. They're definitely dead after entering the Sword Burial Woods. There's no need for you to worry about them anymore, said Lang Mo. However, Wang Ning felt uncertain. This outcome was certainly not what he wanted. He couldn't feel at ease unless Lin Yun died in front of him. He's someone who survived the Yin wind stream. The gloom between Wang Ning's brows lingered. At this moment, Huangfu Jingxian smiled. Second young master, there's nothing to worry about. The Sword Burial Woods is famous for its danger. Even experts in the Violet Palace realm die there, not to mention a Xiantian realm piece of garbage. Furthermore, even if he doesn't die, he definitely won't be able to complete the test. If he doesn't become a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, how difficult will it be for the Wang clan to kill him? Listening to what Huangfu Jingxian said, Wang Ning's face gradually improved. He sneered. Even if he survives, there's nothing I have to be afraid of. He just can't become a Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple. They didn't come after us? Li Wuyo was confused. Nope, but there's something unusual about this place. Lin Yun looked at the bamboo woods that were shrouded in mist. At first glance, he found this place to be strange. However, there was something familiar about this place that made his heart palpitate. Lin Yun took a gamble when he dove into the woods. He gambled that his pursuers wouldn't follow him. It was clear that he won his gamble. However, it appeared that the danger wasn't over yet. The dragon-blooded horse ran around the woods and led to the discovery that they were lost. They ran around blindly, and before they knew it, they discovered that the exit was nowhere to be seen. Li Wuyo let out a cough. There was a trace of blood dripping down from his lips, which made him look even weaker. "Come down. I'll help you get rid of the sword intent lingering in your body," said Lin Yun. "But this place," responded Li Wuyo. "Don't worry about it right now," replied Lin Yun. Lin Yun instructed the dragon-blooded horse to stay where it was, and he helped Li Wuyo down. If it was someone besides Lin Yun, there would be no hope for Li Wuyo. However, Lin Yun was different. His incomplete sword intent was stronger than Huangfu Jingxuan's. So much so that he wasn't far from obtaining a complete sword intent. All Lin Yun had to do was destroy the sword intent lingering in Li Wuyo's body. "Bear with it. I'll remove the sword intent to prevent any harm done in your body," said Lin Yun. "Don't worry too much. Although my physique can't compare to your Thunderblitz battle physique, I've been nourishing it for years." Li Wuyo smiled to assure Lin Yun. "Then I'll start." Lin Yun placed his hand behind Li Wuyo and poured his sword intent in. When Lin Yun's sword intent poured into Li Wuyo's body, it started to clash with Huangfu Jingxuan's sword intent. Li Wuyo could feel the two sword intents battling within his body, which tormented him enormously. The entire process lasted for half an hour before Lin Yun finally got rid of the sword intent in Li Wuyo's body. Raising his hand, Lin Yun retracted his sword intent back into his body. "I'll take a short rest," Li Wuyo weakly spoke out. "Go ahead." After Li Wuyo fell asleep, Lin Yun instructed the dragon-blooded horse to stay while he examined their surroundings. The bamboo around them towered over like swords. This must be a forbidden ground that Huangfu Jingxian and the others don't dare to enter. But why does it feel familiar? Lin Yun closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. There was a crisp noise ringing in his ears. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun now knew why this place felt familiar. There were runes on the bamboo. The runes were extremely similar to those recorded in the Age Sutra. When he noticed that, the fog started to clear up in his eyes. A short moment later, a stone tablet appeared in his vision, with the words "Sword Burial Woods" written on it. When he saw the words on the stone tablet, Lin Yun's face changed. The words were like dragons as they were written with powerful strokes. Once glance sent a chill in his heart. Felt like he was stabbed by a sword. Behind the stone tablet was a bamboo forest that looked extraordinary. Cautiously taking a step back, Lin Yun returned from where he came. He joined the dragon-blooded horse and Li Wuyo, who had regained his consciousness. Seeing Lin Yun, Li Wuyo's eyes lit up. "Big brother, have you found the way?" Nodding his head, Lin Yun replied, "I have a rough idea on how to return." "Return?" Li Wuyo shook his head. "Going back is a dead end for us. With Wang Ning's personality, he will definitely send someone to guard the exit, waiting for us. We need to find another exit out of this woods." Lin Yun pondered briefly and didn't say a word. Li Wuyo was right. Even if they went back, they would face the same situation all over again. Lin Yun did not want to experience it all over again. "Come with me," Lin Yun spoke out as he led Li Wuyo and the horse over to the stone tablet. "Sword Burial Woods?" Li Wuyo's face changed when he saw the words on the stone tablet. Looking at the densely packed bamboo woods, his face had an ugly expression. He could tell that this was a forbidden ground. The fog behind them could only make them lost, but the bamboo woods before them meant death. So it's still death either way. Li Wuyo shrugged with a bitter smile. Whether they were going back the same way or setting foot in the forbidden ground, neither of the options were good choices. "Well, this might be an opportunity," said Lin Yun optimistically. "What do you mean?" asked Li Wuyo. "Take a look for yourself," responded Lin Yun. Looking at the sword burial woods, Lin Yun flicked his finger and unleashed a wisp of sword flash. In an instant, thousands of sword flashes exploded on the bamboo woods. Every single bamboo became crystal clear and shined brightly as they were permeated with boundless sword intent. The woods didn't seem normal. Instead, they seemed like thousands of swords that were stuck in the ground. Each of them contained powerful sword intent. When the sword intent connected together, it suddenly formed into an ocean of sword intent. Li Wuyo's breathing sped up. What terrifying sword intent! I'm afraid that even a Violet Palace Realm cultivator would be turned into a hornet's nest under the sword intent. But when he turned around, he noticed that Lin Yun had disappeared. Looking around, Li Wuyo found Lin Yun walking towards the sword burial woods. Lin Yun, don't be impulsive. Li Wuyo suddenly became nervous. However, Lin Yun waved his hand in response, motioning for Li Wuyo to stay put. Before Lin Yun even set foot in the woods, he could sense countless complicated runes that were buried in the area. The runes were 100 times more complicated than the ones he had grasped. Even the runes he used to imprint the Xiantian pellets were incomparable. Complete sword intent. Lin Yun was certain that the sword intent within these runes were complete. Unlike the incomplete sword intent, only the completed one could be considered genuine sword intent. Otherwise, there would always be a flaw in the incomplete sword intent. Lin Yun only grasped the incomplete sword intent, and he was only one step away from completing it. The sword burial woods might turn out to be an opportunity for him to grasp the complete sword intent. What should I do? Li Wuyo was worried by Lin Yun putting himself in danger. When Lin Yun took 10 steps into the bamboo woods, the sword intents had brewed up to an incredibly dense level. They were like ferocious beasts, swaying in the woods that enveloped Lin Yun. Li Wuyo did not dare to take a look, and even the dragon-blooded horse was feeling uneasy. But suddenly, Lin Yun unleashed a burst of sword aura, which gradually formed into pure incomplete sword intent. His sword intent was like the ocean, rippling around him. Lin Yun seemed to be stepping on the air, and a dazzling radiance emitted from him. His hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. The dragon-blooded horse's patience had run out, and it wanted to charge in. But before the dragon-blooded horse could move, Li Wuyo pulled on the reins. Don't go. He's trying to comprehend something. He was curious how Lin Yun managed to enter the sword burial woods. If he was in Lin Yun's shoes, he would be turned into a beehive by now. But thinking back to how Lin Yun managed to resolve the fog, Li Wuyo knew that Lin Yun must have a trump card. Stepping on the ocean of sword intent, Lin Yun continued walking forward. However, each step he took was filled with danger. Layers of runes were fluctuating. The boundless sword intent was blowing in his direction like tidal waves. When Li Wuyo squinted his eyes, he finally saw what was going on. Lin Yun was cultivating his sword intent. He wanted to hone his incomplete sword intent through the sword burial woods. What a big heart he has! Li Wuyo was shocked. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend a complete sword intent. After all, there weren't many people who could even comprehend an incomplete sword intent in the Xiantian realm. As for the complete sword intent, it was simply a pipe dream. There weren't many disciples in the Sword Firmament Pavilion who could comprehend the complete sword intent, not to mention the newcomers. If Lin Yun could grasp the complete sword intent, then he could be compared to the Sword Firmament Pavilions by Li Xuan. Bai Li Xuan was only in the 7th orifice of the Xiantian realm, but he had comprehended the complete sword intent. He even managed to defeat many profound martial realm cultivators. However, Bai Li Xuan was a special exception. After all, he was trying to promote his 9th grade spiritual physique into the saint physique. This was the only reason why he stayed in the Xiantian realm. Deep in the sword burial woods, Lin Yun closed his eyes and continued walking forward. He could sense the powerful sword intent released from the runes around him. To create such an array, not only was sword intent required, but comprehension for runes were also necessary. Lin Yun felt that he had stepped onto the path of no return. If he couldn't comprehend the complete sword intent here, he would surely lose his life. The bamboo woods were filled with dangers, but Lin Yun could no longer turn back. He still had a trace of life going forward, and going back would mean certain death unless he could comprehend the complete sword intent. This was the only way to resolve the runes. The runes weren't the same as those from the Age Sutra. The runes here were dangerous and contained boundless sword intent. It wouldn't be an overstatement to call them sword runes. Worst of all, the runes here had formed into an array. The sword burial woods. At this moment, Lin Yun finally understood why this place was called the Sword Burial Woods. This was a burial ground for swordsmen, which was why Wang Ning and the others did not dare to enter. Although Huangfu Jingxian grasped sword intent, he knew nothing about runes. So it would be certain death for him if he came. Lin Yun did not dare to think about anything else with the dangers here. He could only toughen his scalps and continue forth. As he tried to comprehend the sword intent in this place, his sword intent was slowly being refined. The broken sword and 9 chains would appear within his body from time to time, trembling violently. He could clearly sense the growth in his incomplete sword intent. Along with the growth of his incomplete sword intent, the 9 chains were slowly loosening up. But no matter how his incomplete sword intent grew, it was still one step away from reaching completion. It was so close that he could feel it with his own hands. But even when he tried reaching out, there was still some distance from him to cover. In the end, Lin Yun could only bite the bullet and continue walking forward, relying on the sword intent here to refine his incomplete sword intent. Outside the sword burial woods, Li Wuyo grew nervous looking at Lin Yun. Unlike Lin Yun, he could clearly sense the danger that Lin Yun was in. He could see the dangers manifesting into a sea of blood, taking on various forms. It seemed to him that Lin Yun would be devoured at any moment. The swords on the blood ocean were all manifested from sword intent. Fighting them meant certain death. There was also a buzzing noise coming from the sway woods. It sounded as if someone was singing. Li Wuyo had no idea how long Lin Yun could last under this pressure. A bit more. Why is it always a little more? Lin Yun felt like he was walking on thin ice. Furrowing his brows, he seemed to be walking into a dead end. He could feel that he was just one step away. Whenever he took a step forward, he could sense his own improvements. He was now 1/4 the distance away. He continued walking, 1/8 distance away, 1/16 distance away. Although the distance between him and the complete sword intent had shrunk, it seemed infinitely far away. Eventually, the dangers and sword intent here swayed his confidence. At the moment, there was a break in his confidence. It was a flaw that amplified his heart. Lin Yun took another step forward and he knew that he was finished. The sword rune beneath his feet exploded. The rows of bamboos looked like spears, surging towards him with unparalleled sword intent. Lin Yun knew that it was the erase backlash. His heart tightened up. He would be in danger if he turned around because the sides were filled with boundless sword intent. He felt that there was no place for him anywhere. Loneliness struck fear in his heart, along with the fear of being rejected by the world. The sword burial woods was repelling him and wanted to bury him. Lin Yun had no idea where the problem stemmed from. He immediately closed his eyes at the juncture of life and death. The man from the painting flashed in his mind. Recalling every detail of that man swinging his sword, Lin Yun compared himself to that man, trying to find what he was lacking. The scenes changed to the Iris Sword Saint. He recalled how that person suppressed the demonic ocean. The two of them were swordsmen that he looked up to. Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He finally found common ground between the two and knew what he was missing. He turned around and leaped, ignoring the dangers and boundless sword intent pouring towards him. Even if he could crush mountains and stars, how could he be considered a swordsman if he didn't have the heart of one? A swordsman needed the heart to be sharp. That was what he lacked. Since he was born for swords, why would he be afraid to die for swords? Understanding that, Lin Yun's sword aura condensed. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with fearlessness. Can't look back? Then that's exactly what I'll do. A swordsman needed the courage to fearlessly press forward. His heart started to throb. He leapt into the air and threw himself into the boundless sword intent. In the next second, he was devoured. No! Li Wuyo yelled when he saw this scene. Fuck! Screw the sword burial woods. I'll destroy you. Starlight started to emit from Li Wuyo as fury filled his eyes. Like a madman, Li Wuyo dove into the woods and started hacking at the bamboo. But the bamboo seemed endless no matter how he tried hacking them. There was no end to them. But right before the boundless sword intent was about to devour Lin Yun, a bright radiance started to bloom from his body. Shortly after, pure and refined sword intent exploded from his body. The bamboo wood started to sway from his sword intent, releasing a crisp sound whenever they collided. At the same time, one of the chains that bound the broken sword suddenly broke. A roar that sounded as if it came from ancient times rang out, along with a pair of prestigious eyes that stared into the distance. "Is this my martial soul?" Lin Yun opened his eyes and looked around. The bamboo woods no longer looked to be filled with danger. The bamboo woods were only swaying with elegance. It looks like the sword burial woods was a testing ground left by a certain senior. Lin Yun was still ignorant about the true meaning of sword intent up until a moment ago when his confidence was shaken. Now that he finally comprehended a complete sword intent, this place could no longer pose any dangers to him. "Thank you, senior. Whoever you are." Lin Yun sat cross-legged and clasped his hands together. When he stood up, he could sense that the sword runes had already disappeared. Aside from the fact that this place was still a little eerie, this place was now an ordinary bamboo wood. "I'll hack you! Hack you!" Lin Yun suddenly heard someone yelling out, gasping for breath. When he turned around, he saw an exhausted Li Wuyo. The latter was holding onto his sword, swinging it around in the air furiously. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Yun frowned. "I'm taking revenge for you. We'll talk again after I finish hacking these bamboos. Don't let me know which bastard planted them here or I'll slaughter him," Li Wuyo casually replied while swinging his sword around. Lin Yun placed his thumb on his middle finger and flicked. When the sword flash shot out, a buzzing noise came from the complete sword intent. When Li Wuyo heard the buzzing noise, he suddenly jolted awake. "What was I doing? My wrist is feeling sour." Li Wuyo sighed after regaining his consciousness. How could he not feel sour after swinging his sword thousands of times? "I also want to know what you're doing." Lin Yun smiled. "Big brother, you're not dead?" Li Wuyo looked at Lin Yun in surprise. "Haha, big brother. I saved you. I charged in when you got devoured earlier, hacking down all the bamboo." Rolling his eyes, Lin Yun pointed his finger around. "Look around. I don't need to write it out for you." "What do you mean?" Li Wuyo looked around and finally realized that there was no broken bamboo on the ground. Was that all an illusion? He was hacking the bamboos earlier, but there wasn't even a single one on the floor. The dragon-blooded horse stepped forward and snorted, looking at Li Wuyo in disdain before walking towards Lin Yun. Li Wuyo covered his face in embarrassment. Even the dragon-blooded horse was looking down on him. Leading the dragon-blooded horse by the reins, Lin Yun proceeded deeper into the woods. There were many secrets in this place. The path they traveled was long and Lin Yun only saw an ancient bamboo building 30 minutes later. The building was built on the water, with the cold lake covering one side and the mist shrouding it completely. This must be the origin of the cold air in the sword burial woods. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. The coldness here was similar to the Yin wind stream, but it wasn't as irritable. "What the hell is this place? It's cold." Li Wuyo's voice rang out from behind Lin Yun. Seeing Lin Yun look at him like he was mental, Li Wuyo was embarrassed before he briefly sneered. "Let's go in and take a look." Perhaps Lin Yun had been acknowledged by the sword burial woods after grasping the complete sword intent. The sword intent in the array still existed, but now it looked like ordinary bamboo woods. However, they couldn't afford to be careless when approaching the bamboo building. "Let's be careful," reminded Lin Yun. "Hee. I was waiting for you to say that." Li Wuyo jumped between the bamboos like a monkey before he landed on the bamboo building. Lin Yun, on the other hand, slowly walked towards the building with the dragon-blooded horse. The courtyard was empty. Aside from 2 stone platforms, the bamboo building built on the water was the only structure present. "This place is freezing." Li Wuyo sighed while shivering from the cold. His eyes looked around. This place had no treasures. Not even weeds were present. "Big brother, I'll take a look at this room," Li Wuyo said, looking at Lin Yun who was touching the stone platform. "Are you sure about that?" "The owner might be around," responded Lin Yun. "That's impossible. Who would stay in such a freezing place? At most, they would only come occasionally. I'll be going in." Don't blame me for not giving you anything I find. Li Wuyo walked straight into the building. He hoped that the senior who lived here had left something behind. Lin Yun turned to look at the stone platform again. The surface of the stone platform was painted with messy patterns. He couldn't tell if those patterns were natural or man-made. After looking around in the courtyard, Lin Yun ended up at the edge of the lake. Due to the fog, he could only see the edge of it. It's somewhat similar to the Sword Burial Woods fog. Although I can't go deep into this lake, I can still check for Yin energy. Lin Yun was confident that there was Yin energy here. But the Yin energy here wasn't the same as the Yin wind stream. The Yin energy here was perfectly sealed without any flaws. It was unlike the Yin wind stream that had been heavily damaged. That was the reason why the Yin wind stream became a forbidden ground that caused even profound martial realms to lose their lives. Thinking about it, Lin Yun returned to the stone platforms and examined them. A brief moment later, he finally noticed the slight differences between the two stone platforms. This one is being used often. The surface is much smoother. It seems that someone used the Yin energy here to cultivate. All ice-attributed cultivation techniques could use the Yin energy to get twice the results with half the effort. But the efficiency was far inferior to the sky-devouring art. With the sky-devouring art, he could directly devour as much Yin energy as he wanted. There's nothing here. The old fart living here must be really broke. Li Wuyo, who was full of joy previously, came out disappointed. Lin Yun smiled. These bamboo are a treasure land. Although the array has been temporarily suspended, the sword intent contained in the bamboos still exists. Practicing sword techniques here will be more effective. That makes sense. But how do we get out? Li Wuyo frowned, looking at the fog covering the cold lake. There's no rush for us to leave. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He'd just grasped the complete sword intent and he still needed to stabilize it. Does anyone live here? Li Tzuyo asked with a guilty conscience. Lin Yun didn't answer him and walked straight into the bamboo woods. Without uttering a single word, he started cultivating. After all, how could he put such a precious place to waste? Ever since he left the Azure Sword sect, he had never suffered such a huge blow of being forced into a dead end. Not to mention that he was even humiliated in public, which made his heart turn cold. It didn't matter if it was for the dragon-blooded horse, Li Wuyo, or himself. He couldn't let this go. Wang Ning, Huangfu Jingxian, Feng Haoyu, Han Mo, and Han Feng wouldn't let him go. Right now, he desperately needed to strengthen himself. He summoned the sword box, opened it up, and grabbed onto the flower burial sword to execute the thunderclap sword art, Violet Gale. His wrist trembled, creating countless sword afterimages. Inserting his complete sword intent into the sword, Lin Yun stabbed out 81 times in one breath. When the afterimages of his sword overlapped, thunderclaps began to resound in the surrounding. Lin Yun created a huge dust cloud from his sword, but that wasn't enough. With a flickering light in his eyes, Lin Yun roared and stabbed out 9 more times. He had executed the iris sword art to the limit and his sword intent surged like ferocious dragons. The sword in his hand was blurred and hard to follow, so only the thunderclaps could be heard. The ground rumbled and the bamboo swayed. Holy shit! Li Wuyo was stunned. He never expected that the complete sword intent would be so powerful. Lin Yun's sword technique was on a whole new level. The most frightening thing of all this was that the thunderclaps left Li Wuyo's internal organs trembling. Such prowess was no longer within the range of Xiantian realm. Shaking his head, Li Wuyo smacked his lips together. I didn't believe it when people were saying how Bai Li Xuan defeated disciples in the profound martial realm. But after witnessing Lin Yun's sword technique, he had no choice but to believe it. The complete sword intent was terrifying. Next up, Lin Yun executed the thunderclap sword art, Drifting Flowers. With sword intent rippling on his body, the wind suddenly came to a stop. Just when Li Wuyo thought that Lin Yun would rest, Lin Yun's sword moved again. His sword was like a withering petal, seeking life in death. It's faster this time. Li Wuyo raised his brow. He could keenly sense Lin Yun's sword getting faster. This time, Lin Yun was using the thunderclap sword art, Descending Snow. The temperature in the bamboo woods dropped sharply as Lin Yun's sword intent spread out like a white cloud. The sword in his hand was as agile as snow and contained a touch of spirituality. When he brandished his sword, all the bamboos within a range of a few hundred of meters were blown back. But when Lin Yun pulled his sword back, the bamboos snapped backwards, unleashing sword intent in Lin Yun's direction. Moon chasing. Lin Yun smiled and executed the fourth move in the thunderclap sword art. It was a technique that brought speed to the pinnacle to chase after the moon. Lin Yun further enhanced this move with his sword intent, disappearing in a way that made the stars and moon look like they were being left in the dust by him. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. Breaking through so easily, Li Wuyo held onto his chin in disbelief. Lin Yun couldn't resist the bamboo's sword intent, but Lin Yun managed to break through them with unbelievable speed. Divine Firmament was the final move in the thunderclap sword art. After executing a full set of thunderclap sword art, the flower burial sword was trembling at an unprecedented level. Lin Yun waved his hand casually. But when he did this, a thunderclap exploded from his sword. The thunderclap exploded with sword intent that spread out in all directions and snapped the bamboos. When Lin Yun withdrew his sword, all the bamboos within a 1,000-meter radius had collapsed. The sword intent contained in the bamboo began to dissipate before the ancient runes quietly absorbed them. Otherwise, the bamboo woods would be destroyed if the sword intent wasn't controlled. Rumbling like thunder and shattering the sky, my thunderclap sword art has finally reached complete mastery. Lin Yun let out a long breath. He had finally understood the last move. It required the complete sword intent. Li Wuyo was shocked. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. The complete sword intent is really terrifying. Until reaching the profound martial realm, I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up to you. This is still not enough, Lin Yun calmly said while sheathing his sword. Not enough. Li Wuyo scratched his head. Why wasn't it enough? It was already so powerful. He didn't know that Lin Yun had the desire to kill Wang Ning. There were also Huangfu Jingxian, Feng Haoyu, Han Mo and Han Feng. Lin Yun didn't want to let any of them go. Someone is coming, shouted Lin Yun. Where? Li Wuyo was shocked. When he looked up, he saw a fishing boat with an old man that was arriving at the shore. Let's go. We finally know what's going on in this place. Lin Yun hurried over to the courtyard. On the other hand, Li Wuyo felt awkward, but he still gnashed his teeth and followed Lin Yun. The old fisherman was slowly strolling over with a fish basket. He took off his hat and revealed his wrinkled face. He had black and white hair, an unshaved beard, and an old headscarf tied to his forehead. When he saw Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, there was no change to his face. But when he saw the mark on Lin Yun's forehead, he smiled. There's actually a sword slave in my sword burial woods. He then went straight to the bamboo building. Li Wuyo suddenly wailed in his heart. Big brother, how strong do you think he is? Li Wuyo looked nervous as he squeezed out a smile. What's the matter? Asked Lin Yun. Nothing, I'm just asking, replied Li Wuyo. Lin Yun pondered briefly before replying in a deep voice. He can easily kill us with one finger. Lin Yun was exaggerating. He couldn't tell anything from the old man's aura at all. Although the Sword Firmament Pavilion's elders were terrifyingly strong, he could sense that this old man was a lot stronger. This old man was on a whole new level compared to someone like Bei Ting and Luo Feng. Lin Yun couldn't sense how strong the old man was due to the vast gap between their cultivation. Squatting on the stone platform, Li Wuyo revealed an unnatural smile. Inside the bamboo building were messed-up boxes, open cabinets, and things scattered on the ground. It seemed as though someone had raided this place. However, there were no changes to the old man's face when he saw this. He walked over to an ordinary bronze mirror. Looking at the mirror, pictures started to appear. The old man saw how Lin Yun comprehended the complete sword intent and how Li Wuyo charged into the building and ransacked the place. When the old man saw Lin Yun comprehend the complete sword intent, he fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, how rare for someone to be acknowledged by the sword burial woods. After a while, The old man reappeared before Lin Yun and Li Wuyo after he found out what had happened. The old man gave Lin Yun a nod before turning to look at Li Wuyo. He suddenly spoke out, "I was the one who planted these woods." Li Wuyo was dumbfounded as guilt filled his heart. He knew that the old man found out about what he had said. The old man continued, "This bamboo building belongs to me. I also heard you calling me a poor bloke." Caught red-handed, Li Wuyo awkwardly tried to explain himself as he chuckled, "Senior, there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Don't move." The old man gently tapped Li Wuyo, who was trying to stand up. Lin Yun raised his brow when he saw this scene. He could sense a trace of sword intent pouring into Li Wuyo's body. Li Wuyo's face suddenly froze. He couldn't move at all. Bursting into tears, he begged, "Big brother, ouch! Big brother, save me. May I ask how I should address you, senior?" asked Lin Yun. "Just call me 13, he responded. Cupping his hands together, Lin Yun continued, "Lord 13, Wuyo spoke without thinking because he was anxious to save me. I can assure you that he didn't intend to insult you. I've killed God knows how many people just like him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some loyalty in him, do you think he would still be standing here?" Lord 13 replied coldly. At this moment, Lin Yu knew that this senior only wanted to teach Li Wuyo a lesson. It just so happened that, with Li Wuyo's temperament, suffering a little might be helpful. "You're acquainted with spiritual runes?" The old man suddenly popped a question. "Spiritual runes?" Lin Yun had no idea what the old man was saying. Upon seeing this, the old man ignored Lin Yun. He took out a hatchet and left. It didn't take long for him to return with a pile of bamboo. He took a few fish from his basket and started to prepare them. When Lin Yun saw this, he immediately went up to offer his assistance. The old man only took a glance at Lin Yun, but he didn't stop Lin Yun when he saw that the latter knew what he was doing. Then, the old man stopped what he was doing and watched Lin Yun roast the fish. "Interesting, you're using the violet sacred flame to grill fish." Lord 13 touched his beard and revealed a smile for the first time. Lin Yun responded with a smile. It wasn't the first time he had done this, so he was familiar with what he was doing. After a while, a fragrance drifted out from the fish. "Lord 13, here you go." Lin Yun handed a grilled fish to the old man. The old man smiled and received it. Lin Yun then took another fish and handed it to the dragon-blooded horse. As for Li Wuyo, who was still frozen, he could only stare at Lin Yun with puppy eyes. When Lin Yun saw the old man eating the fish in a good mood, he smiled. "Senior, what do you think?" "Not bad. Your skills are better than mine," replied Lord 13. "Then my friend." Lin Yun trailed off. Lord 13 waved his hand and released Li Wuyo. When Li Wuyo fell to the ground, he ignored that he was covered in dust and ran over, taking a grilled fish from Lin Yun. Lin Yun only prepared 3 fish, so when he wanted to take another fish from the basket, he noticed that it was empty. The snow dragon carp can only be caught by breaking the ice in winter. Catching it depends entirely on luck. The old man smiled while looking at Lin Yun. The old man had been observing Lin Yun secretly and was finally satisfied with the latter. In the last few decades, no one had managed to comprehend the complete sword intent in the sword burial woods. Everyone who came had no patience for the old man and only thought about gaining opportunities. Furthermore, there was no respect in their words. For those people, the old man had simply killed them and tossed them into the lake to feed the fishes. As for Lin Yun, the old man could see his character from how he grilled the fish. Lin Yun gave him the first fish, the dragon-blooded horse the second, and the third to his friend. He placed himself last. Moreover, Lin Yun had done it naturally without any pretense. When he saw the robust dragon-blooded horse, the old man knew that Lin Yun must have been treating it well. Furthermore, Li Wuyo was a fool, but he would risk his life charging into the sword burial woods to save Lin Yun without any hesitation. The snow dragon carp. Li Wuyo's eyes lit up. This is the king of fishes. Not only is it delicious and boneless, but it's also a natural tonic. A snow dragon carp is enough to drive Violet Palace realms insane. You know quite a lot. Also, you're eating the last one. said Lord 13. Wiping his mouth, Li Wuyo smiled. Sorry about that, big brother. I ate the last one. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with this brat. Li Wuyo looked happy and he didn't look like he felt any guilt. I'll go cultivate first. I can't suppress the spiritual energy in my body anymore. Li Wuyo's body was permeated with spiritual energy. His face had turned red from the fish. He instantly understood the wondrous effect of the snow dragon carp and immediately circulated his cultivation technique. Li Wuyo couldn't take any pellets while cultivating the astral star art, so his cultivation was slow. So it was natural that he was overjoyed at the sight of a snow dragon carp. He didn't want to let it go to waste. As the night grew older, Li Wuyo continued to cultivate while the dragon-blooded horse was deep asleep. Li Wuyo's aura was surging violently, and his cultivation was increasing at a staggering speed. One snow dragon carp was actually bringing him to the pinnacle of the seventh orifice Xiantian realm. Lord 13 placed his hands that were filled with calluses over the fire. He suddenly turned to look at Lin Yun before he got up and walked towards the cold lake. This is... Lin Yun immediately followed the old man. When they arrived at the lake, the old man spoke out. What do you think of the sword burial woods? At first, I thought that there was a legacy left behind by a senior and that receiving the sword burial woods acknowledgement would provide an opportunity. However, now it's clear that this is just your place of solitude, Lin Yun said after a little thought. Legacy? That's not an entirely incorrect way to think. But it's not easy to receive my legacy. Over the past few decades, a total of 96 people have come to this place. Except for 3 of them, the rest were all thrown into the cold lake to feed the fish. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard this. So this was why Wang Ning and the others did not dare to step into the sword burial woods. You entered here because you were being chased, right? Tell me about it, requested Lord 13. Lin Yun did not dally and briefly explained his conflict with the 2 Wang brothers, along with what he encountered in the forest. As he spoke, Lin Yun recalled the indifference and contempt on the faces of Wang Yan, Wang Ning, Huang Fujingxian, and the others. He recalled how he was forced into a dead end with over 9,000 new disciples watching. No one could understand what he felt. Lin Yun thought that he was calm enough, but after sharing it with Lord 13, the murderous aura within his heart began to overflow. You have to test your aptitude just because you're a sword slave? And you're even forced to abandon the qualification to be a seated candidate? It seems that the Sword Firmament Pavilion has gone downhill. The old man spoke indifferently, but there was a cold chill in his voice. When he spoke, his voice even contained murderous intent. Do you hate them? He asked. I do, but I'm too weak to do anything about it, replied Lin Yun. Good. You have a good cultivation technique and a sturdy foundation, not to mention that you even grasp the complete sword intent. So, where are you lacking? Lord 13 asked. Cultivation, replied Lin Yun with bright eyes. Then, I'll bestow cultivation upon you. Lord 13 waved his hand. The cold wind began to blow from the cold lake. The majestic Yin energy had formed into a tornado, leaving Lin Yun stunned when he realized that the Yin energy here was stronger than the Yin wind stream. Without any changes on his face, Lord 13 continued. The predecessors set up an array here, transforming the Yin energy. As for how much you can absorb, that will depend entirely on your fortune. Why are you helping me? With my talent and aptitude, I shouldn't have caught your attention? Asked Lin Yun, suppressing the stirring in his heart. Lord 13 turned around and removed his headscarf, revealing a mark on his forehead that left Lin Yun stunned. Lord 13, said Lin Yun. Do you know why I'm helping you now? Putting his headscarf back on, Lord 13 continued. Talent? The world doesn't lack geniuses, and I've seen a fair share of them myself. Only those who caught my attention are considered geniuses. As for the rest, they're just garbage. Since you have hatred planted in your heart, then take your revenge. Otherwise, what is the use of grasping sword intent? How are you any different from garbage if you don't take your revenge? You're not welcomed in my sword burial woods if you ever go against your heart. Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling. He replied, Senior, I swear that I will not disappoint you. The Yin energy gathered above the cold lake. At the center of it, Lin Yun sat cross-legged, hovering in midair. There was an iris flower behind him, blooming and devouring the surrounding Yin energy. Lin Yun could feel the Yin energy pouring into his body, coursing through his veins and gathering at the iris flower in his dantian. He did not convert the Yin energy and just blindly devoured it. Every mouthful of Yin energy he devoured was equivalent to half a month of cultivation for ordinary people. Standing at the shore, Lord 13 was surprised by this scene. He promised that he would bestow cultivation upon Lin Yun, but not in this way. There was an array set up here by the predecessor, allowing this place to convert Yin energy. So anyone could absorb the Yin energy here, regardless of their cultivation techniques. Cultivating on the stone platform could increase the cultivation speed, achieving twice the effect with half the effort. But Lin Yun's cultivation speed wasn't just twice as fast. The Yin energy was extremely cold, and not even cultivators with ice-attributed cultivation techniques dared to be so reckless. After all, the slightest carelessness would result in injuries. Furthermore, it would be even more troublesome if the Yin energy condensed into cold poison in the body. The sky-devouring art? Lord 13 recalled a taboo cultivation technique. But he soon dismissed the idea. If it were really the sky-devouring art, then Lin Yun would be courting death to practice it at his cultivation. But even if it wasn't the sky-devouring art, it must be something similar. Moreover, the cultivation technique shouldn't be simple since Lin Yun showed no signs of stopping. Looks like there are some secrets on this lad, smiled Lord 13. 7 orifices fully unlocked. He's trying to make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm. Li Wuyo, who was digesting the snowdragon carp from earlier, was standing beside the old man. The 7 orifices on Lin Yun's chest were blooming with radiance, violently absorbing and refining the Yin energy without reservation. If Lin Yun weren't trying to make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm, he wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. The Xianxia realm represented the 7 orifices: the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, hands, feet, and heart. Every breakthrough would slowly shed the mortal body. But unlocking the profound channel was akin to breaking the mortal restriction completely and transforming into a butterfly. Generally speaking, the more powerful the cultivation technique, the stronger the physique. That would also mean that unlocking the profound channel would also be more difficult. If it was an ordinary Xianxia realm cultivation technique, unlocking the profound channel would be the same as tearing through a piece of paper. As for Lin Yun, the iris sword art that he was practicing wasn't normal. So, since it was harder for him to unlock the profound channel, he would be much stronger after making his breakthrough. 100 refinery, Lord 13 sighed. It might be 100 refinery, but looking at his situation, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to make his breakthrough after undergoing tens of thousands of refineries. What's the matter? My big brother can't make a breakthrough into the profound martial realm. Li Wuyo voiced his concern. Taking a glance at Li Wuyo, Lord 13 replied, "This brat is too greedy. He's trying to devour as much Yin energy as possible, suppressing his breakthrough in the process. This will make his breakthrough even harder. He's playing with fire. Hehe. I don't think that there's a need to worry about him. He naturally knows his potential well since he has the perfect Thunderblitz battle physique. Are you sure you aren't feeling heartache for the Yin energy here?" Li Wuyo smiled. Lord 13 was embarrassed upon being exposed. Lin Yun's sky-devouring art had already devoured 1/10 of the Yin energy here, and there weren't any signs of Lin Yun stopping anytime soon. Lord 13 lived here in seclusion and relied on the Yin energy to cultivate on weekdays. If Lin Yun devoured too much, he would have none left. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" Lord 13 glared at Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo immediately fell back and smiled. "Sorry for being rude. Senior, you're generous. So I believe that you won't hold it against me." But when he saw the grave expression on Lin Yun's face, the smile on Li Wuyo's face disappeared. What Lord 13 said was true. If Lin Yun absorbed too much Yin energy, it would be more difficult for him to make his breakthrough. Li Wuyo couldn't imagine what sort of backlash Lin Yun would face if he failed. But he knew that Lin Yun did not have any other way. He was hunted the moment he stepped into the firmament realm. When he finally turned the tables around and had an opportunity to kill his opponent, he was stopped by an elder for no reason. In the end, he was trapped in a dead end after Wang Ning gathered the 10 profound martial realms. Lin Yun had a million grievances pent up in his heart, but Li Wuyo had never seen Lin Yun losing his temper. Although Lin Yun didn't say anything, Li Wuyo knew that Lin Yun's resentment was pent up, so if Lin Yun didn't take risks, how could he vent his anger out? The final test lasted for 1 month, and anyone who managed to come out of the forest alive were considered to have passed the test. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's home base was located outside the Firmament realm. There were 9 days left before the end of the test, and people had already started coming out. Under the lofty mountains, many disciples and elders were gathered. However, upon closer look, this group was divided into 2 factions. Wang Yan and the others stood together, supported by Elder Bai Ting, who presided over the test. The other side was Xianxia's party, along with Elder Luofeng. Beside Xianxia, there was a tall and handsome youth who resembled her. "Little sister, do you think he will be among the first batch?" The youth smiled. He was Xianxia's elder brother, one of the best disciples in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Xianju. Xianxia wore azure clothes, which perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. She whispered, "Yeah, most likely. I've never seen him act, but it's hard for any profound martial realm cultivators to defeat him individually." Wang Ning and Lang Mo came out first. No wonder they're seated candidates selected by senior brother Wang Yan. They're extraordinary indeed. Everyone instantly recognized Wang Ning and Lang Mo when they came out. Wang Yan had joy on his face and immediately walked over. "How was it? Did you get 9 stars? That's for sure. With our strength, it's easy for us to get 9 stars. Wang Ning wore a smug look on his face. They took out their jade pendants and 9 stars flickered on each of them. "Good. There's a show after the test ends. Don't embarrass me. If you're lucky, you might be selected by the elders." Wang Yan paused briefly before asking in a soft voice, "What about that brat?" Wang Ning exchanged a glance with Lang Mo before he smiled. "He won't show up before you again." "Good. Rest well for now," replied Wang Yan. As they talked, more people began to walk out from the test. When the participants came out, the elders immediately stepped forward to check the stars. Those with 9 stars were specially picked out. "Where are they?" Xianxia frowned. She couldn't see Lin Yun and Li Wuyo anywhere. She couldn't help turning to look at the Wang brothers and saw the sinister smile on their faces. "Senior sister, Li Xiaotian and the others are out. Let's go and take a look." Xianxia had a bad premonition. Her face was dark as she walked towards Li Xiaotian's group. Xianju had grown up with his sister, and he knew his sister's temper well. He knew that she was enraged, but he had no idea what had caused her to be outraged. "Where's Lin Yun?" Xianxia immediately asked. The faces of Li Xiaotian and the others were dark. Xianxia was clearly saying that they were inferior to Lin Yun. However, they couldn't refute that at all. But they had no idea how to respond to Xianxia. For a moment, they seemed embarrassed and avoided eye contact. Lin Yun had risked his life to save them. But when Lin Yun was driven into desperate straits, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to help. They only watched Lin Yun being cornered from a distance. If they told Xianxia the truth, the latter would definitely be furious. "Speak!" Xianxia barked. Li Xiaotian started to panic. He knew that there was no way he could cover this matter up since thousands of people had seen it. Lowering his head, he whispered, "Wang Ning gathered 10 profound martial realm cultivators to force Lin Yun into a dead end. I heard that Lin Yun was forced to enter the sword burial woods." Li Xiaotian roughly described what had happened, including the matter of them being saved by Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. At this moment, Li Xiaotian and his group only wished that those 2 would die in the sword burial woods and never appear again. Otherwise, they would certainly have offended Xianxia after joining the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The sword burial woods. The faces of the junior brothers behind Xianxia changed. There was even a slight fluctuation in Xianxia's expression. That was the famous forbidden ground in the firmament realm. In the past few decades, no one had managed to come out of there alive. Xianju knew some insider information and knew that there was no legacy in the sword burial woods. Even if Lin Yun were lucky enough to get through the array, he would still be killed by the strange man. A 9th-grade spiritual physique with a huge background once died there. But in the end, the matter was suppressed. As time passed, the sword burial woods eventually became a ground of certain death. "Little sister," Xianju called out to Xianyan, fearing that she might be impulsive. However, Xianyan did not listen to her elder brother. With killing aura surging around her, she walked towards Wang Yan's party. Looking at Wang Yan coldly, the murderous aura coming from her sent a chill down his spine. "Wang Ning, how dare you?" The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The murderous aura coming from Xianyan had caused a stir in the crowd. The bloody rose Xianyan was furious. In the past, Wang Ning still dared to provoke her from afar. But when he looked into Xianyan's eyes, he immediately cowered. He knew that this woman had killed more people than his brother. Thinking about the bloody rose legends, Wang Ning did not dare to raise his head. Standing beside him, Wang Yan sneered, "Junior sister Xianyan, what are you trying to do here? Elder Bai is here. Mind your manners." Bai Ting had rage written on his face. He was the person in charge of the test. Furthermore, regardless of strength or seniority, he was the same as Luofeng. So how could he endure Xianyan behaving so rudely before him? He barked coldly, "What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to kill someone in front of me?" Xianyan calmed down. Xianju and Elder Luofeng walked over to advise her. If possible, Xianyan really wanted to kill Wang Ning right now. But there was no way she could make her move in public. Pointing at Wang Ning, she said, "Speak. What did you do in the forest?" Wang Ning started to panic due to his guilty conscience. Lang Mo, who was beside him, did not have any changes to his expression. He moved next to Wang Yan and explained what happened in the test. Wang Yan's face gradually brightened up before he laughed. "And here I was wondering what happened. It's just a small scuffle between newcomers." "Small scuffle?" Xianyan asked coldly. "Is it not?" Wang Yan smiled. "The test method between newcomers is decided by Elder Bai. To begin with, the test encouraged a competitive spirit. It was unavoidable for the test to be brutal. As long as you don't kill someone personally, you won't be punished." "Wang Ning, did you kill anyone personally in the forest?" Seeing that the situation was in his favor, Wang Ning grew bold and laughed. "Big brother, how can I possibly kill someone? On the other hand, Lin Yun killed several seated candidates and even wanted to take my life before a supervising elder." "Something like that happened?" Bai Ting raised his brow. "Wang Ning, are you certain something like this happened?" "What I said is absolutely true, Elder Bai." Wang Ning smiled and cupped his hands together. "I believe that the elder is still in the forest. You can ask him about it when he comes out. If my words are dishonest in any way, I'll die a terrible death." Xianyan nearly lost it. She initially wanted to seek justice for Lin Yun, but the tables were turned against her. When the surrounding elders and disciples heard about the sword burial woods, they couldn't help inhaling a cold breath. Entering the sword burial woods was equivalent to death. That place was marked as a forbidden ground in the sword firmament pavilion, and no one would enter recklessly. Folding his arms together, Wang Yan smiled. "I have already said that this is a small scuffle. My younger brother did not take Lin Yun's life with his own hands. Lin Yun was the one who ran into the sword burial woods himself." "Ha ha ha." Xianyan was so angry that her face turned green. Who in their right mind would enter the sword burial woods on their own will? Wang Ning started laughing and added, "That's right. My elder brother is right. Lin Yun has always been bold, so who knows if he was looking for opportunities in the sword burial woods. But the simple fact is that I did not kill Lin Yun with my own hands, nor did I force him to enter the sword burial woods." "You!" Xianyan was so furious that she took a step forward and unleashed her murderous aura. It frightened Wang Ning and caused him to hide. What are you trying to do? Wang Yan became furious. Don't take it too far. Lin Yun killed 4 seated candidates of mine, and I've yet to settle this matter with you. I have already given you enough face, Xianxia. Not to mention that he has a garbage martial soul. Lang Mo added, emphasizing the word garbage. The pavilion was a place where interest matters. So if someone without any value died, no one would bat an eye. Wang Yan, watch your words. Xianju raised his brow. Seeing Xianju taking a step forward, a trace of fear flashed through Wang Yan's eyes. He simmered down and replied, I naturally know what I'm doing, given that someone else doesn't take it too far. In the end, Xianyan could only look at Elder Luo Feng helplessly. At this moment, Bai Ting spoke out, I don't want to be bothered by this matter. He's just a newcomer with a garbage martial soul. Elder Luo Feng, you can handle this matter. I won't interfere. Although he said that he wouldn't interfere, he did emphasize the word garbage. He was pushing Luo Feng into a dead end. If Luo Feng still wanted to poke his nose into this matter, then he would be disregarding the pavilion's interest. No one would help him fight with Bai Ting over someone with a garbage martial soul. Bai Ting wouldn't be punished even if this matter was reported to the pavilion's higher-ups. I understand, but Elder Bai, why are you so certain that he has a garbage martial soul? Luo Feng smiled. Does he not? Why did he give up being a seated candidate if he doesn't have a garbage martial soul? Did anyone see him summon his martial soul in the forest? Bai Ting smiled. Reporting back to Elder, he didn't. Wang Ning replied confidently. Elder Luo, what else do you want to say? Bai Ting smiled. Nothing. Let's go. Luo Feng did not say any further. He left with Xianyan and Xianju. A woman wants to fight me? Wang Yan sneered inwardly. After Elder Luo Feng left, Wang Yan turned to look at Wang Ning and smiled. Well done. He got off lightly by going into the sword burial woods after killing so many people of my Wang clan. Big brother, it's all thanks to your reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to gather so many profound martial realms. Wang Ning chuckled. Do your best and try to recruit the 10 newcomers. Wang Yan paused briefly before he continued. Go and rest. No one will be able to touch you with me around. The 9 Stars contest will take place after this test. That's the highlight of this event, so don't embarrass me. For sure. Wang Ning and Lang Mo also looked forward to the 9 Stars contest. It was a huge stage for them. If they could perform well, they could have their name spread throughout the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Xianyan still felt reluctant after returning. For some reason, she felt that she was responsible for Lin Yun. Lin Yun had already suffered badly during the examination, and now he was forced to enter the sword burial woods. She thought about it more and turned to look at Li Xiaotian. Her voice choked as she asked, Why didn't you guys help out if he was forced into desperate straits? Is the Wang clan that terrifying? As long as you guys took the lead, others who are on neutral grounds would definitely help out. Li Xiaotian and the others felt guilty about it, so they did not dare to look at Xianyan. Patting her shoulder, Xianju smiled. Go and rest. This matter has nothing to do with you guys. Thank you, senior brother Xianju. They all felt relieved and immediately ran off. Elder Luo, can you think of something and try to save Lin Yun? Xianyan turned to Elder Luo Feng and begged. I might be able to try if it was somewhere else, but it's the sword burial woods. Elder Luo Feng replied helplessly. He sighed. Even the pavilion master failed to bring someone back. That time, his face was black when he returned. Xianyan and Xianju fell silent. There were 3 more days in the test. The foot of the Sword Firmament Pavilion's mountain was lively and filled with newcomers. The pavilion would only recruit newcomers once a year, so this could be considered a major event. So people would gather around if nothing else was important. At this moment, 2 teenagers stood side by side in a place covered in mist as a dragon-blooded horse followed behind them. Their temperament had undergone quite a considerable change, especially Lin Yun. His eyes were as bright as gems and a faint smile hung on his lips. Now that he made a breakthrough into the profound martial realm, He was like a butterfly that broke through its cocoon. The profound martial realm wasn't just about refining his origin energy. It was his evolution from a mortal. Only by unlocking his profound channel could he connect the 7 orifices. His senses would be sharper and his limbs would also be more flexible. Lin Yun underwent a greater transformation since he practiced the Thunderblitz battle physique. It made him look even more ethereal. Li Wuyo was still shocked when he thought of how Lin Yun made his breakthrough. But the one who was more shocked was Lord 13. Lin Yun had devoured a third of the Yin energy in the Sword Burial Woods. Lin Yun saw Lord 13's beard twitch from the lost amount. Although they already exited the Firmament realm, they still did not reach the Sword Firmament Pavilion. According to Lord 13, there was only one exit to the Sword Firmament Pavilion's headquarters. So Lord 13 could only send them back to the capital. Wuyo, it's snowing. Lin Yun stretched his hands out, catching onto a snowflake. The snow looked pure and white. The snow in this capital is really gentle. Li Wuyo couldn't help but sigh from his previous experience in the snow when he initially traveled to the capital. But the snow here is colder, Lin Yun muttered and entered a grocery store together with Li Wuyo. After choosing something, Lin Yun specifically stated that he wanted a long spear. With the spear in his hand, Lin Yun's expression turned cold. When they came out of the grocery store, Li Wuyo nudged his lips. "Big brother! Look, it's that Baldy?" Lin Yun raised his head and saw Windstream sitting down, raising his cup in their direction. He was instantly speechless. He was one of the titled nobles in the heavenly Qin County. Li Wuyo never expected that his voice would be heard by Windstream, so he gave the latter an awkward smile. "Let's go to him," said Lin Yun as went to sit next to Windstream. "I never expected that I would see you here. What a coincidence." Windstream was a famous figure, so it was odd that he would be drinking here. "I'm waiting for someone," explained Windstream. He examined Lin Yun and a trace of shock filled his face. They met 2 months ago and back then, Lin Yun was only in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm. However, today Lin Yun was at the profound martial realm. "Boss, steam this carp." Li Wuyo took out a fish from the basket behind him and handed it over to the owner. When Windstream looked at the carp, his eyes lit up. "The snow dragon carp? That's right. But since you're a monk, I believe that you won't fight with us for the snow dragon carp, right?" Li Wuyo chuckled. Windstream smiled and signaled for Lin Yun to look at his cup of wine. When Li Wuyo saw that, his face turned black. The snow dragon carp was something that he had gotten after risking his life. "Windstream, this is some monkey wine that I've collected. Why don't you give it a try?" Lin Yun took out a jar of wine from his interspatial ring. "Great!" Windstream took it and gave it a sip before he smiled. Not long after, the cooked snow dragon carp was brought over. In the middle of the snow, the 3 of them sat by the street drinking monkey wine and eating snow dragon carp. While the 3 of them were chatting, footsteps began to ring out in the streets. 18 people were carrying a jade palanquin. 1,000 people were creating a path, while 3,000 followed behind. It was a majestic formation. Smacking his lips, Li Wuyo replied, "What a grand spectacle." Windstream had a trace of loneliness in his expression and replied, "That's the great Qin Empire's Princess Flower Phoenix." Seeing his expression, Li Wuyo teased, "Don't tell me that she was the one who shaved your hair?" Windstream smiled, but didn't answer. Lin Yun knew that Princess Flower Phoenix was the person Windstream was waiting for. "Mr. Windstream, the princess invites you to the palanquin," said a maid who had come over. Windstream immediately had joy written on his face. Nodding his head, he replied, "I'll come over soon. Don't keep the princess waiting," responded the maid before leaving. Gulping down the wine, Windstream got up and wanted to leave. At this moment, Li Wuyo smiled. "Windstream, you're a famous figure in the capital, one of the 8 titles in the heavenly Qin County. You drank the monkey wine and ate the snow dragon carp, but you want to leave like this." As he spoke, Li Wuyo was rubbing his thumb and index fingers together. Beside him, Lin Yun nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. Even Windstream was briefly stunned. He had never encountered this situation before and replied, "You're asking for something in exchange, right? Speak. What do you want? My big brother knows a thing or two about the Dragon Tiger Fist. Why don't you let my big brother take a look at the genuine Dragon Tiger Fist?" When Lin Yun heard that, he immediately stood up. That was too big of a joke. Even Windstream was teased by those words and placed a jade strip on the table. "I can't give you the genuine Dragon Tiger Fist. However, I can let your big brother take a look at the sky-breaking seal." Looking at Windstream leaving, Lin Yun held onto the jade strip with the sky-breaking seal recorded in it. He felt that he was dreaming. This jade strip was precious and Lin Yun didn't expect Windstream to give it to him. Taking the jade strip, Lin Yun spoke out, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" asked Li Wuyo. "The Sword Firmament Pavilion," responded Lin Yun. Li Wuyo's eyes immediately lit up. "Wang Ning and those bastards nearly killed us in the Sword Burial Woods. It's time for us to give them a surprise." Every year after the newcomer test, the Sword Firmament Pavilion would hold a grand event called the 9-Star Contest. As the name implied, it was a competition for newcomers with 9 stars. Those who couldn't obtain 9 stars were qualified to compete. They could only be spectators, watching those with 9 stars shine brightly on the stage. This was a personal honor and had implications for potential resources that one could enjoy. An outstanding performance could even attract the attention of seniors in the pavilion. If a sword-bearing elder chose them as their disciple, they would soar into the sky. All of this would take place on the enormous stage at the foot of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. More than 200 newcomers excitedly looked at the stage, full of expectation. The remaining newcomers were disappointed. A blue barrier enveloped the stage and only those with 9 stars in their pendants could get on the stage. The 9-star contest would begin with hundreds of puppets appearing on the stage. Each puppet possessed strength at the profound martial realm level. The newcomers would be rewarded with a spiritual jade for each puppet that they defeated. At the end of the competition, the newcomers would be ranked according to their spiritual jades. Aside from not being able to use cosmic artifacts, the competition had no rules. This meant that you could snatch the spiritual jades that others took. Bai Ting was presiding over the competition. He waved his hand and the incense outside the stage lit up. When the incense lit up, the statue-like puppets started to descend from the sky. "Get on the stage!" The newcomers stood on the stage in excitement. In an instant, someone had already suppressed a puppet. After all, the puppets had no intelligence. Meaning, those with similar cultivations to the puppets would have a huge advantage. This meant that profound martial realms would shine brightly in the competition. The stronger newcomers immediately caught everyone's attention. On the stage, Wang Ning swung his sword, producing lightning with every swing. He truly shined bright amid the 200 newcomers. He was the descendant of the Wang clan that had a deep foundation. Although he made his breakthrough with the profound breaking pellet, he was still stronger than other newcomers. It didn't take long for him to defeat a puppet. After defeating the puppet, he reached out for the dazzling spiritual jade. "Get lost!" Wang Ning laughed and kicked 2 newcomers out of his way. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Ting smiled. "Not bad. Wang Ning has deep attainment in his sword technique. The Wang clan is truly worthy of being one of the 4 major clans. If he continues like this, he will definitely be among the top 10. Wang Yan couldn't hide his joy and smiled. "This little bastard didn't let me down. Look, Lung Mo isn't bad either. He has already defeated 3 puppets." Nodding his head, Bai Ting praised, "You have a good eye for people. I'll be proud if they can reach the top 10. Wang Yan smiled confidently. He sneered at Xianxia, whose face looked unsightly. Like Xianxia, Elder Luofeng's face was also ugly. He did not have a good relationship with Bai Ting in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and they could be considered rivals. In this year's contest, Luofeng had lost thoroughly, while Bai Ting had performed well. The expression on Xianxia's face was ugly. A trace of unconcealable hatred and murderous intent appeared in her eyes. If Lin Yun were around, Wang Ning wouldn't have the chance to act arrogant. After all, Lin Yun grasped the incomplete sword intent. so he would shine in the 9-star contest. Although he might not be comparable to Huangfu Jingxian, his performance would definitely be better than Wang Ning. Right at this moment, a white figure charged towards the stage. What is that fellow trying to do? Doesn't he know that only those with 9 stars can enter the stage? The 9 stars contest had already started and all eligible contestants were already on the stage. So everyone felt that this person was just messing around and none of them panicked. The barrier enveloping the stage would reject everyone else aside from those with 9 stars in their pendants. There were 2 prerequisites to enter the stage. The first was that one had to be a newcomer of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The second was that they had to have 9 stars in their jade pendant. Many people began to smile, waiting for this person to embarrass himself. In the past, some newcomers had similarly tried their luck. But against everyone's expectation, that person entered the stage without any obstruction. When everyone took a clearer look at this person, they were shocked. It was someone in white wearing a faceless mask. All the attention that was on Wang Ning immediately shifted to the masked man. The moment the white figure landed on the ground, he unsheathed his sword. The puppet that Wang Ning was fighting suddenly suffered a stab from the white figure and exploded. The white figure reached his hand out and snatched the spiritual jade before Wang Ning could. The white figure had only revealed his eyes through the mask, but everyone could sense his unique temperament. All of a sudden, the stage became silent. Huangfu Jingxian, Han Mo, Han Feng, Feng Haoyu, Mo Qingyun, and the other profound martial realms looked at the white figure in astonishment. Everyone knew that Wang Ning was Wang Yan's brother, so even if they were stronger than Wang Ning, no one dared to rob the latter. Only Wang Ning had the boldness to rob others, not the other way round. Looking at the white figure, Mo Qingyun sneered, "Where did this guy come from? He actually snatched Wang Ning's puppet. Is he blind?" The other profound martial realms were surprised and shared the same thoughts. Outside the stage, Bai Ting looked at Wang Yan and asked, "Who is this person?" Knitting his brows together, Wang Yan shook his head. "I'm not sure, but he must be a newcomer since he can step onto the stage." Bai Ting personally distributed the jade pendants and each one had a specific owner. So there was no way someone could take the jade pendant of a dead newcomer and come here. On the other side, Elder Luofeng, who was equally puzzled, looked at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this scene, a hint of joy flashed on her face. She replied, "It doesn't matter who this person is. It's good that someone is teaching Wang Ning a lesson." Wang Ning's face turned blue with anger. He was in a good mood from earlier when he saw Xianxia gnash his teeth. He had been waiting for the 9 stars contest to show off. However, someone just snatched his spiritual jade. This was equivalent to a slap on his face. The white-clothed swordsman played with the jade and then put it away. "It doesn't matter who you are. Hand it over or else." But before Wang Ning could finish his words, he was slapped on his face. The slap was crisp and was heard by everyone. Wang Ning was left stunned before he unleashed his aura. But the white-clothed swordsman had also unleashed an aura in the profound martial realm. Furthermore, this person's aura was stronger than him. Wang Ning's aura instantly collapsed when they clashed. The white-clothed swordsman slapped Wang Ning again and sent him flying. The 2 slaps left Wang Ning and the crowd dumbfounded. Even the likes of Huangfu Jingxian couldn't believe it. "Second young master." Lang Mo immediately charged over. "Die!" When he arrived in front of the white-clothed swordsman, he had accumulated his aura to an unbelievable level. Combined with his cultivation, he was almost twice as strong as Wang Ning. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Lang Mo had been hiding his strength. However, the white-clothed swordsman did not panic. He casually raised the sword in his hand and blocked Lang Mo's attack, which left Lang Mo briefly stunned. But before he could react, the white-clothed swordsman thrust his sword. It moved at an incredible speed that forced Lang Mo to defend. But as they clashed, the white-clothed swordsman's attacks grew faster and faster. In just 8 moves, Lang Mo's aura crumbled. Lang Mo was shocked and despair filled his heart. But the white-clothed swordsman suddenly stopped and swung his sword, plunging it into the ground. Lang Mo was surprised when he saw this. He immediately felt relieved and retreated. But a long black spear suddenly appeared in the white-clothed swordsman's hand, destroying Lung Mo's sword aura. Before Lung Mo could even yell, the spear tip plunged into his chest and sent him flying away while spewing blood. Lung Mo held onto his wound and struggled to get on his feet. No one could see the white-clothed swordsman's expression under the faceless mask. He simply held onto the spear tightly and started pouring his origin energy into it. Just as Lung Mo was finally getting on his feet, the spear plunged through Lung Mo's chest and pinned him to the ground. "Arg!" Lung Mo cried out, but the white-clothed swordsman retrieved his sword and walked towards Wang Ning. A cold aura exploded out from the white-clothed swordsman. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spine. Even Huangfu Jingxian and the others changed their expressions. Outside the stage, the newcomers and senior disciples were thrown into a clamor. Wang Yan's body trembled and his lips turned purple from anger. Looking at the white-clothed swordsman walking over to Wang Ning with his sword, Wang Yan's face changed. "He's going to kill my younger brother." Wang Yan wanted to make his move, but he suddenly recalled that no one could get through the barrier before the 9 Stars contest ended. Back on the stage, Wang Ning had collapsed on the ground in fear. Both sides of his face were now swollen. Looking at the white-clothed swordsman approaching, Wang Ning began to tremble. "You want my spiritual jades? I can give them all to you. Just please don't kill me. I'm the direct descendant of the Wang clan and Wang Yan is my brother. I can fulfill any of your demands." However, the white-clothed swordsman continued walking and didn't respond. Wang Ning nearly went insane from the fear that had accumulated in his heart. He shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who do you think I am?" The white-clothed swordsman responded with a question instead. Wang Ning heard a buzz go off in his head when he heard the white-clothed swordsman's question. Disbelief filled his face. The voice was too familiar to him, and if it was that person, Wang Ning's face immediately turned pale. "TT, that's not possible." A cold light flickered across the white-clothed swordsman's eyes. He raised his hand to his mask and removed it, revealing his handsome face. He was someone that shouldn't be here, but at this moment he was standing before everyone. Lin Yun. When the white-clothed swordsman removed the white faceless mask, a face that no one had expected appeared. It was Lin Yun. On the stage, Han Mo and Han Feng rubbed their eyes. They still thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After repeated confirmations, they finally believed that the white-clothed swordsman was Lin Yun. "How is he here after being driven into the sword burial woods by us?" Mo Qingyun was equally shocked. The faces of all 10 profound martial realms changed, including Huangfu Jingxian. They personally witnessed how Lin Yun was forced into the sword burial woods. However, Lin Yun was standing in front of them, alive and well. His appearance was a slap to their faces. Not only did he come out alive, he even reached the profound martial realm. All of them shuddered when they recalled Lin Yun's cold gaze the other day and how Lung Mo was currently lying on the ground in pain. Feng Haoyu, who nearly killed Li Wuyo, wore an ugly expression. How did this guy make it out? While some of their faces were ugly, there were also those who rejoiced. The depression between Xian Yan's brows had disappeared. He actually made it out. But his retaliation is really ruthless. From the moment she came into contact with Lin Yun, she could sense the latter's calmness. Even if he suffered grievance in the capital, he still endured it. But anyone who thought he was a pushover would be making a huge mistake. This could be seen by the way that Lin Yun was getting his revenge. The dragon-blooded horse was stabbed by a spear from Lung Mo, so Lin Yun pierced Lung Mo with a spear in the same way. The only difference was that the pain that Lung Mo was suffering was a whole lot worse. The next victim would be Wang Ning. No matter who stepped forward, no one could dispel Lin Yun's thoughts of killing Wang Ning. When Lin Yun removed his mask, Wang Ning was completely frightened. Didn't they say that the sword burial woods was a forbidden ground? How did Lin Yun make it out? Wang Ning only knew that he couldn't die. He had a good status and he was the direct descendant of the Wang clan. "Stop!" Wang Yan shouted when he saw that Lin Yun showed no signs of mercy. However, Lin Yun paid no attention to Wang Yan and stabbed his sword into Wang Ning's chest. But just as he raised his wrist, Lin Yun turned around to see two figures charging at him. They were Han Mo and Han Feng. Back in the forest, they were the first two to target him. The moment the two made their moves, the other profound martial realms acted out as well. Earlier on, no one wanted to act rashly as they had no idea who the white-clothed swordsman was. But after finding out that it was Lin Yun, they naturally couldn't give him a way out. They were the ones who forced Lin Yun into a dead end. So they knew that there was no way they could settle this matter peacefully. So rather than sitting and waiting, they took the initiative. Those who could reach the profound martial realm at such a young age were decisive, so they made their choices without any hesitation. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wang Ning rolled on the ground and shouted, "Hurry up and murder this sword slave. We will never have peace if he's not dead. If anyone is willing to—" Lin Yun glanced at Wang Ning casually before flicking his finger. A violet sword flash reached Wang Ning in the blink of an eye. Seeing the sword flash, Wang Ning immediately shut up and dodged the sword flash. The sword flash nearly pierced his heart. It only managed to pierce through his chest, tormenting Wang Ning with immense pain. "You're not dead." Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he wanted to follow up with another attack. But Han Mo and Han Feng's attacks arrived right at this moment. If Lin Yun continued to go after Wang Ning, he would be leaving his back exposed. Back in the forest, the two brothers willingly became Wang Ning's lapdogs and made things difficult for him because their cultivation was in the profound martial realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let Lin Yun off again. Due to the fact that Lin Yun was distracted, he was pushed 3 steps back from their attacks. "And here I thought you had grown stronger. So it turns out that you're nothing much." Han Mo and Han Feng stood shoulder to shoulder. Looking at Lin Yun being pushed back by their attacks, they sneered, "Shouldn't you cherish your life since you made it out of the sword burial woods?" Feng Haoyu, Mo Qingyun, and the other profound martial realms also came. As long as the two of them could hold up Lin Yun briefly, they would be able to besiege Lin Yun again. Joining hands. The elders and senior disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion were shocked by this scene. They didn't believe it when they heard that Wang Ning had joined hands with 10 profound martial realms to pursue a 5th orifice Xiantian realm. But now they were witnessing how these people cooperated to kill Lin Yun. If this was the first time that they were working together, it wouldn't be possible for them to have such rapport. Damn it! Xian Yan's face darkened. She didn't expect something so shameless to take place in her eyes. Next to Bai Ting, Wang Yan's nervous expression gradually eased. He spoke out indifferently. "A clown is still a clown. I'll see how you survive this." Without any warning, 3 bursts of lightning echoed out from the stage, with afterimages densely packed together. Lin Yun stood his ground at Han Mo and Han Feng's ridicule. He merely waved his hand and charged over with the thunderclap sword art. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his sword 3 times. Every single swing separated into 81 afterimages and created over 200 afterimages. Han Mo and Han Feng narrowed their eyes into slits. Lin Yun's attacks had caught them by surprise. But that wasn't enough. The iris flower in Lin Yun's dantian blossomed and unleashed 6 more attacks. He had pushed the iris sword art to the limit. His sword was like a ferocious dragon, releasing a pressure that made Han Mo and Han Feng feel suffocated. Han Mo and Han Feng's faces changed. Facing such attacks, they didn't even have any thoughts of fighting back. But it was already too late for them to react. The two of them were hit and they vomited a mouthful of blood. They clenched their teeth and brandished their swords, trying to retaliate in this juncture of life and death. The two were brothers indeed. When they joined hands together, their rapport reached a whole new level. However, Lin Yun's sword was gradually getting faster. The two brothers were already having a difficult time handling the first sword, so the second sword, Drifting Flowers, would only double in pressure. Lin Yun's sword flashed and caught the brothers by surprise. They had no idea who Lin Yun's sword was aiming for. When the sword collided, Han Mo was blown away with blood splattering from his chest. Not giving Han Feng any time to react, Lin Yun executed the Thunderclap sword art's 3rd sword, Descending Snow. The vast power behind the sword not only had the agility of snow, but also transformed into a sea of clouds. At the same time, more spirituality accompanied his attacks. Taking the hit, Han Feng was blasted away. Lin Yun immediately followed up with moon chasing. His figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Han Mo. As soon as Han Mo fell to the ground, hundreds of sword flashes burst out from his body, along with splattering blood. It was unknown if Han Mo was still alive. For moves, Lin Yun only used 4 moves to defeat Han Mo and Han Feng. They weren't like Wang Ning, who relied on the profound breaking pellet to make his breakthrough. They had a sturdy foundation and excellent sword techniques. Additionally, the rapport that they had was something that was even more difficult to nurture. However, they were easily defeated by Lin Yun. Then again, this had also created an excellent opportunity for the 6 remaining profound martial realms to make their moves. Kill him. With Mo Qingyun and Feng Haoyu taking the lead, the 6 profound martial realms charged over. With origin energy rippling through the surroundings, they summoned their martial souls. The 6 of them had unleashed their strongest move at once, which created a huge commotion and left cracks on the ground beneath Lin Yun. If Lin Yun was even hit by one of their attacks, he would be heavily injured. No one had any idea how Lin Yun was going to get out of this perilous situation. Lin Yun merely waved his hand at this. When his sleeves fluttered, a loud rumble could be heard. It was an explosion that combined the gale, flower, snow, and moon. It was the last sword in the thunderclap sword art, Divine Firmament. The attacks from the 6 profound martial realms were only half a meter away from Lin Yun when the rumbling lightning sent shocks into their bodies, causing them to bleed through their orifices. They became deaf in both ears and their vision blurred. They wailed in pain while covering their ears. The rumble buzzed in their mind like an explosion. On the stage, the other newcomers had distanced themselves from the storm. But the sudden rumble had caught them by surprise, leaving them with a splitting headache and shaking eardrums. The remaining puppets also trembled from the rumble before they disintegrated into pieces. Huangfu Jingxian clapped while he walked out. His applause had drawn the spectators' attention. At this moment, they realized that Huangfu Jingxian had yet to make his move. Huangfu Jingxian had grasped the incomplete sword intent, and he was stronger than the other profound martial realms here. He naturally had the qualifications to be prideful. It's impressive that you can have your current strength with a garbage martial soul. However, that's the end of it. A melodious sword ring echoed out. Huangfu Jingxian drew his sword and unleashed his incomplete sword intent. His hair fluttered in the wind, and under the incomplete sword intent, he was like a sharp sword. Right, Huangfu Jingxian is still left. He's more than enough for this. Wang Yan's hope was rekindled. Swordsmen would rather die than go against their hearts. But all of a sudden, a horrifying sword aura exploded from Lin Yun. It was the complete sword intent. When the elders and senior disciples saw that, they jumped up on their feet with shock in their eyes. They finally knew why Lin Yun was so powerful. Waving his hand, Lin Yun's sword, empowered by the complete sword intent, shattered Huangfu Jingxuan's incomplete sword intent and stabbed into his chest. All of this took place in an instant. There was no suspense between the incomplete and complete sword intent. Lin Yun swept his glance out and replied indifferently, "Don't bother acting before me. You might have a 50% chance at defeating me if you're willing to join hands with them. As of now, I can defeat you easily with a single sword. Since you planted your sword intent in my brother's body back then, I'll let you have a taste of your own medicine." The flower burial sword began to buzz in Huangfu Jingxuan's chest while Lin Yun injected his sword intent into the former's body. Huangfu Jingxuan's face was distorted with pain. He fell onto his knees with a horrid look in his eyes. He could sense the complete sword intent gradually growing within his body. "Essa, save me." Huangfu Jingxian looked at Lin Yun in despair, begging with his eyes. He knew how terrifying this sword intent was. The pride he displayed a minute ago was now laughable to him. However, Lin Yun ignored Huangfu Jingxian and turned to look at Wang Ning. The latter stumbled while running towards the stage's border. He was just one step away from leaving the barrier. When he saw Lin Yun look over, Wang Ning stopped and smirked at him. So what if Lin Yun comprehended the complete sword intent? there was still nothing Lin Yun could do to him. He sneered, "I know you want to kill me, but unfortunately, you won't get your wish today. We have plenty of time in the future, so I'll play with you slowly in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. In my eyes, you're just a piece of garbage." Before he finished his words, he already turned around and started to jump off the stage. As long as he jumped off the stage, Elder Bai Ting and his elder brother Wang Yan would protect him. It would be impossible for Lin Yun to kill him. "Go back!" Li Wuyo flew into the air, charging towards the barrier and kicking Wang Ning's chest. Wang Ning was knocked back like a sandbag. After rolling for tens of meters, he raised his head to face Lin Yun's cold gaze. All of a sudden, Wang Ning's soul left his body in fright. He could see the murderous intent in Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Ning was full of regret. If he didn't waste so much time speaking, he could have left the stage. His foolishness would now cost him his life. After figuring out the 9 Stars contest's rules, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo came up with the perfect plan. Lin Yun, who had reached the profound martial realm and grasped the complete sword intent, would go up on the stage. As for Li Wuyo, he would hide among the crowd and send anyone who tried to escape back onto the stage. Lin Yun wearing a mask was also something that they had discussed. If Lin Yun revealed himself blatantly, Wang Yan and Bai Ting would be alerted in advance. The two would surely try to stop him. Lin Yun might seem reckless in everyone's eyes, but he was a meticulous person. The moment he made his move, he would be going in for the kill. Not giving Wang Ning any chance to struggle, Lin Yun stomped on Wang Ning's chest, which caused the latter to scream out in pain. All the puppets had been destroyed by divine firmament, and the 10 profound martial realms were still experiencing a splitting headache. As for Lung Mo, he was still pinned into the ground by the spear. Meanwhile, Huangfu Jingxian was kneeling on the ground. The other 9-star rookies had already withdrawn from the stage in fear. Lin Yun was the only one left standing on the stage. Granted, his foot was still on Wang Ning's chest. His white clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead added a trace of charm and elegance to his temperament. All the elders and senior disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion were on their feet, looking at Lin Yun with a complicated expression. The 9 Stars contest had been a tradition of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, with a history of at least 1,000 years. But throughout history, no one had dominated the entire stage by themselves. But with his sword, Lin Yun had defeated the 10 profound martial realms and even stepped on the direct descendant of the Wang clan. Judging from this situation, Lin Yun seemed to have no intention of letting Wang Ning off. Something like this had never happened in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's history. A dead person had made a grand entrance and raised a storm. Some people wore complicated expressions, while others wore ugly expressions on their faces. Bai Ting's face was gloomy and he shouted, "Lin Yun, if you continue to act presumptuously, don't blame me for taking action against you." His icy voice echoed out at the foot of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It contained a cold and murderous intent. Luofeng, who was next to Exen Yen, sneered and said, "If this old foggy can take action, he would have already made his move long ago. No one can enter the stage at this moment." The rules in the stage were set more than 1,000 years ago. Even as the presiding elder, Bai Ting still had to abide by the ancient rules. Before the incense burnt out, no one was allowed to get on the stage. Of course, this excluded those with 9 stars in their jade pendants. So what Bai Ting did right now was nothing but intimidation. Presumption? May I ask how I'm acting presumptuously? Lin Yun looked at Bai Ting indifferently without any fear. You made a mess of the contest and even injured so many people. How is that not presumptuous? Bai Ting replied in a deep tone. Are you blind? Everyone here witnessed that the Han brothers were the ones who attacked me first. What did I do wrong? Lin Yun responded rudely. What boldness! He actually dared to scold Elder Bai Ting directly. Elder Bai Ting is a genuine inner sect elder. Haha, the 9 Stars contest this year is interesting. We're fortunate to be here. Otherwise, we would have missed a show. Indeed, the rookies are arrogant these days. I'm afraid that there won't be any more pieces in the Sword Firmament Pavilion in the future. Lin Yun's words had caused an uproar, drawing many comments from the surrounding disciples. On the other side, Bai Ting's face turned even more ugly. He was already on the verge of losing his temper. As for Wang Yan, he also did not expect that Lin Yun would be bold enough to talk back to an elder. We're done talking. You killed 4 seated candidates in the forest, and we have witnesses that can attest to that. If you let Wang Ning go, I'm willing to be lenient with your punishment, said Bai Ting. Lin Yun's witnesses were all the people that were present. Lin Yun wasn't the one who started the fight with the 10 profound martial realms. Furthermore, it was common for there to be fights between the rookies. In the end, Bai Ting could only change his strategy. His priority right now was saving Wang Ning. Even if all the profound martial realms died on the stage, they weren't as important as Wang Ning. As the Wang clan's descendant, it would be troublesome if he died here. Lenient. Lin Yun sneered and waved his hand. Wuyo, go and ask what actually happened back in the forest. Li Wuyo smiled and went over to Lung Mo. With a pull, he extracted the spear from Lung Mo's chest. Pulling the latter up, Li Wuyo questioned. Speak. Tell everyone here how the 4 seated candidates died. Lung Mo's face was pale. He coughed and looked at Wang Yan beside Bai Ting. When he sensed Wang Yan's cold gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and stayed silent. You're not going to speak? Then I'll plunge the spear back into your chest. Li Wuyo kicked Lung Mo's knee and began to stab the spear back into his chest. Lung Mo's face turned pale when he saw this. He knew that he would die this time if the spear went back into his chest. In the end, Lung Mo waved his hand. I'll speak. It's the second young master. The second young master had a grudge with Lin Yun and instructed us to deal with him in the forest. He said that Lin Yun only has a garbage martial soul, and the Wang clan will take responsibility for everything. His voice was weak, but everyone heard him clearly. After all, everyone here was at least in the 6th orifice of the Xiantian realm. Knitting her brows, Xen Yen cursed. Wang clan, that bunch of bastards. How dare they? Waving his hand, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword from Huangfu Jingxuan's chest through the air. Huff! Huangfu Jingxian took a deep breath while kneeling on the ground. Lin Yun did not speak a word and only looked at him coldly. The spectators were looking at Huangfu Jingxian. They had no idea what Lin Yun was trying to do. With a bitter smile, Huangfu Jingxian lowered his head. Wang Ning promised us 10 greater profound pellets and 109 grade spiritual jades for us to deal with Lin Yun. His words instantly caused a commotion among the audience. Everyone now knew why they would act against Lin Yun when they had no previous grudges. So it turns out that they were bribed by Wang Ning. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. If they remembered it correctly, Lin Yun was only in the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm back then. It was a miracle that he managed to survive the 10 profound martial realms. Looking at Elder Bai Ting, Lin Yun asked coldly, Elder Bai, do you still have anything to say? He had already made up his mind to kill Wang Ning. He had to make known the grievances he and Li Wuyo had felt. Release him. Bai Ting spat the 2 words out while gnashing his teeth. What makes you think that I'll listen to you? When this asshole forced me into desperate straits, why didn't you show up back then? Lin Yun said coldly. Shut up. Bai Ting rebuked. Who the hell do you think you are? The pavilion has assigned me fully responsible for this matter. You're just someone with a garbage martial soul. You're worse than a dog in my eyes. If I tell you to release him, you damn well better do as I say. I will deal with Wang Ning's matters impartially. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed. Impartially? More like you'll be fair to Wang Ning and unfair to me. I'll retire my sword today if I don't take his life because I'll be letting down my brothers if I don't. Lin Yun swung his sword down, piercing Wang Ning's chest. The sword was buzzing when it stabbed into Wang Ning's body. This was the spirit of a swordsman, never bowing to anything. Wang Ning's eyes were opened wide in anger when the sword pierced into his chest. He had taken his last breath. When he died, he still couldn't figure out what gave Lin Yun the courage to kill him in front of Elder Bai Ting and his elder brother. But before he could figure it out, his consciousness vanished. He had died. Elder Bai Ting had already ordered Lin Yun to release Wang Ning, the direct descendant of the Wang clan, but Lin Yun had killed him without any hesitation. When Huangfu Jingxian saw the scene, his heart went cold. He now knew that Lin Yun had been lenient to him. Lin Yun could kill him easily if he wanted to. Now that he had escaped death, Huangfu Jingxian couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. The audiences all took in a cold breath as they were caught by surprise. Right at this moment, the barrier disappeared, signaling the end of the 9 stars contest. Die! Wang Yan let out a roar and unleashed his murderous aura. 9 amber radiance exploded from him. He had summoned his 9th grade amber martial soul, the demon runic tiger. Wang Yan was furious. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, he brandished his sword out at Lin Yun. With this sword powered by his cultivation in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm, he reached Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. In the crucial moment, Lin Yun raised the flower burial sword to block this attack. But the drastic difference in their cultivation sent Lin Yun flying. He couldn't put up any resistance against Wang Yan. The blow had even left cracks in his internal organs. After Lin Yun was sent flying by the sword, the demon runic tiger pounced over. "Watch out!" Exclamations sounded out from beneath the stage. Lin Yun was already heavily injured, and if he would die if he took an attack from the demon runic tiger. No one had expected Wang Yan to be so decisive. The moment the incense finished burning, Wang Yan acted immediately with the intention of taking Lin Yun's life. All of this took place too quickly, so the others couldn't even render their assistance. But right at this moment, amber radiance surged from Lin Yun. Compared to Wang Yan, the amber radiance coming from him was much brighter. Under the dazzling radiance, a total of 8 amber radiances shot out from Lin Yun. In the next moment, the sky started to change with blowing clouds. It seemed as if something ominous was making an appearance. When the 8 golden rays bloomed, a figure gradually materialized behind Lin Yun. It was 10 feet long and had bright eyes. Martial soul. Didn't they say that Lin Yun's martial soul is garbage? I thought he couldn't summon it. Holy shit. What kind of martial soul does he have for it to be so colossal? It still hasn't fully condensed. This martial soul must be recently born. 8 golden rays. It's an 8th grade amber martial soul at birth. Regardless of the golden rays or the sheer size of this martial soul, it was breathtaking. The martial soul's appearance was still condensing while the demon runic tiger pounced over. It had the body of a dragon, the face of a human, and 2 dragon horns growing from its forehead. It emitted an ancient and demonic aura. What the hell is that? Xianxia was shocked. She could tell that the origin of this martial soul was beyond her knowledge. Standing by her side, Luo Feng had shock on his face and exclaimed, "It's the Aurora Dragon! Now I know why he did not want to summon his martial soul. This is clearly a primordial chaotic soul with boundless potential. It will really be something once it matures. Revealing it before you're strong enough will only do more harm than good." When the Aurora Dragon manifested completely, it glanced at the demon runic tiger and caused it to shiver. The Aurora Dragon charged forward and knocked into the demon runic tiger. It clawed at the demonic runic tiger and sent it flying. The demon runic tiger dissipated back into Wang Yan's body, causing the latter to spew blood out of the corner of his lips. Wang Yan's face was pale, signifying that his injuries weren't light. However, Wang Yan was in the 6th stage of the profound martial realm. He took a deep breath and then charged at Lin Yun once more with his sword. "Stop!" Xianxia rushed over and stood in front of Lin Yun. He raised his hand and pushed out with his palm. Wang Yan immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown away. He fell to the ground with an ugly look on his face. "Wang Yan, don't blame me for being rude if you take another step forward." Xianxia looked at Wang Yan coldly. There was a blatant threat in his tone. Wang Yan looked at Lin Yun, who was struggling to get up on his feet, with rage burning in his chest. He knew that he had lost his opportunity to kill Lin Yun. When he looked at the Aurora Dragon returning to Lin Yun's body, his face was covered in shock. How was that a garbage martial soul? Even Bai Ting swayed with panic written on his face. All along, his greatest card was the fact that Lin Yun's martial soul was garbage. As long as Lin Yun had a garbage martial soul, no one would say anything if he was killed since he had no value. But right now, the situation was becoming a little difficult to handle. "You are?" asked Lin Yun with uncertainty to the young man that stood before him. Even with his Aurora Dragon martial soul, there was no way he could stop Wang Yan if the young man in front of him hadn't helped. Lin Yun's internal organs were injured and the origin energy that had filled his body was dissipating. He no longer had any strength to fight. The difference in cultivation between Wang Yan and him was too great a gap. Wang Yang was 6 stages higher than him, which was something that Lin Yun couldn't resist. If it wasn't for his powerful physique and complete sword intent, Wang Yan would have killed him in the first attack. Just like how Lin Yun could easily kill Lang Mo, Wang Yan could also easily kill him. Turning around, Xian Ju smiled. "I'm Xian Yan's elder brother, Xian Ju." Lin Yun immediately saw the connection due to the similarities between the two. So it turns out that they were biological siblings. Xian Yan and Luo Feng also quickly stepped onto the stage next to Lin Yun. "You have no idea how worried I was. I never thought that I would have to worry about you, even after you exited the realm." Xian Yan chuckled. The joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed. "What are you guys doing up there? Get down immediately." Bai Ting barked at them before they could talk. He walked over with a few deacons following him from behind. Lin Yun, a sword slave, has proven to be a bully. He has wounded many of his fellow disciples and even killed Wang Ning in public. He has violated the pavilion's rules, so I will now deprive him of his status as a Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciple. Take him down. Who dares to make a move? Luo Feng roared. Hearing Luo Feng's words, the deacons exchanged a glance and froze in place. Luo Feng and Bai Ting were inner elders. Their positions were much higher than mere deacons like them. However, Bai Ting was the one presiding over the contest, so everyone here had to listen to him. They just didn't have the courage to offend Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, you dare interfere in my affairs?" Bai Ting questioned with a gloomy face. At this point, he had reached the path of no return, so he had made up his mind to go through with punishing Lin Yun. Right now, he needed to capture Lin Yun and make a fuss over how he killed Wang Ning. He wanted to lock Lin Yun up without giving the latter any chance to stand out. "You are in charge of the 9 Stars contest, so I will not interfere with it. But since Lin Yun has passed through the forest, he is now a disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. You don't have the authority to abolish that status." In the past, Luo Feng did not want to offend Bai Ting because of Lin Yun. But now that Lin Yun revealed a primordial chaotic soul and a complete sword intent, Luo Feng knew that it was worth protecting Lin Yun, even though he killed a direct descendant of the Wang clan. In many cases, right and wrong didn't matter. The pavilion was a place where potential mattered. "I know what you're thinking, but this fellow killed someone in public during the 9 Stars contest. He even spoke rudely to me. In the last 1,000 years, the Sword Firmament Pavilion has never accepted such an unruly person," said Bai Ting as he laughed coldly. "I must abolish this person's status as a disciple. Otherwise, what will happen to the pavilion's rules? Does this mean that anyone is allowed to kill as they please in the Sword Firmament Pavilion?" Not taking a step back, Luo Feng replied coldly, "Why didn't you interfere when Wang Ning tried to force Lin Yun to death back in the forest? With me around, you can dream of abolishing his status as a disciple." Upon seeing this, Bai Ting started laughing and pointed his finger at Luo Feng. Good, good, good. Just you wait. I've already sent someone to inform the Sword-Bearing Hall. I'll see who dares to protect him for killing someone from the Wang clan." Xian Yan's face changed when she heard the words Sword-Bearing Hall. There was even a hint of tension on her face. The Sword-Bearing Hall was known for their ruthlessness, upholding the rules against anyone who had violated them. Over the years, those who violated the rules didn't have a good ending. The fact of the matter was that Lin Yun had killed someone which was against the rules. If he wasn't punished, no one would follow the rules in the future. Wouldn't the 9 Stars contest be thrown into chaos when he gets punished? Just thinking about it made Xian Yan's heart ache. On the contrary, her elder brother, Xian Ju, was rather calm. With a smile, Luo Feng comforted, "Don't worry about it. Let's just wait and see." Not long after, a young deacon ran over, gasping for breath. But he came alone, without any sword-bearing elders. Upon seeing this, Wang Yen frowned. "Where's the sword-bearing elder? My younger brother died, so why hasn't a sword-bearing elder come?" The deacon's face was ugly. Looking at Bai Ting, he cupped his hands together. The sword-bearing hall said that they won't be coming since Elder Bai Ting is presiding over the 9 Stars contest. This matter is fully in Elder Bai's hands. A smile rose on Bai Ting's lips when he heard that the sword-bearing elders didn't come. That meant that he could do as he pleased. Luo Feng started to frown at this when the young deacon stuttered. The sword-bearing hall also said that— "What did they say?" snapped Bai Ting. "They said that Elder Bai will be held responsible for the death of a Wang clan's descendant in the 9 Stars contest. Lin Yun's crime was unforgivable, but since he is still young, they could understand that he might have been a little too rash. They also said to handle this at your discretion." Wang Yen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard what the deacon said. He couldn't understand what just happened. Why was the sword-bearing hall taking Lin Yun's side? The smile on Bai Ting's face also disappeared. He was dumbfounded. Lin Yun was the one who killed Wang Ning, but he was held responsible for it. Now he knew why none of them came, so it turns out that they wanted him to take the fall for it. When the senior disciples standing at the foot of the mountain saw this, all of them laughed inwardly. But then again it made sense. As one of the 4 major clans, the Wang clan had foundations that ran deep in the empire. However, the Sword Firmament Pavilion was still a sect that transcended the empire, so it wasn't afraid of the Wang family. If Lin Yun really had a garbage martial soul, then it wouldn't matter if they gave him to the Wang clan. But the potential that Lin Yun had shown through his martial soul, aptitude, and sword intent had convinced them that he could grow into a monstrous existence. If they couldn't protect a genius like Lin Yun, how were they going to recruit any more geniuses in the future? So no matter how depressed Bai Ting felt, he knew that he would take the fall for Wang Ning's death. "Elder Bai, why don't you say something about how you're going to deal with this situation? Why are you still standing there?" smiled Luo Feng. Bai Ting's face went pale. Gnashing his teeth, he spoke out. "Bai Ting is ashamed in the trust that the pavilion has given me. I'm willing to take full responsibility for it." His voice was trembling, but in his heart, he was cursing like a madman. Wang Ning's death had shit to do with him, but the sword-bearing hall was saying that he didn't do his job as the supervisor. There was nothing he could do to refute them. He just had to swallow his pride. If he went and offended the sword-bearing hall, his future in the Sword Firmament Pavilion would be doomed. But Lin Yin has committed such a grave crime, and there's no way to convince the masses if he's not punished, said Bai Ting. Luo Feng and Xianxia grew nervous by this. It would be troublesome if this fellow wasn't tactful and insisted on expelling Lin Yun out of the sect. Looking at Lin Yun with fury brewing in his eyes, Bai Ting gnashed his teeth. He will be punished to the herbal peak for 3 months to complete odd jobs. As his accomplice, Li Wuyo will also suffer the same punishment. When Bai Ting announced the punishment, both Luo Feng and Xianxia felt relieved. Lin Yun, I hereby punish you to 3 months of odd jobs in the herbal peak. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Bai Ting looked at Lin Yun coldly. I'm satisfied. I am willing to accept my punishment. Lin Yun smiled indifferently. How could he not be satisfied? He killed Wang Ning and did not get expelled. Furthermore, Bai Ting was taking the fall for him. Li Wuyo. Bai Ting glanced over and repeated his words again without looking at Li Wuyo directly. Hee. I'm here. I'm here. Apparently, Li Wuyo had been collecting the spiritual jades on the ground, which made everyone laugh. Li Wuyo was directly involved in the storm, but he was behaving as if nothing had happened. He was still in the mood to pick up the spiritual jades that were scattered on the ground. Then again, there were at least 60 to 70 of them on the ground, which was a lot. Do you oppose this? Barked Bai Ting. I'll follow wherever my big brother goes, said Li Wuyo. He didn't seem bothered by the punishment. Standing to the side, Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled. This brat was still quite loyal. He got more pleasing to her eye the more she looked at him. Impudence! Bai Ting snorted coldly. Put the prison uniforms on them and escort them to the herbal peak immediately. If the two of you disobey any others there, don't blame me for being ruthless. Two deacons stepped forward and dressed them in the white uniforms. The word sinful was written on the back of the uniforms. Anyone who wore this uniform would be marked as sinful, and they would only wear it when they were being punished. But the two of them wore the uniforms without any shame. This was especially so for Li Wuyo, who had a smile on his face. He even seemed pretty content. He made it seem as though it was more majestic than wearing the imperial robe. Come, follow me. The deacon looked at the duo coldly. Wait a minute. I have something to say to Big Sister Xianxia. Li Wuyo waved his hand and walked over to Xianxia. Big Sister Xianxia, it's best not to leave someone like him by your side. Who knows if he might backstab you one day. Li Xiaotian and the others turned white when they heard that. They even started to panic. What's the matter? Xianxia asked, puzzled. Big Brother Lin and I saved this group of ingrates from a pack of wolves. But when we were cornered into a dead end, they didn't even do anything or say anything to help. They only coldly watched from the side. In order to save these fellows, Li Wuyo nearly took the alpha wolf's claw head-on and lost his life. Naturally, he had no intention of letting these ingrates go so easily. Upon hearing that, Xianxia's face turned cold. She looked at Lin Yun. Is that true? Nodding his head, Lin Yun looked at Li Xiaotian and replied, It's best not to keep this person around. Even if he's talented, someone without loyalty is still a hidden threat. Li Xiaotian and the others immediately dropped on their knees and started crying. Senior sister, please give us another chance. Get lost. From today onwards, you guys will have nothing to do with me in the future. Xianxia was furious that she had chosen the wrong people. Her seated candidates actually turned out to be a bunch of ingrates. When Li Xiaotian and his group heard that, their faces turned pale. With Xianxia's words, they wouldn't have a bright future no matter who they took refuge in. Let's go. Don't waste time. The two deacons urged Lin Yun with a cold face. I'll deal with the two of you sooner or later. Wang Yan snapped the sword in his hand furiously. The sword fragments dug into his hand and blood started dripping down from his hand. Then, he left and paid no attention to anyone else. Are you scared? Lin Yun gently asked while following the two deacons. Li Wuyo smiled. I am someone who will become the strongest swordsman in the great Qin Empire. Why would I be afraid of him? If I was really afraid of him, I wouldn't have kicked Wang Ning in the first place. Elder, should we notify the herbal peak about this matter? Xianxia turned to look at Luofeng. It's fine. It's good to let them suffer a little. Luofeng smiled. What about Lin Yun's injuries? Xianxia expressed her concern. I secretly gave him a pellet earlier. He only suffered some internal injuries, so it's no big deal. Luofeng laughed. Elder Bai, what about our scores for the 9 Stars contest? The rookies all looked at Bai Ting helplessly. Let's get going too. Leave the troublesome matters to that old foggy. Luofeng and Xianxia left. Both were in a good mood. Bai Ting's face was ugly. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo left easily, but he was left with the mess. Something like this had never happened in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's history. If he knew that something like this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the responsibility over from Luofeng. The Sword Firmament Pavilion was situated between a mountain range. The mountain range was enveloped in thick spiritual energy. The buildings here were ancient. They were the pavilion's foundation. Lin Yun and Li Wuyo were escorted to Herbal Peak. The entire journey took a few hours. Due to the fact that the two deacons were from Bai Ting's faction, they did not engage in any conversation. Lin Yun was busy treating his injuries with the pellet in his mouth. He left the talkative Li Wuyo depressed, with no one to talk to. When Lin Yun finally opened his eyes, Li Wuyo immediately spoke out, Big brother, you've really kept me in the dark here. Your martial soul is actually an Aurora dragon. Lin Yun's countenance was much better. The pellet that Elder Luo gave him was truly effective. Wang Yan's sword had injured his internal organs, but the pellet had treated most of his injuries. When he heard Li Wuyo's words, Lin Yun had no idea what to say. He wasn't keeping it from Li Wuyo on purpose. It was just that he really didn't possess the Aurora Dragon martial soul until recently. He unlocked it after comprehending the complete sword intent, which actually snapped one of the chains on the broken sword. Speaking of which, do you know anything about the Aurora Dragon martial soul? Lin Yun looked at Li Wuyo. Even he did not recognize his martial soul. He could, however, sense that it was powerful. I know a thing or two about it. The Aurora Dragon martial soul can be categorized within the demonic beasts. There are also strong and weak martial souls among them. Wang Yan's demon runic tiger is one of the stronger ones, but it's nothing compared to your Aurora Dragon. The Aurora Dragon might not be the strongest in the primordial era, but it's a genuine primordial chaotic beast, possessing an infamous reputation. Legend has it that it could ignite everything in its sight, turning its surroundings into a purgatory. But your martial soul can only be considered a primordial chaotic soul, not the physical beast itself. This is also the reason why it's only 10 feet in length. It's way smaller than a primordial chaotic beast should be. But you don't have to worry about it. It will gradually awaken before reaching legendary heights. Li Wuyo explained in great depth after being quiet for so long. The two deacons also slowed their pace to listen to Li Wuyo's explanation. When they heard Li Wuyo's explanation, they were shocked. Evidently, this was the first time they heard about the primordial chaotic beast called the Aurora Dragon. They finally had an idea of why Elder Bai suffered so greatly this time. You're pretty knowledgeable despite how you act. Lin Yun was rather shocked by Li Wuyo's knowledge. Scratching his head, Li Wuyo chuckled. I just read a lot when I was a child. I'm also trying to tie myself to you before you grow. Big brother, please don't forget about me when you soar into the sky in the future. Soar into the sky. The skinnier deacon sneered. You've offended Wang Yan. It's uncertain if you can even survive through this winter. Hey, watch your tone, Li Wuyo rebuked. Cut the crap. We've arrived at Herbal Peak. The two of you will wait while we handle the transfer procedures to Herbal Hall. The other deacon snorted and flew into the hall. As for the skinny deacon, he stayed to watch over Lin Yun and Li Wuyo. Hey, Bean Sprout, what does the Herbal Peak do? You still haven't explained it to us. Li Wuyo looked at the skinny deacon. Bean Sprout? You brat? Who the hell are you calling Bean Sprout? The skinny deacon replied with rage. Wearing a serious face, Li Wuyo smiled. Look at your scrawny build. You're as skinny as a bamboo pole. If you're not a bean sprout, then what are you? The skinny deacon's face was turning green from anger. But just when he was about to blow his top, the other deacon returned along with an old man from the herbal hall. The blue-clothed deacon pointed at the two youths and said, Deacon Tang, these two are the ones from Elder Bai. They will be here doing odd jobs for the next 3 months. Go ahead and hand them any tough work. The old man from the herbal hall narrowed his eyes into slits and nodded. I understand. Then the two of us will be taking our leave. The two deacons didn't stay long and left. But even after they left, their conversation could still be heard. Do you think that I'm a bean sprout? Who said the well, you do look like one, replied the other deacon. Get lost, yelled the bean sprout. The voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, who couldn't help laughing. Lin Yun turned to look at the deacon and asked, Senior, what does the Herbal Peak do? And what do I have to do here? Deacon Tang was slightly surprised by Lin Yun's question. He asked, No one told you about it? Actually, it's nothing much. You'll just be tasked with taking care of the herbal field. Let's go. I'll bring you over to the 9th herbal field. Senior, it has been a long journey for us. Aren't you going to invite us into the herbal hall? Li Wuyo looked at the hall far away and chuckled. The herbal hall looked simple and unadorned, but they could smell the strong medicinal fragrance coming from it. The deacon smiled inwardly, finding these two who were wearing the prisoner clothes interesting. Ignoring Li Wuyo's question, the deacon walked towards the herbal field. They arrived at a spacious herbal field. Compared to the field, they seemed tiny. Ding Jiu, Deacon Tang stopped when he arrived at a straw shack with Ding Zhou written on it. A group of ferocious-looking youths came out from the straw shack. The leader had a robust figure and his muscles stretched his clothes taut. Niu Bingshan, these two people will be staying in this herbal field. Command them as you wish. The deacon then went on asking some information about the herbal field before leaving Lin Yun and Li Wuyo behind. After the deacon left, Niu Bingshan and his group turned to look at Lin Yun and Li Wuyo with a sinister expression. Shortly after, 2 smelly buckets were thrown at them. What is this? Li Wuyo frowned. Isn't it obvious? 2 people left recently and we don't have enough men. Scattering fertilizer is a great job, so the 2 of you can have it. Scattering fertilizer? Li Wuyo's eyes bulged out like a goldfish. He couldn't believe that he had to scatter fertilizer the moment he arrived. Even Lin Yun furrowed his brows at this and quickly glanced at the field. He couldn't imagine how tired he would be after scattering fertilizer for the entire field. What's the matter? You don't want to? Niu Bingshan gave a weird laugh and took a step forward, releasing his aura. His aura came crashing down on Lin Yun and Li Wuyo, suppressing them both. Li Wuyo was shocked to discover that Niu Bingshan was in the 3rd stage of the profound martial realm. With his cultivation, he could be considered a senior disciple in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It wasn't clear why someone like him would get sent to Herbal Peak. As for the people behind Niu Bingshan, they all had sinister expressions on their faces. All of them were at least in the profound martial realm. Big brother, what are we going to do now? Li Wuyo panicked a little and quietly retreated behind Lin Yun. He still hadn't reached the profound martial realm yet. There was no way he could compete with Niu Bingshan alone, let alone his many helpers. Without changing his expression, Lin Yun asked, "Is there anything that we have to do besides scattering fertilizer?" "Humph, at least you have tact. Besides handling the fertilizer, you also have to wash our clothes. If you have extra time, you'll also help us get rid of the weeds and loosen the earth," Niu Bingshan said with his arms folded together. It was rare to have rookies at Herbal Peak, so he naturally had to make good use of them. "Then what will you be doing?" Lin Yun asked, narrowing his eyes into slits. "Me? I'm naturally responsible for supervising the 2 of you. After all, I'm responsible for this herbal field," chuckled Niu Bingshan. "Understood. In other words, you won't be doing anything," said Lin Yun. "Ha ha ha, that's right. You daddy won't be doing anything." Niu Bingshan laughed. His laughter also attracted the laughter of those standing behind him. Waving his hand, Niu Bingshan slapped Lin Yun. "What's the matter? You're not happy with the arrangements? Well, it doesn't matter if you're unhappy. It sucks to suck." He could tell that Lin Yun and Li Wuyo weren't going to be obedient, but that didn't matter. There was no place for them in this herbal field. But right before his hand reached Lin Yun, a bolt of lightning flashed past his eyes. To be exact, it was Lin Yun's hands that were moving like lightning. Before Niu Bingshan could react, Lin Yun grabbed onto his wrist and applied pressure. The pain of his wrist being crushed made Niu Bingshan cry out in pain. His robust figure was like a little lamb that collapsed to the ground. "Aye, it hurts. Please let me go. I won't force you guys to do anything," pleaded Niu Bingshan. Lin Yun loosened his grip and Niu Bingshan staggered backwards. "Big brother." The other disciples with the prisoner uniforms came over to help Niu Bingshan to his feet. "Go. All of you go. I want him dead," Niu Bingshan roared furiously. Upon receiving his orders, the group immediately charged at Lin Yun. The rules of Herbal Peak forbade the use of swords, so they charged at Lin Yun with their fists. "Fighting bare hands?" Lin Yun smiled. He had the Thunderblitz battle physique and the Dragon Tiger fist, not to mention that his body was brought to a whole new level after he made his breakthrough into the profound martial realm. If they were going to fight bare-handed, none of them would defeat him. The iris flower bloomed in Lin Yun's dantian as he executed the undying Vajrasil. Releasing an unstoppable momentum with his hands, Lin Yun charged into the crowd. A messy fight broke out that injured many people. Lin Yun was facing profound martial realms, so he couldn't just take them down with a single fist. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had achieved his goal. As long as none of them ran, Lin Yun could just go up and beat them down easily without any pressure. He smashed his fist against the face of the person who was rushing towards him. Under the explosive power of the Dragon Tiger fist, no one was his match. After about 7 to 8 punches, the group that charged Lin Yun was lying on the ground, crying out in pain. The others trembled as they watched from a distance. Their courage disappeared and they hid behind Niu Bingshun. When Niu Bingshun saw this scene, his face turned grave. The origin energy within his body rumbled as he activated his 3 profound veins, releasing an oppressive aura. If I don't beat you down today till you beg for mercy, I won't be able to stay in this herbal field anymore. He rushed towards Lin Yun right after he spoke. The power coming from his body rumbled like a mountain, making Lin Yun, who had yet to form his first profound vein, feel some pressure. Looks like he isn't a pushover, said Lin Yun. He could tell that Niu Bingshun was pretty powerful. Even Huangfu Jingxian wouldn't be able to defeat Niu Bingshun. However, it was a pity that he was facing Lin Yun, who grasped the complete sword intent. A buzzing sword ring echoed out from Lin Yun's body, piercing through Niu Bingshuan's aura. Niu Bingshun sensed that something was amiss, but it was a little too late. Lin Yun was already in the air, executing the flying dragon, leaping tiger. The punch that he unleashed was like a dragon that was accompanied by an echoing tiger roar. Taking the hit, Niu Bingshun vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The complete sword intent. Niu Bingshun struggled to get up. Shock filled his eyes as he clutched his chest. The others were also taken aback. They didn't expect that Lin Yun had grasped the complete sword intent. Big brother, over here. Li Wuyo moved a chair out from the straw shack and placed it beside Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't waste time being polite and just sat down. Looking at the group that was still wailing out in pain, he casually said, "Get up. Stop pretending. I didn't use that much power on you. In fact, all of you are in the profound martial realm, so stop pretending to be weak." His words instantly made those lying on the ground feel embarrassed. They stood up and dusted themselves off. Niu Bingshun looked at them and cursed. This group of bastards actually pretended to be dead the moment they met someone tough. If they had fought as a group, Lin Yun wouldn't be sitting there. But he knew that there was no way he could count on people who were punished at Herbal Peak. "You, come here and tell me more about Herbal Peak," said Lin Yun, pointing at Niu Bingshun. When he discovered that Lin Yun possessed the complete sword intent, Niu Bingshun instantly knew that there was no way he could defeat Lin Yun. Although he was unhappy, he bit the bullet and walked over. After some explanation from Niu Bingshun, Lin Yun and Li Wuyo finally understood what kind of place Herbal Peak was to the Sword Firmament Pavilion. As one of the 4 transcendent sects in the Great Qin Empire, the Sword Firmament Pavilion naturally occupied a treasured land. Herbal Peak was built on top of this treasured land to grow spiritual herbs. The Herbal Hall was a subsidiary hall managed by the Pellet Hall, so it did not have a high position. Disciples who were sent here were either senior disciples who made mistakes or those who had been eliminated. In a nutshell, these people did not have any background or talent, but they didn't want to leave the Sword Firmament Pavilion. According to Niu Bingshun, someone like Lin Yun shouldn't be sent to the Herbal Hall even if he made a mistake. He should be sent to the Broken Sword Cliff to be confined. But despite being called confinement, it was actually a place for seclusion. Only those who the sect had abandoned would be sent here. Li Wuyo sighed. "Bai Ting, that old fellow is a little too much. He sent us here for 3 months. But Lin Yun didn't feel that it was terrible. He devoured a large amount of energy back then, so he could use these 3 months to consolidate his cultivation. After all, the improvement in his cultivation was a little too quick as he rose from the 5th orifice of the Xiantian realm to the profound martial realm. He also needed some time to gather himself. Your strength isn't bad and your origin energy is refined. You don't seem like someone abandoned by the sect. So what did you do?" Lin Yun asked curiously. But just when Niu Bingshun was about to speak, someone laughed out. "Our big brother Niu isn't simple. He peeked at female disciples showering and even stole a few undergarments. He's the first person in the Sword Firmament Pavilion's thousands of years of history to do this." "Ha ha ha." Li Wuyo laughed. He then looked at Niu Bingshun and said, Brother, I never expected you to be such a genius. Niu Bingshun immediately blushed and turned around to glare at the one who spoke. He cursed in his heart, but outwardly he smiled and said, I'm not worthy of your praise. There's nothing to be afraid of. From now on, the great task of scattering fertilizer will be handed to you. Li Wuyo patted Niu Bingshun's shoulder. When Niu Bingshun heard this, his face instantly turned black. He tried negotiating with a bitter smile. Tease, I can get someone else to do it instead. I'm experienced here and I can be on standby if the two of you need anything. No need. We'll leave you with the fertilizers. The two of us will take over what you've been doing in the past. Lin Yun waved his hand. Niu Bingshun immediately burst into tears inside his heart. He didn't have to do anything in the past. He initially thought that he had two rookies he could take advantage of, but they turned out to be wolves instead. Not only did they rob him of his position, but they even wanted him to handle the fertilizer.